On that night, which brought a sense of relief, people believed that the Dark Lord and his only son had perished in Godric's Hollow. Chapter 1. Revelry in Beginnings. The ceaseless cycle of birth and destruction is indeed a form of eternity. In the vastness of the cosmos, life represents an uncertain variable. This uncertain existence often meets its end in unpredictable ways, either fading away gradually or succumbing suddenly. As the cardinal numbers approach infinity, even the smallest possibilities may become inevitable. Amidst the countless obliterations, a wisp of a soul traversed the veil of the world, akin to passing through a soap bubble. Having successfully escaped, he found himself neither fortunate nor unfortunate. The path ahead remained shrouded in mystery. What lies beyond the ocean? What exists beyond the universe? For the truths that life incessantly seeks, witnessing them firsthand can be deemed a blessing. That wisp of a soul clearly perceived that beyond the bubble, there are still bubbles, countless bubbles. In a state of serene drifting, the residual soul once more descended into another bubble. Death is not an end, but rather the commencement of another grand adventure. When pain once again descended upon the boundless void, it became a signal of existence. The cataclysmic collision of destruction felt as if it had transpired just a moment ago, only to be followed by another collision. The body became imperceptible, devoid of limbs and senses, leaving only an awareness of existence. With a blurred vision, an instinctual perception revealed that what lay ahead seemed to be another life. They collided. The impact evoked troubling memories, and pain ensued, yet it was soon discovered that this suffering was not merely a figment of memory. The other life was also engulfed in torment. The unexpected collision inflicted profound wounds upon both souls. They resembled two high-energy particles colliding, their souls invisible to the naked eye, yet the fractures could be sensed through excruciating pain. In a confined space, the tumult was overwhelming, filled with shattered souls. As pain surged like waves crashing upon the shores of thought, a ghastly green light descended like the Grim Reaper. That ominous green glow transcended the boundaries of matter and spirit, cascading upon the two fragmentary souls like sulfuric acid. The shadows of death loomed once more, as chaotic consciousness resembled a drowning being, watching the shimmering surface of the water recede into the distance. Screams, roars, a cacophony filled the air. The constricted space felt akin to a boiling cauldron, frying the fragile, crumbling souls. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared, and the green glow was swiftly wiped away as if it were a stain on a table. The confined space was illuminated by warm sunlight, and the gentle energy enveloped the feeble souls like a mother's caress, bringing them solace. Under the nurturing red light, the scattered fragments of souls in the space were drawn by an inexplicable force, swirling around a central point. In that moment, the space resembled a functioning galaxy. At the center, a brand new soul slowly emerged. Winter in England is far from comfortable. The damp sea breeze intensifies the chill. On this pitch-black night, people are more inclined to surrender to slumber. The end of October is unremarkable, and November holds no significant celebrations. Yet fireworks, bursting from an unknown location, pierce through the night and dreams. This anomaly spread across the nation like ripples upon water. Surrey was no exception, as its residents gazed outside at the inexplicable fireworks, some even irate. The shrill cries of a baby echoed through the room, momentarily drowning out the sounds of the explosions, followed by a roar. Damn it, who the hell is setting off fireworks this late? Don't you all have jobs? Watch out, or I'll poke your skin with my shotgun. Vernon, don't say that. Cursing will set a bad example for little Dudley. Penny, clad in her pajamas, wore a fatigued expression as she cradled the gas canister. No, the child. Vernon Dudley immediately retracted his flailing shotgun, a sickly smile spreading across his face. Sorry, my little Dudley, it's all Daddy's fault. Penny gazed at her chubby baby with concern, observing the little one's silly grin. Little Dudley. Hee, little Dudley. The residents of Little Whinging were roused by the sudden fireworks, but the embrace of sleep soon lured them back into their warm beds. Thus no one noticed a tabby cat intently, studying a map. Indeed, though the notion of a cat studying a map seems outlandish, there exists no better explanation for the current situation. The commotion from the Dursleys appeared to capture the attention of the tabby cat, its eyes glimmering in the night with a hint of human-like disdain. Afterward, the tabby cat remained largely unresponsive, perched on the rooftop like a statue. Only the occasional passing owl and the hasty fireworks disturbed the tranquility. Wait, when did Surrey acquire so many owls? The tabby cat, now nearly concealed in the night, suddenly opened its eyes, sharply fixating on a corner of the wall. As if emerging from the earth, a tall man appeared unexpectedly. The glow of the street lamp illuminated his figure. This man was both tall and thin, with silver hair and beard that could easily be tucked into his trousers or used as a scarf, suggesting his considerable age. His robe, adorned with a purple cloak, was a rare sight, yet he wore it with far more composure than any stage actor. Half-moon spectacles refracted the streetlight, revealing a pair of blue eyes that sparkled with an energy unbefitting his years. His nose was long, yet its peculiar angles hinted at experiences less than pleasant. He rummaged through his belongings. Last.It was a curious scene, as a tabby cat leapt from the rooftop and transformed into a woman adorned with a pointed hat, uttering a name. Albus Dumbledore paused his search, holding something resembling a silver lighter. Upon seeing Minerva McGonagall, who had transformed from the tabby cat, he smiled as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. I should have anticipated this. Then, he flicked open the silver lighter. With his movement, the surrounding streetlights emitted a peculiar light, which fluttered like moths into the silver lighter. Now, even Mrs. Dursley, who prided herself on spying on the neighbors, could not discern the unusual occurrences on the street. Minerva, you don't appear well, Dumbledore remarked, stowing away the silver object. Minerva McGonagall, the woman who had transformed from the tabby cat, wore a serious expression, reminiscent of a stern headmistress from one's school days. Her hair was as taut as her complexion, and her eyes conveyed a sense of meticulousness. If you were perched on a rooftop all day, you'd be stiff as well. She tightened her coat, then her expression darkened. Unlike those who are too busy celebrating, they've surely forgotten the rules that I can see their fireworks from here. You would hope they would be more cautious. Dumbledore regarded the fireworks bursting in the sky and the owls flitting by, given that Voldemort, who has terrorized them for so many years, is dead. It is only natural for them to relax. Upon hearing that name, Minerva McGonagall visibly shuddered. I believe you should not react so. Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore turned to her. I have made considerable efforts to assure everyone that those rumors are unfounded. He is not as fearsome as they believe. You need not be afraid, Minerva McGonagall remarked, half in admiration that it is well known that you are the only person he fears. A chuckle escaped from Dumbledore in the night air. You flatter me too much. Ever since Madame Pomfrey expressed her fondness for my new earmuffs, I have not felt this flushed. Minerva shot Dumbledore an annoyed glance before her expression shifted to one of concern. You do not believe he is truly dead, do you? Voldemort, such a powerful wizard, stained with so much blood. He killed James and Lily, and it is said he intended to murder their son Harry, but failed. How can a mere child? How could he possibly be defeated by a child? At this, Dumbledore sighed in the cold wind, his breath quickly dissipating. The atmosphere grew somber. James and Lily. A palpable pain etched itself across Minerva's face. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore produced a pocket watch. Hagrid should be arriving shortly. Minerva lifted her gaze, so after observing these past few days, we are not. I intend to place Harry with his aunt and uncle, Dumbledore said, looking up at the sky. They are his only remaining family. Even Minerva McGonagall, usually so composed, nearly leaped at his words, as if she had heard something utterly ridiculous. You mean that family? Merlin, help us. They must be the rudest, most ill-mannered muggles I have ever encountered. You cannot imagine how spoiled their child, Dudley Dursley, has become. Ignoring McGonagall's impending outrage, Dumbledore observed a flicker of light in the sky. Hagrid has arrived. Still grappling with disbelief, McGonagall looked at Dumbledore in astonishment. You cannot possibly let Hagrid bring the child here. I would entrust my life to him, Dumbledore replied without hesitation. The light in the sky grew nearer, revealing a motorcycle. At the helm of the motorcycle was a man so large he could rival 5 grown men. The motorcycle landed with a heavy thud, creaking as it came to a stop before Dumbledore and McGonagall, a deep voice booming from above. Good evening, professors. With his wild, curly black hair and heavy coat, Hagrid resembled a small mountain of darkness. Where's the child? McGonagall inquired, her gaze fixed on Hagrid. Right here. Gently, Hagrid extracted a small bundle from his coat, carefully passing it to Dumbledore. Gazing at the sleeping infant with a lightning scar upon his forehead, Dumbledore's eyes clouded with an inescapable melancholy. This is the safest place for him. Do you see those fireworks? The jubilant wizards will forever remember who vanquished Voldemort. For a child, such overwhelming adulation can be destructive. McGonagall remained silent, her worries directed at the child cradled in Dumbledore's arms. Suddenly, Dumbledore looked up at Hagrid. What about the other one? McGonagall, somewhat bewildered, turned to Hagrid. Hagrid hesitated, reluctantly producing another child from his coat. Staring at the infant, nearly the same age as little Harry, McGonagall could hardly believe her eyes. She had encountered far too many incredulous revelations that night. You intend to place this child as well? Given his father's powers and sins, you truly do not plan to keep him nearby, at least for monitoring? Hagrid nodded vigorously in agreement. Dumbledore took the second child, one in each arm, rendering him almost comical in appearance. Sins are inherited like possessions, But why must we forever harbor animosity toward an innocent child? I must tell you, Voldemort sought this child's birth in hopes of discovering a path to immortality. To this child, his father will be the very enemy that threatens his life. But who can guarantee? None can guarantee he will follow in his father's footsteps, Dumbledore interjected. Unpleasant memories may lead one down a dark path. Voldemort's childhood in an orphanage left him incapable of believing in love. Let us find this child a kind family, and he may become someone entirely different. Dumbledore's blue eyes remained sharp in the night as he gazed at the silent, uncrying infant, a child of Voldemort, and murmured thoughtfully, "What transformations await us?" Chapter 2. The Letter from Memory. Andrew Shamir relished his well-deserved holiday, having served the Queen for over 30 years. In his youth, brimming with a sense of justice, he would have staunchly remained at his post, contributing to the safety of London. However, times had changed, not due to his age, nor the absence of crazed individuals creating disturbances to rattle the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police unless Her Majesty took a stroll for her amusement. Old Shamir considered himself the happiest of men. Not even the arrival of a prince could sway him, a sentiment he held with unwavering confidence. His happiness stemmed entirely from his harmonious family, thanks to his beautiful, virtuous, and gentle wife, as well as their two remarkably accomplished children. His eldest son was a source of immense pride, with many proclaiming him a contender to become the youngest member of Parliament in the UK. He often adopted ideas from his son, which had notably contributed to a 10% reduction in London's crime rate. Unbeknownst to outsiders, MI5 had even extended an olive branch to them. As for his younger son, he was the apple of Andrew's eye. Although merely 11, his academic prowess had already eclipsed that of his brother. Of course, academic performance was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was how endearing the little fellow was. Such a delightful child, both clever and kind. Perfection incarnate. Andrew could not help but chuckle at the thought. "Mia, if you are awake, I hope you will come down soon." The sudden reprimand from his wife startled Andrew, causing him to fumble with his breakfast. With a resounding thud, a beautifully fried egg plummeted to the floor. "Oh dear." Attempting to maintain composure, Andrew cautiously cast a sidelong glance at his wife, who stood at the top of the stairs, then quietly bent down to retrieve the fallen egg. Life is often fraught with obstacles. The valiant Major Shamir now found himself in a formidable struggle against the bulge of his midsection. Darn it. He must make time for a diet. As he eyed the egg within reach, Andrew muttered a quiet curse, continuing to bend over with great effort. If you would heed my advice regarding weight loss, at least you would not be mocked by a fallen egg. However, if misplacing the egg is your method of dieting, then I believe that is entirely unnecessary. After all, one cannot truly appreciate the toil of cooking without experiencing it firsthand. Gazing at the white flat shoes before him, Andrew heard a cool voice emanating from above, prompting him to clear his throat twice and sit up with utmost seriousness. "Ahem. My dear Marilena, I shall certainly take your advice to heart. Your devoted husband is grateful for your concern and also for your assistance in tidying up the egg." Although he spoke earnestly, his rotund figure, adorned with a napkin around his neck, paired with an ingratiating gaze, rendered Andrew rather comical. Marilena scoffed, exclaiming, "At your age, spare me the flattery. If you truly find yourself with an abundance of free time, then I implore you to diligently discipline your son." "My son, goodness. Is there a child more well-behaved than he? I cannot believe it." Marilena cast an exasperated glance at her rotund husband, her frustration boiling over. "Surely you are unaware that your younger son, Mia Shamir, yesterday stuffed a snake into a classmate's trousers, correct? That was on the very first day of school." Upon hearing this, Andrew momentarily froze, then shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled. "How could that be? Mia is quite the good boy. He has never had a conflict with anyone. Those little snakes are his friends. How mischievous could a child with a fondness for animals possibly be?" As he spoke, however, Andrew's voice dwindled to a whisper. He suddenly realized that perhaps his youngest son was gradually turning a bit naughty. There might be some misunderstanding here. If Mia truly did such a thing, then he must be punished. Marilena shot her husband a sidelong glance, remarking, "The fact that you can even say that is quite remarkable." She then turned and called out toward the staircase, "Mia, hurry down." At that moment, in the center room on the second floor, Mia Shamir was intently gazing out the window. Yet outside, not even a single bird was in sight. Under the sunlight, his dark eyes shimmered like gemstones, absorbing the light. If memory serves correctly, that letter should arrive within these few days, Mia mused. He held a secret, one he had not even shared with his parents. His mind was filled with peculiar memories, which seemed to have always existed, yet the content felt foreign to him, as if belonging to another. These memories imbued him with a depth beyond that of his peers during his childhood, for he often lost himself in recollection. As he matured, those memories remained unchanged, and his life did not alter as a result, leading him to gradually forget them, until he discovered he possessed certain special abilities reminiscent of those memories. A piece of jerky suddenly flew from a jar and landed in a transparent box, where a few small snakes resided. Food! Food! The snakes hissed at the jerky, their voices surprisingly human-like. Yet to Mia's ears, this was no cause for astonishment, as he had long since grown accustomed to it. It was not that the snakes could speak, but rather that he could communicate with them. He had never heard of anyone else possessing such an ability, aside from the memories within his mind. A portion of those memories seemed to refer to this talent as snake tongue, a name he found rather unappealing. As for the power to levitate objects, it was termed magic. Magic. Irrespective of where one might be in the world, it holds an irresistible allure for children. Ahem. Mia hurriedly concealed the sparkle in his eyes and feigned profundity. How could he possibly be compared to those mundane, ordinary children? He possessed abilities that others did not. Magic had chosen him. This was the favor of fate. How could he squander such a unique gift? It surely signified a special mission awaiting him. Such an extraordinary individual. How could he possibly attend an ordinary school? Only the magical institution for my memories is worthy of him. The mediocre do not merit comparison with him. One day, he shall instill such awe that none will dare speak to him loudly. MIA Shamir, if you do not leave your room immediately, I shall deprive you of milk for an entire month. Suddenly, the little snakes were momentarily dazzled, as if a large black rat had swiftly darted past. My dear mother, as you wished, I have vacated my quarters. Downstairs, MIA stood before his mother with a gentlemanly demeanor. If one could overlook the panic that had accompanied his descent, it could indeed be described as elegant. Good morning, Major Shamir. Yes, good morning, Corporal Shamir. Observing her son, who was as glib as his father, Marilena felt a mixture of amusement and frustration, her serious expression unwavering. Her hair was tightly pulled back, lending her an air of strictness. MIAs, before I meet your teacher, I expect you to clarify matters in front of your father and me. The tone of her motherly authority remained somewhat tempered, yet MIAs dared not relax. However, upon catching a glimpse of his father's knowing glance, he felt a modicum of reassurance. The three of them took their seats at the dining table, facing their parents, who resembled inquisitors, compelling MIAs to sit up straight. Now tell me, did you use a snake to frighten your classmates? Marilena's face was stern. MIAs, without a hint of hesitation, replied, Yes, I did scare a foolish boy with a snow leopard. You must not give others nicknames. Ignoring MIA's choice of name for the little snake, Marilena sought to correct his phrasing. Meanwhile, Andrew interjected, regarding this matter, MIAs indeed acted inappropriately. But could there be extenuating circumstances? Seeing her husband's earnest expression, Marilena felt a surge of anger, but ultimately refrained from expressing it, for he spoke the truth. Grateful for his father's support, MIAs secretly gave him a thumbs up. Then you tell us, he challenged. Instantly adopting an indignant expression, MIAs retorted, You pick me up? Although feigned, the expression was rooted in genuine grievance. Next time, I shall sew the mouths of those who speak carelessly shut. Upon hearing this, the Shamir couple exchanged bewildered glances, each recognizing a hint of bitterness in the other's eyes. Do not heed their gossip, Marilena said, moving to sit beside MIAs, abandoning any pretense of disciplining a rebellious child. Regardless, your father and I are here, your brother is here, and this is your home. The only time the Shamir couple had struck their eldest son was when he had revealed the adoption papers in front of MIAs, an intimate secret they had wished to keep until death. I know, I'm not upset, MIAs mumbled, fiddling with the hem of his shirt. He possessed a sharper intellect than most, coupled with sporadic memories that allowed him to acutely perceive the attitudes of others towards him. This home is genuine and warm. I simply cannot abide him, which is why I wish to teach him a lesson. Seeing his father firmly standing by his side, Mia felt a surge of confidence. With a flick of his small hand, he declared, Next time someone dares to speak to me like that, I will shove a snow leopard into their trousers. Slap. Marilena shot a glare at her raucous husband, exclaiming, You never teach our son anything good. Regardless, using a snake to scare your classmates is simply wrong. When faced with such matters, you should always discuss them with your father, mother, or brother. Come on, you still need to meet your teacher. With a mournful expression, Mia pleaded, Must I really go? It's rather embarrassing to be summoned on the second day of school. Who says children are devoid of pride? I am destined to conquer the world with magic. You must go regardless. You need to learn to take responsibility for your actions. Mia, with his slender arms and legs, was hoisted out by his mother as though he were a small chick. In a final plea, he glanced at his father, but upon seeing his father's helpless gaze, Mia's heart sank. Thus, the great Dark Lord left behind a childhood marked by humiliation. Standing at the door, the sky was a vibrant blue, yet to Mia, it appeared a desolate gray. The wind whispered chillingly. With a sense of tragic determination, he thought, this journey may lead to my demise, but I, Mia, shall never yield. A brave warrior departs. Slap! Which fool littered this place? He angrily tore off the paper stuck to his face. In the next instant, he felt a thump on his head. No foul language allowed. What was that? Marilena discerned it was likely a letter. Mia, feeling wronged, glanced at what he held. But when he saw the emblem composed of a snake, lion, eagle, and badger on the envelope, his heart raced with joy. Who is it for? It must be for me. He suppressed his excitement, gazing repeatedly at the design and the eerily precise address. London, Kensington, 7, Filial Road. The middle room on the second floor, addressed to Mr. Mia Shamil. It could not be mistaken, apart from that magical school. No one could produce such an accurate envelope that mirrored his recollections. He had investigated, knowing that the work in his memory had been released in 1997. And since it was only 1991, this could not be a mere prank. Thus, the memories in his mind began to validate themselves. Magic, Parseltongue, and the real existence of 4, Hollahawk Road in Surrey. Now, his acceptance letter to Hogwarts had arrived, heralding his imminent entrance into the magical realm. Is it from a friend? Marilena asked, puzzled, for Mia seldom had friends. Mia pondered for a moment. To attend Hogwarts, he needed his parents' approval, and before that, he must inform them of the letter's existence. He handed the letter to his mother, indicating she could read it. Seeing Mia's willingness to share, Marilena accepted the letter. Hogwarts? She remarked, having never heard that name before. When she beheld the absurdly precise address, her brow furrowed even tighter. Do you know who sent this to you? Seeing her mother's serious expression, Mia hesitated to reveal the truth, for memories are indeed difficult to explain. The address appeared to be Hogwarts, a name unfamiliar to her. Andrew, you must take a look at this. Upon seeing his wife and child return, Andrew regarded the letter she handed him with a perplexed expression. He took the letter and remarked, examine the address. I truly hope this is merely a prank. Marilyn was apprehensive, and considering Andrew's unique position as the chief of police in London, the occurrence felt exceedingly bizarre. Andrew's countenance darkened swiftly and with an unprecedented sternness. He questioned Mia. Is this from your friend? Mia shook her head, somewhat dazed. This was troubling. The situation had begun to spiral beyond his control. Observing his father's grave demeanor, he wondered if he intended to dispatch a squad of officers to knock on Hogwarts' door. Chapter 3, Rubius Hagrid. Hogwarts? As he scrutinized the signature on the heavy parchment envelope, Andrew's expression shifted to one of contemplation, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. As the events unfolded in increasingly peculiar ways, Mia felt a sense of foreboding. If her parents misconstrued Hogwarts as a den of malevolent stalkers or human traffickers, not only would her aspirations of studying at Hogwarts be dashed, but the institution itself might attract the attention of London's police. Just as she prepared to elucidate the matter, a sudden knock at the door captured everyone's attention. Given the recent oddity, the unexpected knock seemed particularly suspicious. Although the chief of police in London did not wield the influence of national political leaders, Andrew's role in maintaining the capital's safety and ensuring the security of the monarchy granted him a notable presence. No one would dare approach unannounced. Thus, the three of them stared at the door in unison, refraining from making a move. It's me. Upon hearing that voice, the Shamil couple wore expressions of delight, while Mia merely pouted. How could he not recognize that voice? It belonged solely to his mischievous older brother, User Shamil, who excelled at bullying him and feigning innocence before their parents. The memories of past torment stirred a simmering anger within Mia. Although reluctant to admit it, throughout his life, the only one capable of outdoing him in the art of playful mischief was the nefarious User. Fortunately, since that rascal went off to university, he rarely stayed at home. Otherwise, his life would have remained perpetually dim. However, all this was about to change. Once he mastered magic at Hogwarts, User would be but a mere nuisance. Mia, open the door. The familiar voice called from outside. User, that scoundrel, only knew how to boss people around, always targeting those he deemed easy to bully. Mia, defiantly pouting. Turn her head away. I want to open it. You can stand out there? Who said that? I don't know. I certainly didn't say who it was. Gazing at her slyly smiling mother, Mia could not help but resent her own indiscretion. Why could she not simply have opened the door? After all, it was her respect for the elderly that compelled her actions. While half-heartedly completing her task, Mia suddenly felt a weight upon her head, followed by a firm hand pressing down. A familiar yet annoying voice echoed from above. Still no taller. What business is it of yours? I simply have yet to reach that stage of growth. Moments later, Mia sensed her face being pinched. It seems someone requested that I stand outside. Observing the serene smile of Yuza, Mia realized he was up to mischief. While Yuza continued to hold her face, she mumbled incoherently. Enough, don't bully your younger sister. You haven't made any progress at all. Andrew beckoned the two brothers to come over and sit. Look at this. He pushed an envelope across the table towards Yuza. Upon seeing the envelope, Yuza's brow furrowed slightly as he stole a glance at Mia. Initially brimming with indignation, Mia chose to remain silent. Without a hint of hesitation, Yuza opened the envelope and began to peruse its contents. So, Mia will also be attending that school? I have no objections, Yuza stated calmly, betraying no surprise at the revelation. Mia glanced at her elder brother with suspicion. His tone suggested he was aware of Hogwarts' existence, which puzzled her. Oh, Andrew appeared taken aback. We have no information about that place. Are you certain this matter is reliable? Father, your reaction seems rather off, Mia mused, feeling somewhat perplexed. According to her recollections, their household consisted solely of muggles, devoid of any magical abilities, and had little knowledge of the wizarding world. Her father and brother's reactions were entirely unexpected. What on earth are you two discussing? Marilena inquired, utterly bewildered. This matter must remain confidential, Andrew decided after a moment's contemplation. Both Marilena and Mia listened intently. At least in our country, besides us ordinary folks, there exists a group of individuals with peculiar abilities. They are rather enigmatic, and some of us are reluctant to engage with them. However, due to the long-standing cooperation and communication between our respective upper echelons, we have no choice. To prevent this peaceful coexistence from being disrupted by certain radicals on their side, they send individuals to protect the Prime Minister and the royal family. Thus, we maintain a cooperative relationship. However, I know virtually nothing about their circumstances. At this revelation, Mia was struck with understanding. It all began to make sense. Perhaps it was a good thing, as it spared her the need to explain. Yet, how irritating it was that they were all aware while keeping her in the dark. Sensing Mia's unease, Yuza ruffled her hair. The reason we didn't inform you is that we possess little useful information ourselves, and this matter is indeed confidential. Furthermore, I was uncertain whether that school would even accept you. Mia grumbled as she pushed Yuza's hand away, begrudgingly accepting his explanation. With my abilities, how could they possibly not recruit me? Upon finishing her sentence, Mia effortlessly made the plates on the table levitate with a mere thought. This astonishing spectacle, however, did not elicit any surprise from the Shamir family. Mia, with a slight lift of her chin, thought to herself, of course, I practice regularly. She had never concealed her magical prowess from her family. After all, as her parents had mentioned, she had exhibited extraordinary abilities since infancy. Even before she grasped the concept of addition. Initially taken aback, her family gradually became accustomed to her gifts, tacitly aiding her in keeping this secret. In truth, for Mr. and Mrs. Shamir, Mia's remarkable talents only deepened their affection for her. Just as Mia was enthusiastically showcasing her magic, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the moment. Everyone in the Shamir household was present, and it was curious who would arrive unannounced. As Mr. and Mrs. Shamir exchanged glances, Yuza announced, "It must be a professor from Hogwarts," the letter states. "To further facilitate your understanding of our school, a professor will be dispatched for your reception. We apologize for the abrupt visit." Which professor could it be? Mia's mind raced, as she was somewhat familiar with the current faculty at Hogwarts. Surely the headmaster wouldn't come. The remaining professors were those she had read about in various works. She was particularly eager to meet Professor Severus Snape. Was he truly as bat-like as rumored? This time, Yuza did not enlist Mia's assistance. He approached the door himself. When it swung open, the occupants of the room nearly rose to their feet, with the exception of Mia. The Shamir couple appeared astonished. How could anyone be so colossal? Meanwhile, Mia was taken aback to discover it was Hagrid. Wasn't he supposed to be in Surrey to fetch Harry Potter? Furthermore, he was indeed remarkably tall. Yuza, standing closest, felt the brunt of the surprise. Had he not managed to suppress his astonishment, anyone would have been startled by the imposing figure that almost filled the doorway. "Good day." "Oh, I apologize," Hagrid said, bending down with great effort to allow the occupants to see his face. "I am Rubius Hagrid, sent by Hogwarts. This is the Shamir residence, correct?" "Yes, please come in, Professor," they replied. Hagrid appeared somewhat flustered. No, I am not a professor. I am merely the keeper of keys and grounds." He was somewhat taken aback by this family. Rather than displaying exaggerated surprise, spoke quite amiably, though the doorframe was a tad small. Observing the doorframe emitting distressed creaks, Andrew couldn't help but wince. Looking at the giant, Andrew glanced at his own belly and thought, well, I'm not the largest. My sincerest apologies for nearly damaging your doorframe, Hagrid said, feeling quite embarrassed. I am here specifically to escort Mr. Mia Shamir. His tiny, beetle-like eyes swiftly located the youngest. I presume you have received your acceptance letter? He endeavored to appear more amiable. Mia raised the acceptance letter in her hand and replied, Indeed, I have received it. He had been scrutinizing the figure from his memories, which bore an almost uncanny resemblance to the description. Simple-minded, one could tell he harbored no ill intentions. How splendid! Hagrid marveled at the exceptional upbringing of his family. Even such a young child remained remarkably composed. As everyone took their seats, Hagrid occupied 3 chairs by himself. Ahem, it is rather difficult to accept, but this is quite normal. Many Muggle parents react similarly upon discovering their child is a wizard for the first time. With that, Hagrid anxiously awaited the reaction of the Shamir family. He had never before been tasked with welcoming students, and this time it was Professor Dumbledore himself who had entrusted him with a very significant duty. He simply could not afford to fail. However, their response was somewhat tepid. The Shamir family members fixed their gazes on Hagrid, each one more composed than the last. If you didn't quite understand, it means your child is a wizard and possesses magic. Indeed, magic, that kind of magic. Hagrid's voice diminished with each word as he observed the complete lack of reaction from the individuals before him, leaving him feeling inexplicably uneasy. Is this truly how it is? As Hagrid grew increasingly uncomfortable, Mia interjected. She waved her hand gently over the silk flower on the table, and a pink silk blossom silently ignited into an orange flame. Oh, Merlin's beard. The sudden appearance of the flame caused Hagrid's eyes to widen, his beard quivering slightly. This cannot be good. The fire began to grow, and in a flurry, Hagrid scrambled for his pink umbrella, which he had somehow misplaced. Hagrid stood frozen in astonishment. Is this how young wizards behave nowadays? No, that cannot be right. First-year student from previous years could barely manage a levitation charm. His gaze towards Mia grew peculiar, regarding matters of magic. Although they were previously unaware of any magical schools, they were all aware of Mia's unique abilities. Andrew attempted to mediate the situation. Mia nodded. However, that particular feat was not something he was inherently capable of. His memory was a significant advantage. He had consciously trained his skills from a young age, though he could not cast spells exactly as they appeared in his memories. Mia was confident that with a complete incantation and wand, he could indeed perform certain spells. This left Hagrid utterly bewildered, initially worried that the family might be frightened by the magic. He found them to be far more composed than those who had experienced the Second World War. So, what shall we prepare next? After some contemplation, Hagrid concluded that they needed to gather the supplies on the list and head to Diagon Alley. Chapter 4. Gringotts. As parents, the Shamir couple believed Mia required their accompaniment. However, after Mia's strong insistence and Hagrid's assurance, they agreed to allow him to accompany Mia to Diagon Alley alone. Mia had his own plans. After all, if he remained under his family's watchful eye, he would have no room for any thoughts of his own, particularly as he wished to maintain the facade of being a well-behaved child in front of his family. Since receiving the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, Mia has firmly believed that the memories in his mind are indeed real, which is why he's been diligently studying the concept of memory. Through his research, he has come to understand that the magical world can be broadly categorized into 3 types of magic: ordinary magic, white magic, curses, and the immensely destructive dark magic, which is often regarded as evil. Mia has no desire to confine his powers in the way that certain elderly individuals, perpetually scheming against others, do. To suppress one's own gifts is foolishness, and to disregard one's strength is to willingly descend into mediocrity. The distinctions between white wizards and dark wizards hold no significance for Mia. Notions of good and evil are merely subjective judgments made by others. Sometimes, being hailed as just can merely ensnare one within a prison woven by the words of others. He intends to pursue his desires, to protect those he cherishes, without concern for the opinions of others, for magic will elucidate all. Thus, studying dark magic is imperative. Mia realizes that, given his current age and status, he faces considerable obstacles in acquiring dark magic. However, an opportunity has presented itself before him. In his memories, there seems to be a place called Nocturne Alley. Accompanied by Hagrid, as they stepped onto the street, Mia found himself enveloped in Hagrid's enormous shadow. How we get to Diagon Alley? Please, grant me a little magical astonishment. A flying broomstick? The fireplace? Or Hagrid's luxurious jet-powered tricycle? Every detail from his recollections filled Mia with anticipation. Hagrid's thick beard allowed only his two dark eyes to be visible, and he had to bend down to let Mia see his face. Do not worry. Every newly admitted young wizard will experience the wonders of magic, Hagrid declared earnestly. Approximately an hour later, amidst the peculiar gazes of passers-by, Hagrid sheepishly remarked, "I apologize, but there is indeed no way around this. We are bound by regulations that prevent us from using magic in front of muggles. Particularly, you must remember that underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside school. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic will come knocking, and you could even be expelled from Hogwarts." Hagrid's words caused a heaviness to settle in Mia's heart, for indeed, such regulations existed in his memories. If that were the case, wouldn't he be unable to excel during the holidays? Without the use of magic, how could he possibly succeed? He is not a savior like Harry Potter. If he breaks the rules, no one will come to his rescue. This certainly poses a dilemma. Following Hagrid, Mia traversed several streets before Hagrid pointed with his finger. "We must enter from there. Do not worry. Although it is a pub, most young wizards must pass through there to get to Diagon Alley." Following the direction of Hagrid's finger, Mia beheld a pub, its black, dilapidated decor making it stand out starkly among the surrounding shops. A copper sign hung askew over the door, bearing the name The Leaky Cauldron. Such a conspicuous establishment did not attract the attention of the bustling crowd. As if it were invisible. "Muggles won't venture in. Only wizards can see it," Hagrid kindly explained. Upon entering the bar, the brightness was cast aside, and a dim, yellowish haze enveloped the surroundings. The overwhelming scent of alcohol mingled with a musty odor assaulted Maya's senses, prompting her to scrunch her nose in discomfort. "Hello, Tom." Hagrid's deep voice drew the attention of the bald bartender. "Ah, Hagrid, would you care for a drink?" he inquired. "Not today," Hagrid replied, gently patting Maya's head with his large hand. "I have brought a new student." With little time for pleasantries, Maya followed Hagrid to the rear of the bar, where a red brick wall loomed before them. Hagrid produced his pink umbrella and tapped it against the wall in a specific sequence. Counting upward 3 bricks, then sideways 3, Maya mentally matched the pattern to her memory. As Hagrid completed the taps, the wall emitted a creaking sound, and the moss-covered bricks seemed to writhe, as if alive. "Is it your wand?" Maya asked, eyeing Hagrid's pink umbrella. "Oh no, this is not a wand. It is merely an umbrella. Just an umbrella," he insisted, his eagerness to clarify eliciting a slight smirk from Maya, who remained non-committal. As the bricks receded, a brand new world unfurled before them like a painted canvas. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." At that moment, Maya found herself momentarily entranced. The scene was utterly unlike anything in London. The narrow streets were lined with shops of bizarre and whimsical architecture, brimming with absurd yet tangible wonders. The crowd bustled, and the eclectic styles of dress were a feast for the eyes. "We must first visit Gringotts. It is there that you can exchange for wizarding currency." Following Hagrid's direction, Maya immediately spotted a crooked, pure white edifice. As they passed by the scarlet-clad goblin guards and a sign warning against thieves, they entered Gringotts. The goblins seated upon high platforms barely afforded a glance to those who entered. "They are goblins, not to be trifled with, quite cunning," Hagrid whispered cautiously to Maya. Noting Hagrid's self-important whisper, Maya caught the goblin's scrutinizing gazes and maintained a stern expression, pointing at Hagrid. "It's him, not me," she asserted. "Hogwarts first year, here to exchange currency." Upon Hagrid's call, the goblin in charge of the exchange finally adjusted his spectacles and peered at them after a considerable delay. "Where's the money?" The voice that oozed from the goblin's lips was distinctly unpleasant to Maya's ears. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved several neatly folded pound notes from her pocket, her face reflecting her reluctance. Observing the money in Maya's hand, the goblin curled his lip in disdain, a small gesture betraying his profound contempt. "Is this all you have?" Despite her irritation, Maya reluctantly pulled out her bank card, a requirement insisted upon by her parents. The absurdity of using a bank card in the wizarding world was not lost on her. To her astonishment, the goblin slowly produced a card reader. Even more ridiculous. 100 galleons, thank you for your patronage." Listening to the goblin's monotonous tone, Maya inquired, "What's the exchange rate again? Do you really require a card for 500 pounds? You got to be kidding me." Before Mia could finish her scolding, Hagrid awkwardly led her out of Gringotts. Observing Mia's continuing tirade, Hagrid wiped the sweat from his brow. This child, while seemingly pleasant, certainly had a temper, and her lack of decorum was quite alarming. "We can go now." Before Hagrid could complete his thought, Mia hastily stuffed the money pouch into her pocket, eager to purchase her wand. Chapter 5. Ollivander's Wand Shop. Hagrid was genuinely concerned that this young girl, in her fervor to buy a wand, might return to Gringotts in a fit of rage. Although she was merely 11, he sensed that she was capable of causing some truly alarming chaos. He recalled the flower that Mia had ignited with her bare hands. Throughout their journey, Mia remained sullen until they arrived at a shop named Ollivander's Wand Shop, where her eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. The faded doorframe and the old wand resting on a purple cushion were a testament to the shop's esteemed reputation. Established in 382 BC, it was renowned for crafting exquisite wands. The gilded inscriptions above added an air of gravitas to the venerable establishment. Before entering, Hagrid carefully concealed his umbrella within the folds of his ample cloak. As he opened the door, the bell chimed, and a previous customer brushed past Mia, clutching their beloved wand. "What kind of wand will I possess?" Mia mused. According to her recollections, a wand comprises a shaft and a core, and each unique combination endows the wand with distinct characteristics. After practicing some basic spells, she speculated that the wand's purpose was to enhance the concentration of magical energy. If it were a wand of elder wood, it might even amplify her power. Yet, she dismissed the thought of the elder wand for the time being. She had no desire to provoke that formidable old man, preferring to wait until he was no longer concerned. The proprietor of the wand shop, Mr. Ollivander, seemed to believe that wands chose their wizards, which piqued Mia's curiosity. What kind of wand would select her? Harry Potter's wand was a brother to Voldemort's. What would hers be? Her mysterious lineage intrigued her. "You resemble someone," an aged voice, akin to a bowstring tautening, startled Mia from a reverie. She looked around bewildered, and pointed to herself. "Me? Who do I resemble?" Before her stood an elderly man with silver hair, his face etched with age. Yet his strange gray eyes shone with an unsettling brilliance. Ollivander regarded the child before him, and unwelcome memories flickered in his mind like pages of a book left ajar. Noticing Ollivander's increasingly grave expression, Hagrid felt a sense of confusion, dismissing it as yet another of the old man's eccentricities. "Ahem, this new student requires a wand." Hagrid's deep voice shattered the tense silence. Mia felt uncomfortable under Ollivander's peculiar gaze. Was everyone in this magical world so inexplicably odd? If her memory served her correctly, this old man should have been encountering her for the first time, or had he simply lost his wits? "Apologies for my rudeness. May I kindly ask you to raise your hand?" Mia noticed a self-moving measuring tape appear beside him. "Are you preparing to measure my physical data?" Mia inquired. "Indeed." Mia mused silently, as expected. "However, do I not grow every year? What purpose does this serve?" As he voiced his confusion, he complied with Ollivander's instructions. Ollivander had performed this task numerous times, executing it as effortlessly as one would partake in a meal. Certainly, he did not lift his gaze, as if discussing a matter of little significance. Every imaginative wand maker possesses unique habits. These quirks may not necessarily prove useful, much like the children who every year believe I am merely being enigmatic. For wands and clients alike, such practices are not essential, yet they assist me in entering a productive state. That is one of their functions. Mia nodded thoughtfully. "What else?" Ollivander glanced at Mia, stating, at least from my perspective, "A wizard's physique influences their magical inclinations. For instance, those with well-built limbs tend to favor aggressive spells. They can be somewhat combative. Thus I must select equally assertive wands for them. Conversely, some wizards are slender. They may excel in transfiguration. So, I would choose a wand of supple material, suited for casting transfiguration spells. These are merely my peculiarities, without significant weight. Simply listen and do not take them to heart." After a moment of contemplation, Mia solemnly nodded when Ollivander indicated that the measurement was complete, saying, "I understand. Thank you for sharing this with me." "Very well." Ollivander managed a somewhat stiff smile before turning and disappearing into the towering piles of wands. Hagrid, bewildered, observed Mia with curiosity, wondering how this young lad could engage in such conversation with the old charlatan Ollivander. The moniker charlatan was often used by certain wizards in private discourse about Ollivander, as he had a penchant for theatrics. For instance, he would invariably remark, "I remember the wands of you and your parents, as if all had transpired yesterday." Mia had no intention of opposing him, nor did he harbor any disdain for Ollivander. Memory reminded him that this wand master, even sought by Voldemort, possessed genuine knowledge. Pride is acceptable, but it becomes foolish to exhibit it in the presence of those who surpass oneself, especially when one has yet to mature. No matter how formidable one's talent, growth necessitates learning. To seize the opportunity to learn, one must first survive. The words of such a master were, at least in Mia's eyes, invaluable. Naturally, Gringotts must be brought to ruin. Ruby is Hagrid, oak, 16 inches with a core of giant nerve, remarkably pliable. You came to purchase a wand at the age of 11, yet you were already taller than I. It all feels as if it occurred yesterday. I later heard that wand had been broken. In my opinion, the Ministry of Magic need not impose punishment by destroying the creations of wand makers. The remnants of the wand were lost? Ah, yes. Hagrid felt reluctant to meet Ollivander's gaze, those gray eyes piercing through him. Ollivander, however, did not press further, merely casting a glance at the wand nestled in Hagrid's arms. Here, give this a try, he said, presenting a wand made of ebony, strung with dragon heartstring, measuring 11 inches. Mia took the elegantly simple black wand into his hands, and as he did, a chilling sensation enveloped his palm. He sensed distinctly that his magical essence could effortlessly flow through this wand. Shall I give it a wave? Mia hesitated, anxious about possibly damaging it. Ollivander smiled reassuringly. Fear not. An 11-year-old wizard cannot cause significant harm, even with a wand in hand. Mia shrugged, moderating his strength, and cautiously attempted to channel his magic through the wand. Lacking formal knowledge of spells, he merely sought to levitate the box on the table. Upon using the wand, he experienced an unmistakable clarity. Casting magic felt remarkably easier, as if he were achieving feats that previously demanded far greater exertion. Moreover, his control over his own power became exquisitely precise, like errant lightning converging upon a lightning rod. Drawn together, immersed in this exhilarating sensation, Ollivander's expression shifted from surprise to astonishment. Suddenly, a sense of resistance surged from the wand, as if it were repelling him. Sensing the anomaly, Mia raised an eyebrow, refusing to yield, concentrating fiercely to subdue it, akin to taming a wild stallion. The wand's defiance intensified, and so did Mia's determination. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. He was determined to conquer this wand. Ollivander's expression morphed from astonishment to alarm. Stop! Please stop! The wand slipped from Mia's grasp, abruptly ending the struggle. Confused, Mia looked toward Ollivander, still yearning for more. Ollivander cradled the wand protectively. Did you just attempt to forcibly dominate this wand? Well, what of it? Ollivander, resembling a startled old rabbit, exclaimed, That was rather rude. This wand is not suited for you. Without waiting for Mia's response, he retreated into the shelves, clutching the wand. Let's try this one instead. Excuse me, may I inquire about your parents? Ollivander's voice faltered, his bright eyes clouding with uncertainty as he began to question himself. The Shamil couple is indeed Muggle, Hagrid interjected, though he refrained from further questioning. The confusion in Ollivander's eyes remained palpable. You, with a snake's nerve, 12 inches. This attempt proved irresistible, and soon the floor was littered with boxes, forming a small mountain. Mia had lost count of how many wands he had tried. What manner of creature is this boy? To control magic with such precision at 11 years old, and to assert dominance over a wand. This was utterly absurd. In his extensive experience, such occurrences seemed preposterous. Boss, how much longer will this take? Mia asked, growing impatient. Prompted by his urgency, Ollivander reluctantly delved deeper into the shop. This time, he took longer to return, finally emerging with a box in hand. The wand within that box resembled a branch plucked directly from a tree. Snakewood, the very essence of which I seldom employ, not only poses challenges in terms of crafting, but is also deeply entwined with ancient bloodlines. The core of the wand comprises the venomous fang from the head of a basilisk, measuring 11.5 inches. With a moderately firm texture and an exceptionally discerning nature, it appears to recognize only a specific kind of individual. Once it grants its approval, it becomes the most loyal companion, whether in the arts of light or dark magic. However, I cannot take pride in this particular creation. Ollivander handed the wand to Mia. Upon grasping it, Mia felt no extraordinary sensation, as if it were merely an extension of her own body. Ollivander's demeanor shifted, hinting that the wand had acknowledged her. Yet, it still seemed not to be the wand most suited to her. Observing Mia's wide-eyed expression, Ollivander hurriedly added, at the very least, it is the wand that aligns best with you for now. Your parents, well, 7 galleons, thank you for your patronage. Chapter 6, Tom. With Hagrid, who had just awakened from a brief nap, Mia stepped out of Ollivander's wand shop. The peculiar behavior of Ollivander weighed heavily on Mia's mind. The esteemed wand maker seemed genuinely invested in her lineage. To be candid, Mia felt conflicted. Certainly, she was not entirely ignorant of her heritage. The memories within her mind resembled a treasure trove, offering threadbare hints about her origins. The clues had always been conspicuous, an extraordinary magical aptitude and the rare ability to speak Parseltongue. The visage of her biological father suddenly crystallized in her mind, a noseless, egg-shaped figure. Fate is indeed wondrous, Mia mused, pondering the bizarre theatricality of destiny. Although there was no direct evidence akin to a paternity test to substantiate her suspicions. Parseltongue was hardly as ubiquitous in a magical realm as red hair. Aside from Harry Potter, who bore the remnants of Voldemort's soul, only the descendants of Slytherin possessed such a gift. To think that the Dark Lord, who once nearly plunged the entirety of the British magical community into darkness, could be her father, that would be an utterly incomprehensible notion for anyone else. Yet for Mia, it elicited a mere sense of intrigue. She cared little for the identity of her biological father. Her only perplexity lay in the fact that the Voldemort of her memories should not have left any progeny behind. Could memories themselves be flawed? The recollections of this world could be broadly categorized into cinematic and literary interpretations. While differences existed between the two, they were not substantial enough to suddenly introduce a child into Voldemort's narrative. Thus, the accuracy of her memories was called into question. The reality of her lineage remained shrouded in mystery. What next? As Hagrid, still groggy from his nap during Mia's wand trial, instinctively began to inquire about this rather opinionated young girl, Mia suggested, "Let us go buy a pet. I recall the list mentioned the option of having one." She pulled out the itemized list that accompanied her letter. "Yes, we need to gather everything on the list," Hagrid agreed. Mia pondered to herself. Surely, it encompasses more than merely the items listed. Under Hagrid's guidance, the two arrived at the pet shop, a veritable haven for children, second only to the confectionery and broomstick emporiums. The entrance was incessantly filled with the calls of owls, yet Mia ventured straight into the depths of the shop. As if guided by an innate sense, she navigated directly to the darkest recesses of the store, where fewer patrons lingered. Only a handful of curious yet timid souls peering around. This area housed reptiles and serpents, cold-blooded creatures that elicited a sense of trepidation. Upon Mia's arrival, the lethargic snakes beneath the warmth of their lamps lifted their heads in unison, as if recognizing an old acquaintance. Observing the small serpents that greeted her with friendly flicks of their tongues, Mia felt as though she had encountered the most cherished of friends. She parted her lips slightly, emitting an unintelligible hissing sound. Their silent communion came to a halt just before Hagrid approached. "Frankly, I would recommend you acquire an owl. It could at least assist you in delivering messages," Hagrid remarked, coming to a halt beside Mia. He appeared somewhat distracted, mumbling under his breath, "Snakes are rather foolish." Not charming in the least. Ignoring Hagrid's murmurs, Mia contemplated her remaining funds. She indeed yearned to purchase another small snake as a companion. Yet she also deemed it essential to have an owl dedicated solely to her. However, acquiring both would likely exceed her budget. Just as Mia was about to voice her thoughts, a commotion erupted nearby, caused by a group of red-haired boys. The shriek emanated from one boy, whose hair seemed to stand on end. "Apologies. Apologies," a hastily arriving shop assistant exclaimed, scooping several palm-sized spiders from the floor and hastily tossing them into a cage. "I truly apologize for the escape. These spiders have been particularly restless lately." The assistant endeavored to calm the shrieking boy. "Woe is me. It's all your fault for coming here. Fred, George, you've done this to me again." The other two identical red-haired boys laughed uncontrollably. Have we just encountered characters from a narrative? Mia recognized them as the Weasley brothers. "Let us select an owl," Mia called to Hagrid, not sparing the trio another glance. She held no interest in them. Even though they were intertwined with the storyline, it mattered not to her. As she departed the reptile section, she caught sight of a small, motionless snake tucked away in a corner. Ultimately, Mia exited the pet shop with a sleek black owl in her possession. "Next, we shall procure our school uniforms. We must head to Madame Malkin's," Hagrid mentioned. However, he soon realized that Mia had disregarded his words entirely. Instead engrossed in playfully handling a small snake in her hand, Mia gently concealed the little serpent within her palm with her other hand, asserting that it was her decision to keep it unrelated to anyone else. Despite her insistence, Hagrid remained unconvinced by her claims. "Do not speak nonsense. We must return this snake. Hogwarts does not condone theft." Hagrid, recognizing the sharpness of his words, immediately softened his gaze towards Mia. Mia gently caressed the small protrusion on the head of the little snake with her finger, suddenly breaking into a smile. "I was just teasing you. I brought this from home. In fact, I have several snakes at home. If you don't believe me, just ask my parents." With an innocent gaze, Mia looked directly at Hagrid, leaving no room for doubt about her honesty. Well, Hagrid had indeed heard the Charmel couple mention it before, yet he still felt something was amiss. "You'd better keep it safe, lest it escapes. By the way, what is its name?" Mia, absorbed in fondling the little snake in her palm, suddenly revealed a mischievous grin. "His name is Tom. Perhaps we should put, Tom away then. We must head to Madame Mook's. With great care, Mia cradled the little snake in her hands, her eyes catching sight of a corner. What's south that place? Nocturne Alley? She asked, pointing with her chin. Hagrid immediately adopted a serious demeanor. That is not a good place. It is filled with wizards of dubious character, none of whom could be deemed virtuous. The shops, there tend to sell peculiar items related to dark magic or curses. I shouldn't be telling you this, but in short, young wizards must not venture there. Seeing Hagrid's earnest expression, Mia shrugged and replied, I was merely curious. I have no intention of going. Hagrid felt relieved that Mia heeded his advice. Just as he was about to nod in approval, he noticed Mia hastily looking down. Oh no, Tom has escaped. Where? Hagrid quickly bent down to assist in the search. Mia, with a worried expression, pointed, I saw him going that way. Hagrid followed her gesture and spotted a black sign that read, Nocturne Alley. Before Hagrid could react, Mia darted off in pursuit. Watching her swiftly weave through the crowd, Hagrid muttered, Merlin's trousers, and squeezed through the throng to catch up. As Mia entered the alley marked with the sign for Nocturne Alley, a stench of decay enveloped her, starkly contrasting with the vibrant atmosphere of Diagon Alley. The narrow, dimly lit path was uninviting, causing her to feel an aversion to the place. The ground was damp, and the square tiles, long neglected, were loose and crumbling, covered in a thick layer of grime. Sunlight scarcely penetrated here, as if the place were designed for wizards to conduct their unsavory dealings in secrecy. Mia hesitated to proceed recklessly. Her aim was to enter Nocturne Alley, not to abandon Hagrid to navigate this perilous environment alone. As an 11-year-old child, and adorably so, she understood that venturing solo in such a dangerous locale was tantamount to courting disaster. Hagrid's massive frame struggled to navigate the constricted entrance, and as he neared Mia, she spotted something ahead. Hagrid, I see, Tom. He asked right up ahead. While beckoning Hagrid, Mia began to survey the surrounding shops. She sought books detailing dark magic, items that would most likely be found in a bookstore or a secondhand shop. The nearby establishments primarily peddled peculiar trinkets with special effects, and judging by their tightly shut doors, they likely harbored no benevolent intentions. Hey, you ought not to run any longer. Hagrid, having freed himself from the confines of Nocturne Alley, swiftly caught up with Mia's short legs and grasped her by the scruff of her neck. His irritation was palpable. This task of escorting the new students was entrusted to him personally by Dumbledore, and he had no desire to cause any mishap that might disappoint the esteemed headmaster. He could not bear the thought of a Hogwarts freshman coming to harm under his watch. With her fate firmly in his grasp, Mia relinquished her struggle. We must leave this place at once, she exclaimed. But Tom hasn't been found yet. I saw him heading ahead. Mia feigned a pitiful demeanor, her large, sparkling eyes pleading with Hagrid. What if Tom harmed someone, or worse, is harmed himself? Oh dear. Moments later, Hagrid guided Mia through the dimly lit Nocturne Alley. Observing the swift change in Mia's demeanor, he felt a headache brewing. It seemed he had been led around like a puppet all day. The alley was sparsely populated, with figures cloaked in somber black robes, their heads downcast, rendering their features indiscernible. Others appeared disheveled, their erratic gazes suggesting a touch of madness, as if magic had played tricks on their minds. Merlin above, grant me a sturdy man, at the entrance of a dilapidated cottage, a ragged which was fervently praying, her hands clasped together and murmuring incessantly. When she looked up, the wrinkles on her face and the mole at the corner of her mouth caused Mia to frown in distaste. This was hardly a place for the sane. Tom went inside there. Mia pointed toward a shop adorned with a large display window. The establishment appeared sizable. Perhaps it contained the items she sought. However, Hagrid frowned. Borgin and Burke's was somewhat sinister. The shop often dealt in illicit dark artifacts, attracting the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic. Yet, it was evident that the Ministry officials were remiss in their duties. But Tom is inside, Mia insisted. Unable to resist her determination, Hagrid reluctantly led her into the shop. He nearly wished to tuck her away in his cloak, like an umbrella. Once we enter, do not touch anything haphazardly. Be wary of curses. He cautioned in a hushed tone as Mia surveyed the shop's contents. To be frank, it resembled more of a cluttered storeroom than a legitimate shop. The items were in disarray, with only a few appearing to have been labeled by the shopkeepers at sudden recollection. Mold and dust permeated the air, with the counter starkly bare. The proprietor seemed indifferent to the state of business. The merchandise was an eclectic mix, bizarre shapes and forms causing Mia to gasp in astonishment. There were peculiar eyes that followed one around, blood-stained playing cards, and an ornate, archaic necklace that looked entirely out of place. Additionally, a human hand bone stood upright on the display, and upon closer inspection, Mia noted the label, the Hand of Glory. A candle could be placed upon it, casting light solely for the bearer of this hand. A useful tool for thieves and robbers indeed. A rather sinister voice suddenly emerged from the darkness, followed by the hunched figure of a bald man who approached with a peculiar laugh. In the dim light, Mia could discern the greasy strands of hair clinging to his face, and when he spoke, the yellowed filth on his teeth became apparent. "We are not here to play the part of thieves," Hagrid muttered, subtly positioning Mia behind him. Were it not for Mia's presence, he would not have felt intimidated by the man before them. As the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, he frequently ventured into Nocturne Alley to procure supplies for the maintenance of the castle and its gardens. "A pet snake of ours has wandered into this place, and we merely wish to retrieve it." The man known as Bork rolled his murky eyes. "Ah, speaking of which, I just received a new batch of little reptiles for sale. Who has to say whether the items in my shop belong to you or to me?" Upon hearing this, Mia's expression shifted. This man was certainly up to no good, attempting to exploit them. "Enough with the nonsense. We simply want our snake," Hagrid insisted, his demeanor growing increasingly tense. At the mention of Dumbledore, Bork's face twitched. "I'm merely a businessman. There's no trouble here, is there? However, I must safeguard my humble establishment." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Mia felt a spark of inspiration and interjected, "I truly appreciate your hospitality, Mr. Bork, and we would be delighted to patronize your establishment." Hagrid was about to signal her to remain silent when Bork, with an air of smugness, replied, "What a clever first year you are. What can I get for you?" Mia's mind raced. She was tempted to acquire a book on dark magic, but Hagrid was right beside her. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, she spotted a small, tattered bag in the corner of the shop. If she couldn't make a purchase, her priority was to extricate herself from the situation. "What is that?" Mia pointed. Bork squinted as he rummaged through the corner until he finally retrieved the bag she indicated. "Ah, this? Your discerning eye is commendable. This is a no-trace expanding bag. Though it may appear small enough to fit in the palm of your hand, it can hold several human heads. The nobility adore it." Mia internally rolled her eyes at Bork's sinister demeanor. She observed as he attempted to fit a box much larger than the bag into it, only to pull it out again, an occurrence that would surely be deemed extraordinary in the Muggle world. Her eyes lit up, but she quickly quelled her excitement. This merchant was undoubtedly attempting to overcharge her. As anticipated, Bork's greasy voice declared, "This is a fine item, worth 20 galleons. Very well, it's a deal. Here's your money." Bork suddenly widened his eyes. "Wait, you're not going to haggle? 20 galleons is no small sum. I merely stated that price off the cuff." Hagrid was equally astonished, murmuring, "He is trying to fleece you. It's not worth that at all." Yet, Mia resolutely produced 20 galleons and, on tiptoe, slapped the coins onto the table with a resounding thud. "Take your money. The bag is mine." This nearly left Bork in disarray. In this day and age, how could one feel as though they were being fleeced while attempting to fleece others? Who indeed is deceiving whom? Weighing the cloth bag in his hands, Mia felt a pang of regret, yet deemed it worthwhile. After all, what use is money if it is merely hoarded? It is only when spent that it truly counts. For Mia, a bag that defies the constraints of size and weight is invaluable. With that thought, he decided to take his pet snake along. Before Mia could finish his sentence, a cacophony erupted as a pile of items tumbled to the ground nearby. The cramped shop was immediately engulfed in dust, reducing visibility in the already dim space. The others coughed, choked by the dust and mildew. Seizing the moment of chaos, Mia quickly crouched down and began to rummage. In the blink of an eye, he grasped a small snake and exclaimed, "I found my pet. No need to trouble Boss Bork any further." Seeing that it was merely a small, dark snake with a somewhat muted hue, Bork pinched his nose and waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. Upon exiting Bork's shop, Mia weighed the cloth bag in his hands, unable to suppress a grin. "You've done well, little one," he whispered playfully to Tom, who affectionately nudged Mia's finger in response. Unable to resist, he slightly opened the bag to peek inside, revealing a few books and a human bone. He chuckled with satisfaction. A small trickster like him would not allow anyone to take advantage of him. These borrowed books and the glorious hand were his minor retribution against the swindler. Now, they needed to depart swiftly. As long as they left the overturned alley, Bork would not dare to pursue them. Dark magical artifacts were indeed prohibited, and if discovered, he could simply set them ablaze. Who could tell which pile of ash belonged to the contraband? Suddenly, Mia felt something amiss. Puzzled, he turned the bag around, only to find a small tear at the bottom, which darkened his expression. Indeed, a swindler remains a swindler. Inside the shop, Bork waved his hand, causing the scattered items on the floor to return to their places. A mere glance made Bach's lips twitch, and he erupted into a tirade. Damn, that little rascal. That cunning thief. As he instinctively began to pursue the missing glorious hand on the counter, his form flickered and became ethereal. Just as he was about to execute his illusionary teleportation, he halted abruptly. He silently began counting the books, and moments later, a knowing smile crept across his face. So, they managed to steal that as well? How fortuitous, he mused with a chuckle. Chapter 8. Treasures. After an exhaustive shopping spree, the two weary souls decided to take a breather at the Broken Cauldron Tavern. Mia savored a sip of creamy orange juice, delighting in the feast courtesy of Hagrid. He patted his bulging satchel, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This haul was indeed bountiful. Splendid. I have flawlessly completed my task of welcoming the new arrival. Hagrid slammed his empty cup onto the table, and his round eyes sparkled with delight. By the way, do you only take one new arrival each time you venture out? Mia inquired, taking another sip of his juice. He recalled that Harry Potter also started his schooling this year, and was similarly escorted by Hagrid. Hagrid, brushing his thick beard, did not finish his thought. He patted his chest, stating that aside from welcoming new students, Dumbledore had entrusted him with a significant task. However, as his voice dwindled, his small eyes suddenly widened in alarm. Merlin, he nearly let something slip. This was a closely guarded secret. Fortunately, his quick reflexes and sharp memory saved him. Hagrid, patting his chest with a look of relief, truly exemplified the reputation he had earned growing up on the truth serum. Meanwhile, Mia stifled a laugh. Initially, he had thought that Hagrid had forgotten to collect Harry. According to his recollection, after retrieving Harry, Hagrid had followed Dumbledore as secret orders to Gringotts to procure the legendary Philosopher's Stone, which Voldemort coveted. From Hagrid's earlier display, it seemed that the stone was likely in his possession. Confident in his deductions, Mia rewarded himself with a sip of sweet, creamy orange juice. Suddenly, a loud sound caused the patrons of the pub to turn and stare. Mia found himself momentarily stunned at the juice he had splattered across the table. Glancing over, he observed Hagrid standing abruptly, his face displaying a look of confusion. What are you doing? Is something wrong? Hagrid slowly shook his head in panic. Trouble had arisen again. Mia pondered, You haven't forgotten to collect the other new students, have you? Hagrid nodded slowly in affirmation. Truly, he was Hagrid. Do not worry. There's still many days until the school year begins. You won't miss anything, Mia reassured him kindly. Hagrid, rubbing his temples in distress, replied, You are right. I must send a letter to Harry immediately. He will surely be surprised. Did you only intend to pick us up? Yes, Hagrid nodded, unaware of any discrepancies. Mia glanced out the window, noticing the darkening sky. Typically, postmen delivered letters only in the morning. Wizards used owls for correspondence. Hagrid rummaged through his belongings. Letters sent outside the designated time from unknown origins are generally deemed unreliable, aren't they? Mia nonchalantly finished the last of his creamy orange juice. Hagrid's movements slowed as he reflected. That does seem reasonable. I've heard the Dursleys are rather peculiar. Thank you for the reminder, Mia. It seems I must stay here for the night and send the letter tomorrow. I wish you luck, Mia replied, a slight smile curving his lips. This was a spontaneous decision on his part, seizing the opportunity to befriend Harry Potter. His memories were a considerable asset. Cultivating a good relationship with the protagonist would allow him to better understand the unfolding narrative. Coupled with his foresight, he would navigate this world with ease. As for whether Dumbledore would take notice of him, Mia, armed with his memories, knew that once at Hogwarts, evading Dumbledore's scrutiny was futile. That astute old man was, after all, the greatest adversary in this realm. Moreover, given his peculiar lineage, it is highly plausible that Voldemort might be his biological father. Perhaps Dumbledore has had his eye on him for quite some time. Otherwise, why would Dumbledore appoint Hagrid to fetch him? Traditionally, it is the professors of the academy who come to welcome the new students. Hagrid's presence here is entirely a task assigned by Dumbledore to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone and collect Harry Potter. However, Hagrid not only retrieved Harry Potter, but also him. Judging by Hagrid's earlier demeanor, it seems he originally intended to bring both him and Harry Potter together. This strongly suggests that everything could very well be orchestrated by Dumbledore. Let's play along. By allowing Hagrid to take residence at the Leaky Cauldron, he could devise a way to accompany Hagrid in collecting Harry Potter the next day. As the first acquaintance in the magical realm, he would find it easier to gain Harry Potter's trust. Without waiting for his family to inquire, Mia hurriedly dashed upstairs and locked himself in his room. Everything had been stowed away in a seamless, expandable bag, save for an owl that was perched aside, incessantly hooting. Fortunately, nothing had yet fallen out through the small hole in the bag. Mia examined the items he had extracted, 3 books, a wand, with the rest left untouched. The wand, while significant, paled in comparison to the 3 books, which he deemed the most intriguing finds of this venture. Had it not been for the little snake knocking over the pile of clutter, he might not have had the opportunity to seize the books amidst the chaos. "Thank you, Tom." Mia affectionately nuzzled the little snake before redirecting his gaze to the 3 books laid out before him. In the earlier tumult, he had not had a clear view. Now he had the chance to scrutinize them properly. One was relatively thin and appeared the most tattered, with a blank cover, leaving its contents a mystery. Perhaps it was of little value. The thickest volume caught his eye, and upon glancing at the cover, excitement surged within him. An outline of potions and alchemy. A cursory flip through the pages revealed incomprehensible text, but the thickness of the book hinted at its potential utility. Potions and alchemy could prove immensely beneficial, particularly the truth serum, a veritable tool for extracting information from others. The efficacy of such a potion could easily be inferred from Hagrid's experiences. The knowledge of alchemy could even lead to the creation of the fabled Philosopher's Stone. While Mia did not expect this book to teach him the secret of crafting such a treasure, even a minor artifact like the Marauder's map would be extraordinarily useful. Setting that book aside, Mia's curiosity remained unabated as he turned his attention to the final volume. It was a pitch-black notebook, seemingly aged, yet appearing remarkably pristine. It might be a valuable find. Thus, Mia resolved to examine the first and thinnest book first. With no title and in a dilapidated state, it was deemed rather unpromising. Yet, Mia was not disheartened, for there was still another book to explore. Let us delve into the contents. As he flipped through the somewhat brittle pages, he noticed the ink had faded. It appeared not to be a published work, but rather a manuscript. Mia perused it casually, encountering the first line, an introduction to dark magic, with spells such as the Killing Curse, the Soul-Snatching Curse, and the Cruciatus Curse. After a moment, Mia closed the manual and let out a long sigh. It became evident to him that the author of this book was undoubtedly a thoroughly malevolent dark wizard, for within its pages lay not a trace of ordinary magic, but rather an array of increasingly brutal dark arts. Mia set the manual aside, his gaze shifting to the final tome, his excitement mounting. Running his fingers over the ebony cover, which felt remarkably substantial, his anticipation grew ever more intense. As he slowly opened the cover, he noted the pages were slightly yellowed, and the first page bore but a single line, study notes belonging to Tom Riddle. Chapter 9, The Dark Lord's Journal. In that moment, Mia couldn't help but marvel at the whims of fate, setting aside the tenuous connection he shared with Voldemort. The mere fact that he could casually acquire Voldemort's journal spoke volumes about their intertwined destinies. Rather than feeling trepidation, Mia found himself oddly elated. What did it matter who Voldemort was? That wretched soul was now more pitiable than the most base of specters, hardly a cause for concern. Though that fiend had committed countless atrocities, inciting wrath and disdain throughout the magical realm, he had only ever been reviled, never ridiculed for his ineptitude. As the Dark Lord who had exacted the ultimate price from the greatest of white wizards, Dumbledore, Voldemort undeniably ranked as one of the most formidable talents in the annals of magical history. Such a wizard's study notes were indeed priceless treasures. Yet, as Mia examined the book, a sense of unease crept over him. If this were truly a notebook from Voldemort's student days, it would have aged considerably over the decades. However, apart from the slight yellowing of the pages, the notebook exhibited almost no signs of deterioration. The dark, glossy appearance further fueled his suspicion. Could it possibly be that diary, which had been turned into a Horcrux? Swiftly, he dismissed the thought. That particular diary was now in the possession of the Malfoy family and unlikely to be discarded among mere trinkets. Given Voldemort's fastidious nature, it was only reasonable to assume he would have placed a dust-repelling charm upon his notes. Turning the front page, Mia began to delve into the contents within. Yet, a sense of caution lingered in his heart, just in case. The handwriting was remarkably elegant, suggesting that the owner of this notebook was indeed a refined individual. True to the notes of a top student, each page was densely filled, yet remarkably organized. Apart from the passages that eluded his understanding, every annotation prompted Mia to exclaim in wonder. So, this is how magic works, in stark contrast to the thin black magic manual. The vocabulary within this notebook resembled the dispassionate discourse of a supremely rational sage, presenting objective truths devoid of emotion or bias. The writings encompassed not only dark arts, but also a broad spectrum of magical disciplines. Soon, Mia found himself utterly engrossed in its depths. Transfiguration, in particular, demanded precise control over magical energy and a thorough understanding of the structure of the object to be transformed. Thus, it followed that nearly all, at least all currently known advanced spells, placed immense demands on the caster's will. Any hesitation or ambiguity would render the spell ineffective. Magic perhaps originates from. Mia could not help but furrow her brow. The abrupt cessation of conversation left him feeling as though he had unwittingly ingested a mosquito during a meal. He impatiently glanced around, finding no additional context for the few sentences that had been spoken. The sensation of knowledge being readily accessible, yet suddenly slipping away, felt akin to ants crawling within him. Was the source of magic? As the leader of pure-blood advocates, would Voldemort believe that magic emanates from one's lineage? Shaking his head, Mia mused that a mind as astute as Voldemort's should surely recognize that so-called pure-blood wizards do not possess greater innate talent than their half-blood counterparts. His ostensible support for pure bloodlines was merely a strategy to garner the favor of pure-blood aristocrats and solidify his reign. And what a Dumbledore! This perpetually enigmatic elder seemed to suggest that magic springs from love. Mia could not suppress a smile, for based on his recollections of Dumbledore's demeanor, he might indeed assert such a notion. While this statement may sound absurd, it holds an element of truth. Mia speculated that magic could very well be influenced by a wizard's will. The so-called spells appear more akin to a manifestation of a wizard's desires. Just as Voldemort noted in his writings, hesitation can impede the release of magic. Love, too, is a form of will. Rubbing his eyes, Mia lost track of time. Yet he found the experience thoroughly enjoyable. Tom eagerly climbed onto Mia's hand, licking the back of his hand, leaving behind a faint scent. Mia gazed fondly at this remarkably intelligent little snake. Perhaps the greatest treasure of this encounter was indeed this little serpent. Parseltongue allowed Mia to converse with snakes, though he had never encountered a snake that could communicate with him in a conventional manner. Rather than engaging in dialogue, those serpents seemed to be dominated by Parseltongue. Yet, this little snake, whom Mia had named Tom, was different. The first time Mia laid eyes on Tom was in a pet shop, with just a glance. He was convinced he had almost genuinely heard this little serpent express its hunger. Subsequently, Tom demonstrated an impeccable understanding of Mia's commands. The mishap in the Borgin and Burke's shop, where he toppled a pile of clutter, was executed entirely at Mia's behest. Watching Tom's eager attempts to dive into the feed box, Mia shook his head and chuckled, gently stroking the small bump atop Tom's head. What, pray tell, are you? After spending an entire day hidden away in his room, Mia finally received his mother's summons and swiftly gathered his belongings to descend the stairs. The dining table was laden with delicious dishes, yet just as Mia prepared to partake, he was halted by his mother. You haven't shared what you've accomplished today, she remarked. Noticing the curiosity of his family, Mia produced his wand and gave a small demonstration. Observing the prideful manner in which Mia brandished his wand, Mrs. Shamir could not resist affectionately ruffling Mia's hair. How wonderful it is! With magic, you can do anything you desire. Indeed, Mia replied with a triumphant look at his mother. Once I master magic, I shall conjure a bouquet of roses for you and transform father into a dashing gentleman. Mrs. Shamir chuckled, unable to contain herself. What are you saying? Am I not a dashing gentleman already? Mr. Shamil raised his hand, showcasing his muscles. However, no matter how hard Mr. Shamil tried, all that could be seen was a quivering mass of flabby flesh. The amusing sight elicited hearty laughter from the family. Even the usually stoic Yuza Shamil gazed at his family with tenderness in his eyes. Suddenly, amidst the laughter, Mr. Shamil appeared to be in discomfort, clutching his chest, his face soon flushing with color. The unexpected turn of events left Mia at a loss. The medicine, Yuza reminded urgently, and Mrs. Shamil quickly reacted, retrieving a vial from her pocket and skillfully administering the medication to Mr. Shamil. Watching her father's complexion gradually improve, Mia cautiously approached him. Dad, what is wrong? The earlier image of her father lingered in her mind. He had never appeared so vulnerable. Mr. Shamil's pallor was slowly fading, while Mrs. Shamil's concern deepened. And Yuza remained silent, his expression solemn. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Mia exclaimed to Yuza, her voice rising uncontrollably with emotion. Mrs. Shamil's worry intensified, and just as Yuza hesitated to respond, Mr. Shamil feigned a robust tone. It's just a minor heart issue, nothing serious. Older individuals often face such minor ailments. Mr. Shamil endeavored to smile affectionately as usual, yet the weariness on his face was undeniable. Mia's expression fell, and as the downward curve of her mouth became apparent, she buried her face in Mr. Shamil's embrace. But Dad, you are still young. Her voice, tinged with tears, tugged at their hearts. Suddenly, Mia recalled that her father had long surpassed his 50s, no longer the Major Shamil who frequently displayed his war wounds. Mr. Shamil remained silent, gently stroking Mia's head. The ailment, recently discovered, was indeed not a grave illness. Those with excess weight were indeed more prone to heart issues. He had refrained from telling her, fearing it would cause her distress. Mrs. Shamil steadied her emotions, comforting both Mia and herself. Yet, there was an unspoken truth regarding Mr. Shamil's current health condition. Really? Mom's a doctor. I don't believe it. Insight into the hearts of others was also his gift. As long as Dad is fine, Major Shamil needs to lose weight. Observing Mia suddenly appear untroubled, Yuza couldn't resist cupping her face, just as he had done when she was younger. Look at you, crying like a wet cat. I'm not crying. Yuza felt a pang of bitterness. This child was merely 11, yet bore a wisdom beyond her years, making her burdens heavier than most. Chapter 10. Flames Aglow. Although dinner had concluded, Mia's heart seemed to linger in that moment. Once upon a time, she had never contemplated the notion of parting. Father, the indomitable Major Shamir, and mother, the omnipotent Dr. Shamir, along with the cunning elder brother, who is never at a disadvantage, constitute the formidable Shamir family, a bond that, in Mia's youthful perception, was destined to endure eternally. However, today an unforeseen heartache has shattered this illusion, leaving profound fissures in their unity. Mia suddenly becomes acutely aware that her parents' temples are touched with the frost of age, and her astute brother is merely an ordinary man devoid of magical prowess. At merely 11 years of age, she stands on the precipice of witnessing a myriad of separations and farewells throughout her long wizarding life, each one akin to a dull blade slicing flesh. Does mastering magic truly enable one to achieve any desire? Presently, all her lofty ambitions have evaporated, leaving behind only a humble wish to keep her family close. Oh life, if only magic could extend its embrace. Mia abruptly lifts her gaze, a flicker of light momentarily illuminating her eyes. The term Philosopher's Stone reverberates in her mind, a mantra she cannot escape. Indeed, this most revered treasure, emblematic of alchemical mastery, possesses the very capability to prolong life. The sole creator and rightful owner of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel, successfully traversed over 6 centuries with its aid. Although he eventually succumbed to the inevitable, it was merely the weariness of a long life that led him to such an end. Even if the Philosopher's Stone cannot genuinely halt death, Mia yearns for it to delay that moment just a little longer. As her thoughts deepen, the fervent longing for the Philosopher's Stone within Mia surges uncontrollably. With her extraordinary talent and prophetic foresight, she believes she can attain it. Suddenly, she jolts awake, nearly drenched in cold sweat from her own thoughts. She had almost entertained murderous intent toward the man revered as the greatest white wizard. Such notions could lead to her own demise. Before she has matured, all aspirations are but a death warrant. The Philosopher's Stone is hers to claim, but first, she must grow stronger. Without extraordinary magical power, one cannot even dream. Thus, at her earnest insistence, the Shamir couple finally consents to Mia's decision to reside at the Leaky Cauldron until the commencement of school. In a magical world, no underage wizard is permitted to cast spells outside of school premises. Should the Ministry of Magic detect an underage wizard using magic beyond school grounds, expulsion from school is highly probable. This implies that as long as other wizards are present, the Ministry cannot ascertain whether the magic was wielded by an underage wizard. This rationale underpins Mia's decision. At the Leaky Cauldron, wizards abound. Her resolve to grow stronger renders Mia intolerant of even a second wasted, prompting her family to escort her to the tavern that very evening. Yllyric, the name of her owl, awaits. At the door to the Leaky Cauldron's guest room, the Shamir couple gazes at their 11-year-old son, filled with reluctance. You, young one, Yuza suddenly steps forward, pinching Mia's cheek. Do not cause any trouble. The typically composed Yuze found himself somewhat flustered at this moment. Although his words were brusque, the worry in his eyes was impossible to conceal, a fact not lost on Mia. I understand, do not fret. In an unprecedented turn, the two brothers refrained from their usual banter. Mia opened his arms and embraced Yuze before retreating behind the door. All right, I shall take my rest now. This bar will always be open to you, and you may come to see me whenever you wish. Once the reluctance faded, solitude remained. However, Mia was not inclined to indulge in melancholy. He eagerly opened his notebook. The Black Magic Manual contained spells that were far too perilous for him at present. In contrast, Tom Riddle's diary was far more suitable for his needs. Mia swiftly perused his notes, deciding to focus on defensive spells first. The more advanced the magic, the more intricate it became. He was particularly drawn to the Disillusionment Charm and the Shield Charm, one for invisibility, the other for protection. Survival was paramount. Before mastering offensive spells, One must first learn to defend oneself. However, while the charms were enticing, they were beyond his current capabilities. The shield charm, for instance, was typically taught only to upperclassmen at Hogwarts. Even though Mia's magical prowess surpassed that of his peers, his control and stability over his magic were insufficient to wield the shield charm. This endeavor entailed a plethora of knowledge about spellcasting. Despite his urgency, Mia could not hope to absorb all the material in a single night. The shield charm was challenging enough. The even more advanced disillusionment charm was entirely out of reach, as it was a standard for aurors, akin to a wizarding police officer, much like his father. The spells that lay ahead were increasingly complex, prompting Mia to set those aside for now. Nevertheless, he did not leave empty-handed. He quickly mastered the incendio spell. Perhaps it was due to his childhood experiences with fire, as he conjured flames effortlessly and without strain, observing the steady flames at the tip of his wand. Mia felt that casting spells was far easier and more controllable than summoning fire through raw magic, yielding greater power. As Mia gave his wand a gentle flick, the flames danced in his palm like a cherished pet. It appears I possess quite the talent for playing with fire. Mia, feeling playful, delighted in manipulating the flames. Suddenly, a thought struck him. There was a spell far more potent than incendio. Fiendfire. To his astonishment, he found it in his notes. This was an immensely powerful, dark, magical flame, capable of incinerating all in its path, nearly impossible to extinguish. It was said that most wizards, upon summoning fiendfire, lost control and were consumed by it indiscriminately. Surely, he could not unleash such a force at this age. Should it manifest, he feared he would be unable to control it. Yet, it was fiendfire after all. At 11 years old, he was unlikely to conjure it, but why not attempt it? Gathering his courage, Mia tentatively channeled his magic. Yet, not even a wisp of smoke appeared. Ah, so I truly cannot summon it, he sighed. He did not harbor any grand expectations, for no prodigy could master fiendfire all at once. He had previously experimented with spells like Shatter, managing to cast them, though with limited success. Though it is said, thus, a sense of dissatisfaction lingers. Let's attempt once more. As Mia gazed at the dim flame that suddenly flickered to life at the tip of her wand, she found herself momentarily stunned. Goodness, it's the fierce fire. Startled, her small hand trembled, causing the erratic sparks to descend upon the table. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Am I truly to perish here? How utterly humiliating. Witnessing the ferocity of the flames surging uncontrollably, Mia's complexion turned ashen. After all, she was merely an 11-year-old child. The searing heat scorched her face painfully, jolting her back to reality. This is dire. If it ignites, I shall perish, and all within this space shall meet the same fate. Frantically, Mia snatched her satchel while wildly brandishing her wand in a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. Collect, collect, collect. Gather for me. In a remarkable twist, the flames that threatened to consume everything were swiftly drawn into the wand as if caught by a vacuum. The room fell into darkness, leaving Mia utterly bewildered. What has transpired? She felt her mind falter. One moment it appeared, the next it vanished. Was this some sort of trick? Mia, in a fit of anxiety, collapsed onto the table, only to discover that it had been thinned to a mere finger's breadth, as if polished. Yet curiously, there were no ashes, only singed marks, as though it had been devoured. Is this truly the fierce fire? Before she could ponder further, a rapid knocking at the door broke the silence. Fire, fire. I see flames. Those inside, come forth. Upon opening the door, Mia was met by the frantic, Smolka-emitting ball bartender, Tom. In his haste, Tom nearly slammed the door against Mia, barely restraining himself from delivering a hefty slap. Where's the fire? Where's the fire? Tom rushed into the room, only to find no flames, just a faint, burnt aroma lingering in the air. What has happened? Well, I was practicing magic, you know. The roaring flames. Perhaps it was a bit too loud, Mia explained. Tom paused, his neck craning as if he had heard the most absurd of tales. Don't speak nonsense. How old are you? When I was your age, I couldn't even comprehend the levitation spell, let alone conjure roaring flames. Enough of this. If all is well, I shall take my leave. Tom chuckled, dismissing her claims as mere childish play. Yet Mia was indignant. What do you mean? I was indeed practicing the roaring flames. Seeing Mia's puffed cheeks, Tom found her amusing. All right, then demonstrate it for me, the one with the loud commotion. Mia's expression faltered, realizing the predicament. The one with the loud commotion was the fierce fire, though she had inexplicably contained it moments ago. She was hesitant to conjure again. Very well, let us rest. A good night's sleep is essential for learning magic. Tom smiled, turning to leave, but Mia tugged at him. Don't underestimate me. I shall show you. No need for the fierce fire. The roaring flames will suffice. Nothing will go awry. All right, proceed then, Tom replied, utterly skeptical of Mia's prowess. Oomph. Roaring flames. With a flourish of her wand, the air fell into a profound silence. Tom, resembling a turtle, stretched his neck, and upon closer inspection, a wisp of smoke lingered at the tip of Mia's wand. Tom could hardly suppress his laughter. Was this what they called a roaring flame? I possess an iron head. Look how I can lean in without harm. In his playful mischief, Tom continued, see? It's all perfectly fine. Suddenly, a dim flame erupted, startling Mia once more. The air fell silent again, leaving only the residual warmth of the fire, along with remnants of Tom's hair and his newly acquired hairstyle. Gazing at Tom's now completely bald head, Mia hesitated to speak. What had just happened? It must be the roaring flame, right? Mia felt a twinge of uncertainty. That flame seemed oddly familiar. Indeed, it was quite fierce. The roaring flame? As he observed the flickering dim flame at the wand's tip, Mia fell into contemplation. Where's my roaring flame? Return it to me. Chapter 11. The letter that will surely arrive. Mia was somewhat bewildered. So much had transpired that night, far beyond his understanding. Ultimately, he had transformed the roaring flame into a fierce fire. The fierce fire. The wand emitted a small flame with a soft puff. However, this flame was not the ordinary orange or yellow. It leaned towards a darker hue, clearly not the kind of fire summoned from the roaring flame. Mia gazed helplessly at the tranquil, fierce fire, acutely aware of the immense power contained within that petite spark. Throughout the night, he had summoned the roaring flame countless times, without exception, all resulting in fierce fire. He was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. The advantage: he could effortlessly conjure fierce fire and control it at will. The disadvantage: he could only produce fierce fire henceforth. One could imagine the scene in future Hogwarts classes, where the amiable professor watches Mia summon fierce fire with the roaring flame, deep in thought. Sighing, Mia couldn't help but express his exasperation. Nevertheless, he noticed that the fierce fire he summoned seemed somewhat different from the descriptions in the books. The fierce fire in the text was brown, while his appeared more black. Moreover, whether it was merely his illusion, Mia felt that the fierce fire now seemed darker than when he first summoned it. Did this have anything to do with the mysterious disappearance of his roaring flame? He believed he had reason to suspect so. Regardless, fierce fire would become his greatest asset. As for other spells, their progress was rather mediocre. They merely produced some noise, with success remaining elusive. Mia reluctantly resorted to learning some simple spells from his textbooks, such as the levitation charm. The gains from a night were limited, and when fatigue overcame him, causing him to accidentally summon a cow with the levitation charm, Mia decided it was time for sleep. In the morning, as Mia opened his bleary eyes, he found himself staring into a pair of bovine eyes. You're still here. As Mia gazed at the little bull standing by the bed, seemingly contemplating whether the bedspread was edible, she cradled her head in distress. Could this truly be a real cow? Whose was it? Initially, Mia had assumed it was merely a magical conjuration that would vanish with the passage of time. However, it appeared otherwise. The thought of leading a cow outside would surely invite ridicule. With no other option, Mia reluctantly confined the little bull within the room. Hagrid, too, welcomed the dawn at the leaky cauldron. Regrettably, he lacked the habit of enjoying a morning drink. Otherwise, this place would indeed be his paradise. Today, however, he bore a significant task. He recalled how he had personally rescued that unfortunate little creature from the ruins of Godric's Hollow, bringing it to Surrey. 11 years of living in the Muggle world had truly been a hardship for that child. Hagrid's thoughts then drifted to Mia, who marked the first new student he had welcomed since his tenure at Hogwarts. She was quite the clever little one, albeit a tad mischievous. Regrettably, he would not see that delightful child before the term commenced, but once school started, he would invite her to his hut to savor the culinary delights he would prepare. Good morning, Hagrid. Good morning, Mia. Hagrid suddenly halted, his heavy footsteps causing the wooden floor to creak. Had he mistaken someone? Observing Hagrid's puzzled expression, Mia, sporting dark circles under her eyes, wearily extended her hand, saying, "What a pleasure to meet you again, Mia Shamir." Only then did Hagrid realize who she was, exclaiming, "Ah, it's you, little one." He joyfully ruffled Mia's hair. After Mia explained her presence, Hagrid nodded in admiration. "Remarkable. I've never encountered a diligent young wizard like you before." "Let us set that aside for now," Mia said, stretching her neck, which ached from looking up for too long. "Could you do me a favor?" "Of course, but let us not linger too long. I have important matters to attend to today." "Absolutely. It's but a trivial matter. I have a cow in my room." "That is no problem. I can handle that." "Wait." "What?" Hagrid exclaimed, as he entered Mia's room and spotted the bull meandering about. Hagrid stared at the cow and the cow returned his gaze. As a subway train departed from the station outside. Moo! Hello there. Watching Hagrid converse fluently with the cow, Mia was astonished. Could this be what they call cow talk? Hagrid's important task was straightforward, to send a letter to Surrey's little whinging Vial. May I accompany you? Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. No, it's just a letter delivery. Then, with a hint of mystery, he added, I was supposed to go in person. But July 31st is Harry's birthday, and I plan to surprise him with a cake. Therefore, I cannot make my presence known before then. How could that be? Harry lives with his aunt and uncle, and his mother is a renowned witch, Harry's aunt's own sister. How could they possibly not believe in magic? Hagrid asserted with utmost conviction. Mia ceased her attempts at persuasion, for it would be utterly inappropriate to directly inform Hagrid that the Dursleys were indeed deranged and mercilessly mistreating Harry Potter. After all, he had no reason to be privy to such information. Very well. At this moment, at number 4 Privet Drive, in Little Whinging, Surrey, a meek and helpless savior found his letters seized. The following day, Mia approached Hagrid. How about I send another letter? Yet again, the savior's correspondence was snatched away. On the 3rd day, she suggested sending another. The letters were once more pilfered. On the 4th day, should we send? Yes, let us. The savior's letters remained undelivered. Never mind, allow me. Mia volunteered, eager to test the magic she had learned. With a flick of her wand, she duplicated the letter 12 times and handed them to Hagrid. This time, do not place them in the mailbox. Simply toss them through the cracks of the door and windows. Hagrid complied. On the 5th day, Mia scratched her head, realizing that this family was indeed quite difficult. This time, she duplicated the letters 24 times, and with a wave of her wand, they automatically rolled into neat scrolls. Hagrid clapped his hands in astonishment, exclaiming how remarkably her magic had progressed. With a hint of pride, Mia handed the letters to Hagrid, suggesting he hide them among 2 rows of eggs. If the milkman or the Dursleys happened to see them, they might just take a peek inside. Surely this would work. Hagrid followed the plan, and thus Mrs. Dursley, ever the penny pincher, was startled to find the letters nestled beneath the eggs. On the 6th day, a Sunday devoid of postman, Mr. Dursley, having endured a week of mounting tension, could finally relax. Meanwhile, at the leaky cauldron, Mia slammed her hand on the table in frustration. How could they be so obstinate? Hagrid shared her ire. Did the family truly wish to prevent Harry from attending Hogwarts? This simply cannot be allowed. Do you have a way to get to Surrey? Mia inquired. Well, it is possible, but why do you ask? We're going to Surrey. Mia finally experienced the exhilarating sensation of flight. Upon arriving at number 4 Privet Drive, Hagrid deactivated the motorcycle's cloaking mode, revealing the residence. The front door was firmly shut, with both the mailbox and door cracks sealed tight. What shall we do? Just watch. We must give them a small magical shock. With Hagrid by her side, Mia felt emboldened to use magic without fear of being discovered. She pointed her wand, and the solitary letter began to multiply uncontrollably. In no time, Hagrid's flying motorcycle was inundated with letters. Do we need this many? Hagrid inquired, surprised. With another wave of her wand, she cast a levitation charm, causing the mountain of letters to float. Let them witness what a text bomb truly is. With a commanding voice, Mia unleashed the letters like a swarm of locusts upon the unsuspecting Dursleys. Meanwhile, at number 4 Privet Drive, in the living room, Vernon Dursley, having endured nearly a week of torment, sat comfortably on his cherished leather sofa, savoring his coffee. What a splendid day it was. Do you know why, Dudley? Beside them, a small gas canister was silenced by a fried egg, its surface glistening with oil, indifferent to its aging father. Today being Sunday, the postman would not deliver any letters. Harry, acting as a diligent waiter, served a piece of fried egg onto Vernon Dursley's plate. Remarkably, Dursley did not scold his unappealing nephew. Indeed, days without mail were splendid. Lately, someone had been sending him letters, but they were always snatched away by his uncle. They insisted these letters were not meant for him. He found this hard to believe, for no one should know he resided in a cupboard. It was the first time he had witnessed the arrival of correspondence addressed to Mr. Harry Potter. Would there be more? Outside, a deluge of letters threatened to form a whirlwind, engulfing the house. Suddenly, they surged down the chimney. Then, Mia aimed her wand at the boards sealing the doors and windows. With a resounding crash, the spells shattered the wood. However, merely cracking, it was the extent of Mia's current magical prowess. She mused that it would be splendid if her talents in fiery magic could extend to other spells as well. Letters flooded into number 4 Privet Drive, and soon the family's screams could be heard. Surely, the letters would arrive. Chapter 12, The Savior. Observing the Dursleys in their disarray, Mia displayed a cunning smile, relishing the success of her scheme. This was truly delightful. Hagrid wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and glanced at Mia. who stood with hands on her hips, smirking. This little one was somewhat intimidating. The Dursleys were indeed pitiable. Soon, Hagrid dismissed such inappropriate thoughts from his mind, beginning to appreciate Mia's actions. Before long, they witnessed the Dursleys hastily loading their belongings into a vehicle, taking Harry Potter with them. What were they doing? Hagrid pondered, perplexed. Mia cast a glance at the departing vehicle. They were fleeing. But escape would be futile. On the midnight of July 31st, Harry Potter's birthday, Hagrid would personally pay them a visit. Thus, Mia and Hagrid awaited July 30th at the Leaky Cauldron. To keep a close watch on Mia and prevent any mishaps, Hagrid had intentionally changed his room to be adjacent to hers. Had he not already convinced Hagrid to accompany him to find Harry Potter, Mia might have thought Hagrid had abandoned him. Arriving in Hagrid's room, Mia observed Hagrid carefully setting down a box. What could it be? This is a birthday cake I meticulously prepared for Harry. He will surely adore it, Hagrid exclaimed. With the cake in tow, Hagrid and Mia approached the flying motorcycle. Put this on, Hagrid said, handing Mia a tiny helmet. I didn't have one this small, so I had Professor Flitwick shrink it. With his prowess, it can maintain its size for months. Thank you, Mia replied, donning the helmet, which magically adjusted to fit her perfectly. Remember to fasten your seatbelt. Hagrid carefully placed the cake on the seat, taking great care. Then, Mia noticed Hagrid lift his backside and sit down in the vehicle. The compartment was crammed to the brim. Watching the cake completely vanish, Mia felt a pang of regret for Harry, who would not be able to savor the entire cake. The second ride on the flying motorcycle was equally exhilarating for Mia, especially as rain began to fall midway through their journey. After being pelted by the cold, icy rain for several minutes, Mia felt somewhat dazed. Hagrid's pink umbrella provided no protection against the downpour. Fortunately, they finally arrived. The location was rather remote, a small island seldom visited by anyone. However, for wizards, finding a muggle who was unaware of magic was exceedingly simple. With a thunderous crash, the motorcycle landed, awakening those inside the house. As Mia disembarked, she vigorously wiped her face. Next time, she must learn a spell to shield against rain. Soaked to the skin and brimming with frustration, Mia drew her wand, ready to force the door open without further ado. No. Hagrid quickly intervened, urging her to be a bit more amiable, considering they were still new parents. Please wait a moment. I'll knock on the door, he said, stepping forward and raising his large hand. Bang, bang, bang. The door crashed to the ground. It was poorly secured. Ignoring Hagrid's innocent expression, Mia dashed inside, desperate to escape the relentless rain. Upon entering the house, she spotted a portly man cowering by the wall, pointing a gun at her. Hagrid entered immediately, using the umbrella to magically dry Mia's clothes. Given their current rapport, Hagrid did not conceal his wand from Mia. As Hagrid noticed the gun pointed at her, he stepped forward to shield her from it. Breaking and entering is against the law, Vernon Dursley warned in a trembling voice. Shut up, Dursley, you old scoundrel. Hagrid glared at Dursley, then with a slight squeeze, bent the gun's barrel as if it were made of clay. The sheer force terrified Dursley into silence, leaving him wide-eyed. Hagrid approached the fallen door, propped it back up, and casually closed it. A small, chubby boy cowered by the fireplace. Hello there, Harry. It's been 11 years, and you've grown so much, Hagrid exclaimed excitedly as he moved closer. Trembling like a frightened piglet, Dursley stammered, I am not Harry. I am Harry. Mia noticed the frail boy stepping out from the corner. With round, black-rimmed glasses and a lightning-shaped scar, it was unmistakably Harry Potter. Realizing he had mistaken identities, Hagrid attempted to mask his embarrassment. I knew you were here, Harry. Today is your birthday, and I made a cake just for you. Hagrid turned to Mia. She raised her hand, presenting the cake that had been struck by the two-way foil. Oh, Hagrid paused. Has it always looked like this? It shouldn't have. Never mind. Hagrid took the cake and handed it to Harry. Though slightly crumbled and flattened, it was still edible. Indeed, it possessed a unique charm. Mia could not help but murmur quietly, This is Mia Shamir, who will also be your classmate henceforth. Hello, Harry, happy birthday. Mia stepped forward at an opportune moment, extending a hand towards Harry. After a moment's hesitation, Harry awkwardly shook Mia's hand. It was his first handshake. Hello. Harry glanced at Hagrid. Sorry, did you say classmate? And who are you? Oh, I am Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Mia is also a new student at Hogwarts, naturally your classmate. You must be familiar with Hogwarts, right? I'm sorry, I don't know. Harry, still bewildered, wore a perplexed expression. Then you don't know where your parents learned their remarkable abilities? Harry, you are a wizard. Harry was even more astonished. I am a wizard? That can't be. You must be mistaken. Of course you are, and so is Mia. You will both attend Hogwarts to study. Hagrid handed Harry his acceptance letter, and he began to feel a surge of anger. for it seemed the Dursleys had been concealing the truth. Upon seeing the letter again, Harry felt a flicker of excitement. "No, I won't be going there," the Dursleys bellowed, waving a shotgun in panic. "Put down that weapon." The shotgun slipped from Vernon's grasp. Mia lowered her wand, disregarding the terrified expressions of the Dursleys, and glanced at the extinguished fireplace. Could Hagrid ignite the fireplace? It's quite chilly with the sea breeze. Lighting a fire should be a trivial task for you. Of course. I am at your service. Igniting the fire was indeed possible, but Mia merely sought warmth, not an inferno. Hagrid used his umbrella to kindle the fireplace, and then said to Harry, "Mia is an exceptionally gifted young wizard and quite diligent. You will surely learn well together. Undoubtedly. Your talents are commendable as well." Witnessing Mia perform magic slowly brought Harry out of his astonishment. Looking at this boy of similar age, he felt a rush of envy. "I can learn magic too?" "Certainly. Your name has been on the Hogwarts roster since the moment you were born." At this point, the Dursleys began to express their vehement disdain for magic, until the foolish Vernon Dursley insulted Dumbledore. "Silence," Hagrid thundered, pointing his umbrella at Vernon. "Never disrespect Dumbledore in my presence." A snorting sound could be heard. It was Dudley Dursley secretly devouring the foul-smelling cake. With a mere flick of his umbrella, a pig's tail sprouted from Dudley's ample backside, causing chaos within the Dursley household. "It is time for us to depart." Hagrid stood up. Mia approached, patting the gleeful Harry. "Come on, let us journey to Hogwarts together." Chapter 13, The Beginning of Term. Mia chose not to accompany them to Diagon Alley. Shopping with the Savior held less allure for him than diligently studying magic to become a top student. Two equally friendless children quickly became acquainted. In Harry's eyes, Mia and Hagrid were undoubtedly the finest individuals in the world. Mia's admiration for Harry Potter was genuine, not merely an act. That evening, the Dursleys were terrified, resembling a herd of startled pigs, while only Harry had the audacity to step forward and openly acknowledge his identity as Harry Potter. Of course, this indicated a certain degree of recklessness on his part. There were reasons he was sorted into Gryffindor. The two engaged in an animated conversation, with Harry resembling a long silent bag finally bursting forth, eager to share his experiences with Mia. Mia, reflecting on their conversation, marveled at the fact that, despite such a tumultuous childhood, Harry Potter had not gone astray. It was nothing short of a miracle. Through their dialogue, Mia discerned that Harry truly embodied the qualities of a righteous and courageous savior. Yet, there was a mischievous and cunning side to him as well. For instance, Harry recounted a time when he deliberately flicked a booger into Uncle Vernon's teacup. In summary, Mia found Harry to be quite remarkable. It made him wonder whether their newfound closeness would meet Dumbledore's expectations. Mia pondered the true purpose behind Dumbledore's orchestration of their friendship. He had repeatedly expressed a desire to reside with Mia at the Leaky Cauldron, yet ultimately, his wishes remained unfulfilled. Time flew swiftly. While Mia was immersed in the wonders of magic, moments slipped away like a fleeting shadow. After dinner, his mother called Mia aside. Observing her 11-year-old son preparing to depart for another world of study, Marilena's eyes glistened with unshed tears. No matter how composed a strong woman may be, there are always tender spots within. Mia, too, felt his eyes welling with emotion at his mother's expression. "You must take good care of yourself over there, do you understand? Eat on time, never skip breakfast. Drinking milk is beneficial, but don't gulp it down. Avoid staying up too late, and wear more clothes if it gets cold." Marilena suddenly realized that her admonitions seemed endless. With red-rimmed eyes, Mia could only nod in agreement. "We have never ventured into the magical world. Do not engage in conflicts with others, and take care of yourself. Here, take this. Use it if you find yourself in danger." A weight settled in Mia's hand, and he looked down to see a handgun. P220 9mm caliber, manufactured in 1972, with a capacity of 9 rounds. Having been taken to shooting ranges by his father since childhood, Mia recognized the weapon immediately. It was functional, albeit somewhat outdated and of average power. Suddenly, Mia felt a wave of embarrassment. "Mother, your heart is truly vast." With a gun and ammunition in hand, Mia found an unexpected sense of security that surpassed even that of a wand. That night, Yuzik gazed out the window, struggling to find sleep. From the day Mia arrived at their home, he had regarded him as a younger brother. Despite their playful quarrels, Yuza had resolved in his heart that this little rascal could only be bullied by him and no one else. Yet, Mia was soon to venture into an entirely unfamiliar realm. If a wizard were to bully Mia, could he adequately protect him? The more he contemplated, the greater his unease grew. Suddenly, a soft sound emanated from the doorway, and then Yuz felt a small creature burrowing beneath the covers. How did it arrive? Glancing at Mia, who had only presented him with the back of her head, Yus felt somewhat surprised. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to sleep alone. Yus chuckled quietly. In their childhood, they always shared a bed, until one day, when Mia, at the age of 8, insisted on sleeping alone. Yet, even after achieving her wish, she would often run over, claiming to feel scared by herself. He gently pulled Mia into his embrace, inhaling the scent of shampoo from her hair, which brought him a sense of reassurance. The little one shifted slightly, seemingly finding a comfortable position, and then drifted off to sleep. It was the most restful night Mia had experienced in recent times. The next day, as the Summer family bid farewell to Mia, Yu sat in the driver's seat of the car. Mr. Summer suddenly leaned down and handed Mia an object. Looking down, Mia saw a Glock 17, 9mm caliber, with a magazine of 17 rounds, manufactured in 1983. Mr. Summer spoke softly. Your mother knows nothing about guns. This is a fine piece, just like the one I showed you. Mia solemnly tucked the item into a discreet, retractable pouch. Yus drove Mia to the train station, stopping at the entrance, where he subtly slipped something into Mia's pocket. Mia looked at him with a resigned expression. Those two are utterly unreliable. An M10 revolver is far more suitable for a child. As they entered the station, Mia felt akin to a terrorist. Where's Voldemort? Shall we have a little demonstration? At that moment, Mia's sense of security peaked. Once Harry arrived, Yus departed. The Dursleys dropped Harry off and left, appearing quite unwilling to linger. Mia, Harry exclaimed joyfully, hurrying over with his luggage. Although they had been in contact via owl, Harry had longed to see Mia. The two chatted amiably as they made their way to the platform. 9 3/4 platform? The more I say it, the less confident I feel. Did Hagrid make a mistake? How can it be a platform 9 3/4? I don't understand either. Let's try to find it. Mia feigned ignorance. They arrived at platform 9, looking around fruitlessly, as Harry could not locate platform 9 3/4. A nearby attendant caught Harry's attention. I'll go ask. Harry approached. Excuse me. Where's platform 9 3/4? Get lost. The irritable attendant rolled her eyes and walked away, muttering, it's the same every year. Mia patted the dejected Harry. Look over there. Following Mia's reassurance, Harry spotted a group of red-haired individuals. Ron, hurry up. The train is about to depart. The leading woman waved her hand frantically. Quickly, there are muggles everywhere. They mention muggles. Are they wizards? Harry looked at Mia. They should be. Following them might lead us to the right place. Mia continued to feign ignorance. This family was surely the Weasleys. Fred, you go first. Mother, you mistook me again. Sorry, George, then you go first. One of the boys rushed out, only to suddenly halt just before colliding with the wall. In truth, I am Fred, he chuckled mischievously, turning to vanish into the wall. Shortly thereafter, another boy, identical in appearance, hurriedly followed him into the wall. Pardon me. Harry summoned his courage to initiate a conversation. Are you heading to platform 9 3/4? Mrs. Weasley regarded the suddenly appearing children with kindness. Indeed. Are you new students? Well, we both are, replied Mia. Are you together? Yes, Mia nodded. Perfect. Our Ron is as well. You simply need to walk straight through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. If you're feeling anxious, just run. Chapter 14, A Fated Encounter. Passing through a wall. Such a scenario had previously only occupied Harry's imagination during nighttime musings. They seemed to have arrived at another station, the sign overhead reading 9 3/4. The station was bustling with activity reminiscent of Diagon Alley. There were not only Muggle families gaping with astonishment, but also wizards dressed in peculiar attire. Most prominent was the steam locomotive station there, a striking crimson train, its engine billowing white smoke, numbered 5972. As they prepared to board, they encountered the earlier pair of twin brothers once more. They kindly offered to assist Harry with his luggage, yet Mia swiftly employed a levitation charm to take precedence. Ultimately, they caught sight of a lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. You know, I encountered many such individuals while with Hagrid in Diagon Alley. Is this scar truly considered cool in the magical realm? Personally, I feel incapable of saving anyone. The two finally located an empty compartment and squeezed inside, where Harry eagerly began to share his thoughts with Mia. Everything here felt remarkably novel. Who would ever bring a toad onto a train in the Muggle world? Mia, too, was swept up in excitement, for he was now genuinely entering the world of magic. The enchantment of this place overwhelmed him. I had imagined that trains in a magical world would be more advanced, perhaps capable of flight. Instead, it's merely an old contraption that emits steam. Once the train set in motion, Harry explored every nook and cranny, soon growing bored and seeking conversation. Mia shook his head. This train was far from ordinary. At the very least, powerful protective charms had been cast upon the compartments. How can you tell? Harry curiously examined the walls. What protective charm? I'm not entirely sure, Mia replied, reaching out to touch the wall, but he sensed an intangible essence. You should be able to feel it too. It wasn't that Mia sought to be enigmatic. From the moment he stepped on a platform 9 3/4, he had felt the subtle traces of magic. This sensation intensified upon boarding the train. Harry, not doubting Mia's words, fell silent for a moment before exclaiming in wonder, "Indeed, it's quite mysterious." According to Mia's observations, though magic was invisible and intangible, it undeniably existed in a palpable form. For instance, in areas rich with magical energy, electronic devices would be affected, even rendered completely inoperative. Thus, from the moment one boards this train, one is entirely devoid of Muggle electronic devices. It is not that wizards are resistant to change, but rather that magic and electricity seem to have an inherent influence upon each other from the very beginning. Perhaps if one were to draw closer to the wall, the sensation might be more palpable, as I have experienced. I shall give a try. Excuse me, may I enter? Apologies for the disturbance. Ron observed the two individuals, seemingly engaged in some mysterious ritual against the wall of the compartment, and silently closed the door behind him. Mia and Harry exchanged awkward glances towards the door, realizing their behavior might have appeared rather peculiar. I fear we may have been perceived as country bumpkins, Mia lamented. Harry muttered, I certainly am. Do not say such things. Once they see the scar upon your forehead, they will think otherwise. Mia teased Harry, who began to squirm. It is merely a scar, an ordinary scar. However, Hagrid mentioned that the person who left it bore some significance, a name that sounded like Voldemort. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath echoed from the doorway. Mia and Harry then beheld a large, mouthy creature standing at the entrance. Ron was momentarily frozen, his mouth agape, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. The name, will you come in? Mia, recalling Ron's appearance from the station, recognized him. Perhaps not. Ron instinctively resisted. He could hardly believe that this seemingly amiable boy could utter that name with such composure. Do you have somewhere else to go? Ron stammered, remembering that he had been forced to choose this compartment due to all others being full. Very well. Ron tiptoed inside, settling himself gently against the door like a docile quail. There is no need for such formality. This is our first visit to the magical world, and we are quite unfamiliar with it. Harry attempted to explain his earlier actions. So, you come from the Muggle world? Ron's expression softened. Both Mia and Harry nodded in affirmation. Ron sighed in relief. No wonder. I must advise you, never utter that name. What name? Voldemort. Sure. Ron hastily interjected. Noting the fear etched upon Ron's face, Harry could not resist inquiring further. He had previously asked Hagrid, but Hagrid had always been evasive. Why are you so afraid of him? Why? Because he is a veritable dark wizard. We scarcely discuss him. This is also why I am reluctant to enter the Slytherin compartment. Some individuals there harbor similar ideologies. Ron soon acclimated, finding a comfortable position to sit. Slytherin? What sort of place is that? Mia fin d'ignoranza. I forgot you were still unaware. Hogwarts comprises Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Slytherin is notorious for producing dark wizards. There are no virtuous souls there. My family hails from Gryffindor, so I too shall be sorted into Gryffindor. Observing Ron's somewhat smug demeanor, Mia continued to feign ignorance. Is Gryffindor truly that remarkable? She inquired. To put it succinctly, Gryffindor favors the courageous. Harry chimed in. So, in that case, Gryffindor does seem quite commendable. What about the other houses? Ravenclaw is filled with bookworms, and it is said that Hufflepuff tends to welcome those overlooked by other houses. Harry's expression fell. Perhaps Hufflepuff was indeed a better fit for him. Mia stifled a laugh, aware that Harry was already a chosen member of Gryffindor, his presence practically guaranteeing points for the house. Of course, under the guidance of a certain professor who was less than fastidious about personal hygiene, Harry could also be a source of deductions. Ravenclaw, it seems Slytherin might suit him as well, considering his affinity for Parseltongue, which certainly hints at a connection to the founder. Where would he ultimately end up? There was a hint of anticipation in the air. Chapter 15, Miss Know-It-All. Would you like to purchase something, children? Just as Ron was bubbling with excitement over discovering Harry's scar, a vendor with a cart arrived at their compartment door. No, thank you. I brought my own, Harry replied, as Ron clutched a rather poorly made sandwich. Upon noticing Ron's furtive glances towards the cart, Mia quickly deduced that he was rather short on funds. To be honest, she felt somewhat embarrassed herself. I'll take all of this, Harry declared, noticing Ron's discomfort, as he extravagantly produced a handful of galleons. The two impoverished boys instantly lit up with envy, leaving Harry feeling rather uneasy. A wealthy wizard, how infuriating. Please, Let me be crushed by gold. At that moment, Mia felt incredibly fortunate for having befriended Harry. In the next instant, their compartment was overflowing with snacks. What is this? Harry asked, holding up a box. Chocolate frog? As soon as the box was opened, a chocolate frog leapt out of the window. Seeing Harry's disappointment, Ron mumbled, "The frog is secondary. The real treasure is the wizard card inside. We're all collecting them." Mia glanced over. Dumbledore? The likeness was strikingly similar to the portrayal in her memories of the film. Is this Dumbledore? It was Harry's first encounter with the esteemed wizard, frequently mentioned by Hagrid with profound respect, which had piqued Harry's curiosity immensely. Dumbledore, quite impressive, but I already possess several, Ron said, shoving a piece of candy into his mouth. Are there cards of dark wizards? Mia mused quietly. Stop right there, Ron exclaimed, dropping what he was holding. I know what you're thinking. Mia pouted, but chose not to continue. She resolved to add Voldemort to her collection pool. It was imperative to give the charming wizards a taste of the Dark Lord's shock. In that brief moment, several lucrative ideas flashed through Mia's mind. There was no denying it. She was in desperate need of funds. It is all the fault of that wretched fairy, who has imposed a limit on the exchange rate for galleons. Otherwise, with his modest treasury, Gallon could have easily become a small fortune. Of course, he has no interest in wealth, shrugging. It is merely that the pursuit of magic demands financial investment. Not to mention the spells, potions are indeed a costly endeavor. To aspire to be a master of potions like Severus Snape, one cannot simply afford to treat ingredients as mere firewood. Unfortunately, his current resources are exceedingly scarce. He must devise a way to acquire some funds. Maya stroked her chin. With my intellect, galleons should be within my grasp, shouldn't they? Is this your pet? Harry's voice interrupted Maya's musings. Yes, its name is Spot. She noticed that a plump mouse had somehow settled on Ron's lap. Maya narrowed her eyes. She recalled that this creature must be a wizard, a certain Peter Pettigrew, who had mastered the art of animagus. He had betrayed Harry's parents, leading to their demise at the hands of Voldemort. Subsequently, he became Voldemort's lackey, playing a pivotal role in his resurrection. This fellow is hardly a good person. Yet, Maya was indifferent. Good or bad, it mattered not to her. She simply despised treacherous individuals like Pettigrew, who waver between loyalties. Today he betrays friends. Tomorrow he will betray his master. Observing the greedy way Pettigrew devoured his food, a devilish smile crept across Maya's lips. Ron, your mouse. What happened? Has it been neutered? Upon hearing this, Pettigrew abruptly lifted his head in astonishment. Neutered? No, why? Ron asked, puzzled. Pets are typically neutered, Maya said, patting the small creature in her arms that had been startled. What happens if it isn't neutered? It might not live long, you see. Huh? Ron seemed to be taken in by Maya's serious demeanor. What should we do? It hasn't been neutered. Will something happen? Ron grew anxious. Upon hearing this, Pettigrew panicked. He immediately wriggled his short limbs, attempting to assure his owner that his body was indeed quite robust. Ron glanced at the lively Spot. But Spot has been with us for many years, and nothing has happened. Maya wore a mystic expression. That's hard to say. Just because nothing happened before doesn't guarantee it will remain so in the future. You mentioned it has been with you for several years? That must mean it is quite old. Seeing Maya shake her head in silence, Ron was entirely convinced by her. What should we do then? Should we neuter it now? Maya was taken aback. Goodness, you are more ruthless than I am. Cough, cough. Well, it's not impossible. So what should I do? Just cut it off. How much? Cut it as long as it is. Maya said casually. Ron opened Spot's legs for a quick inspection, relieved to find that it was not too long. Harry nodded seriously. Yes, it seems quite small. Pettigrew, transformed into Spot, was immediately displeased. What nonsense! I'm a mouse. How big could I possibly be? He glared fiercely at Mia, blaming the boy for his reckless words. Suddenly, from Peter's perspective, Mia's features began to evoke memories of someone he knew. How familiar? Who could it be? As a particular face surfaced in his mind, it began to align with the visage before him. Peter's small eyes widened in astonishment, and as his body relaxed, Ron felt a warm sensation. How warm? You've wet yourself, Bands. Ron, thoroughly enraged by the mishap, seized Bands by the tail and stomped his feet in frustration. Mia was right. You ought to be dealt with. Ron turned to Mia, demanding a weapon. All right then. Without hesitation, Mia rummaged through his inconspicuous, expandable pouch. He produced a trident dagger, a Nepali knife, and a standard military knife, the kind with a serrated edge. Harry's eyes nearly popped out as he watched Mia extract 3 restricted weapons in an instant. Do you carry these with you every day? Mia waved his hand dismissively. Not just these, there's a whole collection. What kind of household do you belong to? Harry's gaze shifted, intrigued. It's not as exaggerated as you think. You're welcome to visit during the holidays. My place is quite spacious. Ron stared at the increasingly menacing array of weapons, feeling at a loss. Isn't the size a bit off? He suggested, lifting the unconscious bands. Mia examined the situation and agreed, yes, it does seem a bit off. Let me find something else. When Mia produced a pair of nail clippers, Ron felt they were quite suitable. This will do, he said, taking the clippers, but hesitated again. Is this really what you're doing, trimming nails? A girl with tousled brown hair suddenly appeared at the door. We're performing neutering, Harry blurted out. Mia swiftly slapped Harry, correcting him, we're not neutering. Hermione scrutinized the group, noting their dubious demeanor. You can't possibly mean you intend to use those tiny clippers to neuter a mouse? Precisely, Mia affirmed with a nod. Hermione plopped down in a chair, showing no intent to consult the host. Firstly, I find this unreasonable because... Isn't it quite appropriate? Mia interrupted, gesturing at the clippers. Look, the size is just right. Hermione glanced at them and retorted, yes, but that's not the point. The crux of the matter is that mice do not require neutering. Ron, feeling somewhat defiant against the girl's authoritative tone, replied, how do you know they don't? I read it in a book, she asserted. Neutering is beneficial for pets. It reduces fighting among them and prolongs their lifespan. Mia patiently explained. Before Hermione could interject, Ron leaned in. Then let me ask, can humans be neutered? All eyes in the room swiftly converged on Ron. You little rascal, Mia was left speechless. Ahem. Humans do not require it. Mice do not either. Hermione maintained her opposing stance. Generally, pets require certain considerations, unless what? Maya cast a sidelong glance at Pettigrew. Unless it is a transformation of a human. Chapter 16. The Troublemaker Malfoy. The perspectives between Maya and Hermione did not yield a definitive right or wrong. However, in the end, Scabbers managed to evade the fate of neutering. Observing Scabbers, who lay on his lap and refused to eat treats, Ron began to feel a pang of sympathy. No one knew the horrors that Pettigrew had just endured. How could this child possibly be innocent? The unsettled Pettigrew was in turmoil. Although he had escaped neutering, the resemblance of the child to that person was profoundly disconcerting. The resemblance was striking, yet not complete, as he had never seen that person in their youth. Coupled with the occasional glances that conveyed a disregard for life, it was almost indistinguishable from that individual. Had he not witnessed that person's demise through his own rebounding curse, he would have believed this child to be a transformation of that very individual. Of course, he knew that individual had not truly perished, yet he doubted that they would dare to present themselves under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. Rumors suggested that the individual had a child. Suddenly, Pettigrew's gaze towards Maya shifted dramatically. If that were the case, but wait, if this were indeed that person's child, Dumbledore, with his capabilities, would surely recognize them. How could he allow them to walk alongside Harry Potter so openly? The small rodent-like mind of Pettigrew was struggling to comprehend, while the children continued their chatter. Pettigrew took a moment to rest. However, he could not shake the feeling that the child was secretly observing him, particularly after the child's previous remark. He feared that his animagus form had been discovered. Scabbers had been with me for many years, initially as Percy's pet at this point. Hermione suddenly furrowed her brow, as if sensing something amiss. Fred and the others taught me a spell that can turn Scabbers yellow. Or perhaps Ron noticed Hermione's scrutinizing gaze and felt a wave of guilt wash over him, his desire to showcase his knowledge instantly fading. Hermione shrugged. All right, I've learned some simple spells at home too. Wait, you mean you've learned magic at home? Maya immediately detected the inconsistency. Hermione pressed her lips tightly together. This Maya character always interrupted her. Yes, is there a problem? Ignoring Hermione's brusque tone, Maya pressed on. Just reading? Or have you practiced? Hermione, now thoroughly exasperated, retorted, you see, learning requires hands-on practice. Without practice, learning is as no one ever sought you out because you used magic or sent a letter. You, oomph. At this, Hermione, once more interrupted, turned her head defiantly and fell silent in a huff. Maya, realizing she had angered the spirited little girl, acknowledged her misstep. Though he was not particularly fond of Hermione's somewhat noisy disposition at that moment, the wisdom and bravery she had demonstrated in his memories were indeed admirable to Mia. He typically refrained from socializing with girls. After all, how could boys play with girls? Yet, a girl who dared to break 100 school rules in her first year and petrify her classmates intrigued him somewhat. Professor Granger, please proceed. Upon hearing Mia's banter, Hermione had no desire to engage in conversation with him. To avoid being caught using magic at home, Mia had deliberately resided at the Leaky Cauldron for nearly a month. Harry attempted to mediate the situation. Hermione suddenly became interested. You've been studying at the Leaky Cauldron all this time? Indeed, he replied. I knew it. I knew that merely memorizing the books wasn't enough. Someone would surely surpass me. Observing Hermione's sudden irritation, the remaining three exchanged glances. You really memorized the entire book? Ron asked, somewhat incredulous. Yes, because if I don't study, others will, and I will fall behind. Hermione swiftly turned to Mia. You must have finished reading it as well, right? Well, sort of. Actually, you Haven T properly inquired about the school rules from the professors. New students are not prohibited from using magic off campus. Mia nodded. Indeed, his recollections on that matter were not particularly clear. Even if they were, he had little inclination to concern himself with school regulations. However, being lectured by this individual was quite irksome. I have learned some simple spells, Hermione remarked. Glancing at Harry's glasses, it seems your glasses are broken. Before Harry could respond, Hermione raised her wand and pointed it at him. Repairing charm. Restore as before. With a crackle, Harry suddenly found his vision remarkably clearer. Without the crack in front of him, he felt somewhat disoriented. What about you? What spells have you learned? Hermione challenged Mia to a duel of wits. Mia esse gaze drifted momentarily. What had he learned? The blasting curse, the killing curse, the cruciatus curse, the soul siphon curse. She would undoubtedly know the levitation charm, but she couldn't demonstrate what she didn't know. How about a disarming spell on the spot? Or perhaps a killing curse for some amusement? Of course, his 3 unforgivable curses were not lethal yet. Previously, they only affected small insects, and even then, their efficacy was sporadic, akin to a mere nuisance when cast on a person. Noticing Mia's hesitation, Hermione proudly lifted her chin. In the first round of our duel of wits, Mia is defeated. Thus, I say, learning is not solely about reading. One must also engage in practice, blah blah blah. Just as the group in the booth was being lectured by Hermione, 3 indistinct figures appeared at the door. I have long heard of the legendary Harry Potter aboard this train. A voice filled with arrogance interrupted Hermione's discourse. Mia recognized the golden slicked-back hair. It was Draco Malfoy. Based on his past demeanor and Mia's memories, he felt little inclination to befriend this individual, lacking both the desire to do good and the resolve to do wrong. For his family, he could at most aspire to be a mere guardian of the family's legacy. My father often remarked that a truly exceptional individual ought to associate with those of equal merit. I believe that I am your finest choice here. As Draco spoke, he cast a scornful glance at the 3 individuals beside Harry, his disdain unmistakable. Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, he introduced, extending his hand. His haughty demeanor instantly provoked disdain among the 4 in the box. Couldn't you have knocked first before bringing your 2 lackeys in? Ron couldn't help but retort. Draco glanced at Ron with disdain, taking in his red hair and worn garments. TSK, 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 you must be a Weasley. How is it that your family is so generous with children, yet so stingy with decent clothing? Mind your tongue. Ron shot up in indignation. Oh, Draco stepped back slightly. What? Do you want to fight? The 2 lackeys glared provocatively at Ron. Clenching his fists, Ron's face turned crimson. TSK, 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 look at you. Your face is nearly as red as your hair. Draco continued his verbal onslaught. I'm going to knock you out. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Ron shouted and lunged at Draco. The 2 lackeys immediately moved to restrain him, turning the situation into a 3-on-1 altercation. After being pulled away, Ron glared angrily at Draco, who dusted off his clothes in irritation. You, a pauper, truly lack manners. Draco suddenly shifted his target. You lot, cease this at once. Hermione, seated closest, stood up first. Draco, redirecting his attention, remarked, by your appearance, it seems your parents must be muggles, am I correct? I had left you be before. But from today onward, you ought to understand that someone of your lowly bloodline should refer to me as my lord. What are you staring at? You too, Mia, unexpectedly caught in the crossfire, rose silently and pulled out her wand. Ah, it seems the magic she has learned can now be demonstrated. What are you doing? Using magic to fight would violate school rules. Hermione suddenly grabbed Mia. I can break the rules without magic, you know? The consequences will be less severe. Understood. Mia cast an appreciative glance at Hermione. Seeing Mia's readiness to act, Hermione grew anxious. What do you understand? You're misunderstanding. Before Hermione could finish, Mia kicked Draco with a swift, decisive blow. I'll kick you into oblivion, you little brat. Chapter 17. The Enigmatic Spell of Flight. Draco was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He merely saw the muggle-born boy approaching, and then he was airborne. With a resounding thud, the wall caught Draco, and he subsequently landed on the floor. Curled up like a caterpillar, he lay on the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning incessantly. I'm dying. I'm dying. Help Mia's unexpected kick left everyone momentarily stunned. Harry, quick to act, seized the opportunity before the two lackeys could react, and charged forward. What does being a bystander matter when the fight has already begun? Harry's preemptive strike caught them completely off guard. With years of cunning encounters against Dudley, Harry adeptly ensnared one of the lackeys like an octopus wrapping its tentacles around its prey. This approach allowed him to subdue his opponent without inflicting any noticeable harm, thereby evading the reprimands of his uncle and aunt, who invariably placed their unwavering trust in Dudley. Witnessing Harry's commendable effort, Ron, who found himself by the collar, abruptly pivoted to launch himself at his captor. The scene unfolding in the compartment had become quite difficult to behold. Hermione deemed the developments excessively chaotic. Observing the four entangled on the floor, Hermione found herself at a loss, having never encountered such a spectacle. Mia regarded Draco, who was wailing on the ground as if he were a slaughtered pig, with an expression of incredulity. Although his outcry was rather loud, they were merely 11 years old and had not sustained any actual injuries. This fellow certainly had a talent for howling. Enough already. I kicked your stomach. Why are you clutching your chest and making such a fuss? Hey, don't cover your head. I didn't kick your skull. Don't malign the innocent. Draco, exposed by Mia's remarks, felt his face flush a deep shade of liver. Just you wait. I will tell my father. He threatened, fleeing the scene, his legs flailing in a manner that suggested he had not been subdued at all. Stop the kissing. Your leader has fled. What are you still doing here? Goyle and Crabbe, bereft of their commander, also made a hasty retreat. Even in such disarray, how could one still find humor? Hermione, with urgency etched on her face, worried about the consequences should the professor learn their antics. Mia shrugged nonchalantly. If they dared to inform the professor, he would have to face the repercussions. Even if they do tell the professor, they were the ones who instigated the trouble. We'll insist that they struck first, leaving the professor with no recourse. We haven't even enrolled yet. What punishment could they possibly impose? Ron, feeling somewhat sheepish, acknowledged, I believe I was the one who struck first. You fool. As long as none of us speaks up, the professor won't know who initiated the scuffle. Ron's expression soured, as if everyone were oblivious to the truth. Mia regarded Hermione with a measure of admiration. Though somewhat bookish, she was not bound by convention, reminiscent of her own memories. Why are you looking at me like that? Hermione, flustered by Mia's gaze, replied, I'm worried you might get expelled. Hermione, who held herself to the standards of a model student, was reluctant to admit her recent attempt to deceive the professor. The minor commotion instigated by Draco soon dissipated, not only failing to mar their journey, but also providing them with more topics for conversation. By the way, Mia suddenly addressed Hermione. What were you here for? Suddenly alarmed, Hermione's expression shifted. I came to help Neville find his toad. Watching Hermione spring to her feet in haste, Harry remarked, in such a large train. Will you search for a toad? Mia produced her wand, which she had prepared in advance. In this situation, a summoning charm will suffice. Ha, little Hermione. Let me show you who truly reigns as the foremost scholar of Hogwarts. All that is needed is... Wait, this is my forte. Ron suddenly stood up, declaring, This is the only magic I can perform, and it often helps my mother find things. Observing Ron's confidence, it seemed as though his eyes were pleading. Let me do it. Having been looked down upon several times, Ron was eager to showcase his skills before the proud witch. Then go ahead, Maya conceded. Clearing his throat, Ron waved his tattered wand and exclaimed, Toad, fly forth. As he made the gesture, Maya immediately sensed a distinct magical fluctuation emanating from Ron's wand. It appeared that Ron truly possessed the ability to cast the levitation charm. Suddenly, Maya noticed the magical waves from the wand becoming erratic. The wand began to crackle, emitting orange sparks. This unexpected turn of events caused everyone to instinctively distance themselves from Ron, fearing an accident. Ron himself was quite startled. Eventually, as the sparks dissipated, only a cloud of smoke remained. Ron hung his head, dejected. I failed. Just as the group began to relax, calamity struck again. The Bertie Bott's every flavor beans on the table suddenly soared towards Ron. Before anyone could react, objects around them began to fly in Ron's direction. Cowering in the corner, Ron was bombarded and unable to lift his head. Watching Ron being overwhelmed, Maya stifled a laugh and nodded. From a certain perspective, you succeeded. In a fit of anger, Ron tossed aside the paper bag on his face, muttering, accursed wand. You can't blame the wand for your incompetence, Hermione interjected sharply. Embarrassed, Ron could only roll his eyes in response. Surely, it's safe now, he remarked. Just as he spoke, Ron suddenly found himself in darkness. What is this? Irritated, he grasped the object in his hands, wishing to hurl it to the ground. It appeared to be. Maya, unable to identify the peculiar item, mused aloud. Is it clothing? Harry leaned closer to scrutinize it. I think so, Maya agreed with a nod. What on earth is this? Ron wondered, feeling its warmth. Hermione's cheeks flushed as she observed. Let me take a closer look, Maya said, curiosity piqued, but Hermione abruptly smacked his arm. What are you doing? Don't look. Why not? Maya protested. Because, Hermione hesitated, it's something girls wear. Confused, Maya replied, do you have one? It's so small, it can't possibly fit. By the way, my mother seems to have something very similar. Maya continued. Shut up, Hermione exclaimed, blushing furiously as she pinched Maya. I'm not at the age to wear that. Feeling unjustly reprimanded, Maya retorted, if you don't have one, then why are you hitting me? That hurts. It was clear that boys and girls should not play together. At that moment, a girl approached, arms crossed, sobbing. The group exchanged glances, realizing the implications of the object in Ron's hands. In a swift motion, Ron flung it away. Don't just toss it. It hit me on the head. I don't want to hold it. Neither do we. Whoever summoned it should take it. Exactly. Though it's a bit large for you. Get lost. Mia received yet another slap. Chapter 18. An unconventional entrance. As evening descended, the train finally came to a gentle halt. The dim lights on either side cast a muted glow, suggesting that an unknown magical realm lay concealed just beyond the amber shafts of light. Accustomed to the train's swaying, Mia felt a peculiar heaviness when her feet once again touched solid ground. The sight of students clad in black uniforms merged them into the shadows. Mia and her companions had donned their uniforms, the vintage robe style offering a refreshing novelty to Mia. Harry, too, found it extraordinary. He had previously worn nothing but Dudley's oversized hand-me-downs, making this his very first new outfit. Only Ron appeared visibly displeased. What's the matter? Be sure to keep your belongings secure. Mia flashed a mischievous smile at Ron. You'll have to return them to their rightful owner yourself. Harry grinned conspiratorially. Don't mock me. First-year students, this way. A deep voice drew the attention of the young wizards, much like a group of gophers peering curiously. Upon spotting the imposing figure, Mia immediately recognized Hagrid. First years, follow me. Hagrid noticed Mia and Harry, winking at them, of course in the dim light. Hagrid's beetle-like eyes went unnoticed by them. The new students trailed behind Hagrid in a manner reminiscent of newly hatched ducklings. Among the crowd, Mia spotted Hermione, who undoubtedly saw her as well. Yet, the proud little witch pretended not to notice. Ever since she had successfully used the summoning charm to find Neville's toad, Hermione resembled a defeated rooster. Under Hagrid's guidance, the young wizards navigated a winding path. The illumination relied solely on the lamp in Hagrid's hand. In such a setting, the young wizards busied themselves with hushed whispers. After walking for a while, the crowd suddenly surged. As Mia moved forward, she bumped her head against the back of the person in front of her, only to feel someone collide with her from behind. In an instant, chaos ensued. Ouch! Don't rush from behind. Who is pulling in my pocket? Seeing the commotion caused by their abrupt halt, Hagrid shrugged with a hint of embarrassment. After a considerable pause, the crowd eventually settled down. Mia removed a shoe from her head, while Harry extricated himself from someone's armpit. Ron instinctively checked his pocket, realizing something was amiss. Oh no. It's gone. Hey, whose clothes are these? They're so small, not mine. Not mine either. All right, everyone quiet down. Hagrid's formidable presence and booming voice quickly hushed the young wizards. Long ago, the four founders of Hogwarts arrived at the castle by boat. Thus, allowing first-year students to traverse the same path by boat into the castle has become a cherished tradition at Hogwarts. Each boat accommodates only 4 individuals. So I advise you not to cluster together haphazardly. It would be unfortunate if it capsized. With that, the chatter by the shore resumed. The young wizards eagerly selected their preferred small boats. Most of the unfamiliar young wizards chose to embark on the same vessel as their companions from the previous compartment. Mia and her 2 friends did the same. Hermione. Upon hearing her name, Hermione turned to see Mia waving at her. There's still a spot here. Upon spotting those 3 peculiar individuals, Hermione felt a sense of unease. With the 3 of them in one boat, it felt as though it might capsize at any moment. Reluctantly, Hermione shook her head. I'll look elsewhere. Unfazed by Hermione's decision to leave, Mia waved her hand dismissively. A short while later, Mia, glancing at Hermione standing beside the small boat, inquired, Are you here to find toads again? The night concealed Hermione's flushed cheeks. There's nowhere else to go. Thus, the 4 of them reunited once more. Just as they were about to set off, a chubby boy hurried over. Wait for me. I have no other place to sit. Observing the boy's awkward demeanor, Mia reluctantly said, All right, come aboard. Neville gratefully nodded at Mia and stepped onto the boat. Instantly, it sank a little deeper. Hey, mate. Your physique might be a tad precarious, Ron exclaimed dramatically. This only made Neville more uncomfortable. His head nearly bowed in embarrassment. Perhaps I should look for another spot. Hagrid is alone. You should see the tiny boat he is on, almost swamped with water, Harry remarked. Never mind, you might as well stay. The boat quickly became crowded. Mia sat at the edge, clutching the side tightly, watching Mia's efforts to avoid encroaching upon her space. Hermione felt a surge of gratitude. It seemed this fellow had some gentlemanly qualities after all. Do not touch, or we shall lose, Mia thought. I cannot allow this fellow to crowd me. To create space for Neville, Ron had no choice but to sit on Harry's lap. Thank you, Harry. I hope I'm not too heavy. Don't give me that look. Turn away. How annoying. Neville shyly scratched his head. These people are quite nice. Thus, the small boat, now bearing 5 passengers, gently set sail. Gliding across the tranquil lake, the waves shattered the darkness into a pool of evening stars. Mia, Mia, Harry called out, noticing the rising waterline. Are we sinking? It's fine. There is magical protection. Just a minor issue. Do not panic. After a moment, Mia, Mia, Harry exclaimed, as water began to seep in. The water is coming in. We are truly sinking. It's not a big problem. We can manage, Mia reassured. After a little while, Mia, gurgle, gurgle, we are gurgling. This is a significant problem. Gurgle, gurgle, help. On the shore, Hagrid looked at the 5, just pulled from the water, with a resigned expression. My toad is missing again, Neville said, his face ashen. The group resembled drowned rats. Mia never expected that in such a grand Hogwarts, a boat could be lacking. Who would have thought that the future great wizard would arrive at Hogwarts in such a manner? A dark chapter in history, indeed. Beside her, Hermione appeared quite shaken and was still trembling. Do not fear, it is all over now. As Hermione continued to tremble, Mia rummaged through her pocket and offered a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. Here, have one. Thank you, Hermione replied, almost amused by Mia's peculiar way of offering comfort. Feeling significantly better. Don't mention it. Just eat it. It might make you feel a bit better. All right. Hermione popped the bean in her mouth. By the way, what flavor is this? I have no idea. Upon tasting the indescribable flavor of the every flavor bean, Hermione understood. This curious item, known as Mia Shamil, was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Noticing that Hermione had ceased to engage, Mia decided not to pursue further conversation. Was she upset because the bean was unpalatable? There was little he could do. If it were tasty, he would have consumed it himself long ago. Each being placed in one's mouth was a gamble, a venture into the unknown, as one could never be certain of what bizarre flavors the reckless manufacturers had concocted. At least Ron had personally experienced a bean that tasted like boogers, although Mia couldn't fathom how Ron knew what boogers tasted like. After drying off a few drenched first years, Hagrid led the newcomers into Hogwarts. The castle stood as a testament to history, its walls echoing tales of the past. The flickering, dim light illuminated part of the castle, while the remainder remained shrouded in the depths of time. To Mia, it was evident that for the faint-hearted, wandering through these halls at night was an unwise endeavor. Perhaps overwhelmed by the castle's imposing presence, the young wizards could only hear the sound of their own scattered footsteps, as if listening to the castle narrate its own story. Eventually, Hagrid brought them before a colossal door, his fist rapping against the solid oak produced a resonant sound. Professor McGonagall, first-year students. Thus, the young wizards found themselves entrusted to a stern woman clad in emerald green. Due to her formidable aura, no one dared utter a word. Longbottom, watching Neville clumsily approach to catch a toad, Mia felt a twinge of anxiety for him. Professor McGonagall was renowned for her strictness. No one could transgress under her watchful gaze, not even students from her own house. The grave expression she directed at Neville left no doubt that this clumsy boy had made an unfavorable impression. Mia clearly saw Professor McGonagall glance at Harry, though it was merely a fleeting look that encompassed him and the others. Thus, Mia could not ascertain whether there was any intent behind that gaze. I heard Fred and the others say that the sorting ceremony involved battling a troll. Ron suddenly whispered, his face paling. A troll? That sounds like an enormous and fearsome creature, Harry remarked. Seeing Ron nod in affirmation, Harry too began to look concerned. Mia was well aware that the ceremony was merely about donning a rather tattered hat, but he chose not to divulge this, simply enjoying the moment. Look at her. She keeps muttering as if she is cursing someone, he observed. Ron cast a furtive glance towards Hermione, and I have always considered her somewhat peculiar. Mia and Harry remained silent, for an insufferable individual had approached once more. Oh, I heard someone fell into the water? Let me think. Who lacks the sense to sit properly in a boat? The moment Mia spotted that golden slicked-back hair, she recognized it was Draco. You all will settle your scores later. Draco, flanked by 2 lackeys, cast a menacing gaze over the group, but his eyes faltered slightly when they landed on Mia. Harry Potter. I believe it is imperative I reiterate the necessity of being judicious in your choice of companions. At the very least, one should avoid associating with the unworthy. Draco's gaze was laden with implications. Faced with such brazen arrogance, Harry offered no courtesy. Casting a sidelong glance at Draco's outstretched hand, he had no intention of accepting it. You are correct. Thus, I exercise great caution in my choices. Harry's expression was taut, his disdain palpable. Draco's face shifted from pale to flushed as he felt the weight of those around him, his anger surging. Are you suggesting that you choose to befriend these muggle-born wizards? Good heavens, I dare say they probably do not even comprehend what magic is. Draco's expression twisted in disdain. Having lived a life of privilege, he had never encountered the slightest indignity. Mia regarded Draco with a mocking gaze, viewing him as a mere jester. Newly introduced to the magical realm, he was reluctant to foster enmity. In his perspective, anyone could be befriended, provided they were of value. Yet, Draco's arrogance and his fervent admiration for blood purity exceeded Mia's expectations. Although he recalled this individual's penchant for inciting animosity, he had hoped reality would not mirror such extremes. Yet, facts revealed the truth was indeed as exaggerated. What are you staring at? Noticing Mia es segaze. Draco's humiliation morphed into rage. Remove your gaze, you filthy mudblood. You likely don't even know the 3 unforgivable curses, do you? Those are specifically used for. Malfoy, you've lost your mind. Ron was the first to react, shocked by the utter rudeness of Draco's words. I may not be well versed in the 3 unforgivable curses. Mia's demeanor turned frosty. A desire to avoid conflict did not equate to a willingness to yield unconditionally. However, I am aware of a 4th unforgivable curse. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't believe me? Come closer, and I shall demonstrate. Draco, however, was not so foolish. He instinctively recoiled. Yet, Mia's hand moved swiftly and struck. Smack! After the sharp sound, Draco's left cheek began to flush red. Even if you don't come closer, I can still demonstrate. Just see how much I adore you. The smile on Mia's face, however, appeared terrifying in Draco's eyes. Numbness washed over him as he incredulously covered his face. You! How dare you! Draco exclaimed, astonished and furious. My father has never struck me. At that moment, the grand hall doors swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall. Draco instinctively contemplated reporting the incident, yet he was suddenly embraced by Mia, who whispered meaningfully in his ear, Do you think that if the professor were to learn that words slipped from your lips, she would first address whom? Draco's mind raced as he regained a semblance of composure. Having endured the torment inflicted by blood supremacist wizards led by Voldemort, the contemporary magical community remains acutely sensitive to the notion of blood purity. While many may harbor their private thoughts, uttering such overtly blood supremacist sentiments is a taboo no one dares to breach. Draco, having grown up in an esteemed family, was well aware of this reality. What sort of trickery are you two engaged in? Professor McGonagall scrutinized the pair, her brow furrowed in disapproval. We are merely exchanging magical insights, Professor, Mia replied, affectionately resting her hand on Draco's shoulder. Draco has been quite helpful. It's evident he's been steeped in the magical world since childhood. Perceiving the seemingly benign glimmer in Mia's eyes, Draco begrudgingly nodded. Yes, indeed. McGonagall regarded them with skepticism, but chose not to press further. The sorting ceremony has commenced. I expect no disturbances. Chapter 20. The Sorting Ceremony. The minor altercation outside the Grand Hall abruptly subsided with a clap of the professor's hands. Everyone, follow me into the hall. As the heavy oak doors creaked open, the ancient and majestic hall revealed itself to the young wizards. You were truly remarkable just now, Ron exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for Mia. Harry, standing nearby, discreetly gave a thumbs up. Mia simply smiled nonchalantly. Draco's familial influence was undeniably advantageous. Thus, despite his personal aversion, he felt compelled to include Draco among those he could leverage. As they entered the hall, Mia sensed a multitude of gazes fixated upon them. He disliked being scrutinized with such probing eyes. Ideally, he would prefer respect from the talented and fear from the nefarious. The deeper they ventured into the hall, the more tense Ron became, a sentiment mirrored in the other young wizards. The sorting ceremony has long been a favorite tradition among Hogwarts graduates for intimidating newcomers. Mia felt a twinge of anxiety as well, particularly at the thought of meeting the legendary White Wizard. Ultimately, he could not resist the urge to glance toward the dais. At the center, upon the grandest and most ornate chair, he beheld a somewhat gaunt yet vibrant elder. An indescribable sensation washed over Mia an amalgamation of trepidation in the presence of a formidable figure and a yearning for that esteemed position. It would be prudent to keep such unabashed scrutiny from Dumbledore's notice. Mia, it seems he is looking at me. Harry gestured for Mia to observe Dumbledore. Instinctively, Mia glanced again, and he immediately felt Dumbledore's gaze upon him. I too believe he is watching me, Ron chimed in. Could it be illusion? Maya could no longer bear to watch and fixed her gaze ahead, feigning nonchalance like the other young wizards. It was hardly surprising that Dumbledore had turned his attention towards her. Given the myriad of prior indications, she suspected she had long been ensnared in his calculations. She resolved to embrace her fate with equanimity. Those whose names I call, please step forward. Hannah Abbott. Maya observed a somewhat trembling girl approach the front. This scene mirrored her memories almost perfectly. Professor McGonagall placed the soiled hat upon the girl's head, its largest crease exaggeratedly writhing. Hufflepuff, as the hat proclaimed loudly. One of the long tables in the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Over there, Professor McGonagall guided the girl, her demeanor notably kind. The trolls are quite different from what I imagined, Maya muttered intentionally. Ron, blushing, scratched his head. Fred and the others are at it again. Soon after, several more young wizards took their turns. Lavender Brown, a seemingly vivacious girl, scampered to the front. She appears rather peculiar, Ron whispered. One ought to be nervous in such circumstances. Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat swiftly rendered its verdict. Wait. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards Lavender. Miss Brown, is there a problem? Professor McGonagall inquired. If you object to my judgment, then let be known, I am a hat that never errs. The Sorting Hat exclaimed loudly. Lavender fidgeted, scanning the crowd. Ultimately, Maya noted that her gaze distinctly lingered on her, Harry, and Ron. I lost some clothing on the train. If anyone found it, I hope to retrieve it in person. After speaking, Lavender shyly chuckled a few times. However, Maya clearly perceived her sense of triumph. Subsequently, Maya and Harry exchanged bemused glances at Ron. It seems a rather theatrical introduction awaits us, Maya remarked ambiguously. Remember to return her belongings, Harry said meaningfully to Ron. Ron appeared utterly baffled, ultimately shrugging helplessly. Observing Lavender bounce towards the Gryffindor table, Professor McGonagall silently shook her head. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. Before even making contact with the Golden Tuft, the Sorting Hat unhesitatingly announced the result. Ron Weasley. Ron hesitated slightly as he approached, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the crowd. Ah, another Weasley. It's quite evident, Gryffindor. Ron exhaled in relief as he made his way to Gryffindor. Harry Potter. At the mention of this name, the entire hall fell into an immediate hush. All gazes converged upon Harry in an instant. Even the unflappable Dumbledore straightened slightly in his seat. As Harry donned the Sorting Hat, anticipation surged through the crowd. Each house yearned for the savior to grace their ranks. Good things come to those who wait. The Sorting Hat had yet to announce Harry's fate, instead mumbling incessantly. Aside from Professor McGonagall and Harry, no one else could hear it, which only heightened the anticipation among the others. Gryffindor. The hall fell silent for a brief moment before nearly being lifted off its foundations by the jubilant cheers erupting from Gryffindor. If one is resolute enough, the Sorting Hat may very well change its mind. As he walked by, Harry leaned in and whispered to Mia Sharmel. With no time to focus on Dumbledore's reaction, Mia stepped forward. As the hat settled upon his head, a wave of nervousness washed over him. To which house would he be assigned? Given his ability to speak Parseltongue, Slytherin seemed a strong possibility. However, as a diligent student, Ravenclaw was also a contender. Hey lad, you seem to have an abundance of thoughts swirling in your mind. A voice emanated from above. It was the Sorting Hat. Am I intruding upon your analysis? Mia silently mused. It appeared the hat could indeed probe into thoughts. He cleared his mind, striving to avoid any memories that might surface. Which house do you think I would be suited for? Mia inquired suddenly. Oh, it is rare for a new student to engage with me at this juncture. Out of courtesy for your politeness, my initial assessment is Slytherin. Initial assessment? Indeed, I instinctively perceived you as destined for Slytherin. However, I have just discerned several other traits within you. A thirst for knowledge would certainly appeal to Ravenclaw. Your boldness aligns with the spirit of Gryffindor, and your sense of fairness could place you in Hufflepuff as well. Yet, if I may be candid, your sense of fairness, how shall I put it? Those endowed with exceptional talent often possess a degree of arrogance. However, to regard others as mere pawns. TSK. You are either a remarkable genius or an insufferable fool. The Sorting Hat spoke with unvarnished honesty. The others in the hall began to pay heed to Mia. Did I take that long? Harry asked Ron, a hint of nervousness in his voice. He wished for Mia to be sorted into the same house as him. Longer than you. He must be quite the spectacle, exclaimed a boy with similarly red hair, standing beside another who looked just like him. "He is my friend," Ron declared with pride. "Come off it. Someone's gilding the lily," another redhead said, his expression serious. "Wow, Percy, the dutiful prefect," chimed in the other boy. Their banter caused Percy's face to redden. On stage, Mia continued his dialogue with the Sorting Hat. "Are you implying that I could potentially belong to any house? That is one way to interpret it, but you cannot belong to every house, for I cannot divide you into 4 parts. Ignoring the Sorting Hat's jest, Mia suddenly queried, "Which house did that girl, Hermione Granger, go to? Oh, do you have a particular interest in her?" The Sorting Hat ignited a spark of gossip. Mia couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You need only read my thoughts to find out. No, no, no. If the truth were always so straightforward, where would the fun be? Then let your words suffice." The Sorting Hat chuckled playfully. "So which house did she end up in? In that case, I must assist you. The girl was sorted into Gryffindor. If you ask me, your judgment is quite commendable." "Where?" Before the Sorting Hat could continue, I interjected, "Gryffindor. What? TSK, you child." The hat grew impatient, raising its voice. I reiterated, "Gryff. Inder. Very well, thank you." Without waiting for the Sorting Hat to respond, Mia swiftly removed the hat and hurried towards Gryffindor. The house erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Huh?" The Sorting Hat looked bewildered. "That is not what I meant." "Is there a problem?" Professor McGonagall inquired. The Sorting Hat stammered, "No, nothing, pesky little imp." Chapter 21. Hogwarts. Mia scurried to the Gryffindor table, anxious that the Sorting Hat might have a change of heart. "Mia, we're in the same house," Harry exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. Upon first meeting Mia, he had sensed that she was one of the few genuinely good people in the world. Having been bullied by his peers, he had come to regard Mia as a significant friend. We have Potter and another hat staller. 2 exuberant boys caught Mia's attention. She recognized them as the Weasley twins. Their antics infused the atmosphere in Gryffindor with extra liveliness. Mia felt an undeniable sense of belonging. Truly, for him, it mattered little which house he joined. In fact, had there been no other influencing factors, he would have opted for Slytherin. The students there were adept at rallying around the powerful and forming influential alliances. Such a collective would offer Mia the opportunity to connect with more valuable individuals. After all, most of the aristocrats attended Slytherin. Yet when it came to Worth, who could rival the Chosen One? He was backed by Dumbledore himself. Even if he broke over 100 school rules, he could still secure the House Cup. Moreover, having already made an enemy of Malfoy and lacking any connections in the magical world, Mia decisively chose Gryffindor. He began to look forward to the days where school rules would become challenges. "What is a hat staller?" Harry inquired. Ron was about to explain when the 2 older brothers interjected. "It's someone who can make the Sorting Hat hesitate for 5 minutes. Each such individual is remarkable. I've heard that our headmaster is one such hat staller," the Weasley twins explained in perfect harmony. "The headmaster? The one who brought you in," Harry said, glancing at Professor McGonagall, who seemed rather strict. Ron immediately grimaced, as it seemed she would monopolize their flying lessons. The twins exchanged knowing glances, their understanding evident. Indeed, frequently. We Haven T had flying lessons in ages. "I've nearly forgotten what Quidditch is," Ron lamented, his expression falling completely. She clearly didn't understand Quidditch. Mia nearly burst into laughter. It is essential to recognize that the traits of the 4 houses at Hogwarts are no mere jest. As the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall, who may appear stern and traditional, is, in fact, an ardent Quidditch enthusiast. The mischievous twins exchanged knowing smirks. Soon, the last student found his way to his designated house. Standing as the headmaster, Dumbledore rose to deliver a brief address, which essentially conveyed a warning. "Do not venture into the Forbidden Forest and avoid the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor." Mia, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, understood this to mean that Dumbledore was subtly urging Harry to explore the Forbidden Forest and the aforementioned corridor. It was clear that he intended to accompany Harry on this venture. To attain the Philosopher's Stone, one must first reach its concealed location, though whether they would succeed remained uncertain. For the sake of her family's longevity, Mia was willing to take risks. As for the Forbidden Forest, she had no desire to frolic there as a first-year student. It was, after all, where Voldemort prowled in search of unicorns. The evening progressed with the twins' whimsical yet melancholic school song, and the feast commenced in earnest. With a gentle wave of his hand, Dumbledore conjured an abundance of delectable dishes upon the table. The cuisine at Hogwarts was truly exceptional. Mia felt an urge to commend the house elves responsible for the meals. Glancing at Ron, who was voraciously devouring a chicken leg, she noted how he nearly swallowed his own tongue. Mia then spotted a steaming glass of milk in front of Harry. "Harry, would you care for some milk?" "No, thank you." "Very well." With that, Mia seized Harry's milk and took several hearty gulps. Huh? Harry stared in astonishment at Mia, whose lips were adorned with a ring of milk. Is this how it's done? Meanwhile, little Tom, hidden in Mia's sleeve, was relishing a piece of jerky. Observing Mia, who had happily commandeered Harry's milk, Hermione shook her head in bemusement. What a curious creature. Mia glanced at Harry and Ron, then at Hermione, nodding in satisfaction. Ah, splendid, we're all here. With these three assembled, Gryffindor might as well be renamed Griffin too much. Just as the young wizards were thoroughly enjoying their meal, Ron suddenly gasped. Mia turned to see a ghostly head emerging from the table. A multitude of gray, translucent figures floated into the hall, startling the new students considerably. Good evening, Sir Nicholas. Percy greeted politely. Ah, good day to you, though I find myself in quite a dismal state. My application to join the Headless Hunt was unfortunately declined, Sir Nicholas lamented, his face falling as he prepared to drift away. Ah, I remember you now. You are the legendary, nearly headless Nick. Ron exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, that is I, though I prefer to be addressed as Sir Nicholas. Nearly headless? What does that mean? Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yet before she could finish her question, Mia covered her mouth. I advise against pursuing that line of inquiry if you wish to enjoy your meal, she whispered. Hermione, blushing, wriggled free from Mia's grasp. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. I find myself quite vexed by Shamir's lack of boundaries. Sir Nicholas merely shrugged nonchalantly, and many were curious. There was no harm in showcasing a bit. Well, this year's cohort seems quite commendable, having spat less than their predecessors by 3. Sir Nicholas expressed his satisfaction. May I inquire something? Mia suddenly spoke up. Please do, my child. Will you lead the charge? Lead the charge? What do you mean by that? Just like this. Mia mimicked the action of removing a head. TSK, you child. However, it does indeed appear rather imposing. I appreciate your suggestion. It may just earn me the respect of the Headless Horseman Squad. After Sir Nicholas departed, the young wizard's appetites diminished significantly. That scene of decapitation truly cast a shadow. Once the meal was concluded, Prefect Percy escorted the Gryffindor students to their tower. It was Mia's first encounter with the matron depicted in the painting. Along the way, Harry was utterly astonished by the talking portraits and the moving staircases. This is quite common in the wizarding world. To honor those who have passed, animated portraits are created. Ron explained. How marvelous! Harry could not help but exclaim. With utmost seriousness, Mia told Harry, when you pass on, I shall ensure to have a moving portrait painted of you. Thank you, but I believe I shall pass for now. Chapter 22, A Night at Hogwarts. Even more delightful for Harry was the fact that he shared a dormitory with Mia. Not only that, but Ron and Neville, who had also tumbled into the water with them, were present. Harry sensed that his fate had irrevocably altered since his arrival at Hogwarts. He had found good fortune. It is no small feat, a group of 11-year-olds departing from home. Mia had spent a month alone at the Leaky Cauldron, and it didn't faze her much. Harry had grown accustomed to solitude. He even found the world absent of the Dursleys to be exceedingly splendid. Ron and Neville, however, were different, tossing and turning in the boat, tormented by homesickness and fear, unable to find slumber. The little bed creaked and groaned, likely due to Ron's 8th roll. Mia counted silently. The noise kept Mia awake, while the nocturnal creature, little Tom, remained lively, restlessly crawling around Mia's pillow. With a sigh of exasperation, Mia lamented her inability to sleep. Mia, are you unable to sleep as well? Came Harry's voice. The day's sights and the uncertainty of the future swirled incessantly in Harry's mind, rendering him sleepless. I'm not quite accustomed to a bed with curtains. Ron lifted his head. Every time I close my eyes, I feel as though my grandmother is coming to tuck me in. Neville turned over and said, seeing that not a single soul in the dormitory was asleep. Mia resolved to sit up. How about I tell you a few stories? Is it the tales of Beetle the Bard? My grandmother often read those to me. But they're all from my childhood, Neville remarked. No, Mia replied mysteriously. Would you like to hear some ghost stories? To be honest, I find them a bit frightening. Ron wrapped himself tightly in his blanket, but he mused that he had yet to hear any ghost stories, particularly those concerning spiders. In a state of excitement, Harry sat up, mirroring Mia's enthusiasm. Very well, let me regale you with the tale of the cat-faced old lady. One story followed another, until eventually, the rhythmic snores emanating from Neville signaled the conclusion of their ghostly gathering. In truth, there was little to fear from these tales. Ron burrowed deeper into his covers, pulling them snugly over his head. Time to sleep. Good night. Meanwhile, Mia resumed her solitary gaze at the unfamiliar drapes. This was a life she had never experienced before. If only it could continue in such splendid fashion. As she pondered this, her thoughts gradually drifted toward the Sorcerer's Stone. She still harbored plans to steal it. Although the notion seemed rather daunting, for the sake of her family's lives, she felt compelled to attempt it. The plan was straightforward. Follow Harry, gain entry through the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog, and seize the stone amidst the ensuing chaos. Until then, there was nothing she could do. No amount of magical prowess would suffice, for she needed to retrieve the stone from the clutches of Dumbledore and Voldemort. She would have to play the role of a petty thief in murky waters. At this stage, it was still premature for the plot to delve into the challenges ahead. Her task was simply to wait and strive to grow stronger. Strengthening herself meant that she would no longer have to be a timid thief. In her plans, the first step was to learn several practical defensive spells. The conflagration spell was quite effective, yet overly aggressive. She couldn't very well incinerate someone at the slightest provocation. Could she? Though it might be exhilarating, it was decidedly unlawful, while legality was of little concern to her. Her power had not yet reached a level that would compel the Ministry of Magic to bow before her. Thus, formidable dark arts, like the unforgivable curses, were not her current preference. The disarming charm, however, was much more suitable for her present needs. It could subdue an adversary without leaving her vulnerable to legal repercussions, at least sparing her from concerns about the aftermath. Harry, the so-called savior, wielded the disarming charm with such finesse that he ultimately triumphed over a certain bald adversary's killing curse. One can only imagine how truly effective the disarming charm is for novices. Other spells, such as the petrification charm and the stunning spell, were also viable options. There was an abundance of magic at her disposal. She simply needed a suitable venue to hone her skills. Suddenly, an idea struck her. There could be no better place than the Room of Requirement. In this school, apart from Dumbledore, no one else seemed to know the location or the means of accessing the room. It was the most ideal practice ground. The mere thought of being able to practice magic freely there filled Mia with anticipation. And so, amidst her boundless reveries, Mia gradually succumbed to slumber. Little Tom gently prodded her forehead before burrowing into the blankets beside her. In her dreams, Mia encountered her mother. Her mother appeared quite upset, as if she were conveying something important. Mia strained to listen, and then she realized, "Wake up, you're going to be late." Mia suddenly opened her eyes, glancing at the sunlit window, and her heart sank. She swiftly rolled out of bed and seized Harry's wrist, eager to check the time. However, the digital watch on Harry's wrist refused to light up, having long been rendered useless by the overwhelming magic of the wizarding world. "Hurry up, we're going to be late," Mia exclaimed. Ron, wrapped in his blankets like a caterpillar, squirmed momentarily before falling still again. Neville mumbled in his sleep, "Toilet, toilet." "Found it." "No, don't." Mia rushed forward and pinched Neville's nose, then shouted at the other two, "Get up. Professor McGonagall's class is starting soon." At her words, Harry sat up while Ron poked his head out from the blankets. "Curse that moving staircase. When I become headmaster, I shall have it all dismantled and replaced with elevators." With one hand clutching her backpack and the other grasping Harry, who was holding on to Ron, who in turn was gripping a flustered Neville, the four of them embarked on a thrilling parkour run across the moving staircase. "Goodness, these youngsters!" exclaimed a portrait as they rushed by. Finally, as Neville successfully maneuvered his arm into his sleeve, they reached the classroom door. Mia took a moment to steady her breath before stepping inside. Harry and the others frantically began to adjust their clothing, with Ron pulling a sock that had accidentally gotten caught on his waistband and stuffing it into his pocket. Upon entering the classroom and seeing it brimming with students, Mia felt a chill run down her spine. Casting a glance at the cat perched on the podium, Mia lowered her head and cautiously made her way to her seat. "Thank goodness we ran fast. Just a tad slower and we would have been late," Ron exclaimed as he entered. Hermione shook her head in exasperation at the last-minute arrivals. "Whose cat is that?" Ron pointed at the tabby cat on the podium. Then, to his horror, the tabby leapt into the air, transforming into Professor McGonagall. "Help!" A cat turned into an old lady. Ron gasped, his face paling as he stumbled backward. "Mr. Weasley, could you please be a bit more alert?" Professor McGonagall reprimanded him sternly. "By Merlin's lace-trimmed knickers." Ron, recovering from his shock, paled further upon realizing it was indeed Professor McGonagall. "Should I transform one of you into a pocket watch, so you won't be late?" she inquired. "Let us hope it's not electronic," Harry muttered under his breath. Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze instantly fell upon Harry, causing him to lower his head. Class is now in session. Chapter 23, Transfiguration Class. Transfiguration is a highly precise form of magic. Any error may lead to unpredictable consequences. Thus, if anyone disrupts my class, I shall kindly ask you to leave. As the name suggests, transfiguration involves transforming an object into the desired form, whether it be a living creature or an inanimate object. With that, Professor McGonagall tapped a small mouse on the table with her wand, uttering the incantation, Vera Verdo. As the spell concluded, the little mouse transformed into a cup before the astonished eyes of the class. Although this feat may not rival the transformation of a cat into a human, it nonetheless leaves the young wizards in awe. The key points of this lesson are inscribed upon the blackboard, and you are encouraged to transcribe them. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall instantly filled the previously blank board with a flurry of text. The classroom was soon alive with the sound of scribbling. While the young wizards completed their notes, Professor McGonagall began her explanation. At the heart of transfiguration lies the essence of change. To transform a matchstick into a needle, one must first comprehend the structure of both the matchstick and the needle. Without this understanding, transformation becomes unattainable. Thus, the efficacy of magic is significantly influenced by the caster's mindset. This notion aligns with Amy's own reflections. During his solitary studies at the Leaky Cauldron, he had come to this realization. He once attempted to cast the petrification spell while fixating on the idea of levitating an object. Ultimately, he merely caused the object to wobble gently, devoid of any petrification. Professor McGonagall continued, stating that beyond being intimately familiar with the structure of the object to be transformed, it is crucial to possess unwavering conviction while casting the spell. Hesitation can lead to errors in the transformation. Upon hearing this, Amy could not help but nod in agreement. He recognized that magic is a profoundly idealistic phenomenon, much like newly fledged wizards, who, despite lacking any understanding of spells, can still influence their surroundings during moments of intense emotional upheaval. He recalled a memory of Harry at the zoo, pushed down by Dudley. In a fit of rage, Harry made the glass vanish, causing Dudley to experience an extreme swap with a large python. Although Harry struggled to master even the simplest levitation charm at Hogwarts, he could make the glass disappear without a wand or incantation. This illustrates that magic originates from the innermost thoughts of individuals. The difficulties encountered when learning magic, or the inability to achieve desired effects, often stem from a lack of focus. This is particularly true for wizards hailing from Muggle families. Transforming an object into stone or animating a stone is an act that defies logic. This struggle also manifests among wizards born into the magical world. For instance, prior to learning the petrification spell, they have not previously petrified an object, leading to inevitable hesitation when casting. Extensive practical training enables wizards to become more familiar with magic, fostering the mindset necessary for successfully executing spells. Thus, ample practice accelerates mastery of incantations. Amy contemplated the Room of Requirement, a place that materializes objects based on one's needs, such as combat dummies for practical use. This is undoubtedly a rare treasure. It is worth noting that even Hogwarts students have limited opportunities to practice magic in real-world scenarios. Hence, possessing access to the Room of Requirement grants him an advantage over his peers. By dedicating additional time to practice, his growth will undoubtedly surpass that of his contemporaries. With his innate talent, it is entirely possible that he may achieve the prowess of a professor before graduation. Once everyone had completed their transcriptions, Professor McGonagall waved her hand, and a matchstick appeared on each desk. The moment had arrived. If anyone had any uncertainties, they were welcome to inquire. The young wizards within the classroom immediately began to point and gesticulate at the matchsticks before them. Glancing at the matchstick, Mia turned his gaze toward Hermione, who was indeed looking back at him, their eyes filled with a challenge. A new round of the academic rivalry had commenced. Mia smiled confidently, thinking, "I shall effortlessly conjure a silver needle. I am quite certain, exceedingly confident." He continually reinforced this mental affirmation, striving to immerse himself in the task at hand. He then directed his wand at the matchstick, employing a specific incantation, as his magical energy gradually enveloped it. The matchstick on the desk trembled slightly before abruptly falling still. Mia stared at the matchstick, bewildered, noting its lack of transformation. No effect? The silent competition with Hermione was beginning to agitate him. Meanwhile, Ron was fervently waving his wand nearby, causing Mia to worry about an accidental poke in the eye. Mia endeavored to calm his nerves and repeatedly envisioned the silver needle in his mind. Silver needle, silver needle. Yet, no matter how he tried, images of the unfortunate scabbers invaded his thoughts. Shaking his head to regain focus, he concentrated on the silver needle once more. At the peak of his concentration, Mia swung his wand again. This time, fully engaged, he resolutely envisioned the matchstick transforming into a silver needle. The matchstick was once again enveloped in magical energy, and to his astonishment, it began to be shaped and molded by an invisible force, its surface becoming smooth and glossy while one end sharpened. Professor McGonagall, passing by, noticed this remarkable transformation. Her delight rendered her silent as she quietly observed from behind Mia, as the matchstick closely resembled the silver needle he had envisioned. Mia did not hastily cease his efforts. Instead, he steadied his resolve. He sensed that he could enhance it further, envisioning a threading hole and additional intricate designs. At this moment, Mia was deeply engrossed, determined to adorn this simple silver needle with embellishments, with his magical energy flowing under his command. It was as if great hands were continuously molding the needle. Suddenly, Mia felt a fluctuation in the magic, akin to a speeding car suddenly skidding out of control. The magic spiraled beyond his grasp. Gazing at the final form of the silver needle, he let out a disappointed sigh. How could it have failed? The patterns had begun to emerge quite smoothly, faint impressions now visible on the needle. Yet, it had failed, and rather abruptly at that. Mr. Shamiel had successfully transformed his matchstick into a silver needle. As Mia grappled with this unexpected outcome, Professor McGonagall, with a look of astonishment, picked up the silver needle he had conjured. Not only was it completed with remarkable swiftness, but it also bore some exquisite designs. Truly splendid. Professor McGonagall, typically stern and reserved, displayed a visible satisfaction upon witnessing the remarkable transformation executed by Mia, who was unparalleled in her ability to turn a matchstick into a silver needle at such speed. Beside her, Hermione gazed in disbelief at the silver needle in McGonagall's hand. Her own matchstick lying before her, barely altered, filling her with a sense of despondency. In this competition, she undoubtedly faced defeat. Gryffindor was awarded 5 points. Chapter 24, Potions Class. Until the conclusion of Transfiguration Class, only Mia had flawlessly met Professor McGonagall's expectations. Bizidis Mia. Hermione was the only other student who managed to effect some change in her matchstick, albeit far from the level of Mia's achievement, yet she still earned praise from McGonagall. Harry and Ron, however, were not entirely devoid of progress. Harry sighed as he observed his matchstick, which had merely sharpened slightly. Ron, meanwhile, scowled at his matchstick, which remained utterly motionless. Change. Transform, transform, transform. Ron muttered furiously, waving his wand with fervor. Are you Weasleys planning to abandon wizardry? Draco quipped, astonished that someone could wield a wand like a mere stick. Eager to bolster his own confidence, Draco sought out Ron, who had also managed some alteration to his matchstick. As for Mia, he instinctively disregarded her presence. The thought of someone who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation was simply too frightening. Let me see what you've done to this poor matchstick, Draco said, approaching with an air of superiority. As Ron waved his wand, he felt as though he had poked something soft. Then, a scream erupted from behind him. My eyes! Draco cried out, clutching his face as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. I'll tell my father. Watching Draco flee the classroom in tears, Mia mused to herself. Is he here to provide comic relief? See? I told you that would poke someone in the eye, Ron said, raising his hands innocently. Suppressing the urge to rush to the room of requirement, Mia pondered as he followed Harry and the others. Why had there been such a sudden fluctuation in magical energy? Yet, he remained intensely focused, his control over magic remarkably clear. He was well aware that his magical reserves were not depleted, nor had his thoughts become disordered. The magic seemed to surge unexpectedly, and it was this fluctuation that led to his failure in transformation. He vividly recalled the sensation, despite having ample energy. The process felt awkward, akin to wearing ill-fitting clothing that restricted movement. With such thoughts in mind, they arrived at the potions classroom. The instructor, Professor Severus Snape, served as the head of Slytherin House. Perhaps owing to the Slytherin dormitory's location in the castle's lower levels, the potions classroom was also situated there, enveloped in darkness and dampness due to its proximity to the Black Lake. Some inquisitive young witches and wizards had already discerned that Snape's severity rivaled that of Professor McGonagall. And even more daunting was his unabashed favoritism towards his own house. Mia was keenly aware that Harry and Ron would, from this lesson onward, carry an indelible shadow of fear regarding potions and Snape. For Harry, who bears an uncanny resemblance to his father except for his eyes, which are strikingly like lilies, Snape is unlikely to exhibit any warmth. Bang! Just as Mia was contemplating this, Snape burst into the room in a manner that was quite dramatic and attention-grabbing. There is no need for you to foolishly wave your wands or chant incantations aimlessly here. Therefore, I suspect that few among you possess the appreciation for the intricate science and precise craft that potion-making entails. However, for the rare few who genuinely harbor such intentions, I can teach you how to bewilder the mind. Casting a glance at Draco, who appeared utterly entranced, Mia recognized that he and Snape shared some disconcerting similarities. Mia admired Snape's fervent devotion, as well as his resilience and courage in taking the blame, yet it was undeniable that he occasionally displayed a rather unpleasant demeanor. Noticing Snape's intermittent glances towards Harry, Mia felt a pang of sympathy for him. He understood that Snape was eager to behold those eyes, reminiscent of Lily's. But Harry merely offered him the top of his head, engrossed as he was in fervent note-taking. Mia nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, he was diligent. Casting a glance at Harry's notes revealed the following: bewilder the mind, confuse the senses, earn a reputation. All trivial information. Mr. Potter. Snape's voice rang out as he called the roll, instantly directing the attention of the classroom to Harry. Mia nudged Harry, urging him to cease writing. Harry looked up bewildered at the imposing figure of Snape. Those eyes, the very ones that haunted his dreams, were now within arm's reach. Yet, the visage of Snape rendered the scene akin to a precious gem embedded in a mound of refuse, or a delectable dish marred by a green fly. There were scarcely any words vile enough to encapsulate Snape's current sentiment. However, a particular face in his peripheral vision caught Snape's attention. It seemed familiar. Surprised by Snape's gaze directed at him, Mia felt a peculiar twist of fate. Snape was convinced he had encountered this face before, and upon seeing it, he was overwhelmed with a cocktail of fear, hatred, and disdain. Suddenly, a jolt of recognition struck Snape as he unearthed a memory of a face that bore resemblance to this one. Although he had seen that face only a handful of times, and had been grotesquely altered by excessive dark magic, he would never forget it. It was the owner of that face who had caused Lily's tragic demise. Mia, perceptive as ever, noticed the shift in Snape's expression. This left him even more perplexed. He was certain he had never encountered Snape before. How could he be subjected to such an unkind gaze? Could it be? Although Mia had his suspicions regarding his lineage, he had never confirmed them. Now, it seemed that only this conjecture could elucidate Snape's current demeanor towards him. A quickened heartbeat surged within him. Could it be that Snape harbored resentment towards him due to some past grievance? It was entirely plausible. Mr. Potter, Professor Snape began, please enlighten me on what transpires if I were to add daffodil root powder to an infusion of mugwort. Harry, bewildered, shook his head. To his left, Hermione eagerly raised her hand. I don't know. Then allow me to inquire further. Where might I locate a piece of dungstone? Harry again shook his head. What distinguishes aconitum from wolfia? Harry continued to shake his head, while Hermione nearly leapt from her seat in eagerness to respond. Snape's expression remained stern, and he remarked, it is truly regrettable that mere fame is insufficient. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Potter? In that moment, even Harry's naivety could not obscure the fact that Snape was targeting him. Mia thought to himself that Harry was indeed quite brave. This prompted a ripple of quiet laughter throughout the classroom, with Draco wearing a smirk of malicious delight. Mia silently mourned for Harry within his heart. Silence, commanded Snape, his face as impassive as ever, though the atmosphere thickened with his growing irritation. Chapter 25. The Room of Requirement. Mia, unexpectedly called upon, felt a touch of exasperation. It seemed he was indeed caught in the crossfire of their animosity. Fortunately, prior to arriving, he had nearly memorized the entire potions textbook, including substantial portions from the advanced levels. Dungstone can be found within the stomach of a goat. Aconitum and wolfia are the same species, collectively referred to as aconite. This relatively simple knowledge flowed effortlessly from Mia's lips. The Gryffindor students regarded him with delight, anticipating additional points for their house. Meanwhile, Draco wore a sullen expression. The classroom fell into a brief silence. Did I pose these questions to you? The atmosphere grew even more tense, and Draco's eyes widened with surprise. Mia felt a surge of discontent, but managed to suppress it. He was not yet in a position to challenge a professor. Suddenly, Snape approached, his voluminous black robes resembling those of a great bat. He halted before Mia, his piercing gaze scrutinizing his face, intent on determining whether it matched his recollection. Now, Mr. Shamir, please tell me, what kind of flame cannot be extinguished and will endlessly consume and expand? At these words, Mia furrowed his brow. Does this pertain to potions? However, observing Snape's steely gaze, Mia discerned that the professor was intent on instigating trouble. Fiendfire. What curse could cause a living being's body to explode? The shattering curse. Snape's eyes darkened further, his tone elongating ominously. Are you familiar with the 3 unforgivable curses? Yes. Then, what is the incantation for the killing curse? This question abruptly froze the atmosphere in the classroom. Some students from wizarding families found their breaths quickening, while even those from muggle backgrounds, having never heard of the unforgivable curses, were taken aback by the very mention of the curse's name. Alarm bells rang in Mia's mind. and he instinctively felt compelled to utter the incantation. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck. That incantation was certainly not something to be spoken in front of others. Moreover, he was merely a first-year student of Muggle origin. It was one thing to be aware of the 3 unforgivable curses. How could he possibly know the incantations? He had forgotten that Severus Snape was a master of the mind cloaking charm. With such profound expertise in mental concealment, he would undoubtedly be adept at the memory charm as well. Just moments ago, he had likely already been affected. "I'm sorry, I do not know, Professor." Snape remained silent for an extended period, his gaze vacant, lost in thought. Mr. Shamir's knowledge was indeed vast, due to the insubordination of the Gryffindor students towards the professor, as well as their presumption. 5 points would be deducted from Gryffindor. A collective sigh emanated from the Gryffindor students. Harry, filled with indignation, was halted by Mia. She understood that once Snape began to seek trouble, he would not relent easily. Draco, nearby, could hardly contain his mirth. Potions class was exceptionally arduous, a sentiment shared by nearly all Gryffindor students. As soon as the lesson concluded, they eagerly fled the classroom. How could he act this way? Harry fumed, muttering as he walked. "I was nearly petrified with fear. He was deliberately causing you all trouble." Ron echoed, still shaken. By the end of the class, he had lost count of how many veiled insults Snape had hurled at him. Neville was in an even worse state, already anxious. He was further unsettled by Snape's ominous presence, causing him to falter repeatedly. He was on the verge of tears, utterly dejected. Hermione passed by, clutching her books, and approached Mia, advising, "He seems to be targeting you. You ought to be cautious." Mia nodded amicably at Hermione, recognizing the girl's goodwill. With the conclusion of Potions class, the first day of lessons came to an end. The few in the dormitory rested in the Gryffindor common room, while Mia chose to depart alone. He made his way directly to the 8th floor, where he noticed a tapestry hanging on the wall. The tapestry depicted a group of trolls and a single human. The trolls adorned in peculiar ballet costumes, leading one to ponder whether the human possessed some unusual penchant. The 8th floor was nearly devoid of people, allowing Mia to move without fear of being discovered. He followed through with his intention, repeatedly reciting in his mind the need to find a suitable place to practice magic. After passing the tapestry 3 times, he heard a resounding noise. He turned to the wall, where the outline of a grand door gradually materialized. The silhouette became increasingly distinct, and in a moment of daze, a true door emerged. The door seemed to respond, creaking open with a thunderous sound. The space within was immense, as if it existed entirely apart from the castle. The lofty ceiling made Mia's calves ache. Taking a few steps forward, he beheld a circular arena. The walls were adorned with mirrors, and several mannequins holding wands stood within the space. It truly appeared to be an ideal location for practicing magic, as if tailored to his needs. Mia stepped onto the arena, and the mirrors allowed him to view his wand movements with clarity. This would assist him in adjusting his posture. Looking at the mannequins, Mia raised his wand. Expelliarmus! As a crimson light struck the puppet, the wand it held slipped from its grasp and fell to the ground. However, Mia found this outcome unsatisfactory. It is worth noting that the Harry of her memories had the ability to use the disarming charm to summon an opponent's wand directly to his hand. Not only that, but during the final confrontation, he was able to make Voldemort's wand fly into his possession, even when Voldemort was significantly weakened. Yet, a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, regardless of his frailty, is not easily bested by an ordinary young sorcerer. At that time, Harry had not yet graduated. The efficacy of spells varies depending on the strength of the wizard casting them. For instance, Mia's current killing curse could merely cause superficial harm to an average wizard. But against Dumbledore, it would likely only affect the outermost layers of skin. Thus, her disarming charm was far from reaching the proficiency Harry exhibited in his 7th year. What Mia needed to accomplish was to at least make the wand fly a greater distance. With renewed determination, she began her repetitive practice. Chapter 26. Flying lessons rubbing her somewhat sore arms. Mia glanced at the magical hourglass beside her. She had practiced for at least 3 hours, and even the sturdy metallic puppet had sustained numerous dents. Nevertheless, with a mere thought, the puppet restored itself to its original condition. Reflecting upon her practice that day, Mia realized she had made considerable progress. While she had not yet mastered the disarming charm to the extent of challenging Voldemort, she had certainly improved enough to send an opponent's weapon flying further away, ensuring it would not be easily retrieved with a mere band at the waist. However, she encountered a perplexing issue. Casting the spell once or twice did not reveal any complications, but as she grew increasingly adept and sought to advance further, A sense of obstruction reemerged. Although it did not inhibit her ability to use magic, the feeling of power without a proper outlet troubled her greatly. After much contemplation, she found herself at a loss for answers. Everything seemed normal, yet the anomaly in her magical prowess was undeniably real. She resolved to seek guidance from a professor. The headmaster was not easily accessible, and generally, Mia preferred to avoid the enigmatic figure. As for Snape, it was improbable that he would offer any assistance. He was already quite merciful by merely refraining from setting traps for her. Hogwarts boasted a formidable faculty, including the Transfiguration Master Professor McGonagall and the dueling expert Professor Flitwick. As fortune would have it, Flitwick's charms class was approaching, presenting an ideal opportunity for her inquiries. With her plans set, Mia departed from the room of requirement. She descended from the 8th floor with utmost caution, wary of colliding with any professors and having to explain herself. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Mia encountered Ron and Harry. It seemed these two had spent the afternoon idly passing the time. "What have you been up to? We haven't seen you all afternoon," Harry inquired, looking at Mia. "You lost again?" Ron said weakly. "Just in time. Mia, come join us for a game of wizard chess. Harry's skills are rather lacking." Feeling called out, Harry sheepishly scratched his head. "I'm just a novice," Maya observed as Ron's queen on the chessboard swung a chair, shattering Harry's piece into a multitude of fragments. In the end, the broken pieces magically restored themselves and shifted aside. "You haven't mentioned where you went this afternoon," he remarked. "I was at the library," Maya replied, betting that those two idlers likely didn't even know where the library was located. Ron's expression was one of incredulity. "I can hardly believe that there exists anyone, aside from Granger, who goes to the library at the start of the term. I was at the library, but it seems I didn't see you," Hermione's voice chimed in just as she entered. Caught off guard while speaking ill of her, Ron glanced around awkwardly. "Is that so? Perhaps the place I was at was not easy to find," Maya casually deflected. Hermione did not press further. She cast a glance at the ferocious wizard's chess before turning to head towards the dormitory. Suddenly, Maya hurried after her. "I have a question." "What question?" Although their relationship was currently one of quiet rivalry, Hermione would not refuse Maya's inquiry, as they shared more common ground than those two idlers. "When you practice magic, do you ever feel a sense of power that has nowhere to go?" "A sense of power with nowhere to go?" Hermione replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What are you practicing?" "The disarming charm." Hermione's expression shifted to one of disappointment. "That is not a spell you can learn your first year. I've only ever seen it in the library. What we should focus on now is building a solid foundation. Do not be overly ambitious simply because those spells seem impressive." She continued. Maya suddenly felt that perhaps she should not have approached Hermione, as she could go on endlessly once she started speaking. "You weren't at the library this afternoon, were you?" Faced with Hermione's all-knowing gaze, Maya could only lament how difficult it was to fool her. "I knew it. In any case, I believe it is best for you to diligently spend time in the library and solidify your foundation. Then practice some simple basic spells. I recommend the disarming charm. Hogwarts is quite safe." Hermione seemed poised to continue her lecture. "I believe Hogwarts is the safest place under Dumbledore's protection. There's no need to rush into practicing those spells. I trust you like a ghost," Maya muttered under her breath. "You've nurtured a Dark Lord, and incidents occur every year. Indeed, the most dangerous place is often the safest." "What did you say?" Hermione did not catch Maya's murmured words. "Indeed, boys should avoid getting too close to girls," she thought, observing Maya's eager attempt to escape. With a huff of indignation, she turned away. The following morning, as the first hoot of an owl echoed in the great hall, all the young wizards looked on eagerly. In the next moment, a multitude of owls flew in. Maya eagerly received a letter from one of the owls and fed it a small piece of meat before hastily opening the letter. It was the first correspondence from home, and he was keen to discover what they had written. The first letter was from Mother, filled with extensive expressions of concern and reminders about various matters. Concluding with a note that Father's health had improved, Mia eagerly tore open Father's letter, which likely inquired if he had been bullied, followed by repeated assurances that he was following his advice to recover. A weight in Mia's heart was finally lifted, albeit slightly. The last letter was from Yuz, and Mia was curious about what that fellow had written. Upon opening it, there was but a single line: "Drink more milk and strive to grow taller." What an irrelevant remark. Mia knew that this fellow had nothing of substance to say. "Your family has written you so many letters," Harry remarked enviously. He observed Ron receiving the day's newspaper and Neville getting a memory ball from his grandmother, while he himself had received nothing. Truth be told, no one would bother to send him a letter. Even if the Dursleys wanted to scold him, they would not go to the trouble of writing. Understanding Harry's feelings, Mia made an effort to temper her joy. "Can I see the newspaper?" Harry asked as he picked it up. "Of course." The moving pictures on the paper fascinated Harry. Although the portraits at school also moved, witnessing such magical occurrences in a common newspaper was something he found hard to adjust to. Prominently displayed in the center of the paper was a headline. Gringotts Vault 713 robbed? Harry double-checked. Isn't that the vault Hagrid took me to? Mia also noted the contents of the newspaper, which stated that nothing had been stolen from the vault, as its contents had already been removed prior. It seemed the Philosopher's Stone was indeed the item in question. Just as in his memories, Dumbledore had sent Hagrid to retrieve the stone for the castle. He should prepare for the upcoming challenges. On their way to flying class, Ron appeared quite exhilarated, and Harry felt a spark of anticipation as well. Ron's mention of broomsticks and Quidditch piqued his interest. He recalled seeing the new model broom called Nimbus 2000 in Diagon Alley. Perhaps he would never own such an exquisite broom in his lifetime. The young wizards lined up, standing in 2 rows, as Professor McGonagall strode in briskly. Indeed, it seemed like the frail physical education teacher had arrived. Everyone, do you see the brooms on your right? She asked. You may attempt to place your hand on them and say up. Now begin. It is said that the quicker the broom jumps into your hand, the greater your flying talent. I wonder how my flying talent measures up. Mia mused to herself. Up, Harry called, and in the next moment, the broom flew into his hand. You did remarkably well. Professor McGonagall praised him, and Harry could hardly believe he had actually summoned the broom. Seeing Harry's success, Mia decided to give it a try as well. Up, she commanded. The broom, however, remained motionless. Mia felt a bit embarrassed. However, observing that everyone except Harry struggled to lift their brooms, Mia felt a slight sense of relief. You're doing quite well. Mia glanced over and discovered that it was Draco who had succeeded. Draco couldn't help but smirk, casting a casual glance in Mia's direction. Can this be tolerated? Up, commanded the broom. Rise, came the reply. Yet, the broom remained utterly still, prompting Mia's impatience to grow. He subtly observed Madame Hooch and discreetly summoned his magic. The broom was magically lifted into his hands. The broom exclaimed, "Oh my!" Casting another glance at the triumphant Draco, Mia revealed a mischievous smile. Wingardium Leviosa. Suddenly, Draco's companion's broom soared into the air. Bam! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Draco exclaimed, clutching his forehead, furious and embarrassed. Ron, standing nearby, chuckled foolishly, remarking to Harry how foolish Draco looked, adding, at least I won't get hit in the head. Up. Bam. Chapter 27. The levitation charm is quite handy. Eventually, the young wizards clumsily managed to get their brooms to fly into their hands. This time, both Harry and Draco stole the spotlight. In a moment, I will count to 3, and you will gently jump upwards. Do not attempt to take flight before I have finished counting, or else you can forget about participating in Quidditch. Is it only those who take flight prematurely who will be punished? What if the broom acts on its own? What? Just like this. Neville, trembling, struggled to hold onto his broom, which had already taken flight. Longbottom, get down this instant. It is not time for you to fly. Madame Hooch angrily blew her whistle. I don't want to, but Neville's face has gone completely pale, and the broom is climbing higher and higher. Longbottom, come down. Help. In the blink of an eye, the broom, with Neville aboard, shot outwards. The young wizards began to look around in a frenzy. Poor Neville, caught in the rushing wind, could barely open his eyes, clinging desperately to the broom. His heart raced uncontrollably. As Neville soared perilously past a statue, wielding swords, and circled the tower multiple times. The professors and fellow students on the ground were rendered helpless. Mia looked at Madame Hooch in exasperation. Could a professor truly be powerless to intervene? The broom, with Neville, darted low through the crowd, heading straight for them. The young wizards shrieked in terror. In fact, this was the best opportunity for rescue, as long as the professor could intercept Neville. At this speed, Mia lacked the ability to halt the broom's flight. Just as the other young wizards scattered in panic, Mia saw Madame Hooch execute a flawless diving maneuver to dodge the oncoming broom. The flying broom, carrying Neville, ascended rapidly along the wall, and eventually, Neville's clothing snagged on the tower's spire, sending him into a free fall. Many young wizards turned pale. A fall from such a height would surely be fatal for Neville. Fortunately, as he descended, he was once more caught by a protrusion, slowing his descent. Seizing the opportunity, Mia brandished his wand. Leviosa, a surge of magical energy, surged forth, attempting to catch Neville. Instantly, Mia felt an overwhelming burden, his hands trembling under the strain. Is there anyone to assist? At that moment, his strength was merely sufficient to slow Neville's descent, but not to halt it entirely. Leviosa, Hermione's voice rang out beside him, and Mia turned to see her laboriously raising her wand as well. The weight he bore lightened slightly, yet remained inadequate. Hermione's power was still too feeble. We'll help too. Harry joined in. raising his wand. What spell are they using? Ron scratched his head in deep thought. Levi Corpus? At the sound of Ron's suggestion, Mia's heart sank, and he watched in horror as Ron's wand inadvertently released a cow, causing Ron to fall backward from the recoil. Thud! Neville plummeted downwards. A wave of relief washed over Mia and Hermione. The other young wizards stood helplessly by, as they had yet to formally learn the levitation charm. Only these two had mastered it, able to wield it with ease. Neville, pale and trembling, slowly raised his head. Am I dead? So soft. He then noticed his perspective rising. Huh. Looking down, he spotted a cow, which seemed to be gazing back at him. Help! Help! As Neville was carried off by the cow, Mia could only lament the misfortunes of his friend. Longbottom. A gust of wind swept through. It was Madame Hooch, chasing him on her enchanted broomstick. She shouted from afar, no reckless flying, or else. Can anyone decipher what that fellow is saying? Draco remarked with a smirk, his cronies chuckling in agreement. Draco sauntered over to pick up Neville's memory ball, a mischievous grin on his face. Do you recall that foolish expression? Perhaps if I squeeze his memory ball, he might remember to land on his feet. Draco's laughter was far from innocent, and his companions joined in the mockery. Unable to tolerate Draco's taunts any longer, Harry stepped forward to reprimand him. Draco regarded Harry with disdain. Oh really? I think not. I'm going to hide this little treasure. If Longbottom is clever enough, let him find it himself. With that, Draco mounted his broomstick and soared into the air with practiced ease, executing a swift turn before raising an eyebrow at Harry in provocation. Harry, unable to withstand the insult, resolved to retaliate, just as he had against Dudley at the Dursleys. Mimicking Draco, he hopped onto his broom. Wait! Hermione rushed forward to stop him. Consider Madame Hooch's warning. Besides, you don't even know how to fly yet. Mia added. I believe it would be wise to refrain from provoking him at this moment. In truth, Mia had no intention of dissuading Harry. He was well aware that persuading him was a futile endeavor. The second point is that he knew this time Harry would earn Professor McGonagall's admiration. He certainly would not do anything to hinder that. Harry made no attempt to persuade the two. Instead, he coldly mounted his broom and ascended into the air in silence. What a fool! Hermione was utterly speechless. Harry soared into the sky, and the two faced each other for a moment before Draco flung the ball away, prompting Harry to dart after it. Draco smirked victoriously. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall was in her office, reviewing documents. Straightening her back, she glanced at the dust-covered Quidditch trophy and couldn't help but sigh. It had been ages since they last claimed a trophy. After losing to Slytherin, then Hufflepuff, and subsequently Ravenclaw, there would be nothing left to lose. Sigh. Upon raising her eyes, she spotted Harry on his broom, catching a ball mid-air. Just as he was about to crash into the window, he executed a remarkably graceful maneuver to halt abruptly. This display left Professor McGonagall so astonished that she removed her glasses. Watching Harry soar away, a glimmer of excitement ignited in her eyes. It must have been Harry she saw. He was likely still a novice on the broom, yet his talent was undeniable. Professor McGonagall envisioned the day when the Gryffindor Quidditch team would once again lift the trophy. No, with such a gifted player, the trophies for the next 7 years would surely belong to Gryffindor. McGonagall felt a surge of exhilaration. Harry was already waving his hands triumphantly, as Gryffindor's little wizards swarmed around him, welcoming him like a hero. They had all witnessed Harry's impressive display, and even those unfamiliar with flying could discern his exceptional skill. Harry shot Draco a defiant glance, signaling, "Don't get too cocky." Draco, scowling, seemed to be concocting some devious scheme. His expression was particularly irksome to Mia, who was hidden within her sleeves, her wand waving animatedly. Suddenly, Draco's broom slipped from his grasp, striking him several times on the back of his golden hair. Ouch! Watching him flee in a panic only fueled Mia's enthusiasm, her wand movements becoming more frenetic. I hit, I poke, and poke again. Draco was scurrying away, clutching his head. Ouch, it hurts! Help me, oh! Observing the increasingly chaotic scene with the rogue broom and Mia's frantically waving sleeves, Hermione quickly realized that Mia was up to mischief. Especially upon witnessing Mia's increasingly maniacal grin, Hermione discreetly distanced herself from her. How could you wield a levitation charm in such a bizarre manner? Chapter 28. The corridor on the right side of the third floor. Having been chased away by the rampaging broom, Draco fled in disarray, while Neville was finally rescued from the grasp of Mrs. Hooch by Harry, who was then taken away by the suddenly appearing Professor McGonagall. Before departing, Harry's ashen face made Mia stifle a laugh. Surely, he wouldn't be expelled, would he? Ron was filled with anxiety. Good luck to him. Mia felt no apprehension. He was aware that Harry had unexpectedly turned misfortune into fortune. You become a seeker. No one has ever achieved such a feat as a first-year Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement, clutching Harry as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Professor McGonagall echoed this sentiment. However, Harry's expression was not one of unbridled joy. He was uncertain of his capabilities. Today had been a roller coaster of emotions. Initially, Professor McGonagall had taken him to meet Wood, and Harry had thought she intended to find a piece of wood to strike him with. As for being a seeker, he barely knew what Quidditch was, having never even touched a broomstick before. Why should he assume such a role? You needn't worry at all, Hermione interjected. You probably don't even know yet, do you? Know what? Ron asked, perplexed. Hermione led them to a display case, a place showcasing the honors of the school, where students who had violated rules were often sent to polish trophies. She pointed to a particular medal. Look, your father was once the finest chaser for Gryffindor. Harry stared at the familiar yet foreign name etched on the medal. He had never imagined that the father who existed only in his memories could leave his mark in such a place. At that moment, Harry felt he was closer to his father than ever before. Confidence surged within him. A sudden conviction filled him. He must not disappoint his father. As they departed from that space, they encountered an unwelcome figure. I heard you become Gryffindor Seeker? Draco, sporting a bruised face, approached with his two cronies, exuding an air of arrogance. In truth, had Madame Pomfrey not expelled him from the hospital wing, he would have lingered there for days. This is none of your business, Harry retorted, casting a disdainful glance, eager to walk away. Being a seeker is quite an achievement. What's wrong? Do you dare to duel me? The friends exchanged glances, contemplating ignoring him. All right, Harry replied unexpectedly, his surprise evident as he looked at Mia. You name the time, and we shall meet. Mia disregarded e riese confusion, provocatively gazing at Draco. Although instinctively wary of him, Draco's scheming brought him a sense of delight. Very well. Tonight in the school corridor, we shall meet. Draco's glee was palpable, and Harry regarded him with scorn. He had no interest in such a duel, and understood that this so-called challenge was merely a trap set by Draco. He intended to lure Harry and his friends to the third-floor room where the three-headed dog resided. If they did not cultivate Harry's curiosity about that room, how could they engage in their little adventure? Once Draco departed, Harry could not suppress his curiosity and was about to question Mia, but Hermione interjected first. How could you make such a basic mistake? What if it's a trap set by Draco? Had it been their first meeting, Hermione's tone would have surely irked Mia. However, Mia came to understand Hermione through her memories, recognizing that despite her penchant for meddling, her heart was genuinely kind. Let us play along with the plan, shall we? We must tread carefully and refrain from revealing ourselves just yet. If Draco does not arrive, we shall take our leave. Yet if he does show up, we shall discreetly lure in Filch. They had all heard tales of Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, who relished in punishing students. The mere thought of Draco's unfortunate situation elicited a sudden chuckle from Harry and Ron, while Hermione looked on at Mia with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. How can you behave this way? Hermione's voice lacked conviction. Mia shrugged. Should one repay malice with malice? Hermione opened her mouth to retort, but found no arguments to counter, letting out a resigned sigh instead. That night, Mia, Harry, and Ron stealthily slipped out of their dormitory. As they crawled through the door, they had to tread carefully to avoid awakening the dozing fat lady. Surely, we won't be discovered by Filch, Ron murmured, a tinge of anxiety creeping into his voice. He peered into the dim light at Mia, only to catch sight of a shadow looming behind her. Ah! Ron exclaimed, pointing dramatically at the figure behind Mia. His reaction startled both Mia and Harry. Keep your voice down, came Hermione's sharp whisper. Why didn't you bring a light? Ron struggled to keep his voice low. What if we're caught with a light? Hermione rolled her eyes. Mia glanced at the fat lady's portrait, hearing her rhythmic snores, and felt a wave of relief wash over her. What are you doing here? I've been waiting for you all along. I must accompany you to prevent any expulsion-worthy blunders. Thus, the quartet arrived at their designated meeting spot. Yet, they waited for what felt like an eternity, with not a trace of Draco in sight. That scoundrel is indeed deceiving us, Harry exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. I told you, this is likely a trap. Can we leave now? Very well. Isn't that Filch's cat? Ron muttered. It seems so. Does that mean Filch is nearby? We must hurry. Quick to react, Hermione seized Mia's arm and took off running. Before Mia could fully comprehend the situation, she was being pulled toward the moving staircase. As they stepped onto the stairs, they began to turn. In fear of being spotted by Filch, they continued their flight. However, Mia, observing the staircase's movement, realized that if they ascended, they would inevitably arrive at the third floor. What a coincidence! Before she could ponder further, they had already reached the third floor. In their panicked state, they no longer cared which floor they were on. They simply needed a place to hide, as the cat had leapt onto the stairs in pursuit. They pressed deeper into the corridor. The third floor appeared as if untouched by visitors, shrouded in darkness. Yet, as they entered, the torches on the walls suddenly ignited, illuminating the space and drawing the cat's attention. They had no choice but to flee toward the end of the corridor. At the end lies a room, yet the door remains firmly locked. As the approaching cat draws nearer, Harry and his companions frantically pound on the door. "Step aside. Allohamra!" Hermione uttered the unlocking charm, and the door swung open with a resounding click. Mia's eyelids twitched nervously. Perhaps it was best not to enter, given the ominous atmosphere within. Hermione, however, seized the still chattering Mia and pulled her inside, with all four of them taking refuge within. "See? I told you that learning such simple spells could prove beneficial," Hermione panted, casting a glance at Mia. Mia stood transfixed, staring at the three enormous heads. "Can your little magic deal with that?" "What?" the others exclaimed in unison. Chapitre 29, Consultation. Had the professors lost their minds? How could they allow such a terrifying creature to reside in the school? Ron muttered in fright. "Did you not notice? That beast is standing on a trapdoor. It is clearly guarding something." Mia glanced at Hermione, marveling at her keen observation amidst such a terrifying situation. In such a frightening and dark place, how could I possibly focus on its feet? "Did you all see that? It has 3 heads." Just then, they arrived at the junction between the boys' and girls' dormitories. "All right, before you concoct another scheme that might cost us our lives, or worse, get us expelled, I must retire for the night," Hermione declared, slamming the door shut behind her. Ron, disgruntled, retorted, "Clearly, she has no grasp of what is truly worse." Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry found himself deep in thought. "Mia, what's the matter? What do you think lies beneath that trapdoor?" "How should I know?" she replied. "I have a feeling it might be related to whatever Hagrid brought back." Indeed, Harry Potter, the Savior, was worthy of his title, Mia mused. In her recollections, while Harry could be somewhat reckless, he often made the right choices at crucial moments. What could possibly be down there that relates to what Hagrid brought? Ron burrowed into his bed. "I think the professors are utterly irresponsible to keep such a creature locked in the school." "Well, that's classic Ron for you." Mia had already resolved to seek counsel from Professor Flitwick. His extensive training had indeed significantly improved his disarming charm. From initially causing only a puppetess wand to drop at his feet, he could now send a wand flying 3 to 5 meters away. Each time, he endeavored to push his limits. Or rather, he felt that his current abilities did not reflect his true potential, as he often sensed a lingering reserve of strength. Yet, whenever he aimed to exert his utmost, his magic would inexplicably spiral out of control, resulting in failed spells. Thus, he eagerly anticipated today's charm class. In the classroom, Professor Flitwick stood atop a towering stack of books, for only then could he avoid being obscured by the lectern. Levitation is one of the fundamental skills every wizard must master. Therefore, today we shall learn the levitation charm. The incantation is Wingardium Leviosa. Observe closely as I demonstrate the wand movement, swish and flick. You may attempt it with the feather on the table. As Professor Flitwick encouraged the young witches and wizards to experiment freely, the classroom buzzed with excitement. Having previously summoned a cow that had galloped off with Neville, Ron hesitated to try again. Meanwhile, Mia merely pointed her wand at the feather, which gracefully floated into the air under her control. "Excellent work, Mr. Charmel. 5 points to Gryffindor." Professor Flitwick appeared easily excited, nearly tumbling from his pile of books in delight. "Mia, why was I unable to do it last time?" "I ended up conjuring a cow." Ron approached, pondering if it might have company now. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he had yet to enjoy beef, and he hoped Hagrid was taking good care of those 2 little cows. "Why did that happen?" "It's because you mispronounced the spell. If I recall correctly, your previous incantation was Leviosum." Ron muttered Leviosa and Leviosum twice, his expression turning sour. "I feel utterly perplexed." "No worries, just keep trying." Ron turned his gaze to the feather on the table and began to recite the incantation. Mia noticed the emphasis was incorrect. Indeed, Ron failed to levitate the feather. Frustrated by his lack of success, Ron's patience waned. "Stop. Do you wish to poke someone eye out?" Hermione interjected. Nearby, Draco suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his eyes. "You mispronounced the emphasis. It's not meant to be pronounced like that." Hermione's tone irked Ron. "Fine. Why don't you give it a try then?" Hermione shot him a glance before casting the spell on the feather. Watching it rise, Ron exclaimed in dismay. He had forgotten that she had previously used this spell. Mia looked on helplessly at the two, then glanced at Seamus, who was seated beside Harry, and quietly distanced herself. Seamus was a veritable pyrotechnic. Last time in the Great Hall, he had blown up a cup while attempting to conjure tea. Observing Seamus as he began to wave his wand, Mia covered her ears and mentally counted down 3, 2, 1. Boom. After class. Seamus passed by Mia with his hair in disarray. Mia turned to Harry, whose face was partially singed. Your hairstyle is quite avant-garde. Don't mock me, Mia, Harry replied, wiping his face in resignation. Mia attempted to locate Professor Flitwick, but found no trace of him amidst the crowd. Surely he couldn't have wandered too far in such a brief time? Moreover, aside from Dumbledore, no one at Hogwarts could apparate. So Mia reasoned the professor must be nearby. Thus, she called out while searching, Mr. Charmel, is there something amiss? Upon hearing Professor Flitwick's distinctive voice, Mia scanned her surroundings, but failed to spot him. Did I miss here? Is Mr. Shamir looking for me? Mia glanced around once more, convinced she had indeed heard the professor's voice moments ago. Mr. Shamir? A jolt of surprise coursed through Mia. The voice was unmistakable, yet the man himself was nowhere to be seen. Professor Frivy truly was a master of his craft. A true expert indeed. As Mia took a step back, she suddenly felt something soft beneath her feet. Ouch! My foot! She quickly looked down, exclaiming, my apologies, Professor, I didn't mean to. Mortified, Mia wished for a crevice to swallow her whole. Never mind. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Professor Frivy inquired. Yes. I have a question I would like to ask. The professor regarded Mia with a warm smile, clearly pleased to see such a gifted and inquisitive student. Thus, Mia followed Professor Frivy to his office and began to recount the issues she was facing. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Frivy asked, May I examine your wand? Of course, Mia replied. The professor took the wand and scrutinized it intently for quite some time. As the gravity of his expression deepened, Mia felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. What a pity, he suddenly remarked, shaking his head. What do you mean, a pity? Mia inquired without delay. It is unfortunate that I do not understand wands, Professor Frivy replied apologetically, returning the wand to Mia. I regret that I could not discern anything. However, I suspect that your predicament may indeed stem from the wand itself. The wand? Mia echoed. Yes. From my observations, your casting process appears flawless. Moreover, the fluctuations in magical energy originate from the wand. When one uses a wand that is ill-suited, casting spells can lead to complications. Regrettably, I fear I may not be able to assist you further. I would suggest consulting Ollivander. He is the most renowned wand maker in England and may offer some insights. Very well, Mia conceded. Chapter 30, The Onslaught. Mia exited Professor Frivy's office and soon encountered Hermione. However, Hermione seemed to be in a rather peculiar state. What's wrong? Mia asked, stopping the downcast girl, whose face was obscured by her hands. The muffled sounds of suppressed sobs informed Mia that Hermione had been weeping. At a loss for what could have troubled her, Mia pondered briefly. None of your business, Hermione replied, still looking down, her voice trembling yet defiantly turning away. All right, Mia thought, not inclined to press her comfort upon her. She'll be fine after a good cry, if memory served. Today was the day a troll would appear in the girls' restroom at the school, and Hermione would be inside. Although, in her recollection, Harry and Ron would also come to her aid, it was a mere stroke of luck that they were unharmed. Yet reality was often unforgiving. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Hey, don't go crying in the girls' restroom in the dungeon, Mia called out to Hermione's retreating figure, uncertain if her words reached her. Mr. Shamir, is there something you need? Mia turned to see the hesitant figure of Quirrell, clearly startled by her earlier shout. Nothing of importance, Professor. Desiring to avoid any association with Quirrell, Mia hastily departed. It was no jest. Voldemort might very well be lurking within the confines of Quirrell's concealed cranium. With the serpentine tongue and Snape's reactions, Mia felt an unsettling likelihood of a connection to the Dark Lord. Who could fathom whether a wizard of Voldemort's caliber might possess some sensitivity to bloodlines? Thus, it was prudent to maintain a distance. Mia made her way directly to the room of requirement, a place now as familiar to her as her dormitory. She continued her practice of the disarming charm. Although Professor Flitwick had remarked that her wand was ill-suited, she refused to relent in her training. Perhaps this was akin to weight training? It would be some time before she could seek out Ollivander again, and even then, she doubted that Ollivander would offer particularly useful advice. After all, if he had the means to provide guidance, surely she would not have had to endure so many trials when purchasing her wand. Mia had lost count of how many times she had recited the incantation for the disarming charm. This time, she attempted to control the dummy's wand to fly into her hand. Although it did not quite reach her grasp, it was at least in the right direction and had improved by several inches. With this breakthrough in the disarming charm, Mia finally felt a small sense of accomplishment. She had exhausted herself with the incantation, and to shift her mood, she decided to practice the petrification charm. Even the ceiling of the Great Hall seemed to take on a foreboding gloom. Ron was nearly too frightened to traverse the corridors alone. The cuisine at Hogwarts was renowned for its excellence. Although situated in England, the meals were prepared not by the English but by the house elves. At the long table, Mia downed her milk in one go. A quick glance revealed the absence of Hermione. Had she indeed secluded herself to weep in solitude? Have any of you seen Hermione? Mia inquired. I heard from Parvati Patil that she had been crying all afternoon, Neville replied. Surely she hasn't spent the entire afternoon in the girls' restroom? Mia wondered if Hermione might encounter a troll. No, she hasn't, came the reassuring response. Well, if she is not in the girls' restroom, where could she possibly be? The boys' restroom? She shook her head, dismissing the peculiar thoughts that surfaced in her mind. Has anyone heard where she might be? It seems she has been in the restroom by the bridge all this time, came the reply. Ah, still in the restroom. The bridge, of course, is the one that was destroyed during the final battle. It is indeed a fitting location for an emo retreat. Naturally, it also serves as a rendezvous point for certain couples. Mia had witnessed upperclassmen engaging in rather inappropriate activities there more than once. She had quickly turned away, fearing the repercussions of such behavior. How could these upperclassmen act so irresponsibly? Shouldn't they focus on mastering magic? She vowed not to follow in their footsteps. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, a loud and jarring sound of a door being flung open captured their attention. Trouble. There's a troll. A troll. Professor Quirrell rushed in, breathless and panicked. The professors stood in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, while Dumbledore's gaze was sharp and piercing. Just at the corridor bridge. What? Mia was momentarily taken aback. How could a troll possibly be on the bridge? Wasn't it supposed to be in the dungeons? As he grappled with his astonishment, a thunderous crash shattered the celebratory atmosphere of the Great Hall. The young wizards erupted into chaos, with Ron's chicken leg tumbling from his grasp. Silence. A voice, almost louder than the thunder itself, swiftly quelled the tumult in the hall. Dumbledore, seated at the head table, surveyed the room with an expression of calm composure. His voice resounded as if amplified, ensuring that every individual could hear him clearly. Unperturbed, Dumbledore orchestrated the situation as though nothing alarming had occurred. The heads of houses immediately sprang into action, rallying their respective students. At that moment, Mia noticed Snape, his expression tense, stealthily exiting through a side door. Harry seemed to have noticed the scene as well. Mia shook his head in resignation. It appeared that Snape's role as scapegoat was about to commence. However, his immediate concern lay not with Snape, but with Hermione on the bridge. We must go find Hermione, Harry declared decisively. After a brief contemplation, Mia replied, You three go inform the professors that Hermione is also on the bridge. I shall seek her out myself. With that, Mia took off running. Ron, you two go find a professor. I will accompany Mia to locate Hermione, Harry stated before dashing away. Neville, I will seek a professor. You should join Mia and Harry in finding Hermione. Wonderful. Everyone is eager to respond. Ron thought to himself, feeling a twinge of fear. Yet, had he not spoken ill of Hermione during their last lesson, causing her to weep, they would not be in this predicament. In truth, Mia was also reluctant to take such a risk. He believed that since the professors had gone, their presence was even less necessary. However, given Harry's character, he feared he could not dissuade him. To avoid the chaos of too many hands, Mia resolved to venture alone, trusting that the professors would be present. Chapter 31, The Troll. With a clear objective in mind and no desire to engage in a duel with the troll, Mia made his way directly to the restroom. As he turned a corner, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, accompanied by the sound of heavy, labored breathing. In the next instant, a massive shadow loomed against the wall. Mia watched in disbelief as the grotesque troll lumbered into the girls' restroom. He nearly erupted in expletives. What madness was this? Did it have to invade the girls' restroom? Had it never used a toilet before? Wherever Hermione went, it seemed the troll followed. Upon hearing a familiar scream, Mia sprinted forward. As he reached the doorway, he beheld the troll wreaking havoc, smashing the restroom to pieces. For a brief moment, Mia hesitated. Mom and Dad, I didn't intend to enter the girls' restroom. Hermione was crouched amidst the rubble, clutching her head and screaming. At that moment, the troll raised a club, nearly taller than Mia himself. Disarm your weapon. A flash of red light struck the troll's massive hand that gripped the club, though such a creature was impervious to magic. Its thick hide and formidable resistance to spells posed a significant challenge. The disarming spell cast by Mia, though feeble, merely caused the ogre to loosen its grip momentarily. Sensing the impact on its hand, the creature halted its swinging motion and turned its gaze toward Mia. Seize the opportunity to escape, she shouted to Hermione, hastily retreating as the ogre brought its heavy club crashing down. The sheer force drove the wooden weapon deep into the ground. creating a sizable crater that made Mia's heart race. "Don't shout," Mia yelled desperately at her. Alas, the ogre was once again drawn to Hermione. Harry and Ron, arriving on the scene, were equally terrified by the monstrous beast. Mia, lacking the time to inquire why they had not sought a professor, continued to unleash disarming spells at the ogre. Harry and Ron quickly regained their composure, aware of their own magical limitations. They scoured the ground for stones and debris to hurl at the creature. Disarm your weapon, damn it. Might as well throw stones," Mia lamented, regretting not having brought her undetectable expansion charm, for she would have liked to give this intruder of the girls' lavatory a taste of muggle shock. The stones indeed captured the ogre's attention. Enraged by the incessant provocation from the three, the irate ogre swung its club down with tremendous force. The ground trembled, heightening the trio's fear. Seizing the moment, Hermione sought to flee the lavatory, but the ogre's massive form blocked her path. After several unsuccessful attempts, she inadvertently drew the creature's ire. Failing to strike the trio, the ogre prepared to attack a smaller insect nearby, raising its club menacingly. Observing this, Harry dashed forward, seizing the club and hoisting himself atop the ogre's head. With a forceful thrust, he plunged his wand into the creature's nostril. The excruciating pain caused the ogre to panic. Looking around in terror, Harry clung on, desperately trying to avoid being thrown off. Ultimately, the ogre yanked Harry down and, in a fit of rage, aimed to crush him with the club. The gust of wind from the descending weapon swept over Harry's head. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to curl into a ball, narrowly escaping what would have been a fatal blow. Save Harry! The repeated strain of contorting his body left Harry increasingly fatigued. Mia raised her wand. Thunderous explosion. The vibrant orange magical light erupted, shattering the club into splinters. Reluctantly, Mia resorted to casting a dark curse. The splintered club finally disintegrated under the ogre's colossal grip. Bewildered by the loss of its weapon, the ogre stared blankly at its hand. For the moment, Harry could cease his inverted sit-ups. Hermione, at Mia's urging, Hermione sprang to her feet and dashed toward the exit. Only Harry remained. Just as Hermione reached the door, the ogre suddenly swung a fist down. Mia's body tensed instantaneously as she lunged forward, pulling Hermione behind her. With a swift motion of her wand, falling debris and fragments formed a barrier before Mia, barely intercepting the ogre's hasty strike. Nearby, Ron witnessed Mia's actions and had a flash of inspiration. Wingardium Leviosa. In that moment, Ron was determined to lift a piece of debris to strike the ogre and save Harry. Under Ron's fervent determination, the magic was successfully unleashed. He strained to lift the door panel and struck it down upon the troll's head. Ron nearly lost his grip, but the troll merely shook its head, completely unscathed. The force was still insufficient. Observing this, Mia and Hermione immediately raised their wands, joining Ron in hoisting the door panel. 1, 2, 3, strike! At Mia's command, the trio exerted their utmost strength. The heavy door panel, bolstered by their combined magic, came crashing down upon the troll's lamentably small head. As the troll's eyes crossed from the blow, Ron loosened his grip, causing Harry to tumble down. Harry rolled and scrambled to escape. Mia quickly grasped Harry's arm, urging him to retreat. The troll collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of relief at their narrow escape. Is it dead? Ron hesitated to approach. No, it has merely lost consciousness. It is still breathing. Gathering his courage, Harry bravely extracted his wand from the troll's nostril. A foul, slimy mucus was drawn out. Ugh, how disgusting. Mia watched in horror as Harry wiped the mucus on his clothes. You. Mia was at a loss for words. She contemplated scolding him, but realized it was not entirely his fault, so she remained silent. Hermione, now safe, began to sob as the delayed fear washed over her. Seeing her in such distress, Mia awkwardly imitated Yuza, patting Hermione on the head. Don't cry. Everything is all right now. I'm sorry if it weren't for me. It's good that you acknowledge it. Just don't do it again next time. Hermione felt even more miserable. Make sure to wash your hair. It's all greasy. Hermione's rabbit teeth appeared in a pout of grievance. Mia couldn't help but think to herself how unattractive that was. Girls, aside from their mothers, rarely looked appealing. The professors finally arrived, albeit belatedly. They had searched the vicinity of the bridge and found no trace of the troll. Upon hearing the commotion, they rushed over, and upon seeing the fallen troll and the young wizards nearby, Professor McGonagall turned pale with fright. She could not bear the thought of her students being harmed. Her wand was drawn immediately. The troll was unconscious. Snape, maintaining his composure, conducted an assessment. Upon confirming that the four were unscathed, McGonagall's expression softened considerably, but she quickly shifted to anger. You four had better explain why you are here. The quartet lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak. Mia dared not utter a word. An enraged Professor McGonagall was as fearsome as an angry mother. It's my fault, Hermione suddenly exclaimed. Professor McGonagall looked at Hermione in disbelief. Even Snape, who was not particularly fond of Hermione, displayed a look of confusion. It was me. I thought I could take on the troll, so I ran over. They came to rescue me. Hermione took full responsibility upon herself. I can hardly believe it. I always thought, Miss Granger, you were a sufficiently rational student, but it appears I was mistaken. Gryffindor House loses 10 points due to your foolish recklessness. Hermione silently lowered her head. As for the three of you, I wish to convey how fortunate first-year students are to survive under the menace of a troll. It is exceedingly rare to subdue such a creature. Nevertheless, in recognition of your courage and sheer luck, each of you shall receive an additional 5 points. Maya exclaimed, hey. At that moment, the usually timid Professor Chilo appeared utterly overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground, and ultimately succumbing to tears. How terrifying. You are merely first years. The professor lamented increasingly, wiping his tears with the robe before him. Maya observed as Chilo took the robe that had been smeared with troll mucus and wiped it across his face. Oh dear no, what are you doing? Why is your hand so quick? Chapter 32, Hagrid's Hut. The troll's assault did not inflict any harm upon the few present. Rather, it alleviated the rifts among them. At the very least, Ron no longer dared to speak ill of Hermione. Over the past few days, their class group had welcomed Hermione anew. However, Maya found this somewhat tiresome, as she was constantly ensconced in the room of requirement. Hermione, steadfast in her visits to the library, seized every opportunity to drag Maya along with her. In Hermione's eyes, it was a lamentable waste that Maya, gifted with such potential, had strayed down the misguided path of power. During dinner in the Great Hall, a pile of books sat to Hermione's left, evidently just retrieved from the library. Maya approached and settled across from her, having just emerged from the room of requirement. Some seemingly simple spells, when employed with finesse, could yield remarkably pivotal effects, akin to the levitation charm he had utilized to deflect the troll's mighty fist. Although the levitation charm was merely a first-year spell, his instinctive use of it to gather debris had saved his life. Simultaneously, the true confrontation with the troll had unveiled the stark realities and harshness of this world. Compared to the dangers that may arise in the ensuing years, a troll was merely child's play, offering him scant opportunities for growth. Next year, a colossal serpent awaited them. If it did not intensify his training, graduation might not be a certainty. After an afternoon spent honing spells in the room of requirement, Maya felt as though his lips might be chafed raw. However, it was evident that a certain little witch was unwilling to relent. Hermione circled around to sit beside Maya, wearing an expression of righteous indignation. You practiced those dark spells again, didn't you? It seemed that in Hermione's eyes, he had transformed into a villain obsessed with the study of malevolent magic. Ever since she witnessed his use of the thunderclap spell, she had assumed he devoted himself to such practices. Sighing heavily, Maya wished to defend himself, but found no energy to voice his thoughts after a taxing afternoon of magic. Yet, his weary demeanor only solidified Hermione's assumptions. With an exasperated sigh, Hermione continued her earnest admonishment. We cannot solely pursue power. The essence of magic lies in the knowledge recorded within books, blah blah blah. At first, he may have felt a sense of dissatisfaction with Hermione's somewhat self-righteous behavior. Her eagerness to showcase her knowledge often led even her roommates to hesitate in walking alongside her. Apart from them, Hermione had scarcely any friends, which made her overly concerned about their opinions. This enthusiastic young witch exhibited a somewhat impatient regard for her companions, to the extent that she rarely considered their feelings. Mia found her annoying, but did not harbor any animosity towards her, as his dear mother exhibited a similar relentless hospitality at home. Consequently, Mia began to perceive an increasingly pronounced maternal aura in Hermione. This was simply absurd. Are you even listening to me? Glancing at Hermione, who was poised to invade his personal space, Mia furrowed his brows and shifted away slightly. You can't be this close. Oomph. Hermione interpreted Mia's actions as mere indifference and indignantly turned her head away. Don't be upset. Hurry and eat something. After a full day of study, aren't you hungry? You must replenish your energy. Mia eagerly took a couple of bites of the beef before him and then sipped his milk. You really enjoy drinking milk, don't you? Hermione recalled witnessing Mia consume milk voraciously in the Great Hall. My brother says milk helps you grow taller, Mia said, smacking his lips in delight. Did your brother mention anything about not becoming obsessed with dark curses? My brother is a muggle. He doesn't understand these matters. Mia's attention was drawn back to the jug of milk on the table. Furthermore, my brother also stated that boys and girls shouldn't be too close. Mia suddenly said seriously to Hermione. Hermione pouted slightly, remarking on his nonsensical reasoning. At that moment, a gaunt figure was awkwardly assisted into the chair opposite by Ron. What happened to him? Observing Harry, who appeared weak and drained, Mia was anxious that he might collapse right there. Harry looked as if he lacked the strength even to speak. Ron said, "What made the Gryffindor team practice Quidditch for an entire afternoon?" Harry was practically in the air the whole time, never touching the ground. Ron's gaze towards Harry was filled with sympathy. "You have no idea. That one is a training fanatic. And what were you doing all afternoon?" "I was watching Harry practice." Hermione rolled her eyes, asking, "Are you aware that exams are approaching? Aren't you even a little bit inclined to review?" "I believe Harry should reduce his training," Hermione suggested, gazing at Harry, who was breathing heavily. Harry shakily raised his hand. I agree. Then, I'll spend all my time in the library. Help me." Mia looked at Harry with increased sympathy. "I want to rest. I want to eat. I want to drink freshly brewed coffee." "Stop whining. We're going to visit Hagrid soon, where you can have anything you desire." Mia reassured. Earlier, Hagrid had invited them. Thus, Ron and Mia supported Harry as they made their way to Hagrid's hut, while Hermione hurriedly gathered her books. The insatiable thirst for knowledge exhibited by the enthusiastic young, which was such that she wished to carry the entire library upon her back. Struggling under the weight of a stack of books, Hermione trudged along. Mia cast a glance at her, while Hermione defiantly lifted her chin, signaling that she required no assistance. Suddenly, a book slipped from her grasp with a thud. Mia bent down to retrieve it. "No need." Hermione's insistence to manage on her own nearly caught in her throat. This girl truly did not wish for any help. The group arrived at Hagrid's hut, and ultimately, Mia lent a hand to carry some of Hermione's books. Hagrid, donned in a filthy, oversized apron, beamed with delight upon seeing the young witches and wizards. "Come, taste the rock cakes I've specially prepared for you." Upon sight of the food, Harry was instantly invigorated, reaching out eagerly to grab a piece and stuffing it into his mouth. "Moments latte, adiscun sartin crun aqua." "Oh no!" My tooth. Harry gazed sorrowfully at the tooth resting in his palm, on the verge of tears. Outside, two small cows mooed languidly. Chapter 33. The Quidditch match. In the end, the group emerged from Hagrid's hut with empty stomachs. Hagrid stood at the entrance, his massive frame filling the entire doorway, waving enthusiastically at the young witches and wizards. "Do come again." Next time the cows responded with a matching moo. Time passed in a monotonous routine, and before long, the day of the Quidditch match arrived. Mia allowed herself a brief respite, opting not to visit the room of requirement, instead choosing to cheer for Harry. Hermione, meanwhile, consumed her breakfast while poring over her notes. Harry appeared somewhat anxious, remaining mostly silent. Ron, on the other hand, was wholly absorbed in admiring his collection of wizard cards. Now is the best time to utilize every spare moment. Otherwise, while you slack, others will strive to surpass you. Hermione admonished Mia earnestly. "There's a match today besides. One must balance work and rest," Mia retorted. "You certainly haven't been diligent in your studies, have you?" Hermione suspected Mia was secretly practicing some dark spells on the side. "Let me test you," Hermione said, her captivating eyes darting around. "What essential ingredient must be added to the polyjuice potion?" Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. That was certainly beyond first-year curriculum. "I've already completed all first-year coursework," Ron declared smugly. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. "Mr. Potter." At the sound of that distinctive voice, Mia recognized Severus Snape's presence. The group immediately felt a palpable tension. Harry felt a chill run down his spine, undoubtedly. The prodigious Mr. Potter had prepared thoroughly for this encounter, even if it meant facing the Slytherin team. Snape's deep voice carried an oppressive weight. Fortunately, he had no intention of engaging in lengthy discussions here, his bulk swaying as he limped away. Observing this, Harry appeared contemplative. He suddenly leaned in closer and whispered to his companions, "Did you notice Snape's leg?" Mia cast a glance and immediately understood that Snape was about to take the blame. All the professors had gone to the bridge, while Snape quietly slipped through the side door. "Perhaps he is frightened," Ron suggested. "Maybe so, but did you see his leg? Remember the three-headed dog we encountered on the third floor? I suspect he was bitten," Hermione exclaimed, her face a mask of skepticism. "Why would he go there?" "I suspect he sought whatever lies beneath that trapdoor," Harry ventured his theory. "That's impossible," Hermione challenged. "He is a professor at the academy. How could he engage in such clandestine activities?" Harry found himself at a loss for words and could only reply, "He must not have succeeded yet. Just wait and see." I think Harry makes a valid point, Mia said thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Hermione looked at Mia incredulously. How can you believe such a theory? Who knows? Perhaps this is the reason Snape is targeting Harry? What does that have to do with anything? Harry, too, began to feel perplexed. Mia spoke mysteriously. Look, Hagrid secretly took Harry to retrieve that item. Shortly thereafter, the vault was robbed. Then the school inexplicably housed a three-headed dog within the castle to guard trapdoor. Don't you think there's a connection? Ron suddenly slapped his thigh. I get it. Snape wants to steal whatever lies beneath that trapdoor. That would be the very thing Hagrid took Harry to retrieve. So, Snape may have even attempted to rob the vault? Mia regarded Ron with admiration. Your reasoning is quite sound. Ron beamed with pride. Harry nodded in agreement. Mia felt a surge of delight. Well, that's what he gets for targeting me. Although Snape's motives might stem from his scandalous father, being embroiled in this situation left Mia quite displeased. Let the blame be cast even further. The match commenced swiftly. Mia, however, had little interest in watching. Firstly, she wasn't particularly captivated by Quidditch. Moreover, what was there to watch in a match whose outcome she already knew? What truly held her attention was the event about to unfold. The game had progressed to the midpoint. The Slytherin Seeker relentlessly targeted Harry, and the players became entangled in the air. Just then, Harry's broomstick began to act erratically. Mia snapped to attention. She drew her wand, ready to rescue Harry should he be thrown off, while searching for Snape's presence. However, she was not looking for Snape, but rather for Quirrell, seated behind him. As expected, Quirrell's eyes remained fixed on Harry above, murmuring incantations. Look, Snape is cursing Harry. Hermione tugged excitedly at Mia. You go deal with Snape. I'll save Harry. Hermione insisted. Deal with Snape? How on earth do I do that? Mia felt a pang of fear at the witch's words. Ignite his robe with a fierce flame. A blazing inferno indeed. The image of Snape engulfed in ravenous fire flashed through Mia's mind. No, that man does not deserve such a fate. You go ahead. My levitation charm is more proficient. I shall rescue Harry. Hermione's mind raced with clarity, and without a moment's hesitation, she stealthily approached Snape. And what of me? Ron appeared utterly bewildered. As for you here, I procured this dung bomb from Fred and his crew. Should we hurl it at Snape? Whoever is closest should be the target. After the two departed, Mia began to observe intently. In midair, Harry, under the threat of death, unleashed astonishing power, gripping his flying broom with all his might. Mia remained poised to act. In truth, with Dumbledore present, there was no cause for concern. Before long, commotion arose near Snape. The professor, who had been desperately reciting counterspells to save Harry Potter, suddenly heard someone call out beside him. Snape, you're on fire. Instantly, chaos erupted. Ron, hiding beneath a seat with a dung bomb in hand, found his vision obscured by the tumult, utterly unsure of whom to target. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and a familiar stench of garlic assaulted his nostrils. This garlic scent, Professor Quirrell? As the light returned, a large figure with a turban-clad head appeared before Ron's eyes. Smash! Instantly, a foul odor permeated the crowd. Chapter 34. Methods to Enhance Magical Power. The outcome of the match unfolded, just as recorded in memory. Harry inadvertently swallowed the golden snitch, leading Gryffindor to triumph in this year's Quidditch Cup. What amused Mia further was that after Quirrell was struck on the back of the head with a dung bomb, he had to admit, to avoid other professors' scrutiny of his turban, that he had been startled. This incident was discreetly concealed among the professors. However, Ron boasted of it as his own achievement before his twin brothers. With Hermione as confirmation, the prankster Weasley twins decided to bestow upon Ron a generous supply of dung bombs, resulting in a persistently peculiar odor wafting through their dormitory. Outside the castle, several of them walked alongside Hagrid. No matter how many times you say it, I will not believe that Professor Snape would cast a curse upon Harry's broom. Hagrid asserted with conviction. It's true. Such magic requires unwavering focus on the target. At that moment, Snape didn't even shift his gaze. This time, even Hermione was convinced that Snape was plotting something nefarious. Seeing Hermione's unwavering certainty, Hagrid hesitated. Hermione was right. Observing this, Mia prepared to discreetly share some information with Harry and the others through the tight-lipped Hagrid. What? How do you know about Fluffy? Hagrid maintained his composure. Harry attempted to voice his inquiries about the name Fluffy, but Mia interjected, How do you know the name of that three-headed dog? With a sense of pride, Hagrid replied, Of course I know, for Fluffy is my pet. That's impossible. Three-headed dogs are forbidden creatures. Mia expressed her skepticism. Hermione quietly restrained Harry and Ron, who were about to speak, as she had already surmised Mia's intentions. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. For the creature known as Fluffy was procured by me from an Irishman, she declared. But what is it guarding? It is guarding. Hagrid suddenly halted, his expression shifting to one of vexation. His face, obscured by a thick beard, flushed a deep crimson. No, I should not have divulged that. You must cease your prying. Yet, Mia feigned urgency, insisting, we cannot allow this. We nearly faced harm from the three-headed dog last time. We must investigate what lies below. Listen closely, Hagrid admonished. This matter does not concern you. For Fluffy guards the secret of Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel? Oh, Merlin's lace-trimmed, white hollow bodysuit. I should not be sharing this with you. He added, you are forbidden from inquiring further. Observing Hagrid's flustered demeanor, Mia deemed it prudent to retreat. Inwardly, she offered an apology to Hagrid, knowing that to gain access to the Philosopher's Stone, some discomfort for Hagrid was necessary. Armed with this pivotal information regarding Nicholas Flamel, the group sprang into action. Hermione nearly emptied the library, with even Harry and Ron, who typically never set foot in the library, spending several days immersed in its depths. Mia, however, refrained from presenting them with the texts on alchemy that mentioned Flamel, for such knowledge should not be easily attained. Although Flamel was a luminary in the field of alchemy, having lived for over 6 centuries, most contemporary individuals regarded him as a mere legend. Amidst the vast ocean of books, accurately locating information on Flamel proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, Mia placed her hopes on Hermione and her friends. After a few days spent in the library with them, Mia plunged back into the room of requirement. Recently, he had sensed a peculiar phenomenon. It seemed that his magical prowess had been enhanced. Admittedly, a wizard's magical ability does tend to grow with age. However, older wizards often experience a significant decline in physical capability and a limited understanding of magical mysteries, which constrains their power growth. Mia's curiosity regarding this rapid increase in his magical ability stemmed from the fact that, traditionally, such growth occurs at a glacial pace, scarcely noticeable. Yet, his recent surge had been pronounced enough to draw his attention, commencing only after he discovered the room of requirement. He did not perceive a direct correlation between the rapid enhancement of his magic and the room itself. If it facilitated such growth, it would surely be recorded in the annals of memory, for Harry would later practice magic in the room with students from Hogwarts. If such a phenomenon were to occur, it would undoubtedly attract notice. Thus, he resolved to examine his own circumstances. What had changed within him? His diet remained unchanged, his routine consistent, and he spent each day in the company of Harry and the others. The most conspicuous change appears to be the significant increase in his frequency of magic usage. An epiphany suddenly struck Mia. He seemed to grasp the crux of the matter, the frequency of magical application. Indeed, the rate at which he employed magic in the House of Request was unparalleled compared to the previous decade. Extensive practice in casting spells enhances a sorcerer's proficiency and deepens their comprehension of magic. However, Mia possessed scant knowledge regarding the implications for magical power. Currently, the magical realm lacks universally acknowledged methods to augment one's magical capacity. The enhancement of a wizard's power is predominantly reliant on the natural progression of age. Magical power does not operate on a quantifiable basis. Even if one casts a spell 1,000 times, the practitioner may find themselves incapacitated by fatigue or thirst, rather than depleting their magical energy. The concept of exhaustion does not apply to magical power. The term growth of magical power typically refers to an increase in its intensity. Thus, Mia could only speculate that frequent magical usage might stimulate the enhancement of one's magical capacity. He had already mastered the ability to summon the targets wand to his hand. However, this did not imply he could contend with Dumbledore, for, as per Mia's research, the potency of a spell is generally influenced by both the intensity of magical power and the practitioner's understanding of magic. Yet, due to the constraints of magical power, he could not achieve significant results against formidable professors. Wizards of Dumbledore's caliber undoubtedly possess a level of magical strength beyond ordinary comprehension. It seems that, rather than comprehension of magic, one's magical power is the paramount factor influencing a wizard's prowess. As the saying goes, sheer strength can overcome obstacles, even lacking knowledge of spells. A wizard with sufficient magical might could unleash a devastating magical surge. The likes of the distorted and mutated sorcery exemplified by the likes of Voldemort serve as a testament to this. Thus, Mia began to recognize the significance of magical power. However, as previously stated, the magical community offers little in the way of methods to enhance this power. Presently, it appears that Mia can only resort to this rudimentary approach of frequent spellcasting to stimulate his magical growth. Nevertheless, one aspect puzzled him. The natural rate of magical growth in wizards tends to decelerate with age. Typically, by the time a wizard graduates from Hogwarts, their magical capacity undergoes minimal enhancement. Yet, Tom Riddle appeared to deviate from this pattern. The infamous Voldemort, upon graduating, should have possessed limited magical prowess. Had he emerged from Hogwarts as powerful as he later became, he would not have needed to remain in hiding at Borgin and Burke's. Moreover, there are claims that public opinion of Dumbledore waned as Voldemort's power grew. Thus, how did he attain such strength? Mia harbored a persistent belief that a method to enhance magical power must exist. This was of utmost importance to him, who was in dire need of augmenting his abilities. Consequently, he sifted through Tom Riddle's notebooks, yet found no pertinent records related to this inquiry. Mia felt a pang of disappointment. However, he soon thought of a place, the restricted section. Perhaps it was time for him to pay a visit there. Chapter 35. The Approaching Christmas. Mia had yet to discover a way to access the restricted section. Entry required a professor's signature. Snape was out of the question. That man was likely concocting ways to trouble him. McGonagall's approval seemed unrealistic as well, for he could find no convincing argument to persuade the stern and shrewd professor. Flitwick's consent might be attainable, but at present, he felt his presence was insufficient in the eyes of Professor Flitwick. Since obtaining a professor's signature in the short term appeared futile, Mia considered sneaking in at night. Yet, this method was easily detectable and difficult to conceal from his roommates, Harry and the others. Nonetheless, Mia believed he had found a golden opportunity. Filch patrols would be less frequent, allowing him to venture into the restricted section under the guise of investigating Nicholas Flamel alongside Harry and the others. If memory served him correctly with the invisibility cloak, a nighttime excursion into the restricted section would be a breeze. In the Great Hall, Mia stared at the unfinished letter on the table, scratching his head. Of course, I will. To prevent him from throwing a tantrum, I had no choice but to stay and keep him company. Mia looked at the letter contentedly, then blew dry the ink. I can't shake the feeling that you're up to no good. Hermione had been observing Mia for quite some time, growing increasingly attuned to his demeanor. Once Mia wore that particular smile, it was clear he was plotting something mischievous. Mia tucked the letter away, exclaiming, "How could that be? I am a most benevolent person." Then, he affectionately draped his arm over Harry's shoulder, saying, "Harry, you truly are my dear friend." Harry was caught off guard by Mia's sudden display of affection. Just as Mia was about to send the letter, an owl arrived bearing a message for him. Eagerly tearing it open, he discovered it was from his parents. A wave of unease washed over him. Carefully, he opened his mother's letter, scrutinizing its contents. A myriad of questions flooded Mia's mind. He promptly opened his father's letter. "Mia, your mother and I have gone on vacation. So, I've been left behind. They went on holiday without me." Mia felt the urge to throw a tantrum. Hermione regarded Mia with an increasingly peculiar expression. Was he becoming more neurotic? How could he suddenly appear as if he were on the verge of tears? Holding the letter, Mia found himself at a loss. After a moment, he noticed something amiss. He reread his father's letter and indeed detected something unusual. According to their usual correspondence, his father typically addressed him as Sergeant Shamiel in the letter, at least not using his name in the opening line. Mia continued to scrutinize the letter, then took out his mother's letter for comparison. To his astonishment, he realized that his father's letter was merely a forgery penned by his mother imitating his father's handwriting. He was quite familiar with his family's writing styles. His judgment could not be wrong. An unsettling feeling gripped Mia. What on earth had transpired? Mia promptly penned and dispatched another letter, determined to seek clarity. The days of waiting for a response were excruciatingly torturous. Recently, Mia found himself plagued by troubling thoughts. His father's heart condition had also become a significant source of anxiety for him. When the letter finally arrived, a weight was lifted, yet simultaneously, a sword hung precariously over Mia's heart. His father, having overexerted himself in an attempt to lose weight, had suffered a severe relapse. His mother first expressed regret for not being forthright with him, then implored Mia to understand her intentions, urging him not to worry excessively and to take good care of himself. It felt as if Mia's heart had been hollowed out. His world seemed to transform into a void. This despair led him to languish for several days, causing concern among his friends and professors. In the dormitory, Mia sat in solitude, lost in thought, when Hermione unexpectedly entered. Taken aback, he stammered nervously, "This is the boys' dormitory." Hermione responded, "Visiting the boys' dormitory does not contravene school regulations. I asked Harry and Ron, you've been here all day. You haven't even gone to the library, where you ought to be at this hour." Mia continued to gaze out the window, his voice weak. If he displayed too much panic, it would only exacerbate his family's worries. His father was gravely ill, and his mother was likely more heartbroken than he was. I'm not entirely sure what has transpired, but I believe that everything will eventually be all right. Hermione attempted to console him. It is strange. Although I dislike seeing you preoccupied with dark curses at this moment, I wish you would continue practicing those spells. Mia offered a hollow smile. It's not a dark curse. He could sense Hermione's genuine concern. What is it then? Just a disarming spell? Nothing serious. And what about that thunderous explosion last time? Mia suddenly turned to face Hermione. At that moment, Hermione noticed the absence of Mia's usual cunning and confidence in his eyes, which pained her. What do you think the essence of magic is? Hermione opened her mouth, but found no words. Regardless of how powerful the magic, it ultimately exists to protect those around us. Mia only lamented his own lack of strength, wishing he could heal his father instantly. That is when you appeared. When I first saw the troll, I thought I was doomed. I am grateful for your timely arrival. Actually, it was Harry who insisted on coming to find you. I had intended to wait for the professor, but you came in the end, didn't you? Mia couldn't help but look at Hermione. Does it not upset you when I say this? Of course not. I know you are not exactly a saint. Just kidding. She laughed playfully, her mischievous grin momentarily lifting Mia's spirits, especially as he noticed her prominent front teeth. All right, cheer up. If you continue to wallow in despair, you won't be able to protect anyone. Yes, thank you. Mia regarded Hermione earnestly. In the future, if you're ever down, I will comfort you too. Boys entering the girls' dormitory is against school rules. What? Why not? Finally, Hermione departed from the dormitory. Hermione closed the door, and Harry, Ron, and Neville eagerly gathered around. How is he? Is he better? Harry whispered. Hermione nodded. That's wonderful. Truly, Hermione, your efforts never fail. Ron exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for Hermione for the first time. Mia glanced at the closed door and couldn't help but smile. Such comforting gestures were transparently simple. Emotions must be digested in solitude, and difficulties can only be surmounted alone. Yet, the concern from Hermione and the others bestowed upon him a measure of warmth akin to friendship. Thus, he realized he needed to hasten his actions. Chapter 36, The Gift. Hermione, dragging a large suitcase, spotted Harry and Ron engaged in a game of wizard's chess in the Great Hall. At that moment, she fortuitously encountered Mia at the entrance. Hermione appraised Mia from head to toe and remarked, I truly cannot decide if this is good or bad. Trust me, it will definitely be beneficial. Mia replied as they entered the hall together. Have you already packed your things? Ron's Queen Peace had just defeated Harry, and he proudly looked up to see Hermione struggling with her suitcase. But you haven't packed yet. My parents are going to Romania to visit my brother Charlie. Hermione refrained from inquiring about Harry and Mia, aware of Harry's family circumstances and the troubles Mia was facing. What about Nicholas Flamel? The mention of this name made Ron exasperated. For heaven's sake, we've searched 100 times. There are no records of Nicholas Flamel in the library. Hermione suddenly whispered meaningfully. There's still the restricted section we haven't explored. With that, she bid farewell and departed. Ron looked as if he had seen something utterly nonsensical. Has she been influenced by us? Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Mia pursed her lips, smiling in silence. This, perhaps, was Hermione's true nature. He could sense that she was increasingly comfortable around them. They indeed shared a mutual affinity. Harry, Mia. Ron's voice jolted Harry awake, and Mia set her book aside as she sat on the bed. Recently, she had begun borrowing books from the library, believing that since there were no ready-made methods to enhance magical power, she could explore on her own. At the very least, she had discovered countless rudimentary practices that stimulated magical growth. To delve into her own research, she needed to deepen her understanding of magic. Lately, she had become a frequent visitor to the library. Harry opened his eyes, still drowsy, and casually grabbed his glasses from the table. The rough manner in which he handled them would surely evoke sympathy from anyone who wore glasses. He paid little attention to their protection, knowing he could rely on Mia or Hermione to mend them with magic. As Mia and Harry entered the common room, they noticed Ron wearing a red sweater embroidered with the letter R. You have one too. Mia was somewhat surprised. It wasn't until she caught sight of a red sweater adorned with the letter M that she couldn't help but smile. The Weasley family truly was wonderful. On Harry's sweater was embroidered the letter H, and in that moment, a group of people gathered, resembling a Weasley assembly. By the way, there's also a package sent from your home. Harry was astonished. Who would send me a parcel? The Dursleys? Impossible. Severus Snape was more likely to send something. Maya opened the package, her heart racing. The parcel was small, perhaps containing a letter. Upon opening it, she discovered a letter accompanied by photographs. The images appear to be taken in a hospital, featuring her mother and Yuza. Her father, dressed in a hospital gown, wore a smile that, despite his pallor, conveyed a gesture of victory towards Maya. The letter was penned by her father, the handwriting somewhat shaky, yet emanating a sense of determination. Her father's surgery had been successful, and his condition was now effectively managed. The weight that had hung over Maya's heart began to lift slightly. The oppressive atmosphere of recent days dissipated significantly. "How are you?" Ron asked Maya cautiously. "It's all right. My dad is recovering well," Maya replied, a relieved smile gracing her face. "That's wonderful. We must celebrate," Ron exclaimed, equally elated. Just then, as Ron turned, he noticed Harry's head floating in midair. Startled, Ron gasped, almost collapsing to the ground. "What's wrong?" Harry, draped in the cloak from the package, approached, noticing Ron being supported by Maya. "If you don't come any closer," Ron stammered in panic. Confused, Harry removed the cloak, revealing his body. Ron's fear transformed into astonishment. It was an invisibility cloak. Such a rare item. Seeing the luxurious material of the cloak in Harry's hands, Ron's envy was palpable. How does Harry always receive such extraordinarily valuable things? Last time he got a Firebolt 2000. "Who sent this to you?" Ron inquired. "I don't know. It only says it's a legacy from my father and to use it wisely," Harry replied, producing the accompanying note. Maya pondered the phrase "to use wisely" and revealed a knowing smile. "Harry, do you know how to use it wisely?" Harry looked puzzled. "The restricted section," Maya whispered to the two. Suddenly, Harry realized, yes, with this, we need not fear being caught by Filch. That night, after anticipating the entire day, Harry and Maya, cloaked in invisibility, wandered the castle's corridors. He had intended to call Ron, but Ron declared he had had enough of the library and wished only for a good night's sleep. Maya held the Lumos spell borrowed from the Borgin and Burke's shop, the luminous glow visible only to her and Harry. Coupled with the invisibility cloak, they remained undetectable in the pitch-black night. Finally, they stealthily arrived at the restricted section. Maya reached for the lamp, transforming into a child of wonder. "Shall we split up the search? It would be more efficient," Maya suggested, knowing that her quest differed from Harry's pursuit of Nicholas Flamel. Harry did not ponder for long before agreeing. Mia, utilizing the light, examined the titles on the spines of the books one by one. It is no wonder this is the restricted section. The titles themselves are extraordinary, containing a plethora of tomes on dark magic. However, his objective was not these. He sought to uncover something related to growth magic. Just as he delved into the sea of books, a sudden cry compelled Mia to rush towards Harry. The sound seemed to emanate from his direction. Upon reaching Harry, Mia beheld him struggling to close a book that had manifested a human face and was shouting desperately. As the book snapped shut, the noise ceased. Mia glanced at the spine, the shout by Lu's son. Harry, still shaken, looked at Mia when they heard Filch's voice. "Who was over there?" The two hastily donned their cloaks, seized the hand of glory, and began to flee. They dashed out of the library, but Filch's cat pursued them relentlessly. In their frantic bid to shake off the feline, they scurried about, ultimately losing track of their whereabouts within the castle. Having evaded the cat, they pressed onward, only to hear voices around a corner. They had no choice but to edge along the wall. Upon turning the corner, they witnessed Snape pinning Quirrell against the wall. "You and T want me to oppose you, Quirrell. You must clarify to whom you truly owe your allegiance." The two slowly inched toward the slightly ajar wooden door. "Professors," Filch suddenly appeared. "Good fortune in encountering you. The restricted section has been tampered with. A student must have gotten out of bed." Snape cast a final warning glance at Quirrell before the trio departed together. Mia and Harry quickly concealed themselves behind the door, exhaling deeply in relief. The room they found themselves in was quite spacious, and Mia immediately noticed a mirror that nearly reached the ceiling. Chapter 37. The Mirror of Ariste. "What a grand mirror. What does it say?" Harry awkwardly read the inscription on the frame, and after finishing, realized it was a mere string of nonsensical letters. He then gazed into the mirror, and Mia soon discerned that Harry had become entranced. "Is this my parents?" Harry murmured. "So, this is what they look like?" Observing Harry's growing obsession, Mia felt a wave of concern. Having lost his parents at a young age, it seemed Harry had succumbed to the allure of this mirror. "It appears to be a mirror that reveals one's innermost desires," Mia remarked. Harry pulled Mia in front of the mirror, seemingly oblivious to Mia's words. "Mia, look. There are my mom and dad." Mia gazed into the mirror. Initially, only his own reflection appeared, but gradually, the likeness of his family emerged. They all appeared well. Reluctantly, Mia shifted his gaze away, saying, "Harry, I only saw my family." Harry paused for a moment before responding. "Could it be that our families are the same?" Mia playfully chastised Harry. "How could that be? I just mentioned that this mirror may merely reveal the deepest desires of your heart." Seeing Harry's despondent demeanor, Mia felt a twinge of sympathy. "Well then, let him gaze upon the visage of his parents. However, the unfolding events began to trouble Mia. It appeared that Harry was genuinely entranced by the mirror. "Harry, would you like to play wizard's chess?" Ron inquired, finding Harry lost in thought by the fire. Harry merely shook his head, offering no response. "How about visiting Hagrid?" Harry again shook his head, his very posture echoing his silence. "Harry, I know what you're thinking, but I advise against it. There is something amiss with that mirror." Yet, Harry remained listless. Observing Harry's withdrawal, Ron discerned that pushing him would be futile. Night fell, and Harry once more approached the mirror. He had been coming daily of late. He had heard Mia and Ron's counsel, yet he simply wished to linger a while longer. Since he could remember, he had been without parents. Was he not permitted even a glimpse of them? "Harry," Mia said, mirroring his position as she settled beside him. "I saw my family. They appeared healthy and joyful." Mia continued, lost in her own thoughts. "My father was gravely ill before. Though he has escaped danger, he remains frail. Hence, I feel elated whenever I behold them in the mirror." She glanced at Harry, realizing this vision alone could not restore their true health and happiness. "Do you grasp my meaning, Harry?" Harry lowered his head, reluctant to speak. Sensing his reticence, Mia pressed on. "Harry, illusory joy cannot yield genuine delight. Indulging in fantasies will only evoke concern from those who care for you in reality. Do not pity the deceased. Instead, extend your compassion to the living, Harry." "Mr. Shamiel spoke wisely," a familiar aged voice interjected, prompting both to rise. Professor Dumbledore, Harry thought, momentarily forgetting his worries about being caught for his midnight escapades. Everyone occasionally succumbs to the allure of illusions, so there is no need for alarm. Dumbledore approached the mirror. "I, too, often lingered before this mirror. However, I later realized that such an object cannot impart wisdom. The happiest individuals in the world see only themselves in this mirror." "What do you see?" Harry queried. "I see a pair of woolen socks," Dumbledore replied. "Woolen socks?" "Indeed. Each birthday, people delight in gifting me books. While those tomes contain wisdom I have yet to attain. What I truly desire is a warm pair of woolen socks, especially as one ages." Dumbledore's humorous remark lightened the atmosphere considerably. "Mia informed me that this mirror reveals the innermost desires of one's heart," Harry said. Dumbledore cast an appreciative glance towards Mia, yet she dared not meet his gaze. "A gentle reminder, should you wish to keep your secrets concealed, refrain from locking eyes with a master of the art of divination. Indeed, this mirror is known as the Mirror of Arist, its sole purpose being to reflect the deepest desires of one's heart. Many have succumbed to its allure. However, Harry, becoming ensnared in dreams while neglecting the realities of life serves no beneficial purpose. Thus, I implore you to cease your search for it, Harry." Observing Harry's gradually brightening gaze brought a sense of solace to Mia. Dumbledore noticed this exchange. "Mr. Shamiel," he called suddenly, prompting Mia to straighten her posture. "Could you come to my office for a moment?" "Huh, all right." A wave of unease washed over Mia as she pondered the sudden summons to the office. Lemon Snowball. Mia followed Dumbledore through a wooden door, entering the headmaster's office. This space was unlike any professor's office she had encountered. Books were strewn everywhere. "Quite a number of books, wouldn't you say?" Mia nodded slightly, feeling her thoughts laid bare. "Indeed, I prefer not to clutter my room with so many books. I would rather be in the library or in places where magic flows freely. However, someone once remarked that such a display would not make me appear like a headmaster. Hence, I deliberately selected a few books to adorn my office." This rationale was quintessentially Dumbledore. Mia mused internally, though she dared not show her thoughts outwardly. "May I see your wand?" Mia blinked in surprise before relinquishing her wand. Dumbledore waved it gently, and smoke billowed forth from its tip. A sudden jolt surged through Mia. "Ah, it seems Mr. Shamiel has practiced quite a few disarming spells. The Room of Requirement is indeed a splendid place, isn't it?" Dumbledore's words caused beads of sweat to form on Mia's brow. "I recall the first time I stumbled upon that place. I was desperately seeking a restroom. Eventually, it appeared as I passed by. I must admit, it was a tremendous help." Dumbledore sighed, lost in his own musings. Mia kept her gaze fixed on the desk, which held several books, a quill, and some transparent remnants that resembled debris. She felt utterly helpless. "Mia." Dumbledore's voice prompted her to instinctively raise her head. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before Mia quickly averted her gaze. "Mia, are you familiar with dark magic?" "I am," Mia chose to respond candidly. Many believe that dark magic drives one to madness. However, this notion is somewhat misguided, aside from a few exceptionally obscure spells. Most magic does not influence the caster's own thoughts. Yet, Dumbledore's abruptly pulled Mia from her hopes. Magic is eternally loyal to the will of the caster. he observed, gauging Mia's reaction. I trust you grasp this concept as well. Only when one harbors a desire for destruction can the art of magic be unleashed, which is thus referred to as dark magic. If an individual continually contemplates annihilation and torment, it is inevitable that they will gradually descend into madness. Does this imply that as long as one possesses unwavering resolve, they remain unscathed by such influences? Mia suddenly posed a counter-question. Yes, and yet no. The azure eyes of Dumbledore were inscrutable, as aurors tasked with apprehending dark wizards must master potent dark spells. Even the killing curse is a necessity for their repertoire. However, they would never be deemed dark wizards. For a wizard who employs dark magic is not inherently a dark wizard. Sometimes, the choice to destroy for the sake of protection can be regarded as a form of goodness. Dumbledore returned the wand to Mia. Go forth and explore the mysteries of magic to your heart's content. Upon hearing these words, Mia realized that he had earned Dumbledore's approval. This meant that even if he were to delve into dark magic, he would not face punishment from Dumbledore. I believe you'll find this useful, Dumbledore said, handing Mia a note, the ink still wet. This is permission to enter the restricted section, personally signed by the headmaster. As long as love resides in one's heart, magic will be accessible to anyone. However, if the hour grows too late, one may lack the energy to explore. Return now and rest well, Mia said earnestly. Thank you, Professor. As he prepared to leave, Mia noticed a red bird beside Dumbledore's desk. Surely it must be the phoenix, Fox. He then pointed at the phoenix and inquired, Professor, has her bird been neutered? Out. Understood. Chapter 38. The Peculiar Bookshelves. As the note bearing Dumbledore's true name lay in the palm of his hand, Mia was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unreality. The greatest white wizard of this century, a paragon of justice, had forgiven him for secretly studying curses since his first year and had granted him access to the restricted section. It felt akin to a dream. However, upon reflection, Mia began to comprehend the situation. Dumbledore was a tactician capable of transforming his own demise into a strategy. Given his enigmatic background, this astute and cunning Dumbledore had likely already incorporated Mia into his grand design. It was merely a matter of manipulation. Since resistance was futile, it seemed prudent to go with the flow. The following day, the Christmas holiday came to an end. Mia, armed with Dumbledore's authorization, ventured to the library. Madame Pants, the librarian, was a woman who instilled fear in the hearts of students. Her somewhat indifferent gaze and her unwaveringly stern demeanor deterred any mischief beneath her watchful eye. However, there are always exceptions. Mr. Draco Malfoy considered himself to be one such exception. Mr. Malfoy, the books you have borrowed, Introduction to Potions for Beginners, and Potions from Entry to Incarceration, are nearing their return deadline. Naturally, the ever-rebellious Draco paid no heed to authority. What? Does this school even monitor how many books students borrow? Draco raised his voice, questioning the rationale behind such rules. To be honest, I have had enough of this institution. I should have heeded my father's advice to attend Durmstrang instead. Here, I cannot even learn a single dark spell. Are you truly preparing to instruct a bunch of inept wizards who can only flail their wands aimlessly? Madame Pance's expression remained unchanged, but her demeanor swiftly turned cold. The library forbids loud noises. Madame Pance's countenance resembled a shattered mirror. The earlier calm indifference had vanished, and her furious visage startled Draco into retreat. She snatched the book from Draco's hands, hastily flipping through its pages. How dare you? The 7th page bears water stains. The corner of page 142 is torn, and page 166 is riddled with creases. With each detail of damage she revealed, Draco's complexion grew paler. He felt as though Madame Pants were reading out his death sentence. You shall not borrow any books. Leave at once. Madame Pants suddenly shouted, brandishing her feather duster to drive Draco away. At that moment, Mia happened to arrive at the library entrance. Madame Pants, I need. Witnessing the scene, Mia's tone gradually softened. Before borrowing a book, you better not let me see any marks left by you. I am not borrowing books. I intend to visit the restricted section. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent. Madame Pance's gaze swept over like that of a vulture. After a moment of surprise, Draco adopted a mocking expression. No way. You wish to enter the restricted section? You probably do not know that a professor's signature is required to access it. Can you find a professor willing to sign for you? Moreover, remember that the knowledge within is not something someone like you can tarnish. Mia did not spare Draco a glance. Facing Madame Pance's frosty stare, she calmly presented Dumbledore's signature. Madame Pants snatched it, her sharp gaze seemingly eager to pierce the parchment. Finally, she tapped the parchment with her wand, apparently possessing a method of verification. Draco's mockery intensified. He had longed to see Mia humiliated. "Ah, indeed, it is Professor Dumbledore's signature. Come with me," she said stiffly, returning the note to Mia. Draco's expression instantly froze on his face. "Wait, is there some mistake? Dumbledore? This cannot be right. Do not make noise at the library entrance." Madame Pants suddenly shouted again. "And also, I will report your behavior to your head of house. Expect points to be deducted." With that, leaving Draco's complexion shifting like a chameleon, Mia followed Madame Pants into the library. Watching Mia's retreating figure, Draco's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Do not think I am unaware of your nighttime escapades. Just wait." Draco slithered into the crowd like a venomous serpent. Mia had no desire to engage with the spoiled individual before her. Entangling herself with him would be a futile endeavor. At the entrance to the restricted section, Mrs. Pants coldly instructed Mia, "Go in, but do not even think about taking anything that does not belong to you. I will be watching you." "Rest assured, Mrs. Pants," Mia replied. Having previously ventured into the restricted section under the veil of night, there was an inexplicable thrill in appearing there openly. Hogwarts boasts the most extensive collection of magical tomes in all of Britain, and indeed throughout Europe. The restricted section represents the most precious and refined part of this vast ocean of literature. Mia glanced over the shelves, taking in the books. Some were even secured with iron chains, their titles imbued with profound significance. Her intent was clear. She scrutinized the summaries and tables of contents of any book related to magical power, hoping to uncover something that could aid in her enhancement of magical abilities. Yet, after nearly an hour of searching, she found herself empty-handed. Mrs. Pants would occasionally enter, casting her watchful gaze upon Mia from a distance. In the unique atmosphere of the restricted section, Mia felt a chill creep over her. At last, she discerned something amiss. Upon closer inspection, she noted that all the volumes were systematically categorized into distinct areas, further divided by year, and ultimately arranged alphabetically by title. She had reached the section housing texts from the 4th to 5th century, each tome ancient, with some of the script even differing from contemporary writings. The peculiarity she observed was the conspicuous absence of any book commencing with the letter M. Moreover, between the final book beginning with Land the First Within, there existed a noticeable gap. Thanks to Mrs. Pants' meticulous management, the library's volumes were arranged with utmost precision. The dust in the crevice suggested that these books had not been borrowed. It seemed improbable that not a single book beginning with Mwud exists among those from the 4th to 5th century. So, where had these books vanished to? As Mia brushed her fingers against the dust on the shelf, the space around her suddenly warped. It appeared as though her eyes were deceiving her. For a book had materialized in the very void. Its spine bore no title, and its format was distinctly archaic. As she removed it from the shelf, she discovered the name inscribed on the title page, Merlin. Could it be? Mia hesitated, uncertain whether this Merlin was indeed the legendary figure. She could not ascertain if the book's owner was truly Merlin himself. Tentatively, she began to leaf through its pages, quickly realizing it resembled more of a diary, chronicling largely trivial matters, devoid of any mention of magic. However, what piqued her interest was the autobiography-like account that increasingly seemed to belong to the fabled Merlin, detailing his assistance to King Arthur in wielding power and guiding him to become a wise ruler. Just as Mia began to suspect this might be a mere jest, she stumbled upon a particular sentence that caught her attention. After witnessing the devastation of large-scale battles and the accompanying loss of life, I have come to the realization that no matter how gifted a wizard may be, relying solely on the enhancement of their own magical power renders them exceedingly vulnerable. I have lost count of how many experiments I have conducted, nor can I tally the blood debts owed to magical creatures. Fortunately, my methods have yielded success. I believe I shall name it. She approached to inspect, discovering considerable gaps between the books. After dusting and organizing the spaces, she departed. On the bookshelf, between the last book beginning with Land the First one starting within, there existed a gap the size of a book, thickly coated in dust. As Mia exited the library, a sudden clarity washed over her. What was I here for? Chapter 39, The Dragon Egg. Time had passed significantly, and Mia found herself entering the restricted section daily, granted access by Dumbledore. Yet, an unsettling feeling grew within her. It seemed as if she had forgotten something. However, her daily routine remained monotonously the same, attending classes, dining, practicing in the room of requirement, and then immersing herself in the library. Such a simple and repetitive life seemed devoid of anything that could be forgotten. As usual, She entered the restricted section and ventured towards the area housing the oldest tomes. A spark of realization flashed in her mind. Why had she come to this section? Everything felt instinctual, as if she had traversed this path countless times before. Thus, reaching the spot felt like a mere formality, devoid of any sense of peculiarity. With a growing sense of suspicion, Mia began to scrutinize the area. Why was there a gap between the L and N sections? Dust lingered in the crevice, suggesting it had not been borrowed. Suddenly, an icy chill surged from her feet to her head, sending shivers down her spine. Everything felt hauntingly familiar. The restricted section was devoid of anyone but her. The dim light, filtering from elsewhere, cast a somber atmosphere upon the swirling dust. This should have been her first visit here. A sense of dread enveloped Mia. Had something transpired? Trembling, she reached out to touch the area of the gap, her fingers tracing a line through the dust. In an instant, a book materialized in the once empty space. The distance between the books was almost uniform, arranged with meticulous precision. Suppressing a wave of discomfort, Mia began to peruse the autobiography inscribed with the name Merlin. She read on until, "I believe I shall name it." At the entrance of the library, Mia encountered a hurried Hermione, Harry, and Ron. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "We don't have time to explain. You must come with us," Hermione exclaimed, tugging Mia along to a seat. Mia had grown accustomed to the little witch's impetuousness. "Mia, your patience is remarkable. If she were to pull me like that all the time, I would certainly lose my temper," Ron lamented on Mia's behalf. Harry nodded in agreement. "What are you two talking about?" Hermione approached, clutching a tome that was larger than her own head. "Where did you find this book?" we inquired. Ron's gaze appeared somewhat unfocused, while Harry feigned silence. I recalled having encountered that name while perusing the book for leisure. "We discovered Nicholas Flamel," as Harry had seen on the card. The latter half of the sentence was Hermione's explanation directed at Mia. "You use this for leisure?" The book was placed onto the table with a resounding thud, leaving Mia momentarily stunned. "If you make any more noise, you will be asked to leave," Madame Pants shouted, causing the group to fall silent immediately. "Haven't you been spending all your time in the library lately?" Hermione whispered to Mia. "Did you just finish a book?" "Yes. Just now. What's the matter?" Noticing Mia's sudden daze, Hermione furrowed her brow. "It's nothing," Mia replied, shaking off his stupor. He felt as though he had misplaced something significant. The library was filled with patrons, and the soft yellow sunlight lent brightness to the space. Yet an inexplicable chill lingered in the air. Mia felt as if he were seated in an alternate dimension, where everything around him seemed unreal. "Is something wrong?" "Nothing." Mia managed a smile and shook his head. Nicholas Flamel was the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone, a wondrous substance imbued with remarkable magical properties. It could transmute any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consumed it. Currently, the sole Philosopher's Stone belonged to Nicholas Flamel, who had just celebrated his 665th birthday. The stone, a translucent crimson crystal, would shatter into glass fragments once its magic was depleted. Mia mulled over the term glass fragments, yearning to comprehend it more clearly, and thus leaned in closer. Suddenly, a whiff of shampoo invaded his nostrils as his head became entangled in a mass of fluffy hair. Realizing the situation, Mia promptly straightened up, avoiding the sight of Hermione's flushed cheeks. Noticing Harry and Ron's vacant stares, Hermione shot them a sharp glance. Beneath the trapdoor guarded by Fluffy on the third floor lies the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it nearly drew exclamations from Harry and Ron. After ensuring no one was watching, Harry quietly proposed, "We must seek out Hagrid. We should go tonight, under the cover of darkness." The four restless young wizards made their way to Hagrid's hut. Inside, Hagrid was busy tending to the fire when he heard a knock at the door and opened it impatiently. "Oh, it's you lot. Sorry, but I have things to do today." Hagrid had barely finished speaking before he attempted to shut the door. "We know about the Philosopher's Stone," Harry blurted out as soon as he entered. "Oh, Merlin's beard," Hagrid exclaimed in disbelief. "We suspect Snape is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Without hesitation, Harry plunged straight into the matter. "Snape? You can't still be doubting him, can you?" Hagrid, clad in a filthy apron, seemed preoccupied with something. "Hagrid, we know he aims to seize the Philosopher's Stone, but we are still unclear as to why." Hagrid set aside his tasks and stated earnestly, "Snape is the professor responsible for guarding the Philosopher's Stone. It is inconceivable that he would steal it." While the group continued to discuss Snape, Mia's attention remained fixed on the enormous egg simmering in the pot. Surely, this was the dragon egg that Hagrid had won from the disguised Quirrell? Just as Mia became entranced by the sight, the egg began to tremble. "Hagrid, your egg is cracking." As a living dragon emerged from its shell, The young wizards were left in awe. This was Mia's first encounter with a real dragon, and it bore an uncanny resemblance to the fire-breathing dragons depicted on television. Hagrid, overwhelmed with maternal affection, named the little dragon Norbert. However, while the others were engrossed in admiring the hatchling, Mia noticed Draco's large face pressed against the window. What to do? If that fellow discovers this, it will surely spell trouble. Hagrid also wore a troubled expression. We must find a way to send the dragon away before the professors find out. Where shall we send it? Ron volunteered. My brother Charlie is studying dragons in Romania. He will surely take care of it. But what if the professors catch us? Wait, Mia suddenly interjected, pulling out the invisibility cloak she had prepared in advance. Harry, it's best to keep an invisibility cloak on hand. Meanwhile, Draco, brimming with excitement, dragged Professor McGonagall over. His face radiated with delight. I told you about the night excursions. Ibe finalicaut io. Ah, come on, Professor, this way. They're over here. Chapter 40. Hermione takes action. The following day, the students of Slytherin stared in bewilderment at the significant drop in their house points overnight. Meanwhile, those in the know were secretly reveling in the situation. That Malfoy fellow enjoys scheming behind the scenes, detrimental to himself as well, one remarked. I bet it's because Professor McGonagall deducted points from him. With her integrity and strictness, there's no way she could be manipulated by Malfoy. Hermione couldn't resist teasing Ron, who was positively glowing with excitement. I've never seen you so fond of Professor McGonagall's integrity before. Mind your own business, he retorted. In the Great Hall, several young wizards gathered together, eagerly discussing the events of the previous night. Soon, they found themselves talking about Hagrid's dragon. Ron, a fervent dragon enthusiast, shared a wealth of knowledge gained from his brother Charlie, passionately discussing various dragon species, Dumbledore's research on dragon blood, and dragon's fondness for shiny objects. Mia listened, occasionally joining in the laughter. However, Hermione noticed the hint of worry etched on Mia's brow. Recently, she had been quietly observing Mia, sensing her distracted demeanor as if her mind were adrift. Concerned, she resolved to follow Mia, convinced that she was being affected by some nefarious spells. Following her, Hermione arrived at the library, her anxiety deepening as she watched Mia enter the restricted section. The contents within the forbidden section are far from the gentleness of the ordinary realm. She had read in books that had concealed sinister tomes, tainted by the loss of human lives. Mia must have been ensnared by those malevolent forces. Hermione resolved to await Mia's emergence from the library. Although she had mentally prepared herself for a prolonged vigil of several hours, less than 2 hours had passed when she beheld Mia stepping out. Instantly, she perceived that something was amiss with his state. The usual Mia, brimming with vitality and harboring mischievous secrets within his lively eyes, now appeared vacant and dazed, akin to a somnambulist lost in unconscious motions. Fear gripped Hermione, for this was undoubtedly the consequence of dark magic. She must rescue Mia. However, she refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to observe where this disoriented version of Mia intended to wander. Mia strode directly towards the library's entrance. Yet, before he could reach it, Draco suddenly emerged, exclaiming, "You've caused me to lose 50 points. Mia jolted awake, his awareness still hazy, as if he had just roused from slumber. How had he arrived here? Wasn't he headed to the forbidden section? Draco, in that moment, appeared rather unhinged, a stark contrast to his usual pampered demeanor. It was no wonder, for the scion of the Malfoy family had been outwitted multiple times, and now faced a direct penalty of 50 points. He dared not inform his father, who would undoubtedly wield his diamond-studded cane to demonstrate paternal affection most brutally. Get away, don't bother me, Mia muttered, his already foggy mind lacking the inclination to engage with Draco, his patience wearing thin. All ruckus makers in the library, begone. Madame Pants had arrived, brandishing her feather duster like a weapon. Upon witnessing her formidable presence, Draco hastily fled the library, casting a resentful glare at Mia as he exited. Hermione, concealed nearby, resolved to remain hidden for the time being. Observing Mia's reaction, she surmised that he seemed to have lost some memories. Even if she were to confront Mia at this juncture, it was unlikely she would glean anything of value. The notion of seeking a professor was swiftly dismissed. Such nefarious magic must surely be of the dark arts that thrive in secrecy. Even if Mia had obtained permission to access the forbidden section, should a professor discover he was exploring those wicked spells, expulsion would be inevitable. Hogwarts was not Durmstrang. Dark magic was decidedly unwelcome here. If necessary, she would devise a means to stealthily infiltrate the forbidden section. Hermione was known for her resolute commitment to avoid hindering her studies. She continued to learn diligently during the time she waited for Mia's return. Yet, her anxiety about potentially missing Mia's appearance diminished her usual efficiency. Based on her observations, Mia consistently spent a similar duration within the forbidden section each day, and each time he exited, his demeanor mirrored the last. He would walk alone to the library entrance, then regain his clarity, departing with his usual composure. Mia has discerned the patterns of the operation, yet merely relying on these patterns yields no substantial truth. Hermione feels it is time to venture into the restricted section. It is not only her own condition that appears peculiar. Hermione's behavior is equally unsettling. Lately, it seems she has taken to closely aligning herself with Mia, as if deliberately walking alongside her. Oddly enough, this is typically Hermione's study time. Yet she has chosen to accompany them to Hagrid's hut to observe the baby dragon, Norbert. Mia finds it hard to believe that Hermione has suddenly developed an interest in dragons. Speaking of Norbert, he has experienced remarkable growth recently, nearly surpassing Hagrid's timid hound. Fawn in size, Hagrid has thoughtfully prepared a cozy nest for Norbert in the hut. Until Ron's brother Charlie comes to retrieve him, Hagrid must do his utmost to keep Norbert hidden from prying eyes. Gazing at the increasingly spacious dragon nest, Mia worries whether Hagrid's hut can accommodate it all. What's in Norbert's nest that glimmers so enticingly? Is it treasure? Harry inquired with curiosity. Dragons are fond of such things. It might very well be treasure, Ron remarked as he extracted some of the items. Weighing them in his hand, he expressed disappointment. It seems to be merely shards of broken crystal. I had hoped for gems. Mia took a glance and realized they were merely transparent fragments resembling glass shards. Glass shards? An idea suddenly struck Mia. Could you spare some for me? Where did he bring these from? Want to be discovered? Hermione voiced her concerns. No. He is well-behaved and only ventures into the Forbidden Forest. Alas, he must depart tonight, Hagrid lamented, his sorrow causing tears to stream down his face. Ron comfortingly patted Hagrid's waist. Do not worry. Charlie will take good care of him. At least starting tonight. You need not fret about him being discovered and taken away. As night fell, the group stealthily slipped out. Drawing from their previous experience, they donned the invisibility cloak, and, as expected when unnoticed, inside the hut, Hagrid gazed at the anesthetized Norbert, tears cascading endlessly. Rest assured, Hagrid, Charlie will look after him, Ron reassured. Suddenly, the door swung open. The sight of Draco Malfoy, grinning maliciously from the threshold, indicated that trouble was imminent. At last I've caught you, Draco exclaimed, unable to contain his exhilaration. What are you doing here, Malfoy? Harry scolded furiously. You shouldn't be here. Ron brandished his wand, preparing to confront him. However, Draco, seizing the opportunity, was undeterred. You're the ones who shouldn't be here. If the professors discover you wandering the castle at this hour, what then? Draco sneered, noticing the large creature stirring within the box. What kind of trickery is this? This is none of your concern, Ron interjected, shielding the dragon. At that moment, Mia regretted not having learned the Obliviate spell. Otherwise, Draco would be of no consequence. However, Draco's demeanor transformed from one of coldness to one of awe, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. It was a dragon. Draco questioned, how could you let a noble Norwegian ridgeback sleep in such a dilapidated box? Infuriated, he strode forward, demanding, step aside. He unceremoniously shoved Ron aside, who was left bewildered by Draco's inexplicable fury. Draco knelt down, meticulously examining the unconscious Norbert, occasionally reaching out to touch it. Judging by the scale patterns, it appeared to be a young dragon, approximately 1 month old. Its wings were well-defined, indicating it had likely flown frequently. The scales retained a certain luster, suggesting it had not been overly mistreated. Draco's tone once again provoked discontent among the others. We have been very diligent in caring for Norbert. It is not your place to criticize. Draco looked at Ron with disdain. Norbert? What a rather uninspired name. He continued. So, are you planning to leave it in this wretched place? As he spoke, he surveyed the small room, his scorn unmistakable. It will be sent away tonight, Maya stated. Sent away? To where? You had better not let me find out you sold it. I will not forgive you. Maya chose to overlook his tone. To the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania. She recognized that Draco shared Hagrid's passion for dragons. Thus, Draco would undoubtedly refrain from disclosing Norbert's condition to the professor. Romania? My family owns 2 dragon sanctuaries there. You must be referring to ours. Draco's expression brightened considerably. Yours? Ron exclaimed in disbelief. What? You can't possibly imagine what it feels like to own a dragon sanctuary. Draco's words remained as cutting as ever. In that case, this will be easily resolved. I shall take charge of this dragon. It will be far better off with me than in this place. You can't possibly be leaving Norbert here. Hagrid's voice trembled. Impossible. Our sanctuaries do not engage in any business that harms dragons. If they did, my father would ensure they face consequences. Draco was well informed on such matters. In that case, it is best entrusted to you. I hope you treat it well, Maya conceded. After a moment's thought, Hagrid realized this might indeed be the best course of action. The Malfoy family's sanctuary would undoubtedly provide Norbert with an excellent environment. Who would truly be doing the forgiving was yet to be determined. Harry gestured for Ron to remain calm. I insist on accompanying you to deliver the dragon, Draco stated coldly. That is agreeable, they replied, keeping a watchful eye on him, unafraid of his potential mischief. The five of them found the invisibility cloak quite cramped, especially with Hagrid joining. Thus, a sorrowful Hagrid remained behind in the small cabin. I never expected you to possess such a thing. Silence. The cloak is not soundproof. Charlie met them at the astronomy tower to transport Norbert, utilizing air freight. After watching Charlie depart with Norbert, the group prepared to leave. "Oh, look what I found, a few nighttime mischief makers," Hagrid said, eyeing the 5 little wizards brought in by Filch, feeling quite apologetic. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been dragged into this predicament," Hagrid muttered, his gaze cast downwards. That night, Filch had been led over by his cat. "Stop dawdling. The Forbidden Forest becomes perilous after dark, with werewolves lurking about," Filch chuckled maliciously. After a few were apprehended, they were promptly escorted to the professor. Each received a deduction of 50 points and was sentenced to accompany Hagrid on a patrol of the Forbidden Forest. Maya felt tears welling up. The points he had accrued throughout the semester had dwindled to nearly nothing. Yet, the most unfortunate seemed to be Draco, who faced a staggering 100-point deduction over the term. His eyes were now devoid of spirit. "Hey, are you all right?" Even Ron, who usually found Draco insufferable, couldn't help but express concern at the sight of his despondency. Draco looked as pale as a ghost. 100 points deducted in a single semester. He had brought disgrace to the Malfoy name. Initially, he feared a severe reprimand from his father. Now, he was more concerned about being disowned altogether. To think I must venture into the Forbidden Forest. If my father were to find out, Draco suddenly realized that, in this situation, his father was the most terrifying prospect of all. "Are you scared?" Ron couldn't resist taunting him. "Shut up." Maya remained silent, utterly unwilling to enter the Forbidden Forest, especially now with Voldemort prowling about. He might even bear the Dark Lord's blood. This child of Voldemort, who had never before graced his memories, could he have already been entwined in some unknown scheme of the Dark Lord since birth? Thus, he was not at all keen to encounter Voldemort. However, there was no way to escape it now. Recently, numerous unicorns had been attacked, and another had just been discovered, possibly harmed, so tonight's task was to locate it. Hagrid fiddled with his enormous crossbow as he spoke. The group ventured into the Forbidden Forest, a realm of true darkness, where danger lurked in every corner. Hermione, the young girl, appeared somewhat frightened, sticking close to Maya and Hagrid. Draco, in a state of panic, still found time to bicker with Ron. Hagrid soon spotted a trail of unicorn blood. "It seems we're close. We must split up." Hermione looks quite scared. "I'll stay with her," Maya declared. "Are you joking?" In my memory, Harry and the others encountered Voldemort right here. Following Harry would be akin to purchasing a ticket for a Voldemort viewing. Hermione, unaware of Maya's thoughts, looked at him gratefully. "All right, I'll team up with Maya and Hermione. You 3 form another group. I want Yaya." Draco immediately interjected. "Fine, but it's quite timid. If it senses danger, it will shoot up red fireworks with its wand." Thus, the 2 groups set off in different directions. Meanwhile, Hermione followed Maya closely. "We won't run into any danger, will we?" Hermione asked anxiously. "We shouldn't. Harry and Ron are quite skilled with magic, and Draco's abilities are also commendable. If anything arises, they will alert us in time," Maya reassured her. Then Maya noticed Draco sprinting ahead with a lantern, his movements remarkably agile as he dashed through the forest. Yaya took the lead, racing ahead with the chain in her mouth. A few individuals quickly followed her, eventually discovering Harry and Ron, who had been rescued by the centaur Firenze. Harry clutched his forehead, grimacing in pain from the scar. On the ground lay a unicorn, its silvery blood pooling around it, devoid of life. How despicable it was that someone had dared to harm a unicorn. Hagrid cursed vehemently as he pinched the unicorn's blood between his fingers. "Such a pure creature. Once its blood touches your lips, a curse shall accompany you. Danger looms. Take heed." After a cryptic warning, the centaur named Firenze departed. Mia observed the fallen unicorn, approaching to examine its wounds, seeking to ascertain if they were inflicted by human hands. Mimicking Hagrid, he dipped his finger into the unicorn's blood. The moment the silvery liquid stained his fingertip, he instantly lost consciousness. Chapter 42. The Clever Little Witch. In the infirmary, several young wizards gathered around a bed. Madame Pomfrey, the healer, was quite exasperated by the persistent presence of the young witches and wizards. Patients require rest. No matter how long you stare, it will not awaken him. When will Mia awaken? He had been unconscious for an entire night and part of the day. Harry was deeply worried. Mia had inexplicably collapsed the previous night, and even Madame Pomfrey was unable to determine the cause. His mind was preoccupied with concern for Mia, causing him to be distracted in potions class, where he was reprimanded by Snape several times. Madame Pomfrey, wearing a frown, expressed her frustration. Your worries are of no use. The cause of his fainting is complex, resembling a curse. Yet, the symptoms inexplicably vanished. He is merely exhausted. Once he regains his strength, he shall awaken. As the healer of Hogwarts, Madame Pomfrey's skills were on par with those of any renowned practitioner at St. Mungo's. However, despite her expertise, she had spent the entire night without uncovering any leads. The symptoms resembling a curse had disappeared by morning, leaving her even more perplexed. So, Mia is merely asleep? Ron sighed in relief. Suddenly vanished? Hermione grasped the crux of the matter. Could it be a result of some magic? To be frank, I have no idea. Discussing it with you would be futile. Out. The patient needs to rest. Thus, the group was ushered out of the infirmary by Madame Pomfrey. Harry and Ron felt a sense of relief upon hearing that Mia was not in danger, while Hermione grew increasingly anxious. Just as his friends fretted over him, Mia finally stirred awake. Gazing up at the high white ceiling, the scent of potions filled his nostrils, grounding him in the reality of being alive. His mind began to function once more. The dark forest he had seen before closing his eyes contrasted starkly with the bright and spacious infirmary, creating a profound sense of disorientation. Had I fainted? The situation became painfully clear. You are awake. However, you must continue to rest. You cannot leave this place just yet. Your friends have come to visit you, and I have already informed them of your situation. Drink this. Mrs. Pomfrey swiftly administered a potion to Mia before she could react. The bitter and peculiar taste caused Mia's lovely brows to furrow tightly. Can you tell me why I fainted? I do not know. Once Pomfrey had relayed to Mia the information she had shared with Harry and the others, a shadow descended upon Mia's heart. There had been far too many strange occurrences surrounding him lately. Although the infirmary was confining, it offered a rare opportunity for a proper rest. Upon leaving the infirmary, Hermione was the first to seek him out. Without delay, she candidly shared her recent observations and suspicions with Mia. Gazing at the resolute little witch before him, Mia felt a twinge of annoyance. While one could deem her meddlesome, her genuine concern was unmistakable. However, Mia was reluctant to allow anyone else to meddle in his private affairs. The matters he was engaged in, whether it be the pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone or seeking methods to enhance his magical abilities, were not to be casually divulged. Considering the dubious history of his rumored father, such endeavors must be conducted in secrecy. Yet at this moment, he found himself at a loss when it came to Hermione. He understood that this overly enthusiastic young witch would not easily relinquish her interest in him. Moreover, some of her insights were indeed worthy of consideration. He too believed that something had caused him to lose certain memories, and it was evident that this something resided within the restricted section. Can you recall which book you read? Never mind. I seem to have forgotten about your memory issues. Hermione began to muse aloud, not allowing Mia an opportunity to interject. He remained silent, permitting her to speculate. He aspired to become a wizard of the caliber of Dumbledore or Voldemort, but first, he needed to establish his own circle of allies. To be frank, given Hermione's displayed intelligence, he had already taken a liking to her. His only concern was whether this future minister of magic, this principled witch, would remain loyal to him. It must be acknowledged that some of his future endeavors would undoubtedly be less than savory. What is it that draws you to the restricted section? Hermione suddenly raised her voice, interrupting Mia's thoughts. What? According to my observations, you visit the restricted section almost daily, and your behavior remains consistent. Either there is something within that is of utmost importance to your subconscious, compelling you to return to that specific place, or there is something about you that drives you to repeat the same actions each day. Hermione's eyes were resolute, and Mia could hardly bear to let her continue her line of thought. His initial desire to enter the restricted section was merely to discover methods to enhance his magical prowess. You can go once more, but do not touch anything. The moment you feel a sense of familiarity, exit immediately. Hermione's words clarified Mia's thoughts. As soon as he encounters a familiar sensation, he must promptly leave and document the location of that familiarity. By persistently attempting to advance in this manner, one can discern the approximate vicinity of that elusive object. Hermione, I shall no longer visit the forbidden section. Let this matter rest here. Mia truly began to worry that some of her thoughts might be uncovered by Hermione. As expected, Hermione gazed at Mia with unwavering determination, insisting that it cannot simply end like this. The history of the Forbidden Section is as extensive as that of Hogwarts itself, containing records of magical knowledge spanning thousands of years. If it indeed harbors some unknown dark curse, Mia, failing to address, it could prove perilous. If it is dangerous, then one must refrain from returning. There is no need for further discussion. Mia, if that is the case, we shall have to consult a professor for your examination. But do not meddle further. Mia's expression instantly grew cold. At that moment, Hermione felt as though Mia had transformed into a frigid serpent, utterly unlike her usual self. Startled, she stepped back a few paces, her eyes wide with shock. Realizing she had overstepped, Mia quickly softened her gaze, gently patting Hermione's fluffy hair. She spoke in a soothing tone. I apologize for my harshness. However, this matter is truly concluded. Neither you nor I wish to encounter danger. Moreover, I am sincerely grateful for your concern. Chapter 43. The Detention Squad commences action. Since that day, Mia indeed did not return to the Forbidden Section. It seemed as if she had completely immersed herself once more in the sea of books. The Forbidden Section appeared to be forgotten, and Mia no longer experienced episodes of memory loss. Her condition had returned to normal. Let us set aside the affairs of the Forbidden Section for now. She had devised a plan. According to her recollections, Dumbledore would conceal the Philosopher's Stone within the Mirror of Arist. Only those who do not covet the stone may retrieve it. On that day, Dumbledore would be lured away from Hogwarts. This implies that once Harry extracts the stone and utilizes his blood protection charm to vanquish Quirrell, he would then have the opportunity to discreetly take the stone from Harry. It would be quite simple to stealthily acquire the stone from Harry. The texts indicate that once the stone's magical energy is entirely depleted, it will transform into mere shards of glass. At that point, she could assert that Voldemort drained the stone of its power before fleeing. As for how Voldemort accomplished this, how could a first-year wizard possibly know? Even if Dumbledore were to detect some inconsistencies in the shard's composition, she would staunchly maintain that what she witnessed was precisely that. Whether it was Voldemort's illusion or not remains uncertain. After all, she is merely a first-year wizard. This plan is fraught with peril, and undoubtedly, it harbors numerous flaws in the presence of Dumbledore. Nevertheless, for the sake of her family's companionship, Mia is willing to take the risk. Time sped by amidst the tense preparations for the final exams. Mia and Hermione, in unspoken agreement, refrained from mentioning the Forbidden Section. Everything seemed to have been forgotten. The exams arrived as scheduled. On this day, the students of Hogwarts faced the ordeal with trepidation. Even Ron, who is usually quite carefree, found himself increasingly anxious. He lingered in the library for a full 10 minutes longer than usual. Hermione was also tense, but she gradually relaxed as the examination progressed. The tests, which had others lamenting their difficulty, were a mere walk in the park for the well-prepared and exceptionally talented Hermione. During the Charms exam, she successfully made a pair dance a tap dance across the table, earning full marks from Professor Flitwick. In their first year, only Mia could rival her. As for the other subjects, it was only in potions that the insufferable Snape deducted a few points for minor mistakes, his eyes nearly bulging with irritation as he sought to highlight her errors. Thus, Mia narrowly surpassed Hermione, claiming the top spot in their year, with Hermione in a close second. The pair left the third-place contender far behind. In terms of academic effort, Mia simply could not match Hermione. When the results were announced, Ron and Harry were also pleased with their satisfactory scores. As they strolled along the castle paths, feeling light after their exams, they decided to visit Hagrid's hut. It was said that Hagrid had been quite upset for several days after Norbert was sent away. As they chatted, they made their way out of the castle, spotting Hagrid sitting at the doorstep of his hut from a distance. They wondered how Norbert was faring and whether Draco was ensuring that his family took good care of him. Ron shared this concern as well. Don't worry, Mia chuckled. Though Draco may not be the best person, he is no less caring about dragons than Hagrid. Harry mused about Hagrid's good fortune in acquiring a three-headed dog and winning a dragon egg in a wager at the pub. That person's card skills must have been dreadful. Ron couldn't help but tease. Laughter erupted among them, but Harry's mirth suddenly ceased. Don't you find all of this rather coincidental? Hagrid had always wanted a dragon, and just so happens to encounter a stranger with a dragon egg at the pub. Who carries a dragon egg around? Upon hearing this, Ron and Hermione exchanged knowing glances, realization dawning upon them. We finally arrived at this point, Mia thought to herself. The group quickened their pace, eventually breaking into a run. Hagrid, oh, it's you lot, Hagrid exclaimed. Did you happen to remember the face of the person who gave you the dragon egg? Harry asked, breathless with anticipation. I didn't pay much attention. He was wearing a hood, so I couldn't see his face, Hagrid replied. Was he interested in your creatures? Harry pressed on. Yes, Hagrid said. He asked me if I could take care of a dragon. I told him I could handle a flobberworm, so a dragon would be no different. I even said that to bond with a beast, the key is to calm it down. For instance, a flobberworm falls asleep instantly when it hears a bit of music. Suddenly, Hagrid's expression changed dramatically. I shouldn't have told you that. During that incident in the Forbidden Forest, my scar hurt terribly. It must have been Voldemort attacking the unicorn. He is still hanging on. The stranger must be Snape. He intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect his master. That is why he attempted to extract information from Hagrid using the dragon egg. We must report this to the professor at once. Harry's conjecture was met with considerable agreement among his companions. Soon, they arrived at Professor McGonagall's office. The sight of several young wizards bursting in caused Professor McGonagall to furrow her brow in displeasure. We need to see Professor Dumbledore. It's urgent. I'm afraid Professor Dumbledore is not here at the moment. The Ministry of Magic has sent an urgent matter, and he has already departed for London today. Upon hearing this, Harry's face fell in frustration. Is there any way to notify him? It concerns the Philosopher's Stone. At the mention of the Philosopher's Stone, Professor McGonagall's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Someone is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry continued. Listen, although I am unaware of how you came by this information, I can assure you it is quite safe at present. Disheartened, the group left the office, feeling as though they had hit a wall. If they did not inform Professor Dumbledore soon, Snape might succeed. Just as Harry finished speaking, a chilling voice resonated from behind them. Good afternoon. Draco's presence only heightened the tension, as he had been a nuisance during their exams. On such a fine day outside, it is indeed suspicious for a few Gryffindors to be lurking here, whispering amongst themselves as if plotting something nefarious. Fortunately, Snape chose not to further antagonize them. After casting a lingering glance into Harry's eyes, he flared his robes and departed like a bat. Harry took this as a provocation. We must go beneath the trapdoor tonight. Chapter 44, The Devil's Snare. That night, several Gryffindor wizards stealthily slipped out of bed. They crept silently through the door, relieved that the fat lady remained undisturbed. Thankfully, they had not awakened Neville. With their current number of points deducted, he would undoubtedly try to thwart them. The significance of their mission filled Ron's face with excitement. Hey! Suddenly, a voice broke the darkness, causing them to retreat in alarm. As they discerned the figure emerging from the shadows, Mia could not help but chuckle at the sight of Draco's golden hair. Huh, caught you out on a midnight escapade, have I? Unless you want to provoke Filch. You best. Before Draco could finish, he abruptly collapsed as if turned to stone. Cover him up. We wouldn't T1 and catching a chill at this hour. Ignoring the petrified Draco, Mia hurried alongside the others towards the trapdoor. It was amusing to recall that it was Hermione who had petrified Neville when he attempted to stop them previously. Now, Neville remained undisturbed, but they had encountered Draco instead. The petrification spell had come, albeit belatedly. He noted that following their previous escapade escorting Norbert and their venture into the Forbidden Forest, Draco and the others still exchanged barbs. Though the tension was not as palpable as before, Draco remains Draco. The atmosphere cannot possibly be pleasant when he is in the company of Harry and Ron. This venture is inherently perilous, and introducing a delicate and timid young gentleman would only heighten the difficulty. Upon reaching the third floor, the group concealed themselves beneath an invisibility cloak, cautiously slipping into a room along the right corridor. Alas, trouble awaited them. Harry emerged from the cloak, revealing the slumbering three-headed dog, Fluffy. Severus Snape had undoubtedly been here. Nearby, a magically enchanted harp played a continuous melody. Clearly, someone had already passed through. Time was of the essence. They needed to descend immediately. The group worked together to move Fluffy's hefty paw aside, revealing a trapdoor beneath. Upon opening it, a pitch-black abyss yawned below, rendering the depths invisible. Anxiety crept into the hearts of the young wizards. Were they truly to descend into such darkness? Hermione gazed at the gaping maw of the passage, hesitating. If that old bat, Snape, could brave it, so could they. Harry, undaunted, exuded unwavering determination. Wait, have you noticed how unnaturally quiet it has become? Ron's complexion paled visibly. The group mechanically turned their heads toward the harp. The magic had faltered, the music ceased, and the snoring had vanished. A nauseating stench wafted down from above, followed by an ominous object plummeting onto Ron. We're doomed! We're doomed! Ron's face turned ashen. Jump down! Harry shouted, forcefully pushing the still unprepared Ron into the abyss. Hermione, hurry! He beckoned, tugging her along. Hermione's limbs felt weak with fear. However, the trapdoor was too narrow for more than one to descend at a time, and the three-headed dog was poised to strike. "Mia, you must go first," Harry insisted resolutely. "Don't be foolish." Mia waved her wand at the harp. "Let the winds play." A mysterious breeze swept toward the harp, causing its slender strings to sway gracefully. The music lulled the ferocious beast into tranquility. Fluffy's crimson eyes gradually lost their fire, and his massive form sunk to the ground. His ears twitched occasionally, seemingly entranced by the melodious sounds, indifferent to the small intruders. Seizing the opportunity, Mia pulled Harry into the trapdoor-esque passage before she too leapt down. "Is everything all right? Are you all unharmed?" In the darkness, Mia felt herself land on a large net, Ron's voice echoing nearby. "We're fine. We're all fine." Mia sotte Hermione, who had been quite startled by the recent peril. "What is this?" "Em trapped," Harry suddenly exclaimed. "Me too. Help!" Ron's voice strained. Mia's wrist was ensnared by the vines, their immense strength rendering her immobile. "This appears to be the devil's snare." Hermione's voice trembled in the darkness. "I remember. The professor mentioned it. If we relax, it will release us." The struggle was not felt. The devil's net, poised to strangle Mia, slowly loosened as if it had lost its purpose. In no time, Mia plummeted downwards. The fall was not great, and he quickly regained his footing. Shortly thereafter, Harry and Ron followed suit. Mia cast a worried glance towards the unseen Hermione. It appeared that Hermione was not as composed as her cinematic counterpart. The true Hermione excelled in wisdom. What should I do? She was too anxious to relax. Mia regretted bringing Hermione along tonight. This clever little witch would have been better suited as an advisor. "Everyone close your eyes." Bright as day, Mia raised his wand, and a blinding white light erupted instantaneously. The darkness was utterly dispelled, and the light-averse devil's net recoiled frantically, as if it had encountered boiling water. A startled Hermione instinctively clung to Mia. "Em sorry. I've been a burden." Once she had gathered her emotions, Hermione felt a pang of guilt that made it difficult for her to lift her head. "It's all right. We're here for you," Mia reassured her, patting her head. "Also, you taught me some simple spells, and I managed to learn them quite well." In preparation for the dangers of the night, Mia had deliberately mastered 2 straightforward yet practical spells. Those simple spells had just saved them twice. "Am I wrong?" Hermione raised her chin proudly. Due to their previous argument, a layer of distance had formed between them, but now, that thin barrier had dissipated. Mia truly held no grudge against Hermione for being a hindrance. His earlier rigidity had hurt her feelings. Though reluctant, he felt he had no choice. His secret must remain hidden from her. Thus, he had never contemplated an apology. To him, only a resolute demeanor could quell Hermione's inclination to meddle. He chose to compensate for this through silent concern for her. The group arrived at the next chamber. Dust covered the room, which was devoid of furnishings and dimly lit. The vast space contained only a single flying broomstick, floating in the center. As they approached, they noticed that the broom was somewhat worn. At that moment, they heard the sound of numerous wings fluttering above. Chapter 45, The Chess Game. The door to the next room was tightly shut and could not be opened with an unlocking charm. Among the swarm of flying creatures above, the key to this door was concealed. The keys were densely packed and nearly identical. It seemed there was only one that would fit. Their magic was insufficient to retrieve it directly. "There's so many, I can't even see clearly." "Which one is it?" Ron exclaimed, feeling dizzy after just a few glances. Hermione approached the door, scrutinizing the lock carefully. It appeared quite old, so the key must also be rather antiquated. "Is it that one?" she inquired, pointing at a key that seemed to be missing a part of its wing. Harry indicated one from a multitude of keys. Mia examined it closely, but could not discern anything. "It seems only you can fly up and retrieve it." "Me?" With so many keys darting about at such a rapid pace, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy. Ron chimed in. "Even that old bat Snape managed to fly up and retrieve a key, Harry. You are the youngest seeker in Hogwarts. No one else here can achieve what you can." Mia cheered for Harry. As she watched him mount his broom and commence the chase after the swarm of keys, her eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, Harry was far from comfortable. From the instant he took to the skies, the keys seemed to swarm around him like a frenzy. His vision was a tangled mess, far more challenging than capturing the golden snitch in a Quidditch match. Yet, true to his prowess as a seeker who had once seized the snitch to lead Gryffindor to victory, Harry skillfully maneuvered through the tumultuous air, nearly grasping the old key on several occasions. The onlookers below were filled with trepidation. As Harry drew closer to the keys, one made a sharp turn and dove down. Reacting swiftly, Harry pressed down on the broom's handle, but due to its antiquated condition, he narrowly avoided crashing into the wall. Observing the keys flying low, Mia slowly retrieved a broomstick from her concealed expandable bag, having collected various items from the room of requirement for emergencies. Are you going to, Mia? Aren't you not very adept at riding a broom? Ron asked, concern etched on his face. Let me handle this. Mia shook her head in refusal, stating, a broom isn't solely for flying. Then what do you intend to do? Ron inquired. Watch closely, Mia replied, raising the broom high and, as the keys swept past, she swiftly struck downwards. The key was successfully captured, though there was a slight mishap. Mia stole a glance at the scratches adorning Harry's face, feeling a twinge of guilt, and averted her gaze. Harry, however, cast a reproachful look at her. Don't worry about it. The broom is quite large. It's only natural that an accidental strike could happen. Besides, it wasn't intentional. Harry sighed in resignation, the pain on his face evident. The group proceeded to the next chamber, which housed an enormous chessboard, resembling an oversized version of wizard's chess. Can we simply walk across? They wondered. As they prepared to navigate around the towering pieces, the chessmen suddenly sprang to life, brandishing long swords. It appeared that victory in this game was their only option. Ron's eyes glinted with determination, assigning each of them a position among the chess pieces. Ron mounted a knight, assuming the role of a cavalryman. Mia noted that Ron had placed himself in the most perilous position, while he had strategically positioned the others in safer spots. Are we truly playing a game of wizard's chess? Hermione asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice, recalling the ruthless nature Ron and Harry exhibited during their previous matches. As one chess piece was instantly shattered, the expressions of the group darkened. Clearly, this was indeed a genuine game of wizard's chess, Ron stated gravely. The curtain of battle was drawn, the tense atmosphere electrified by the rising clouds of debris and smoke. One chess piece after another fell, akin to soldiers on a true battlefield, perishing in their duty. To protect his comrades, Ron fought as though his hands were bound. In an instant, peril abounded. Ultimately, as the smoke dissipated, the chessboard fell into silence. Harry, you must have noticed as well. Ron's voice was somewhat subdued. A sheen of sweat graced Harry's forehead. Ron, surely you have another plan, don't you? Ron, what do you intend to do? He was contemplating self-sacrifice. Mia remained silent nearby, her wand clenched tightly in hand. Though she understood the chessboard's traps had been arranged by Professor McGonagall under Dumbledore's guidance, ensuring Ron's safety, she was nonetheless ready to intervene should any danger arise, even at the risk of facing McGonagall's wrath. Harry, if I advance one more step, although I will be captured by the opposing queen, you will be able to take their king, and this round will be ours. A glimmer of assured victory shone in Ron's eyes. Before Harry could respond, Ron shouted, Knight, move to H3. The queen's armor glimmered with a cold light, her great sword trembling in anticipation of the souls it would reap. Mia, think of something quickly. Hermione cried out in desperation. Mia gripped her wand, her voice low. We must adhere to the rules. The great sword was raised high. However, Mia's brow furrowed in trepidation. The sword's trajectory was awry, if it struck in that manner. Suddenly, Mia felt a peculiar wave emanating from the queen piece. This sensation was foreboding. It was akin fundus charm. Mia's expression shifted dramatically. Under Professor McGonagall's meticulous design, Ron was undoubtedly safe, but it was evident that the pieces were under a confundus charm. This spell could distort reality. It had to be Quirrell's doing. Ron was in grave danger. A tendre explosion érupted. An orange fireball shot towards the chess pieces when suddenly an unforeseen event occurred. A billowing black mist surged from the chess piece, coalescing into a mass that shot forth. Mia's spell shattered instantly, the black mist hurtling towards her with ferocious speed. She could not evade it, nor could her magic contend with its force. Her pupils dilated in the shadow of death. Just then, a great sword descended, shattering the black mist. Mia. Several rushed forward. Stay back. Mia halted them. The game is not yet over. Harry the King. Chapter 46. Face to Face. The King. As Harry resolutely approached the queen piece, with a resounding crash, the great sword struck the ground, signaling the end of the game. Mia's tense body finally relaxed. Excluding the impending confrontations with Voldemort and Quirrell, this challenge had proven to be the most perilous. He had not anticipated Quirrell's interference with the chess pieces. Are you all right? Hermione glanced anxiously at the group, her gaze wavering between Mia and Ron. I'm fine, Mia replied nonchalantly. Indeed, she had sustained no injuries. Yet the suffocating aura of death that had approached her was unsettling. Ron grimaced slightly, clutching his arm. I might be in a bit of trouble. Several individuals hurriedly approached to examine the situation, discovering a gash on Ron's arm, approximately the length of a palm, for which blood flowed profusely. It appeared that the shards from earlier had inflicted the injury. Mia attempted to employ magic to heal Ron, but the results were minimal. Ron, it would be unwise for you to continue, she asserted. This is unacceptable. We require you to fetch the professors. Mia gazed earnestly at Ron, patting his shoulder, as if entrusting him with a crucial task. You witnessed the preceding events. We cannot predict what other dangers may arise ahead. Therefore, it is imperative that someone informs the professors. Let us proceed to the next chamber. The trio entered a pitch-black room. As they crossed the threshold, a surge of flames erupted, sealing off their path. The chamber contained but a single table, upon which lay several vials of various potions. Must we traverse these flames? How is that conceivable? Harry mused, surveying his limbs, convinced he could not withstand it. Let us first examine the items on the table. There must be a means to pass through this challenge, Hermione suggested. Mia silently commended Hermione esse intellect. Recalling the memory, she realized this trial had been set by Snape. They needed to solve a riddle to identify the one potion among the myriad on the table that could aid them in navigating the flames. Moreover, some of these potions were laced with poison. However, given Snape's disposition, despite his aversion to Harry's visage, which bore a striking resemblance to his father's, he would likely spare Harry from any fatal consequences for the sake of his mother. The poisons would only induce a brief discomfort. They beheld the riddle. Danger lies ahead. Safety behind. 2 among us can assist you. Drink them down. 1 will lead you forward. 2 contain nettle wine. 3 are lethal, patiently awaiting. Choose wisely, unless you wish to remain here indefinitely. First, regardless of how cunningly the poison conceals itself, they stand to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at either end differ. Neither will aid you in your progress. Third, you will note that the bottles vary in size. Neither the giant nor the dwarf harbors the reaper. Fourth, the second from the left and the second from the right, though differing in appearance, share the same flavor. What is this meant to convey? Harry glanced at it, feeling utterly bewildered. Step aside. Hermione snatched the riddle from Harry's hands, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Mia leaned in closer. Hermione's expression fluctuated between tight concentration and relaxation, ultimately blooming into a smile. However, upon observing the contemplative look on Mia's face, she decided to tease. Have you figured it out? Hermione challenged Mia. The competition for the title of Hogwarts Riddle Champion commences now, Mia retorted defiantly. And you? Shall we count to 3 and reveal our answers together? Very well, 1, 2, 3. Thus, Harry witnessed the 2 of them simultaneously point toward the same potion. How did you both discern that? Harry scratched his head in confusion. Give yourself a moment, and you will discern the truth. The current predicament is that the potion here can only accommodate 1 individual, yet we are 3. Mia cast a glance at Harry. It was evident that the one who should proceed was him. She had an instinctive feeling. Harry pointed to the scar on his forehead. The deeper he delved, the more acute the pain of his scar became. Very well, we shall await your safe return. Mia and Hermione watched as Harry stepped through the flames. Once Harry's figure vanished completely, only Mia and Hermione remained in the room. Hermione, Mia suddenly called, this is where your journey ends tonight. Observing the determination gradually solidifying in the young witch's eyes, Mia continued, the path ahead will be perilous. On what basis do you believe that only you can confront danger? Hermione retorted defiantly. For the first time, Mia found herself resenting the bravery of this young witch. Though she would feel fear in the face of a 3-headed dog and a devil's snare, she steadfastly chose to press onward. Perhaps this was the very reason the Sorting Hat had placed her in Gryffindor. However, Mia believed that such courage, not rooted in strength, would only lead to her demise. Were it not for the desire to prolong her family's lives, she would never have involved herself in this affair. The atmosphere grew tense, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Hermione gazed defiantly at Mia, whose expression darkened before she quickly softened her tone. It is not that I doubt your ability to face danger, but rather that you have no need to confront such perils. You are exceptionally intelligent, and it is essential that you utilize that intellect from a place of safety. The charge of facing danger should be left to those who are meant for it. Is that understood? Hermione's swift agreement took Mia by surprise. And what about you? I shall remain here, ready to assist Harry at a moment's notice. Hermione regarded Mia with suspicion for a moment before saying, I will leave. But do not even think about forcing your way through those flames. Very well, I promise. Meanwhile, Harry passed through the flames, which, to his astonishment, inflicted no harm upon him. He entered a new chamber, only to be nearly deterred by the sight of a giant, which turned out to be unconscious on the ground. Cautiously, he edged along the wall to the doorway leading to the next room and entered. The new chamber held little of interest. Save for a mirror placed prominently in the center, and a figure standing before it. Harry recognized it as the mirror of Ariste. As for the person, he initially assumed it was Snape, but upon seeing the familiar turban head, he suddenly froze. As the figure turned to face him, Harry was confronted with a visage that defied reason. Professor Quirrell? Chapter 47, The Final Challenge. You're questioning why it is not Snape, are you not? Quirrell taunted, his expression devoid of the usual timidity. As Harry beheld the transformed demeanor of Quirrell, his entire worldview crumbled. Had everything he previously perceived been a fabrication? Indeed, Snape did appear more akin to a villain. Quirrell continued to speak, as if he had meticulously orchestrated his plans, and, just as victory was within reach, could hardly contain his eagerness to unveil his schemes. After all, who would suspect someone as stammering as Quirrell? He mimicked his usual demeanor with an unsettling tone. However, on the day of the Quidditch match, Snape had intended to kill me. Harry expressed his doubts. No, the one who wished to see you dead was I. A sickly ecstasy danced across Quirrell's face. Trust me, had Snape's robes not suddenly caught fire that day, preventing me from keeping my eyes on you, you would have been dead long ago. Besides Snape's robes catching fire, there was also that unknown scoundrel who threw dung bombs. No matter how many counter curses Snape uttered, he could not save you. Snape wanted to save me? The revelation that Snape was actually on his side was more difficult for Harry to accept than the fact that his murderer was Neville. How could that foul-smelling Snape wish to save him? Quirrell then continued to divulge the truth, including the incident with the troll, as if he were proudly displaying his trophies. But Snape rushed to the third floor to thwart me. Damn be it, since then, he has never trusted me again, never granting me a moment alone. Yet he does not know, no one knows, that I have never been alone. Harry found it hard to comprehend the fervor etched on Quirrell's face. Enough of this nonsense. Tell me, how does one use this mirror? I saw that I obtained the Philosopher's Stone, but where is it? As Harry struggled to organize his thoughts, a thin, lifeless voice suddenly emerged. The pain in his forehead nearly blinded him. Use that boy. Fearing that Quirrell might lash out, Harry stealthily approached the mirror. Tell me, what did you see? Looking into the mirror, Harry did not see his parents again. Instead, he beheld himself. The reflection showed him holding an irregular red stone, which he slowly placed into the right pocket of his trousers. Tentatively, he reached to touch it, and the sudden hardness in his pocket sent a chill of sweat down his spine. Connecting the vision from the mirror, he was certain this must be the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell noticed Harry's unease and demanded menacingly, Tell me, what did you see? Harry knew he could not be honest. Quirrell sought to kill him. If he were to hand over the Philosopher's Stone, he would surely not survive. Moreover, he could not allow Quirrell to obtain it. In this moment of crisis, his mind raced. What would Mia do? Harry strained to imagine, while Quirrell's patience waned. Speak quickly. Harry stammered. I saw myself winning the House Cup. I became a prefect and shook hands with Dumbledore, and I also saw myself with a large box of milk. He lied. The eerie voice reemerged. Speak the truth. What did you see? The gaze of Quirrell seemed almost capable of slicing through Harry with 1,000 daggers. Harry felt a chill run through his limbs, paralyzed by fear. Allow me to speak with him, that eerie voice echoed once more. Quirrell immediately adopted a submissive demeanor. Master, your body has yet to recover. I still possess some strength. He quivered, trembling in fear. It was Quirrell who appeared utterly terrified. Thus, Harry witnessed Quirrell untie his turban. No one knew what lay beneath it. In that moment, Harry beheld Quirrell reveal his true master, a face that appeared as if it had been melted, with eyes glowing a sinister red. The grotesque sight of a face emerging from the back of Quirrell's head sent shivers down Harry's spine. Harry Potter, the ghastly visage, spoke. Unmistakably that same eerie voice. Voldemort? The pain in his forehead led Harry to deduce the identity of the speaker. It is I. Behold, what have I become? To survive, I was forced to consume unicorn blood. Yet, I still cannot possess a body. There is but one thing that can restore me to my former self, and that lies within your pocket. Harry immediately turned to flee, but with a snap of Quirrell's fingers, flames erupted around them, severing his escape route. Harry, we are not enemies. You wish to see your parents? I happen to possess that ability. Voldemort's voice, like that of a demon, incessantly tempted Harry. Gazing into the mirror where the figures of his parents appeared, Harry momentarily froze. Yet, that hesitation was fleeting as he tightened his grip on the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket. You shall not. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light shot through the flames towards Quirrell. However, Quirrell merely raised his wand, deflecting the killing curse like a mere firework. Who goes there? Indeed. Your skills are still lacking. A passage through the flames slowly opened, and Mia emerged, looking regretful. Mia, you must run. Voldemort is here. Harry shouted urgently. There is no escape. Neither of us stand a chance against them. Mia's words sounded resigned. Yet, as Harry observed the calmness in Mia's eyes, an inexplicable hope surged within him. Mia had contemplated waiting until Harry, as in his memories, could defeat Quirrell through physical contact with him before revealing himself. But soon, he understood that this was reality. The Quirrell here would not be foolish enough to engage Harry unarmed. Shamiel, truly, you're the most gifted young wizard of your year. Yet, how dare you cast the killing curse upon me? Quirrell snarled, brandishing his wand, which shimmered with a ghastly green light. Mia quickly grabbed Harry, attempting to evade the impending danger. Yet, Quirrell suddenly shrieked, Master! Master! What have I done? Quirrell gasped weakly as the green light dissipated. Voldemort ignored Quirrell, his crimson eyes fixating intently on Mia. Child, I have sought you for many years. Voldemort's sudden display of affection left Harry astounded. However, Mia regarded the concealed peril within those blood-red eyes with a cold smirk. You truly excel at seducing hearts, still attempting to deceive us? Harry immediately believed that Voldemort was beginning to cloud their senses. No, no, no. You must be mistaken. Someone is deceiving you, he insisted. Isn't it you who wishes to deceive us? Mia dared not allow Voldemort to continue speaking. His greatest fear had manifested. Glancing at Harry beside him, Mia wished for him to remain unaware of his true heritage. He was the savior, and Voldemort was the murderer of his father. The dangerous glint in Voldemort's crimson eyes suggested that he had indeed been misled, and a heart-to-heart conversation was in order. Quirrell, seize him, but do not harm his body. Is it Potter or... Fool! Quirrell, reprimanded, immediately brandished his wand and launched an attack on the two. The fierce magic compelled them to flee desperately, leaving no room for counterattack. Hiding behind a mirror, Mia beheld the surrounding flames. With a flick of his wand, strange, deep-colored fire danced at its tip. It was fiend fire. As he waved his wand, the flames surged with the wind. Those flames conjured by Quirrell were utterly powerless against the fiend fire, resembling sheep confronted by a wolf, devoured without resistance. Just moments ago, Mia had utilized this very method to breach the fiery blockade and arrive here. Quirrell, witnessing the towering inferno, felt his eyelids twitch. This was fiend fire, unleashed by a mere first-year student. Voldemort observed the scene and began to laugh maniacally, his chilling laughter akin to the whispers of a demon. Mia commanded the sea of flames, and with a clasp of his hands, the inferno surged towards Quirrell. He was instantly engulfed by the fireball. The terrifying heat caused the floor to crack and crumble into dust, with only the mirror of a Reese able to withstand the onslaught. Is he dead? Harry was rendered speechless by the horrific spectacle. A furious roar erupted, and a tremendous force shattered the fireball. In the center, Quirrell's clothes were singed, leaving him resembling a madman. You did not expect this, did you? My master has taught me true magic, real power. Your lackluster skills are no match for me. Mia glared coldly at Quirrell. Damn it, his flames were still too weak. Quirrell approached, the two leisurely, wand in hand. Enough, the farce ends here. It's time for you to sleep. As your defense against the dark arts professor, I feel obligated to inform you about the stunning spell. The incantation is Stupefy. Quirrell raised his wand and began to chant the spell. The two had no means of escape. Expelliarmus. A red beam struck Quirrell's hand. Though his grip on the wand loosened, his magic was still interrupted. Hermione? Mia recognized a newcomer, a mix of shock and anger flooding him. Another disruptor had arrived. Quirrell, infuriated, bellowed, "Kill her." Voldemort issued a cold command. Quirrell waved his wand with murderous intent. Avada. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the green light dissipated along with the gleam in Quirrell's eyes. Time for Quirrell froze at the moment the blood hole appeared on his forehead. Now this was what a killing curse truly entailed. As your student, I feel compelled to inform you that this is an M10 revolver, caliber .038. Have you committed murder? Hermione approached, unable to gaze at the lifeless body of Quirrell on the ground. Should I wait for him to kill you first? Furthermore, did you not promise me that you would leave? Mia questioned in a low voice. You also assured me that you would not cross through the flames. If Mia does not come, I shall perish, Harry said weakly. Hermione cast an apologetic glance towards Harry. Mia found herself somewhat at a loss against Hermione. Hey, I did say I could face danger, didn't I? Besides, I have practiced the so-called useful magic you mentioned. Hermione boasted, tilting her chin defiantly at Mia. All right. We owe it all to you, Mia replied helplessly. Indeed, it was thanks to Hermione's disarming spell that they had managed to survive. Enough said. There is still another one lying on the ground. If he gets up, we are finished. Chapter 48, Name Magic. The deadly fire that lingered in the room was absorbed into Mia's wand, yet the air still radiated intense heat. The remaining three felt an overwhelming sense of surrealism, particularly Hermione and Harry. Hailing from the Muggle world, witnessing a professor shot dead by a classmate was profoundly shocking for them. Excluding memories, this was their first encounter with true death. Quirrell's lifeless body lay sprawled before them, a single bloody hole in his forehead, while the ground behind his head was splattered with grotesque red and white. At that moment, both Harry and Hermione felt numb, their terror of death dawning on them only belatedly. Mia, however, was surprised by his own clarity. He expected to feel some unease after taking a life. Yet, upon seeing Quirrell's corpse, his only thought was whether this fellow was truly dead. Just then, a thick black mist suddenly surged from Quirrell's unblinking body. The mist twisted and contorted, revealing a ghastly visage. The face, silent yet filled with rage, surged towards Mia. Caught too close to evade, Mia found himself engulfed by the mist. He felt no pain, only the chilling coldness that sent tremors deep within his soul. The force of the impact sent Mia tumbling backward uncontrollably. Harry, frozen in shock, was knocked to the ground along with the unbalanced Mia. The black mist, embodying Voldemort, let out a helpless roar before fleeing the room. Only Hermione's piercing scream remained in the chamber. Both Harry and Mia collapsed into unconsciousness. A seemingly trivial game of challenges concluded with the death of the defense against the dark arts professor. Ron brought Professor McGonagall, who rescued the three from the room. When Mia next opened his eyes, he found himself staring at a familiar ceiling, the scent of potions filling his nostrils. He had sustained no injuries. The final impact from Voldemort's residual essence had merely stimulated his brain. This was what Madame Pomfrey had informed him. As he was force-fed a potion that tasted as repugnant as a decade old, unwashed sock combined with rotten eggs, Mia stared blankly at the ceiling. Mia realized with alarm that the Philosopher's Stone was missing. As soon as Harry awakened in the adjacent hospital bed, he instinctively reached into his pocket, only to find it empty where the Philosopher's Stone had once resided. Panic-stricken, he shouted out, "Patients should refrain from loud noises. It is detrimental to your recovery." Madame Pomfrey admonished. "Perhaps the professors took it, or maybe it was destroyed. At the very least, we have done all we can," Mia consoled Harry. Beneath the covers, Mia's hand brushed against the stone hidden in his pocket, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. He had succeeded, albeit temporarily. His father's heart condition could be treated by Muggle medicine, but who could guarantee that his family would remain unharmed in the future, even with a long life? A person's existence rarely extends beyond a century. In the wizarding world, a centenarian is hardly regarded as a rarity. For some powerful wizards, their lifespans would be even more extended. The future was still far away, yet Mia dared not contemplate the moment his family would depart from him. The Philosopher's Stone would grant him a little more time with them. 2 days later, Harry received Madame Pomfrey's pardon, and to Mia's surprise, he was retained by her as well. "Your mental state appears severely depleted. I suspect you may have been cursed." Mia learned about his own condition from Madame Pomfrey. Was it due to the restricted section, or perhaps the killing curse? Bored and lying on his hospital bed, Mia's mind wandered aimlessly, with only potions for company. Just as he was about to succumb to ennui, Hermione came to visit him. "Alone?" Mia inquired, observing Hermione entering with her bag. "Yes, I just came from the library and thought to stop by," Hermione replied naturally, taking a seat beside Mia's bed. Mia couldn't help but smile. Since their little adventure the other day, their relationship had certainly improved. Watching Hermione present him with milk, Mia felt grateful for companionship. "Thank you," he said. Hermione accepted with a smile, and as she watched Mia drink the milk heartily, she too felt the warmth of friendship. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" Mia asked. "If Professor could tell me a story to help me sleep, that would be splendid," he added. "I cannot recount your favorite ghost stories," she teased. In the tranquil atmosphere, Hermione suddenly pulled several books from her bag and handed them to Mia. "Name magic?" The book she brought was titled The Secret of True Names. Mia recalled that Tom Riddle's notes had mentioned such magic, so he was somewhat familiar with it. It would serve well to pass the time. Weighing the hefty tome in his hands, Mia felt he might have been influenced by Hermione. However, Hermione abruptly stated, "Are you really not going to the restricted section?" Mia slowly faded. "As I mentioned before, I will not. You also claimed you would never step through those flames." Mia glanced at Hermione, realizing how mischievous this little witch was, bringing it up just as his fondness for her had grown. "Mia, I asked Madame Pomfrey. Voldemort's attack did not inflict significant harm upon you and Harry. The reason you have been incapacitated for so long is that you had already sustained psychological damage beforehand." "Mia, this can only be the forbidden section. What shall we do? I cannot even recall what transpired within its confines." "You may not remember, but that does not imply others cannot," Hermione remarked with an air of mystery. I previously inquired with Madame Pants. The last place you visited upon your inaugural entry into the forbidden section was the oldest collection within it. Afterward, you frequented that place daily. Mia regarded Hermione with a complex expression, acknowledging the difficulty in extracting information from someone as cantankerous as Madame Pants. This suggests that the effect is limited to you, or perhaps merely to the initial witness. Mia had also contemplated this. Therefore, you should venture there once more, and I shall act as an observer. Thus, I may discern what you truly encounter. Mia shook her head, deeming it unsafe. The intricacies of magic are beyond our comprehension, especially those found within ancient tomes. There is no assurance that the scope of this effect will not extend to you. Moreover, even if I were to uncover what transpired, what would it matter? At the very least, it would provide an opportunity to demonstrate to the professor that you are not in pursuit of malevolent magic. Hermione leaned in closer. Mia chuckled softly. Are you so certain that I do not covet dark magic? Hermione remained silent, her gaze unwavering upon Mia. Foolishness, do not place such blind trust in another. Mia averted her eyes. I have also considered your concerns regarding the scope of the effect. Hermione tapped the book. This is the solution I have devised. Name magic is challenging to master, but at the very least, we could achieve a level of proficiency sufficient to gain awareness upon inscribing a name before the holidays. When you encounter something familiar in the forbidden section, you must write down my name immediately. This way, I can arrive promptly. Mia genuinely admired Hermione's cleverness. She had indeed thought several steps ahead. Thus, they established a plan. Hermione assured Mia that this matter would remain a secret between the two of them, meaning that even if the truth were uncovered, they could not report it to the professor. Mia likewise promised Hermione that upon discovering the truth, regardless of whether the issue was resolved, he would refrain from venturing into that area again. And so, Mia awaited the day she would be granted clemency from Madame Pomfrey. Each time, Hermione would remain in the hospital wing until Madame Pomfrey insisted she depart. The two exceptionally gifted young wizards, when together, offered each other new insights through their differing perspectives. It must be said that Mia felt his learning efficiency had indeed increased significantly. Hermione had provided him with some remarkable ideas, leading him to realize that name magic could prove to be exceedingly beneficial. Of course, the immediate priority was to unravel the secrets of the forbidden section. When the appointed hour of their plan arrived, under the cover of night, Mia procured Harry's invisibility cloak and stealthily slipped out. He and Hermione had arranged to meet by the portrait of the fat lady. They would then proceed to the library together, ensuring that the mysterious effect did not also impact Hermione. At that moment, Hermione remained outside the library while Mia ventured alone into the restricted section. As soon as Hermione sensed the message emanating from Mia, she promptly entered the forbidden area. Given that they had roughly pinpointed the potential location of the issue, they would head straight to the oldest collection. However, after waiting for a considerable time, Mia saw no sign of Hermione. In his memory, Hermione was always the one to arrive early, often before even the professors. Could she have overslept? Subconsciously, Mia dismissed this notion. Just as he began to sense something was amiss, an extraordinary intuition suddenly enveloped his consciousness. Mia's expression changed dramatically. Hermione was summoning him using a name spell. Without pausing to consider the possibility of being discovered, Mia dashed toward the library with reckless abandon. The sensation grew increasingly intense. Hermione must be in a dire situation. In his urgency, Mia leaped down the final spiral staircase, ignoring the dull pain in his ankle, and continued his frantic sprint. He had never anticipated that, while he had planned to enter first, Hermione had secretly ventured into the restricted section ahead of him. This impulsive individual, if she was unharmed, he would certainly give her a stern lesson. Filled with anxiety and anger, Mia was wholly unprepared for the dangers lurking within the forbidden area. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he felt his head begin to throb. Just as the intensity of the sensation peaked, something within the depths of his mind suddenly shifted. A torrent of information surged forth. Ignoring the most pressing word that occupied his thoughts, Mia charged into the restricted section. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed straight for the collection dating back to the 4th and 5th centuries. The shelves whizzed by him like fleeting shadows. With each shelf he passed, his heart raced even faster. When he finally laid eyes on Hermione collapsed on the floor, he nearly gasped for air, a sharp pain gripping his chest. He could regard anyone as mere pawns, save for his family. Yet he wished for no one, especially those he considered capable allies, to suffer harm because of him. Rushing to Hermione's side, he checked for her breath, and relief washed over him as he realized she was still alive. Glancing at the book tightly clutched in her hand, he wasted no time in lifting her into his arms. A somewhat mournful meow echoed through the dark, forbidden section. A pair of watchful eyes fixed on Mia. It was Filch's cat, blocking his path like a predator. At that moment, all Mia desired was to get Hermione to the infirmary as swiftly as possible and hear news of her well-being. A fierce determination flickered in his eyes. With a swift motion, he collapsed the cat to the ground without a wand in hand. Once more, he took off running, his lungs ablaze as if set on fire. Each breath he struggled to take felt like a knife slicing through his throat. Despite having traversed the restricted section numerous times without incident, Hermione, on her first visit, had fainted. Mia dared not entertain the worst possibilities. "Stop right there, students out at night." As Filch encountered him, his eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of capturing the nocturnal students. However, Mia had no intention of entangling himself with him. "Tom, he's in your charge now." A small black snake, no longer than a forearm, slithered from Mia's embrace. Filch then began to flail about, exclaiming loudly about the snake. The path to the nurse's office felt unprecedentedly long, and for the first time, Mia yearned to reach that sanctuary. At last, he brought Hermione there. Madame Pomfrey was roused from her slumber, but upon seeing the unconscious student, she urgently began her examination. Leaning against the wall, Mia felt weakness overwhelm him from every part of his body. He could scarcely stand, greedily inhaling the air. Footsteps approached, and Filch, with a menacing expression, closed in. "At last, I found you. How dare you unleash a snake? Let's see how I deal with you. You probably do not know how I have punished those rule breakers in the past." Filch advanced step by step, yet Mia remained unfazed, as if resigned to his fate. "You've worked hard." He affectionately patted Tom's head, completely disregarding Filch. Just as Filch approached, he suddenly appeared vacant, then turned and walked out the door. As if in a trance, watching that tall, gaunt figure, Mia instinctively rose to his feet. "I think it is best for you to remain seated and rest, Mia." Dumbledore's beard bristled, cascading down to his waist. Beneath his crescent-shaped glasses, his cerulean eyes seemed capable of piercing through all pretense. "I shall compensate Mr. Filch, perhaps with a salary increase." Dumbledore ambled over, nonchalantly adopting the same position as Mia, sitting against the wall. Mia dared not utter a word. Dumbledore's thoughts were entirely inscrutable to him. Once Mia's complexion improved somewhat, Dumbledore began to speak. "I must thank you, Mia. If not for you, Voldemort would have succeeded." As Mia pondered whether to reveal the truth or feign ignorance, Dumbledore suddenly remarked, "I have placed the Philosopher's Stone within the mirror of Ariste. Anyone with intentions towards the stone will be unable to obtain it. Only those who do not desire the stone can truly possess it." "How clever is that?" Dumbledore's tone had a playful lilt, yet a spark of insight ignited in Mia's mind. Those with ulterior motives cannot attain it. At that moment, he felt utterly defenseless against the mysterious effect of the restricted section, almost completely unaware. Remarkably, Hermione had still managed to send him a message. Given the intensity of Hermione's perception, she must have encountered that object. He did not believe Hermione to possess greater resistance than he. Thus, a possibility emerged. That object only affected those who wished to possess it. As Mia was lost in thought, Dumbledore suddenly inquired, "Mia, do you have something to hand over to me?" Mia looked up at Dumbledore. The moonlight illuminated Dumbledore's aged face, each wrinkle a testament to a life marked by trials. Mia retrieved the autobiography signed by Merlin from within his robes and presented it to Dumbledore. In this scenario, it was far better to offer it voluntarily than to be exposed. Dumbledore opened the book, fortuitously landing on the page that detailed the spell. As he turned to the next page, Mia noticed evidence suggesting that a page had been torn out. With a flick of Dumbledore's hand, the missing page began to restore itself slowly. He then handed the book back to Mia, who hesitated to take it, utterly perplexed by Dumbledore's intentions. The method for enhancing magical power, crafted by the great wizard Merlin, was a technique capable of significantly augmenting a sorcerer's abilities. It had been fervently sought after by countless wizards. Voldemort had once possessed it, gaining immense power, but ultimately, he encountered complications, as strength comes with a price. Unfortunately, he had succumbed entirely to his thirst for power, resulting in his grotesque appearance, which was merely one of the lesser side effects. "Professor, have you also employed this method?" Mia boldly inquired. To prevent this technique from inciting further contention among wizards and to avoid the emergence of powerful yet morally corrupt sorcerers, I concealed it in the restricted section. I placed a confounding charm upon it. Only those with a resolute mind can penetrate my magic and possess this book. Now, it is yours. However, Professor, I could not withstand the confounding charm, Mia confessed, gazing at the source of his extensive memory loss. At your age, achieving this feat is unprecedented. Moreover, you owe your success to Miss Granger. The magic I cast ensures that anyone with ulterior motives cannot perceive certain contents of this book. Only those who do not covet it can truly possess it. Miss Granger managed to see those contents because she sought to convey the information to you through a named spell, which triggered an attempt to erase her memory. Yet, she successfully inscribed your name. The moment you two established a connection, the spell collapsed. This was an eventuality I had not anticipated. Dumbledore sighed, his eyes betraying his admiration for Hermione. This book is entrusted to you, with the hope that you will comprehend the value of friendship. Mia stood stunned as he accepted the book, realizing that it was all thanks to Hermione. However, Dumbledore seemed to relish this unexpected exchange. To prevent you from falling into similar pitfalls, I request that you inform me every time you employ the magical enhancement method contained within. Dumbledore's gaze was sharp as he regarded Mia. Mia nodded in agreement. Power can resolve many challenges. Yet, if one becomes consumed by it, that very power can transform into a formidable obstacle. Mia, your father is a prime example. You should know whom I refer to. Dumbledore spoke with a somber tone. Indeed, Dumbledore seemed to possess knowledge of everything. Professor, I have but one father, and he is an ordinary man, Mia asserted with unwavering resolve. Dumbledore smiled, which is precisely what sets you apart from him. Concerning Voldemort, I urge you to confront him directly. Do not allow his shadow to cast its influence over you. Nor should you tread the path he once walked. Have you not considered expressing to me that Maya avoided killing? I have pondered this. Maya's eyelids twitched fervently. Yet, I did not act upon it. It is evident Maya could not suppress an eye roll. You have inherited his bloodline, yet not his sins. Due to his actions, his offspring deserves sympathy. I do not believe I require pity, for my parents have treated me kindly, Maya countered Dumbledore. Indeed, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with greater mirth. Professor, could you promise me not to disclose this matter to Hermione and the others? Especially not to Harry. Maya shifted the topic. No problem, regarding your lineage. You possess the autonomy to choose whether to reveal it. With Dumbledore's assurance, Maya felt a wave of relief wash over her. It appears Madame Pomfrey has completed her examination of Miss Granger. Let us go and see. Dumbledore led Maya towards the exit. Upon stepping out, Madame Pomfrey regarded Maya with a peculiar gaze. Her spirits are severely depleted, much like your previous condition. Young ones should sometimes refrain from excessive revelry. Watching Madame Pomfrey depart, Maya felt thoroughly perplexed. Dumbledore seemed to be stifling a laugh. Come, let us see. Maya beheld Hermione lying in bed, appearing as if she were in slumber. Soon, Maya noticed Hermione's bandaged left hand. Miss Granger opted to inscribe your name upon her palm to remain awake, Dumbledore remarked. Maya's heart clenched at once. Written upon her hand. Given the intensity of that moment, observing Hermione's now bandaged hand stirred a bittersweet taste at the corner of Maya's mouth. Why endure such pain? Driving a quill into one's palm? Dumbledore gazed out at the moon, then stepped outside. Ah, youth is indeed a blessing. Chapter 50, The House Cup. As the holidays approached, the young wizards at Hogwarts seemed to have forgotten the anxiety brought by final examinations. Everyone appeared to have relaxed. During these days, Maya had remained in the infirmary. Initially, Harry and Ron would accompany her with snacks to visit Hermione. However, once Maya and Hermione immersed themselves in shared study sessions, their visits dwindled. Thus, time carried on to the final day of the term. As was her custom, Maya arrived at the infirmary early. Before her arrival, Madame Pomfrey had been conversing with Hermione. The scars on your palm are manageable. However, due to your use of a magical potion, it has seeped into your flesh, making it challenging to remove. At that moment, Maya entered, unaware of the prior conversation. Hermione quickly concealed her left hand beneath the covers, signaling with her eyes for Madame Pomfrey to refrain from revealing anything to Maya. Under Madame Pomfrey's curious gaze, Maya uneasily seated herself in the chair beside Hermione's bed. The bedside table was cluttered with books. You arrived just in time. I am quite hungry. I have brought you a sandwich and some beef patties, which will be beneficial for your recovery. Although I am not particularly fond of meat, it is advantageous for you. Observing the two conversing amiably, Madame Pomfrey shook her head and sighed as she walked away, lamenting the youth of today. At noon, Hermione was released by Madame Pomfrey. Aside from the marks left on her hand, she had not sustained any further injuries. Even the wound on her palm had been treated by Madame Pomfrey. However, due to the ink stains, her left hand remained bandaged. During the banquet, all the young wizards gathered in the hall, for this dinner marked the beginning of their holiday. Moreover, the announcement of the House Cup for the academic year was imminent. Yet, contrary to the usual lively atmosphere of the Gryffindor table, it was unusually quiet. Judging by the score jars displayed in the hall, Gryffindor had apparently lost points this time. In stark contrast to Gryffindor's gloom, the Slytherin table was filled with an air of jubilation. Although Draco had deducted 50 points this semester, they still held the highest score among the houses. The House Cup now belonged to Slytherin. Even the decorations in the hall had transformed into banners of green and silver, emblematic of Slytherin. Now, it was time to announce the House Cup results. I dare say if we delay any longer, everyone will struggle to enjoy their dinner. Dumbledore's speeches are typically brief and humorous. Now, I shall declare the total scores for each house. Gryffindor, 312 points. Sparse applause erupted from Gryffindor, with the 4-point deductors keeping their heads low. Even the usually boisterous Weasley twins were uncharacteristically silent. Mia felt exasperated. This semester, he had transformed into a veritable point accumulator. Nearly every professor, except for Snape, had awarded him points. As he walked through the Gryffindor common room, who wouldn't greet him as Mia the Great? Now, he had to navigate the corridors against the walls. At the Slytherin table, Draco gleefully winked at the four. Ron's face flushed with anger. Dumbledore continued with the announcements. Hufflepuff, 352 points. Their applause was also sparse. Yet, they did not seem to lament their second-to-last position. The House Cup was of little concern to them. What mattered most was the feast. Their laid-back attitude made them disinclined to seize opportunities for extra points, resulting in lower scores. Consequently, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor found themselves in entirely different tiers this year. Ravenclaw, 426 points. The students of Ravenclaw erupted in enthusiastic applause. However, their glances towards Slytherin were tinged with skepticism. In their eyes, points should be earned through genuine knowledge. Yet, Slytherin consistently employed peculiar methods to secure points from the professors. Moreover, their head of house, Snape, was notably biased, unlike their own head, who treated everyone with kindness. Before Slytherin's score was even announced, the students had nearly clapped their hand raw. Slytherin, 427 points. Thunderous applause erupted from the Slytherin table. Were it not for Draco, they would have amassed at least 477 points. At the professor's table, Snape's perpetually stoic expression was momentarily graced by a smile. He gazed at the dejected Harry Potter as if he were staring at his former nemesis, James Potter. I have over 100 points more than you. How could you possibly triumph over me? If you manage to win, I shall eat this table. Snape delighted in his thoughts, far more exhilarated than he had ever felt upon winning the House Cup. Occasionally, the proud Snape exchanged a few words with Professor Flitwick. Today's chicken is quite splendid. Professor Flitwick, do give it a try. Indeed, this beef soup is also rather good. Professor Flitwick chuckled merrily. As the applause faded, it appeared that Dumbledore had yet to conclude his address. However, recent events would also be taken into account. The hall fell silent as all eyes turned to Dumbledore, curious about his forthcoming words. Ron Weasley, under perilous circumstances, had demonstrated extraordinary chess prowess, contributing to a truly remarkable game. 50 points. Ron, incredulous, beamed with pride amidst the eruption of applause and the praise from his twin brothers. Snape's expression darkened. Harry Potter, in recognition of your bravery and courage. An additional 60 points. The applause surged once more like a tidal wave. The rankings had reversed in an instant. In the distance, Draco wore an expression of disdain, enduring Ron's fervent mockery from afar. Miss Hermione Granger, showcasing remarkable wisdom in a moment of crisis and enduring pain for the sake of her friends, receives 60 points. The Gryffindor students applauded until their hands ached. Finally, Dumbledore called out the name of Mia. Mia, Shamir, with exceptional magical skills and outstanding intellect, has repeatedly rescued her comrades from peril. Even in the face of formidable adversaries, she maintains remarkable composure. 70 points. Dumbledore suddenly turned his gaze towards Slytherin. Draco felt as though the headmaster was looking directly at him. To have the courage to stand up against one's friends also requires bravery. Therefore, I shall award Mr. Draco Malfoy 20 points. Who considers them friends? Draco thought, feeling for the first time that receiving points could be so disheartening. The four Gryffindors cast disdainful glances in his direction. Thus, the House Cup for this academic year was awarded to Gryffindor. The unexpected joy plunged the Gryffindors into ecstasy. Meanwhile, Snape's expression turned frightfully sour at the professor's table. I find this jelly quite delightful. You should give it a try, Professor Snape, Flitwick suggested. Snape glanced at the table before him, his cheeks twitching. I am not hungry. Chapter 51. The Obsequious Dursleys. The group boarded the Hogwarts Express once more, this time for their return journey. As before, the atmosphere in the compartment was harmonious, filled with laughter and conversation. Mia, if only I could be as formidable as you. Perhaps my grandmother would scold me a little less. Neville gazed at Mia with a look of envy. In truth, With diligent study, one's magical prowess is bound to improve over time. Moreover, talent extends beyond mere magic. Mia recalled Neville's remarkable aptitude for herbology. Furthermore, how could the Sword of Gryffindor, wielded by the legendary Gryffindor, who vanquished the basilisk Nagini, be deemed insignificant? Mia believed that Neville merely lacked a touch of confidence. Additionally, it seemed that Neville was not using his own wand, much like Ron, which could, to some extent, hinder their capabilities. Contemplating this, Mia resolved to seek out Ollivander at the earliest opportunity, as the wand in her possession felt inadequate. Alongside Neville, even Hermione and the others cast admiring glances at Mia. Initially, Hermione was skeptical of Mia's approach to learning. However, after grappling with the disarming charm herself, she came to understand the formidable challenge of mastering spells meant for combat. In her quest to perfect the disarming charm, she had nearly perused every book on the subject. Yet when the moment came to face Quirrell, her spell failed to disarm him. In contrast, Mia's disarming charm was potent enough to affect a troll. The thunderous explosion capable of obliterating a troll, along with that lethal curse from that fateful night, were feats that Hermione had yet to achieve. This realization indeed struck a blow to her confidence. Harry mused that if only he could possess Mia's intellect, he would no longer be bullied by Dudley. Ron, too, felt a deep connection to this sentiment. Aside from the frequent torment from his brothers, his dear mother, upon hearing of Mia, would almost invariably urge him to learn from her in every letter. Over time, he found himself somewhat intimidated by Mia. Sensing the intensity of their gazes, Mia instinctively recoiled, feeling their scrutiny was rather unnerving. Mia, now I suspect you might be some sort of monster, Ron remarked. What makes you say that? You dared to slay Voldemort with a single shot. And that is Voldemort we're talking about. No, it was clearly Professor Quirrell, she replied. You think it's less serious to have killed a professor? Well, not exactly. Meanwhile, Neville's face turned pale. He was utterly oblivious to these events, and now, upon hearing, he began to find these individuals somewhat terrifying. Am I sitting with a group of murderers? He pondered. The notion of having killed a professor and casually uttering that name made Neville wish to find a way to escape. What's wrong with you, Neville? Mia noticed his discomfort. When Neville met her gaze, he felt for the first time that there might be a hidden menace in her beautiful eyes. Did she know their secret? Was she planning to silence him? Consequently, Neville felt rather uneasy throughout the journey. You are all welcome to visit my home during the holidays. Ron excitedly extended the invitation. The wizarding world must be vastly different from the Muggle world. Harry's face was a canvas of eagerness to go. I have no idea what the Muggle world is like, but you'll find out when you come. As Harry was about to agree, he realized that the Dursleys would never allow him to go out. Noticing Harry's disappointment, Mia suggested, perhaps we could come and fetch you? Fetch me? My uncle and aunt would never consent to my going out. There are always opportunities, she exclaimed. Just like none of us dared to believe we could defeat Voldemort in our first year, right? That name again, Neville gone. Mia recalled that, indeed, Harry would be confined at home during the holidays. Even his owl was unable to deliver messages, as all his letters were intercepted by a house elf named Dobby. Ultimately, however, Harry would be rescued by Ron and the others in a flying car. Mia also thought it would be delightful to visit the homes of families in the magical world. You all can come to my house too. It's in London, she invited. I can ensure that you've been studying diligently during the holidays. Hermione said earnestly. As they chatted, the train came to a stop. Ron and Neville were met by their families at platform 9 3/4. The remaining trio made their way to King's Cross Station. In the distance, Mia spotted her parents and brother waiting to greet her. She could not resist the urge to run, dragging her suitcase along. Mom, Dad, who is this handsome guy? She exclaimed upon seeing a muscular man who seemed vaguely familiar. The man smiled warmly and replied, Mia, I'm your father. Your dad has endured quite a bit to shed some weight. Look, it's due to excessive exercise that his heart condition has worsened, Marilena explained with a laugh. Mia stared at her father, nearly unrecognizable, feeling her worldview shift. Where's my uncle? My hefty uncle who weighs around 300 pounds? Just as she was reeling from the shock, a large hand ruffled her hair. It seems you've grown a bit. Have you added insoles to your shoes? Hearing that familiar voice, Mia felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and bite him. Observing the cheerful Shamir family, Harry and Hermione also smiled in delight. Are these your classmates? Yes, Mia introduced Harry and Hermione one by one. After exchanging warm greetings, Mrs. Shamir inquired, Did your parents come to pick you up? Harry replied, I'm not sure if my uncle and aunt will come. Sensing the implication behind his words, Mr. and Mrs. Shamir chose not to press further. Just then, Hermione's parents arrived, and upon seeing them, Hermione eagerly leaped in her mother's embrace. The initial meeting between the two families was exceedingly cordial. Andrew Shamir thought the Granger family appeared very friendly, like distant relatives. Mr. Granger, meanwhile, felt that Mr. Shamir looked strikingly familiar, as if they had met somewhere before. From a distance, Harry also spotted Uncle Vernon. It was quite rare for him to come and fetch him. However, Uncle Vernon seemed utterly unwilling to acknowledge their relationship in front of others. He was reluctant to approach and impatiently gestured for Harry to hurry over. Vernon Dursley was decidedly displeased. He had envisioned a day of leisurely tea, but his tranquility was disrupted by that bothersome boy. He had no desire to be there, let alone to meet that boy's wizarding companion. As Dursley observed the parents standing alongside Harry, a familiar visage suddenly caught his eye. Where had he seen that face before? His eyes widened in realization. He had seen this man on television. It was none other than Andrew Shamir, the chief of police in London. As he understood it, this esteemed officer was also a formidable candidate for the next Home Secretary. If he could forge an acquaintance with such a high-ranking official, the Dursley's fortunes would surely soar. Almost in a sprint, Dursley approached. "Who are you?" Andrew regarded the man with suspicion. "Ah, I am Harry's uncle," Dursley replied, eager to ingratiate himself. "Ah, a pleasure to meet you." "Mia has been looking after Harry," Andrew said, shaking his hand. Although his keen perception immediately sensed that this Dursley gentleman was not particularly amiable, he felt compelled to maintain decorum for the sake of Mia's connection to Harry. No, it is Harry who has caused trouble for your son," Dursley said, his feigned humility puzzling the Granger couple. What exactly was the Shamir family's significance? At that moment, Dursley also recognized Mrs. Shamir's likeness. She was another individual one would typically only encounter on television, the director of the Royal Brompton and Harefield hospitals. The obsequiousness on Dursley's face was impossible to conceal. Normally, he would devise ways to leave a favorable impression on such distinguished individuals, but today, he was utterly astounded. The Shamers were not particularly fond of Mr. Dursley. Yet due to Mia's association with Harry, they maintained a commendable demeanor. After politely declining Mr. Dursley's invitation to visit, the Shamers bid farewell to the Granger family and departed with Mia. Chapter 52. Returning home, as the family sat in the car, they listened captivated to Mia's vivid recounting of tales from the magical world. For them, even a mundane recounting of daily experiences made for the finest stories. Andrew, at the wheel, reveled in the laughter of his family, feeling as if he were the happiest man on earth. Perhaps it was time for him to strive for further advancement for the sake of his family. From a humble beginning as a mere officer to the esteemed position of chief of police for all of London, he had achieved this through a fervent desire to serve his country. With the passage of time, he had grown to cherish the warmth of family life, finding little interest in power. However, upon Mia's enrollment in that magical institution, he had utilized his authority to glean much about the magical realm. It was not the fairy tale world one might envision. It was fraught with dark wizards and a ruthless Dark Lord. The magical world was not entirely devoid of intersections with the Muggle world, yet such tenuous connections existed solely at the highest echelons. One must at least hold the rank of a cabinet minister to have a voice in the matters concerning both parties. As the highest authority within the police system of London, his powers remain insufficient. Should Maya encounter any peril in the magical realm, he would be of no assistance whatsoever, and he may not even receive timely updates. It is essential to bear in mind that the magical world does not maintain the facade of relative peace that the Muggle world presently enjoys. The last significant upheaval that swept through the British magical community occurred several decades ago, and it is rumored that all is not well there recently. In order to safeguard his young son promptly, he must strive to attain the position of Minister of Home Affairs. Maya remains oblivious to his father's machinations, as he is currently preparing to provoke User. "Oh, little User, is it true that you can no longer grow taller? I, on the other hand, have sprouted a full 3 centimeters this semester. You shall henceforth be the little one in my presence." Observing his cheeky younger brother, User's face broke into his signature smile. Maya, well acquainted with this expression, knew that mischief was afoot. Before User's large hand could reach him, Maya swiftly drew his wand. "Huh, I possess magic." However, before he could finish his boast, User snatched the wand from him. "Return it," Maya exclaimed, extending his hand in a bid to reclaim it. "That doesn't count. You are cheating. You cannot just seize a wand." "Oh," User mused, examining the seemingly unremarkable stick in his hand. Could this ordinary-looking object allow a wizard to unleash formidable spells? Currently, he serves in the Ministry of Defense. Unlike the Secret Intelligence Service, which focuses on external threats, his role is to ensure internal security. It is also their duty to gather intelligence on the magical world that exists alongside them. After Maya formally entered the magical realm, He dedicated himself to this line of work. Unfortunately, their understanding of wizards remains woefully inadequate, and the enigmatic nature of their magic renders any intelligence-gathering efforts futile. This was his first encounter with the so-called wand. Hearing Maya's incessant chatter, User pinched Maya's cheek. The soft, squishy sensation instantly transported him back to their childhood. You've lost weight. You are not as endearing as before. With Maya's face being squeezed like dough, he mumbled incoherently, let go amidst the commotion from the back seat. Marilena in the passenger seat couldn't help but chuckle. Moments later, Maya, tearful and whimpering, reached out to the passenger seat. Wah, Mommy, he's bullying me, wah. At that moment, he bore little resemblance to the fierce character capable of slaying a professor with a single shot. Thus, the little vehicle was filled with noise all the way home, where they eagerly anticipated their arrival. As soon as the door opened, Maya dashed inside as if pursued by User. Upon seeing everyone still lively and chattering about how he had been away for too long, Maya finally felt a sense of relief. I had no choice. The school does not endorse keeping snakes as pets. If I brought you all along, my roommate would surely be terrified. Maya then produced Tom, declaring, allow me to introduce you to my new friend. Tom, now increasingly darkened, was placed in the box, while the diminutive snakes within recoiled in terror to the corners. Indolently, Tom sprawled in the most comfortable spot of the box, seemingly indifferent to the frightened serpents surrounding him. Observing their panic, Mia felt a twinge of confusion. What ails you? Unfortunately, unlike Tom, these little snakes, lacking in wisdom, could only convey vague emotions. Noticing the slight reddish protuberance atop Tom's head, Mia had long suspected that he was no ordinary creature. Tom was the first snake capable of communicating with him, as if they were conversing like humans. Life at home was exceptionally leisurely. After enduring life-threatening experiences at the supposedly safest Hogwarts, Mia luxuriated at home for several days. In his spare time, he delved into the spoils of this semester. The Philosopher's Stone held no immediate utility for him. His father's heart condition could be remedied by mundane medicine, and the elixir of immortality was beyond his current capabilities. His primary interest lay in the method of enhancing magical power. Having perused Merlin's autobiography, Mia felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. This enhancement technique promised to nearly double a wizard's magical potency. However, the requirements were stringent. The most critical ingredient for this enhancement method was the blood of magical creatures. The higher the magical potential of the creature, the more pronounced the enhancement effect. Utilizing the blood of a unicorn, for instance, could yield an initial enhancement of up to 30%. As the usage increased, so too would the magnitude of enhancement. Naturally, the risks of failure would escalate correspondingly. The prevailing consensus in the magical world is that the more powerful the creature, the rarer and more perilous it is. Any ordinary wizard attempting to set their sights on top-tier magical beings like dragons or unicorns would inevitably meet a grim fate. Moreover, this enhancement method stipulates that only the blood of a single type of creature may be used. Once a particular blood is employed, it cannot be substituted. Otherwise, one risks succumbing to madness, such as the rigor of the enhancement technique, which posed a dilemma for Mia. Where could he procure a formidable creature? To seek one out would be akin to courting death. He was no fool, believing he could confront a basilisk armed only with a sword plucked from shabby hat. Suddenly, Harry's face flashed in Mia's mind. Indeed, beneath the school lurked a basilisk, a creature that had been slain by Harry with a single thrust of his sword. When the time came, he could procure the basilisk's blood. Such a colossal serpent should suffice for multiple uses. It seemed that second year would not be devoid of activity. However, before that, he needed to make a trip to Diagon Alley. Firstly, to acquire a potion capable of curing his father's heart condition. Wizards are immune to heart ailments, thanks to the efficacy of potions. Any physical malady pales in comparison to the might of magic. Secondly, he sought to procure a wand more suited to his needs. For the one he currently wielded was not fully compatible and thus limited his potential. Chapter 53, Return to Diagon Alley. At the break of dawn, Mia meticulously gathered his belongings, fastening a seamless retractable pouch to his waist, ready to embark on his journey. Weighing the few remaining gallons of his currency, he calculated that it would suffice for this venture. Aside from the crucial potion to cure his father's heart condition, there were no other expenses to consider. Although the milk and egg yolk cupcakes from the sweet shop in Diagon Alley appeared quite delectable, his meager finances compelled him to prioritize the purchase of the essential potion. His father's ailment could be treated with the medical resources available at his mother's hospital. However, the Muggle approach to medicine merely involved cutting where the affliction lay, substituting with inauthentic replacements when necessary. The efficacy of such treatments was questionable, particularly for ailments as formidable as heart disease, which in a magical realm could be remedied with a mere vial of potion. He had inquired about the cost of such remedies, and to his relief, they were not exorbitantly priced, manageable even within his paltry means. As he touched his empty pocket, he truly understood the adage that a penny can thwart even the most heroic of individuals. He longed to earn money, yet the prospect seemed as elusive as mastering magic itself, a feat unattainable for an underage wizard. Who would engage in trade with a mere child? Surely, he could not resort to wielding a wand for robbery? As Mia prepared to leave, Yuza found him and requested to accompany him. In that moment, Mia felt a resurgence of familiarity. However, he was now 11, capable of wielding a gun to end lives. Yuza would not face reproach for taking his younger brother along. Everything had changed. This was Yuza's inaugural, genuine experience in a magical world. When Mia led him to a wall and, as they walked, revealed an entrance to a bar, Yuza marveled at the wonders of magic. Initially, he had not even noticed the establishment as presence. The bar resembled an old-fashioned tavern from the Muggle world. Yet the sight of a server summoning chairs to levitate with a mere gesture made him acutely aware of their magical surroundings. From a young age, he believed he should always protect his brother, the one who brought joy to the Shamir family. Yet, when Mia knocked and transformed the wall into a passage leading to a realm akin to paradise, Yuza suddenly felt the weight of their differences. Could he truly safeguard Mia? Unaware of Yuza's subtle melancholy, Mia exuberantly tugged him about, and in that moment, he truly embodied the essence of an 11-year-old. Despite his empty pockets, the joy of spending time with his brother eclipsed all else. Ideals paled in comparison to the significance of family. Mia led Yuza to Ollivander's wand shop, and they entered together. As it was not the start of term, the shop was sparsely populated, allowing Ollivander to notice them immediately. "I remember you," he remarked, his silver-gray eyes seeming to pierce through time itself, evoking in Mia a sensation reminiscent of facing Dumbledore. "Your last visit was last year. A snakewood wand, with the fong of a naga, 11.5 inches. Regrettably, this wand is not suited for you. It is for this very reason that I have come today." Meanwhile, Yuza remained silent, surveying the shop filled with wands. Those wands, capable of unleashing formidable spells, were being treated as mere ordinary commodities for sale. "You are indeed the most exceptional wand maker." Ollivander was unmoved by such familiar praise, stating, "Wands choose wizards, my dear child. I cannot craft a wand merely to satisfy the whims of a wizard. The wands I create have been awaiting the arrival of the true wizard they are meant for." Observing Mia's disappointment, Ollivander continued, "However, I may assist you in maintaining the current condition of your wand." Since even Ollivander admitted his limitations, Mia reluctantly decided to set the matter aside. "Then I shall trouble you with it." "Your wand," Ollivander said as he took Mia's wand, his silver-gray eyes roaming over its surface. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock and disbelief, exclaiming, "What sort of spell have you cast with this? No, you are merely a first-year student. How could you possibly wield such powerful magic? The wear on this wand is not something a first-year wizard could achieve." I've been a bit diligent with my practice," Mia thought, knowing full well not to divulge that she had unleashed curses and explosions with this wand her first year. "You truly resemble someone I once knew," Ollivander remarked, his mind conjuring a clearer image of that face, his expression growing increasingly alarmed. Yet common sense dictated that person should be dead, despite rumors of their survival. He preferred to believe it was merely gossip. Meanwhile, Yuza observed Mia's face with a contemplative look. After assisting Mia in restoring her wand, Ollivander returned it to her, stating, "I shall endeavor to find the wand that is right for you. In fact, I have some leads. Since you are studying at Hogwarts, you may be able to gather more information." "What information?" Mia perked up. "Slytherin, the founder of Hogwarts. His wand may hold the potential to resonate with you. However, that wand has been lost for far too long. I will need some time to investigate." Feeling gratitude towards Ollivander for his unexpected assistance, Mia pondered the implications. The wand of Slytherin? As the child of Voldemort, he could indeed be considered a descendant of Slytherin. Thus, it seemed likely the wand would suit him. After leaving Ollivander's wand shop, Mia and Yuza proceeded to the apothecary. To Mia's dismay, the shopkeeper informed her that the potion she sought was out of stock. They visited several more apothecaries, receiving the same disappointing news. In the last shop, the clerk explained that potions for treating heart conditions were rarely purchased, leading many stores to refrain from carrying them. In the realm of magic, heart disease is as easily treatable as the common cold. It is said that this potion is quite simple to concoct, and many wizards can prepare it themselves, rendering the business of selling it rather unprofitable. Although Mia could learn to make it herself, she deemed it prudent to procure it for her father from a more reliable source. The shopkeeper mentioned that one might find such items in Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley, Mia pondered. That chaotic place was not one she wished to visit. Was it particularly dangerous? Yuza seemed to perceive Mia's apprehension. Some dark wizards frequent that area, and it can be quite disorderly. Is it as chaotic as random killings? Not quite so disordered. If it were, the Ministry of Magic would have long since shut it down. Yuza nodded, adjusting his clothing. Mia caught a glimpse of several dark handguns concealed within, and she nodded in understanding. This was what one might call a sense of security. Let us proceed to Nocturne Alley. Chapter 54. Slaughter and Robbery upon entering Nocturne Alley. The cold and squalor elicited frowns from both. Despite it being her second visit, Mia still found the atmosphere unsettling. The passers-by were mostly veiled or cloaked, their heads bowed as if engaged in some disreputable activity. Those who were barefaced exhibited either a vacant or deranged expression, clearly affected by dark magic, reeking of an unpleasant odor. Drawing from his experience in the Ministry of Magic, Yuza quickly recognized this place as a prime locale for gathering intelligence. However, today he was merely accompanying Mia on her errands. Some matters could wait for another time. Their unfamiliar presence certainly attracted attention. Even though the faces beneath the hoods were obscured, the prying gazes made both feel uneasy. In a secluded spot, Yuza handed Mia an object. Looking down, she was startled to see a silencer. The noise of gunfire could be quite alarming. Such an item would prove invaluable. Observing Yuza's calm demeanor, Mia was tempted to inquire whether he feared this would lead her astray. Sensing her thoughts, Yuza ruffled her hair. When out in the world, self-protection must come first. As Mia affixed the silencer to her handgun, she felt increasingly adept. The duo continued their search, lacking any desire to linger in such an environment. Soon, they stumbled upon a general store. The name of the establishment was unclear, as the sign had deteriorated beyond recognition. Mia felt a sense of familiarity as they entered. Inside, it resembled a dusty storage room, long neglected. A musty odor assaulted their senses. Upon entering, they did not spot the proprietor. Instead, they maneuvered around the shelves and discovered a figure kneeling on the ground, murmuring incantations. "Please, Merlin, grant me a strong man. At once." Mia recalled this was the very place she had passed with Hagrid during her last visit. Still praying, was she? When Mia beheld the person's face as she turned, it became clear why Merlin had not granted her wish. The witch, though short and unremarkable, instantly lit up at the sight of the tall visitor. The dimly lit eyes suddenly erupted with an insatiable glow. Merlin had manifested. Observing the witch's countenance, Yuza instinctively shielded Mia behind him, his right hand already resting on his waist. "Do you possess any potions that can cure heart ailments?" Yuza inquired in a low voice, suppressing the disdain in his gaze. The witch, her visage resembling that of a toad, exhaled a foul stench as she spoke. "Indeed, everything you desire can be found here." Her voice was sharp and urgent. "Please provide us with that vial. How much does it cost?" "No cost, no cost." Yu's right hand was now firmly gripping his firearm. The witch, overwhelmed with excitement, drooled slightly at the corners of her mouth, her eyes leering shamelessly over Yu's, and upon noticing Mia behind him, her gaze ignited with an even more terrifying spark. Realizing the witch's predatory glance towards Mia, a chill unfurled within Yu's expression. "Mia, we must leave," he declared, determined to escort Mia away. However, the door suddenly slammed shut. "You think you can come and go as you please? Stay here and entertain me instead." The witch advanced towards them with an insidious gleam in her eye. Yu swiftly drew his weapon, while Mia brandished her wand. Initially taken aback by the firearm in Yu's hand, the witch's face contorted with disgust. "You're a muggle?" Yet, her expression shifted to one of brazen mockery. "A muggle dares to resist? Do you truly believe that your little toy can harm me? And you, my little friend, your wand is no more threatening than a mere stick for kindling. Do not fret. I intend to pamper both of you." The witch dismissed them entirely, particularly regarding Mia, whom she perceived as a mere child whose spells would barely tickle her. Without warning, Yuz pulled the trigger. A muted sound echoed as the flash and noise were deftly muffled by the silencer. The bullet sped forth, yet just as it was about to pierce the witch's head, she transformed into an ephemeral figure, grinning wickedly. The bullet passed through her, akin to traversing a wisp of dark mist, ultimately embedding itself into the wall, leaving behind a substantial hole. The witch remained unscathed, her eyes glinting with derision. A muggle's weapon is as futile as the muggle itself. At least you possess a pleasing exterior. She relished the sight of her prey's futile struggle. Yuz, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, felt a flicker of astonishment, soon replaced by a solemn gravity. This was a scene that Mia also found astonishing. It was his first encounter with someone who could morph into a cloud of black mist. Clearly, this witch wielded magic beyond his comprehension. This was no trivial matter. Such perilous moments were not suited for contemplation of the unknown. The witch turned her gaze toward Mia. "And you, my dear, come. Let me see what spells you have mastered. Do not be foolish. Even if I stand still, you two are utterly powerless against me." Mia boldly retorted, "You are quite the performer, but you must keep your word, no moving." Mia's large, sparkling eyes captivated the witch once more, causing her to salivate profusely. "Very well. I shall remain still and indulge you in play. Then I shall invoke my magic." Mia's innocent and adorable demeanor filled the witch with delight. "First, tickle me." A smile curled at the corners of Mia's lips as she gently waved her wand. The witch eagerly anticipated the enchanting magic this little darling would unleash. With a thunderous explosion, a burst of orange light shot forth with blinding speed towards the witch. Her grotesque visage was illuminated by the magical glow, and her dim eyes widened in shock. Blood mist erupted along with chunks of flesh, and with a horrid scream, the witch transformed into a swirling cloud of darkness. "How could you? I will destroy you," she roared, instantly materializing once more. At that moment, gunfire rang out again. A bloom of crimson erupted from the witch's chest. Yuza held a gun in his hand, and the witch collapsed to the ground with a thud. One of her hands was severed, obliterated by Mia's spell. Mia swiftly approached, kicking her wand away and plugging the witch's mouth with a cloth. "Where's the potion for heart conditions?" Mia coldly inquired. "Do not entertain any ill thoughts. I left you one hand. Just point, and I shall find it myself. No need for you to speak." The witch trembled as she indicated a direction. Mia waved her wand, conjuring a vial. Who could say whether this creature would deliberately lead her into a trap or utilize magic for safety? "Is this it?" Mia shook the vial. The witch nodded vigorously. "Very well, thank you." With that, Mia pried open her mouth and forced several sips down her throat. As the potion hit her stomach, the witch's eyes widened in terror, her visage becoming monstrous. Mia and Yuza stepped back, watching her reaction in silence. In the next moment, the witch began to cough violently, her severed hand clawing at her abdomen as if to tear it open. Observing the witch thrashing like a fish, Mia displayed a cold smirk. It is wise to refrain from consuming others' possessions while out in the world. Before long, the witch dissipated into a pool of blood. Mia cautiously glanced at Yuza's expression, relieved to find no hint of reproach. "Truth be told, I was unaware it was poison," she feigned innocence. Although Yuza had always taught her to protect herself, she did not wish her family to witness her murderous side. "Now, let's see what treasure she possesses." "Huh?" Mia gasped in shock at Yuza's words. How ruthless he was, having killed her and yet intending to loot her belongings. This was simply splendid. "Ahalera, unlock." Mia incanted, opening a concealed door. The burst of golden light that erupted nearly blinded her. Chapter 55, The Feast at the Deslay House. After enduring more than a year of impoverished existence, the sight of heaps of gold coins before Mia was more terrifying than the witch who had gone to meet Merlin. So many gallons. Although her family background was relatively decent, in the realm of magic, she was truly impoverished, suppressing the urge to immediately extract a fortune. Mia first employed her wand to probe for any latent traps. Only after confirming the absence of perilous enchantments did she dare to unveil her gold galleons. Over 10,000 galleons, an inexhaustible bounty indeed. Observing the transformation of Mia into a little money grubber, Yuza shook his head with a wry smile. Just moments ago, they had been erasing evidence. Now, she was consumed by greed. What had brought them here in the first place? Were they meant to procure goods or commit robbery? As Mia stuffed all the galleons into a discreetly expandable pouch, clutching it tightly to prevent any unfortunate mishaps, she stood with newfound confidence. Just moments ago, she had fretted over finances, and now, fortune had smiled upon her. Was earning money truly this effortless? Had she known, she might have opted for a more direct approach. With a gentle yet firm tap on Mia's head, Yuza seemed to read her thoughts. "Do not entertain any dubious ideas. I wouldn't dream of it," Mia protested, cradling her head, feeling unjustly accused for merely contemplating. Unperturbed by her murmurs, Yuza stowed away the witch's wand. This would mark a significant advancement in their exploration of the magical world. As for the other items in the shop, their utility eluded him. Thus, he permitted Mia to select a few of the most advantageous to take along. Yuza began to feel a tinge of distress. Were it not for the pursuit of knowledge and understanding of the magical realm, he would not engage in such morally dubious activities, though he acknowledged that Mia was hardly a paragon of virtue. This insight stemmed from his years of camaraderie with her. Mia discovered a pair of spectacles capable of obscuring certain visions, several vials that appeared to contain poisons, and a parchment inscribed with spells. Among these spells was one that the witch had previously employed to transform herself into a cloud of darkness. Mia perceived this as a potentially life-saving skill, certain it would prove invaluable at a critical moment. Having gathered their treasures, they meticulously erased all traces of their previous actions with a flick of fire and departed, feigning nonchalance. Who could have imagined that such a youthful pair had just obliterated evidence? Their haul was undeniably bountiful, yet regrettably, they lacked the potion for heart ailments. Thus, she resolved to postpone that quest. Since purchasing it proved futile, she would need to learn to concoct it herself. Fortunately, her father's condition had stabilized, granting her time to procure the necessary potion. If need be, she could shamelessly approach Snape for assistance. Aside from the potion, Mia gazed longingly at the array of magical artifacts that held immense potential. Yet, what use were they if she could only admire them without the ability to learn? The blood required for a magical enhancement lay within the body of the basilisk at Hogwarts. Other spells remained inaccessible, as employing them would attract the ire of the Ministry of Magic. Mia found herself reminiscing about her school days. Though she cherished her family, she understood that without strength, nothing could be secured. Just as she grappled with these thoughts, an owl swooped in, clutching a letter. After retrieving the missive and offering the owl a morsel of jerky, she was taken aback by the signature on the correspondence. It is indeed delivered by Harry. Shouldn't he have been grounded by the Dursleys this summer, unable to send any letters? Furthermore, a house elf intercepted all the correspondence meant for him. With a sense of skepticism, Mia began to read the letter. As she swiftly finished it, a trace of mockery appeared at the corners of her mouth. It seemed the Dursleys had turned their attention towards their family. In order to establish a connection with the Shamir family, the Dursleys not only lifted Harry's grounding, but also treated him well, indulging him with food and drink, while persistently whispering in his ear, encouraging him to write to Mia. The intention of the Dursleys was quite clear. They wished to invite Mia to their home. Naturally, the ultimate goal was Andrew Shamir. Should she accept the invitation? Mia shared this development with her parents, expressing her desire to attend the gathering. There were no ulterior motives. It was merely an opportunity to extricate Harry from the Dursleys' clutches during the summer. Of course, enjoyment was not the primary aim. She primarily sought to seize the chance to learn more magic in the enchanting world. The basilisk was far more terrifying than Quidditch, and preparation was essential. The affluent Shamir couple immediately discerned the Dursleys' intentions. Although Vernon Dursley had left a rather unfavorable impression, out of respect for Mia's wishes, they agreed to attend the gathering. The ecstatic Dursleys could hardly contain their eagerness for their guests to arrive in Surrey. 3 days later, the Shamir couple, accompanied by Mia, set off for Surrey. Yuza had expressed disinterest and chose not to accompany them. The car halted at number 4 Privet Drive, and Mia instantly recognized it. This was not only due to her previous visit, but also because Mrs. Dursley was craning her neck at the door, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting the understated yet valuable black car, Mrs. Dursley erupted with excitement, honking like a goose as she rushed into the house. Upon learning that their esteemed guests had arrived, Vernon hurriedly attempted to appear composed, though his gaze turned sharply towards Harry, warning, "I do not wish for any mishaps at tonight's dinner because of you." Harry seemed somewhat distracted. The ill-fitting suit he wore made him uncomfortable. He merely longed to see Mia. He could hardly endure another moment without his companion. As the car came to a stop, the Dursleys donned their signature smiles, striking preordained poses as they welcomed them, having rehearsed the greeting beforehand. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mia scanned the room aimlessly, uninterested in the adults' superficial socializing. Her only concern was locating her dear friend Harry. Upon entering, she noticed the Dursleys had adorned the house with a multitude of colorful decorations. Her gaze quickly fell upon Harry, who was awkwardly clad in a small suit. Chuckling, both of them could not suppress their laughter. "Ah, this is my child, Dudley Dursley, currently attending Smelting School. Of course, he pales in comparison to your young master," Vernon announced, turning to Dudley and instructing him, "Don't just stand there, entertain the guests." Reluctantly obeying, Dudley replied, "Hello, I'm Dudley," extending his chubby hand. "Everyone, please come in." Vernon made no effort to introduce Harry. However, Mia bypassed Dudley and exclaimed, "Harry, it's been a long time." The two embraced warmly. Harry was aware that Mia was not fond of physical contact, understanding that she was standing up for him. He felt immense gratitude. Vernon's expression darkened. "This is my nephew. He is not particularly chatty," he warned Harry with a glare to keep quiet. With a dismissive wave, the Dursleys ushered the 3 members of the Shamil family into the living room. Once seated, Dudley fidgeted. Can I go play outside? He whispered. Don't make a sound. Vernon hissed. Observing this, Mia quickly interjected. Oh, I'd like to go out for a stroll too. Oh, really? Just as Vernon sought to craft an opportunity for Dudley to bond with the Shawmill boy, Mia added, why not let Harry take me for a walk? He must be quite familiar with the area. Vernon's cheeks twitched. That boy was quite the homebody, generally reluctant to venture out. But didn't I hear Harry say he often played to the neighbors? Vernon's face betrayed his discomfort. That wasn't he playing. They were merely out for a stroll, leaving Harry at the neighbor's elderly lady's house. Why does that boy say everything out loud? Though inwardly cursing Harry, Vernon maintained a smile. In that case, let Harry accompany you and Dudley. Mia glanced at Dudley, who clearly recognized her from their previous encounter at the seaside cottage. All right, Mia smiled amicably at him. Dudley suddenly seemed less enthusiastic about going out. Chapter 56. Harry's Subtle Ascendance. The group left the Dursleys' home together. Upon stepping outside, Dudley quickly found his friends. You brought your cousin out again? Remarked a short, freckled boy. Dudley disdainfully glanced at Harry. He insisted on tagging along. Harry remained unfazed, evidently accustomed to such treatment. What shall we play? I don't want to babysit this pest. A bespectacled boy openly expressed his dislike for Harry. How about we play Beat the Potter? That sounds good. I haven't played in ages. Dudley eagerly looked at Harry. Harry's expression shifted, and he deftly tugged Mia to make a swift escape. You're a wizard. You could do magic. What are you afraid of? Mia exclaimed with exasperation. Harry scratched his head, resigned. You faced Voldemort at school. Why fear a few little kids? Mia rolled her eyes. Upon hearing this, Harry realized Mia was right. Previously, he was outnumbered, but now he possessed magical abilities. Thus, Harry brandished his wand menacingly at Dudley. The others, who had always bullied the seemingly helpless Potter, erupted in laughter at his audacity to threaten them with a mere stick. Only Dudley's chubby face turned pale. Hey, Dudley, you're not really scared of a little stick, are you? As Dudley's friends observed his peculiar demeanor, they erupted into laughter. At that moment, only Dudley comprehended the true terror concealed within that unassuming little stick. His cousin, a wizard skilled in the arcane arts, was deemed a weirdo by their parents. The last time, he sprouted a pig's tail from his backside and was about to head to the hospital when it mysteriously vanished. Such bizarre occurrences left a profound shadow of fear regarding magic in Dudley's heart. You don't be reckless. You cannot use magic off school grounds, Dudley admonished, trying to sound braver than he felt. Harry, however, was undeterred. Is that so? Are you really going to give it a try? Faced with the wand so close at hand, Dudley dared not breathe. He truly lacked the courage to experiment. Yet, Dudley's friends were unconvinced. Hey, shouted the bespectacled boy, shoving Harry. You don't actually think you can perform magic, do you? Only someone as dim-witted as you would think a mere stick could threaten anyone. If you could do magic, I could turn you into a pig's head. Just then, he noticed the slender boy accompanying Potter draw out a handgun. Oh really? What about this? Mia observed with interest as the bravado of the group began to wane. One wielding a stick, the other a toy. What were they thinking? Before the thought fully formed, a sudden loud bang echoed, and a crater appeared on the hard concrete ground, smoke still wafting from the toy gun's barrel. The group instantly broke into a cold sweat. This was the real deal. Bravery often springs from the unknown. When confronted with the firearms they recognized, they truly grasped the essence of fear. Be impulsive. Firing a gun is illegal. Mia mocked them even more. The group, now at a loss for words, stammered. My dad is a police officer. You better watch out, or I'll call him. Yes, my dad knows the chief of police. Dudley buried his face in his hands, desperately urging his friends to be quiet. Dudley, whose side are you on? Didn't you say your dad knew the London police chief? Call him to have him arrested. Dudley nearly broke into tears, lamenting his useless allies. My dad is the police chief, he muttered weakly. If your dad is the chief of police, mine is the Home Secretary. Dudley had surrendered all hope of resistance. Yes, that's right. He is about to become the Home Secretary. As they observed Dudley's countenance, which seemed devoid of pretense, they gradually realized something was amiss. Fear truly enveloped them. Witnessing the once bullying group, now quaking in terror before Mia, was immensely gratifying for Harry. Harry, which of these people bullied you the most? Harry's gaze flicked over to Dudley, who was drenched in sweat. Him. Harry pointed to the bespectacled boy. All right, go give him a couple of slaps. Without hesitation, Harry approached and delivered 2 sharp slaps. Firstly, I am very angry. Secondly, my name is not Hay. It's Harry Potter. Thirdly, if you continue to play these childish games with me, I will indeed turn you into a real pig's head. Fourthly, I'm not dim-witted. Having successfully avenged himself, Harry tilted his head back, revealing a smile that curved downwards at the corners of his mouth. Mia nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this was the demeanor befitting a savior. With his guidance to Harry, Dumbledore would undoubtedly express his gratitude. The dinner proceeded smoothly, culminating in Mia's proposal to invite Harry over to her home. The Dursleys, wishing to include Dudley as well, were met with his vehement refusals. Only after Mia explained their plan to venture into the magical world to seek out classmates did the Dursleys abandon this notion. Upon disembarking from the car, Harry assured that he had never traveled in such a fine vehicle before. At the very least, the cushions in the Dursley car were far inferior to those in Mia's. The Shamir residence, while not overly lavish, drew Harry's attention to a photograph adorning the wall. The small boy in the picture was unmistakably Mia in her childhood. The elderly lady beside her appeared somewhat familiar, yet there was an unsettling sense that she did not belong in that photograph. Eventually, Harry noticed the crown atop the lady's head, and suddenly he recalled someone who had graced the television during a national celebration. The Queen? Harry was taken aback, faltering in his speech. "Oh, it's her. She took a picture with me when I was young." In the photograph, Mia pouted, seemingly discontented with being photographed. Once a remarkable figure in the political arena, Andrew Shamir was once a rising star, a presumptive candidate for the position of Minister of Internal Affairs. However, due to his lack of ambition in that direction, he remained in the role of Chief of Police to this day. His two sons also shone brightly in their endeavors. The Queen held high hopes for the Shamir family, having previously invited them to a royal banquet. This photograph was taken during that very event. Consequently, Harry's gaze towards Mia shifted, infused with newfound intrigue. Yet, Mia herself remained indifferent, viewing the elderly lady as merely an ordinary woman. After spending several days at home, they had grown quite accustomed to Ron's presence. "So how shall we get there? We have no idea where Ron lives." In an effort to surprise Ron, Mia pointed to her concealed expansion bag. "Harry's Nimbus 2000 had been kept inside. You ride the broom and take me along. Just follow the owl." Chapter 57, The Burrow. Early in the morning, the two mounted their broomsticks. Due to Mia's lack of proficiency with flying broomsticks, the responsibility of piloting fell to Harry. "Mia, are we truly going to fly there?" Harry still felt a tinge of uncertainty. "Fear not. We'll be cloaked in invisibility and shall not be seen. I believe that is not the crux of the matter. No more chatter. Accelerate." Moments later, Mia found herself regretting her decision. As she observed the minuscule figures on the ground, buffeted by the fierce winds, she realized perhaps she had acted hastily. However, as the future greatest wizard, she could not afford to admit fear. To do so would tarnish her illustrious name forever. Thus, the two followed the owl to a peculiar-looking house. The owl is rather peculiar. It has delivered letters its entire life, yet this is its first time delivering to someone else. While contemplating this, the owl suddenly crashed against the window. From within the house came a familiar voice. "Mom, that old owl has flown into the window again." Both individuals recognized it was Ron. As his feet returned to solid ground, Mia felt a long-lost sense of security. For the first time, he realized he might perish in the sky. This act of entrusting his very life to a mere broomstick was quite unsettling for Mia. He had never quite mastered the art of maneuvering a flying broom, which was the sole domain where Harry and Ron excelled beyond him. Nevertheless, the allure of flight kept Mia from entirely relinquishing his dreams of soaring through the skies. He silently vowed to learn to fly on his own, thus alleviating his fears of inadequacy with the broom. The two knocked on the door, and it was evident that the occupants were not expecting guests at this hour. Ron knew they would come, but was unaware of the means or the timing. It was Ron who answered the door, although he was not the youngest in the family. His status was diminished in the presence of his doted-upon sister. "Mia, Harry," Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he stood there in his loose-fitting pajamas. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley rushed over, her eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing them, and she enveloped both in a hearty embrace. "Merlin, how did you arrive? By broomstick? Goodness, you flew all the way here. You must be exhausted. Come in quickly." Mrs. Weasley's exuberance left Mia momentarily overwhelmed. Yet he understood she was a genuinely kind soul. "Have you had breakfast? Come on, you two need to eat more. Children your age should be growing." Seated at the dining table, Harry felt somewhat awkward. "Hello," he greeted a blonde little girl who was staring at him, but to his surprise, she dashed away. He wondered if he had done something wrong. "Don't take it the wrong way. Ginny saw her idol and got shy." The Weasley twins chimed in, causing Harry's face to flush. "By the way, Harry, haven't the Dursleys grounded you?" Ron inquired. All thanks to Mia, Harry recounted the Dursleys' invitation to the Charmel family. Mrs. Weasley listened intently, holding a frying pan. "We owe you a great deal, Mia. You were such a good boy." She added an extra piece of fried egg to Mia's plate. Mom, I want another piece too. Ron mumbled with his cheek stuffed. You only know how to eat. Why don't you learn from Mia? Look how genteel he is when he eats. Despite her mock reprimands, Mrs. Weasley still placed the last piece of fried egg on Ron's plate. Then, with a sudden warmth, she turned to Mia, saying, I heard from Ron that you topped your class, didn't you? Almost perfect scores in every subject. It was just luck. The professors teach well, Mia replied, striving to present himself as a good child. It is not mere luck, she insisted. Mia, could you impart your learning methods to Ron? Mother, I'm still enjoying breakfast. If you don't eat, Mia still has to. Ron is on the verge of despair. Mrs. Weasley shot Ron a glare, but ceased her nagging, smiling at Mia and Harry before returning to her tasks. Mia surveyed the Weasley abode. The house appeared truly modest, resembling a haphazard amalgamation of various room types. Were it not for the magical realm, such a dwelling would surely have collapsed. The interior was quite spacious, ample enough for the Weasley family's needs. However, the clutter within was overwhelming, as if every corner was brimming with possessions. Yet, amidst this seemingly chaotic environment, Mia felt an undeniable warmth. The household items were sufficient for the family's use, and photographs of the family adorned every surface. The clock on the wall displayed the faces of the Weasley family members, each hand indicating their current whereabouts. For instance, Mr. Weasley was presently in a room, but the clock's hand was about to point to the living room. Ah, Dio Mori. And the delightful children, you are? Observing the tall, slender man, Mia deduced he must be Mr. Weasley. Upon introducing themselves, Mr. Arthur Weasley appeared quite intrigued. Ah, so it is you. I have heard remarkable tales of your exploits at school, he exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. It's all the children's mischief. Even Dumbledore allows their antics. Mrs. Weasley did not seem comforted by this revelation. Her concern lay solely with the safety of her children. Mr. Weasley fell silent, merely giving the group a thumbs up. By the way, I have something to inquire of you. Mr. Weasley suddenly pivoted, retrieving a long-handled object from another room. What do muggles typically use this for? Mia's gaze fell upon the toilet plunger in Mr. Weasley's hand, and her appetite for breakfast swiftly diminished. I believe this object has quite a versatile purpose. For instance, I often use it to relieve tension in my back, alleviating my aches and pains, she remarked. Mia and Harry widened their eyes in disbelief. You mean you use that on your back? Mia could hardly fathom it. Indeed, what of it? This is precisely how it is used, Mr. Weasley replied nonchalantly. Mia opted against revealing the truth to him. However, you ought not to use it too frequently. Overuse can be detrimental to one's health. Is that so? Mr. Weasley appeared somewhat regretful. I am running late for work. He hurriedly bid farewell to each family member and rushed to the fireplace. Next time, be mindful of the time. Flu powder is not inexpensive, and we are nearly out. Mrs. Weasley presented a bowl, allowing Mr. Weasley to scoop some powder. Then, Mia watched as he scattered it and vanished into the fireplace. The chaotic household resumed its lively atmosphere. Witnessing this, Mia couldn't help but smile. It seemed that spending a few days here would indeed be a delightful choice. He too would soon embark on his journey into the realm of magic. Chapter 58. The transformation into magical essence, perhaps due to the infrequent visitors. The Weasley residence offered no additional accommodations. Thus, Mia and Harry found themselves sharing a room with Ron. Upon hearing that Mia and Harry would be staying for a few days, Mrs. Weasley expressed her excitement, proclaiming that a sumptuous dinner awaited them. When Mia suggested they retreat to their room to review their studies, Ron endured yet another round of Mrs. Weasley's fervent admonishments. Under the weight of Ron's resentful gaze, Mia felt a twinge of guilt as she ascended the stairs. To ensure their survival this semester, they would have to endure Ron's discomfort for now. Before Mia lay a collection of materials, old Voldemort's study notes, which he had verified were not the diary turned Horcrux, a method for enhancing magical power, and the newly acquired spell to transform into a cloud of darkness. After careful consideration, Mia deemed the study of the shadowy transformation spell to be the most prudent choice. Given the perils that this semester promised, self-preservation took precedence. Basking in the sunlight, Mia gradually immersed herself in the parchment scrolls. The concept of transforming into a cloud of darkness struck her as akin to a form of transfiguration. Previously, in her quest for methods to enhance her magical prowess, she had conducted extensive research on the nature of magic. She discovered that this so-called transformation into darkness was fundamentally about aligning one's physical form with the essence of magic itself. She termed this process magical essence transformation. Magic, being colorless and formless, allows one to evade the majority of harm when transformed. At the very least, physical damage would have no effect on one who has undergone magical essence transformation. A prime example was the encounter with the witch who had shot at Yuza. However, for spells like the Killing Curse, which directly targets the soul, Mia could not guarantee that magical essence transformation would provide immunity. Nevertheless, it remained a formidable life-saving skill. Moreover, Mia realized that the spell enabling one to transform their body into magical essence could unlock capabilities far beyond mere damage avoidance. The imagery of Death Eaters morphing into swirling clouds of darkness flitted through her mind. Was there a parallel between this and magical essence transformation? Flight, undoubtedly, would be an immensely advantageous skill for Mia. Enhanced mobility would afford her an edge in combat, not to mention the conveniences it would bring to daily life. While apparition is swift, it carries inherent risks. Magical essence transformation, on the other hand, offers a relatively safer alternative. Yet, this is not an absolute certainty. Through diligent practice, Mia discovered that a lack of proficiency in magical essence transformation could lead to a loss of control upon reverting back, resulting in a potential loss of bodily integrity. As Mia delved deeper into her studies, time slipped away unnoticed. It was not until evening that she reluctantly emerged from her magical practice. The sensation of magical essence transformation was extraordinary. She felt her awareness of the surrounding magic intensify and her control over her own magic improve. The enhancement of her magical control would notably augment her ability to cast more complex spells, such as transfiguration. Mia once again endeavored to transform a mere matchstick into a silver needle. Upon witnessing the intricate patterns adorning the needle, a surge of joy filled his heart. Previously, he had been incapable of such feats. Any attempt to breach his limits would invariably result in his wand imposing restrictions upon him. Yet now, his boundaries had expanded. This elevation brought Mia immense satisfaction. Regrettably, human energy is invariably finite. Sensing a hint of exhaustion as his magical essence waned, he resolutely ceased his practice, embracing the balance of effort and repose. Descending the stairs, he found Harry and Ron engrossed in a game of chess. As Mia emerged from above, the two regarded him as if he were an unusual sight. It was indeed a rarity to encounter someone capable of studying for an entire day. Ron looked at Mia as if he were a curious creature. "So, are you here to test your new magic on us?" Harry jested. "Please do not mock me." Mia interjected as he seated himself between them, observing the chessboard. The pursuit of magic was indeed fascinating, provided. Before Mia could finish his thought, Ron dramatically clutched his head in agony. "Mia, you are becoming more like my mother every day." Rather than further provoke them, Mia quietly slipped outside. The Weasley residence was nestled beyond the quaint village of Ottery St. Catchpole, where the population was sparse, necessitating a long trek to encounter other households. The Weasley family was traditionally self-sufficient, cultivating their own food. In truth, despite their economic hardships, they never worried about sustenance, as magic enabled their crops to flourish rapidly. Mia had personally witnessed Mrs. Weasley casting incantations upon a pumpkin, watching in amazement as it grew at a visibly accelerated pace. It was almost as if it were expanding before his very eyes. Ultimately, that pumpkin grew to a size surpassing that of a human. "Why, it's Mia." "Mrs. Weasley exclaimed in astonishment. "Such a diligent child. You must be weary from your studies. I shall prepare dinner for you all, but you'll need to wait while I tend to these ingredients." With sleeves rolled up, Mrs. Weasley exuded a sense of competence. "Is there any way I might assist you?" "Thank you for your kindness, but I can manage these tasks," she replied. "However, I would be delighted to teach you these magical techniques." Mia eagerly accepted. He soon discovered that the spells for hastening the ripening and enlarging of crops were far from simple. These enchantments required knowledge of transfiguration and even delved into herbology. Mastery demanded considerable effort. One could not expect to excel without dedication. As for Mrs. Weasley's ability to transform a tiny sprout into a pumpkin larger than others in mere moments, such prowess was the hallmark of a true expert. Thus, it became evident that Mrs. Weasley was no ordinary homemaker. As the matriarch of the Weasley family, one of the Sacred 28, and a core member of the Order of the Phoenix, her strength was undeniable. Surely, her role as a provider did not solely qualify her as a vital member. It was well known that she could hold her own against Bellatrix in a duel, even capable of vanquishing the formidable Death Eater single-handedly. Mia had studied for a considerable amount of time, yet she had only managed to coax a single radish seed into sprouting. This was the extent of her capabilities, which paled in comparison to Mrs. Weasley's prowess. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley gazed at her with astonishment. "I had previously heard Ron mention that you were a rather accomplished student. I never anticipated that you would learn so swiftly. My own abilities are quite limited." "No, dear child, you must believe that you are exceptionally gifted. At least when I was learning these spells, it took me several weeks to achieve the same result. Mrs. Weasley's praise left Mia feeling somewhat bashful. Good afternoon. Uncle Weasley. Hello, Mia. Oh, you can levitate all of these? Remarkable. At that moment, Mia finally comprehended why, despite their modest means. The Weasley children were all regarded as head students. The Weasley couple was never sparing with their compliments. Don't think about going to check on your old car just yet. Help out with dinner first. Mia has been a tremendous help to me. Chapter 59. A night visit to the Granger residence. Dinner was indeed a feast, and at the sight of the chicken on the table, the Weasley twins were nearly drooling with anticipation. Mother actually killed that chicken. We've been longing for a meal like this for ages. I suspect it's because of Harry. I think it's because of Mia. Less chatter, more eating. Mrs. Weasley admonished the twins. Is the food to your liking, Mia? Percy inquired. Mia replied affirmatively, acknowledging the considerable effort that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had put into the meal. After all, Mia and Harry were guests, and it was only fitting that they were served a sumptuous feast. Percy spoke to the twins in a lecturing tone. George and Fred exchanged glances and made faces at one another. Percy is right. We should heed the guidance of head boy Percy. Their playful banter caused Percy's face to flush red, and he shook his head in exasperation. In truth, Percy had his own little schemes brewing in his mind. Harry Potter was a prominent figure in his first year, hailed as the savior, and his fame was immense. Mia, too, possessed remarkable talent and would undoubtedly wield considerable influence at school, likely destined to become a head student in the future. If he could befriend both and harness their influence, it would enhance his chances of advancing to become the president of the boys' student council. After the meal was devoured, Mrs. Weasley brought out some milk. Why is there milk for dinner? Did Mother misread the clock? I'm not as reckless as you are. Drinking milk helps you grow. In truth, Mrs. Weasley had arranged this special dinner after hearing Ron mention that he had a friend who would practically bathe in milk to grow. For tonight's dinner, she had meticulously prepared dishes that Mia and Harry adored, based on Ron's suggestions. I think Mother simply favors Mia for being such a diligent student. Are we about to gain another brother? The Weasley twins were met with another round of reprimands. They exchanged knowing glances, immediately understanding each other's thoughts. They needed to let Mia, the exemplary child of others, understand their prowess. After some discussion, they brought Mia and Harry to the backyard. There stood a car, presumably the flying vehicle they had heard about. Mia rummaged through her memories. However, Harry was not under house arrest this time, suggesting they might not experience the thrill of a flying car. Feeling a tinge of regret, Fred exclaimed, "This was specially procured by Dad. It can fly." Ron, less than enthused, retorted that it paled in comparison to a flying broomstick. How can a broomstick compete with this? Don't you want to feel the exhilaration of racing through the sky? The twins began to entice him. Ron's interest was piqued. After all, it was racing, up in the air. He could soar just like on a broomstick. Yet, he quickly grew apprehensive. But this is Dad's most treasured possession. What if we get caught? We'll sneak out at night. No one will know. Ron was still hesitant, but we've never driven before. What if we break it? This car is quite simple. I've heard muggles can drive. Even if you don't know how, can't you learn? Mia, sensing the mischievous glint in the twins' eyes, realized they were likely plotting some prank. Well, I'm not really experienced. Mia assessed the car, speaking earnestly. I'm still quite young, and I can barely reach the pedals. Although she had persistently begged her father to let her learn to drive, he had always refused. Nevertheless, she paid close attention to his every move whenever they were in the car. This vehicle was smaller than their family car. Perhaps tinkering with it could yield results. However, Mia refused to fall for the twins' trickery. The twins exchanged glances and continued. How could that be? You must have seen one before. You and Harry are the only ones here who have. Harry shook his head. I can't. You see, you're the only one. Mia feigned exasperation, spreading her hands. But I've never learned either. The twins exchanged another glance, realizing they were at a standstill with Mia's refusal to be swayed. Mia then smirked slightly and feigned regret. Oh well, perhaps we shouldn't even think about sneaking out. Such adventures can be perilous. Even Ron felt a hint of regret. And Harry, too, was somewhat disappointed at the prospect of not experiencing a flying car. Upon hearing this, the twins were incensed. Were there still risks they wouldn't dare to take? Tonight we're going. Who will drive? We will. It's not difficult. Fred and George felt reluctant to let their opportunity slip away. They had to show their mother that even a good student like Mia could join them in their mischief. That evening, the group indeed sneaked out. Mia squeezed in the back seat alongside Harry and Ron. Fred took the wheel while George sat in the passenger seat, brainstorming ideas. With great enthusiasm, Fred and George excitedly inserted the key. Then, silence enveloped them. Why isn't it moving? As the key was inserted, a twist was required. Mia, feeling helpless, trembled in anticipation. Why wasn't it moving? Release the clutch. Which one is it? Suddenly, the car surged forward. Step on the brake. Which one? The one in the middle. After several abrupt stops, the occupants of the vehicle turned pale. Ron was on the verge of tears, wishing to exit the car. What does that person with the sword emblem signify? Could there be an assassin in the vehicle? That means you need to fasten your seatbelt. Thus, the car jerkily began to move. So where are we headed? Fred, gradually easing into the situation, suggested, shall we visit Hermione? Out of the blue, Mia proposed. Consequently, the group set off towards Hermione's home. At the Granger residence, Mr. Granger wore a troubled expression. No, I must have a serious talk with Hermione. Rising to his feet, he was halted by Mrs. Granger. Be reasonable. This will frighten Hermione. How can I be reasonable? She is so young and has dared to carve that boy's name onto her hand. What if this continues? Mr. Granger lamented. Hermione was never like this. That boy must have corrupted her. If we don't intervene soon, he might climb through our window to take her away. Meanwhile, Hermione sat in her room by the window, her face clouded with worry. Although being at home was comforting, the absence of friends made studying magic inconvenient. She would surely fall behind. Initially, she had hoped to study with Mia, but that fellow claimed he was occupied as he was with Harry at Ron's house. Now, she was left all alone, feeling even more bored. The thought of it only fueled her anger. That Mia, choosing to be with Harry and Ron while leaving her behind. Unless he flew to her window at that very moment, she would not forgive him. Hello, Hermione. Ah, a thief. Chapter 60, Wild Ride. The scream from upstairs immediately startled Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who hurriedly rushed up. Mia swiftly hushed Hermione. What are you doing? Why have you suddenly appeared? The shock on Hermione's face lingered. And I'm not alone. Look. Mia stepped back, revealing Harry, Ron, and the Weasley twins in the front seat. You all. Hermione finally realized they were in a flying car. You didn't steal an adult's car, did you? Hermione furrowed her brow, quickly sensing something amiss. Ahem. We merely borrowed it, Mia admitted sheepishly. At that moment, a rapid knocking echoed at the door. Hermione, is everything all right? Hearing her parents' voices from outside, Hermione nervously urged. You all hide. After a prolonged silence within, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, disregarding any notions of privacy, barged in. Mom, Dad, what's the matter? Hermione sat upright in her chair, her demeanor composed. The room fell silent, as if the earlier scream had merely been a figment of their imagination, leaving the Grangers, who had rushed in with such fervor, feeling somewhat awkward. Did you not hear anything just now? No, why? Hermione appeared quite demure. Mr. Granger continued to scrutinize the entire room with suspicion before reluctantly retreating alongside Mrs. Granger. As the door closed, a car slowly ascended outside. I nearly got caught by my parents. Hermione expressed her irritation at the recklessness of these individuals. They didn't discover us. So what do you think about going to Ron's house? Mia suggested. Go out at this hour? Do you really believe my parents would allow that? At that moment, Mia noticed the books on Hermione's desk. What is this? The Magic Within Me and Traveling with Ghouls? All of them are Gilderoy Lockhart's books. Why did you buy these? Of course. They are the textbooks for this semester. And aren't you aware of the famous Lockhart? Hermione's admiring expression irked Mia considerably. Just a fraud. How could someone as clever as Hermione fall for such a charlatan? Let me see those books. Hermione handed the book to Mia, but she fumbled, and it fell to the floor. The already suspicious Granger couple hurriedly returned. What's wrong? Did you hear something? No, why? The couple's faces displayed their skepticism. Yet Hermione remained earnest, and the room indeed appeared undisturbed. They reluctantly retreated once more. After the door closed, the car ascended again. That was close. Thankfully, we weren't discovered. Hermione, I think I heard something. The Granger couple burst in unexpectedly. They had not actually left. What is wrong, Mom and Dad? The scene and dialogue repeated. Unable to contain their anxiety, the Granger couple paced around the room. Finding nothing amiss, they had no choice but to leave again. Are your parents this strict with you? Don't come up yet. Be cautious, they might still be around. Hermione whispered urgently from the window. Don't worry, we are being careful. We won't come up for now. Meanwhile, on the stairs, the tense Granger couple began to doubt their own senses. I distinctly heard someone speaking just now, and I also heard the sound of a car. Perhaps we were just imagining things? Maybe, but how could a car sound come from upstairs? Unless cars can fly. At that moment, a few gazes met at the window on the landing. Oh no! Following a gasp, those who had not yet surfaced were promptly caught. Mr. Granger's gaze fell upon Mia, who was trying to act innocent, with increasing displeasure. If you wanted to find Hermione, you could have just come instead of being so anxious. It's all a misunderstanding. Mrs. Granger intervened, signaling her husband to ease his tension. Mr. Granger responded with irritation. He realized that this rascal had indeed climbed through the window to seek out his precious daughter. Fortunately, the Granger couple ultimately refrained from making things difficult for them, although they did not succeed in taking Hermione with them. Mr. Granger staunchly opposed their invitation to Hermione, and they merely agreed to go to Diagon Alley together at the start of the term. Thus, they embarked on their journey home. With the experience gained from their earlier travels, Fred's driving skills had improved considerably. The enchanted car provided magical protection, ensuring that even with subpar driving, they would remain unscathed. The return trip was marked by a newfound leisure. "You've been driving for so long. Let me have a turn," George remarked, eyeing Fred's relaxed demeanor. "What's the rush? Let me drive a bit longer." Fred, naturally, was reluctant to relinquish the steering wheel. "We're almost home." "Not yet. We still have 2 mountains to cross." George, losing his patience, directly grappled with Fred for control of the wheel. Fred clung fiercely to it, while George persistently tugged at it. The vehicle began to sway dangerously from side to side. In the back seat, Mia watched the antics of the two with a growing sense of alarm. The car was flying at least 100 meters high. If they fell, they would not emerge unscathed. It would surely end in catastrophe. "Please stop fighting," Ron pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. "You must cease at once. If this continues, the car will go out of control." This isn't shaking it. Fred and George had released their grip, and the passengers watched in horror as the steering wheel began to turn on its own. Mia's heart sank. "Is this bad? I'm not sure. All I know is that if this continues, we're doomed." Fred and George dared not argue further and joined forces to hold the wheel. Yet, inexplicably, the steering wheel continued to thrash about despite their combined efforts. "Lower the altitude," Mia shouted, gripping the front seat tightly. Fred, in a fluster, finally managed to bring the car down. "I didn't mean for you to drop it straight down." The wind howled fiercely, and various loose items inside the car were sucked out by the strong gusts. "I'm trying. I can barely pull the lever, and the car is still plummeting." Ron had shut his eyes, surrendering to fate. Harry desperately clutched the car door, straining to keep the window closed. Mia sensed something was amiss. She felt unusual magical fluctuations, reminiscent of Quirrell's influence over Harry's broomstick. However, there was no time to ponder whether someone was orchestrating this chaos, as the car continued its descent. Suddenly, Mia heard strange noises emanating from the roof. Was there something up there in this situation? The sounds grew increasingly distinct, and Mia was certain something was present. Without further thought, she thrust her wand out of the window. Stupefied, the spell was successfully cast, and Mia heard a piercing scream. Immediately, Mia beheld a peculiar creature, adorned with large eyes, a long nose, and pointed ears, gazing at him in terror. "Dobby?" In the next instant, the house elf vanished from Mia's sight. It seemed the car had calmed down. "We are heading home." Chapter 61, Gilderoy Lockhart. As the vehicle approached the burrow, a cacophony of screams erupted within. Fred and George fervently wrestled with the steering wheel, the car brushing perilously close to the burrow. Ultimately, with a thunderous crash, the car landed violently on the ground. Hearing the body of the vehicle creaking ominously, Mia doubted whether it would hold together much longer. The group eagerly disembarked, their feet touching the ground, rekindling their sense of vitality. Fred and George declared they would never dare to speed again. In the end, they all took turns to reposition the car to its original state, while Mia took on the responsibility of erasing the scratches on its surface and the marks on the ground. "Thanks to you, Mia. I believe we owe an apology for our previous recklessness." Observing Mia tidying up, Fred and George recognized that it was they who had led the group into danger. "No problem. I had never ridden in a flying car before. We never want it again." Thus, time swiftly flew by, and the day of departure for school arrived. "Ron, hurry up. If you take any longer, the crowd in Diagon Alley will increase." Mrs. Weasley called from upstairs. Ron descended, his clothes askew. "You should have called me earlier." Ron complained. Mrs. Weasley crossed her arms. "If only you could learn from Mia and Harry. You wouldn't be in such a fluster." "Oh dear, I forgot the vault key." Mia mused that forgetfulness might be a family trait of the Weasleys, as they often discovered they had left something behind right before leaving. Finally, after ensuring they had everything, or at least not recalling anything else they might have forgotten, they were ready to depart. Mrs. Weasley brought forth a bowl of Floo powder. "You two haven't tried this before, have you?" "No worries, we'll demonstrate." Mrs. Weasley meticulously instructed them on the use of Floo powder. "Say like this. Take a handful, not too much, or you won't have enough. Once you're in the fireplace, clearly state your destination, which is Diagon Alley. Then sprinkle the Floo powder, and you'll be all set." Harry appeared somewhat anxious, especially when he witnessed Ron disappearing into a swirl of green flames. Recalling the night, he was engulfed in flames by Quirrell. "It's all right. Don't be nervous. Just make sure you don't mispronounce the place, Mrs. Weasley reassured Harry. As Harry stepped into the fireplace, clutching some flue powder, he asked, "It's Diagon Alley, right?" "Exactly. Once you finish saying Diagon Alley, just sprinkle the flue powder. Don't confuse it with something else like diagonally." Harry nodded silently, constantly preparing himself mentally. "Diagon Alley, not diagonally. Diagon Alley, not diagonally. Are you ready?" As the green flames flickered out, a profound silence enveloped the remaining crowd. "What he just uttered?" Mrs. Weasley inquired. It seemed to pertain to foot odor. Mia covered her face. Out of concern for Harry, they hastily transported themselves. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not locate Harry. Where on earth had he ended up? Ginny spoke anxiously. This year marked her enrollment, and she had long anticipated the prospect of attending the same school as Harry. "I suspect he might have ended up in Diagon Alley." Mia was not merely speculating. Her memories distinctly recalled Harry being transported there. "What shall we do?" "We must find him promptly." Everyone was acutely aware of the chaos that characterized Diagon Alley, heightening their worry for Harry. Following Mia's suggestion, they prepared to venture towards Diagon Alley. However, upon arriving at the entrance, they spotted Hagrid emerging with Harry in tow. "I'm not quite sure how this child managed to wander to Diagon Alley alone. It is exceedingly perilous. We must exercise caution next time." Hagrid excused himself under the pretense of needing to purchase some bug repellent. Observing the dusty Harry, Mia felt that he had an uncanny ability to render himself quite disheveled. She deftly repaired Harry's glasses, earning herself a wave of praise from Mrs. Weasley. If it weren't for Mia's suggestion to search Diagon Alley, we would have truly been at a loss as to your whereabouts. Ron gazed at Harry with a look of apprehension. "Guess whom I just encountered?" Harry whispered. "Who?" "Draco and his father. They seem to be selling something in a shop. I wager it is nothing of good repute." "I concur." At that moment, Mr. Weasley interjected, stating that the Ministry of Magic has been rigorously investigating dark magical artifacts lately. They must be attempting to offload whatever they have in their possession. Just as they spoke, they arrived at Flourish and Blots. Unlike previous visits, the store was teeming with people spilling out onto the street. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Mrs. Weasley boldly pushed her way inside. "What sort of event is taking place here?" Harry inquired with curiosity. Mia, Harry, Ron, hearing a familiar voice. Mia turned to see Hermione rushing over, her excitement palpable. She had felt nearly suffocated at home. The Granger couple followed closely behind. Mia sensed that Hermione's father regarded him with somewhat of a disapproving gaze, though he could not fathom why. "Do you know what today is?" "It is the launch of Lockhart's new book," Hermione exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Another one of his ostentatious adventure tales?" Mia scolded. "The only thing Lockhart excels at is his silver tongue and his remarkable proficiency with the Obliviate charm. These so-called adventures are but the result of his memory charm overshadowing the true exploits of genuine adventurers. The so-called hero is nothing more than a fraud and an actor." Hermione was quite displeased with Mia's attitude. After all, Lockhart was a renowned adventurer, a hero. "Ah, yes. Mia found herself at a loss to dismantle the image of that narcissistic braggart. Astonishingly, he was to become their defense against the dark arts professor this term, with the entire curriculum based on his autobiography. In order to procure the textbooks, they had no choice but to squeeze into the crowd. Given that Lockhart's books were not inexpensive, this placed a considerable strain on the Weasley family. Even before Lockhart made his appearance, the place was already teeming with people. Mia could hardly tolerate it. He detested the suffocating sensation of being crammed amongst so many others. At long last, Lockhart made his dazzling entrance. The eyes of Mrs. Weasley and Hermione sparkled with adoration. Mr. Weasley appeared quite helpless. Mia was preoccupied with thoughts of how to expose this insufferable individual. Alternatively, he could leverage Lockhart's narcissistic nature to his advantage. Amidst the throng, Lockhart unexpectedly spotted Harry, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly pulled Harry over. "I must announce something," he proclaimed. "I have decided to accept Dumbledore's invitation to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Mr. Harry Potter is indeed one of my students." Harry found himself nearly blinded by the camera flashes. At that moment, the towering pile of books collapsed due to the sheer number of people, causing chaos to erupt. Lockhart, in a fluster, sought a place to hide. Once the crowd settled, Lockhart's eyes darted around before he abruptly pulled Mia over, exclaiming, "What a near miss. However, I shall not act indiscriminately, for this is a test for my student. Observe, this student clad in uniform has successfully endured my challenge. Congratulations. You are now qualified to be my pupil." Mia cast a disdainful glance at the hand resting on his shoulder and retorted, "So, Professor, you will indeed provide us with proper instruction, won't you?" Of course, Lockhart replied. I am a person of great responsibility. As long as I can perfectly fulfill my duties, I am willing to exert my utmost effort. Then, could you provide each of us with a set of textbooks? Chapter 62. Confrontation at the bookstore. Each one of us deserves a set. Lockhart gazed at the eager throng before him, suddenly feeling a bit lightheaded. What a hefty sum in galleons this would require. A look of embarrassment flickered across Lockhart's face. That is certainly not an issue. However, as your professor, I must ensure that my students recognize the value of knowledge. This is crucial for learning. Lockhart, not allowing Mia the chance to respond, waved his hand and decided to grant a set to the companions accompanying Mia. He had a hidden agenda, having not noticed that Mia was accompanied by guardians. Giving away a set to one or two people seemed trivial. However, when Mia called forth several Weasley children, along with Hermione and Harry, Lockhart's face visibly twitched. I did not realize you were acquainted with so many. Mrs. Weasley excitedly hugged the books and rushed to have Lockhart sign them, nearly showering Mia with gratitude. We are truly indebted to you this time, Mr. Weasley expressed gratefully to Mia. Lockhart's books were notoriously expensive, and purchasing a full set posed a significant burden for the Weasley family. Were it not for Mia's interference with Lothar, Ron would likely have been left with outdated textbooks once again this year. Clutching his new textbook and inhaling the fresh scent of ink, Ron couldn't contain his joy. The sensation of using a new textbook for the first time is quite delightful. Isn't it? Draco descended the stairs with a slow gait, casting a scornful glance at Ron. Instantly, Ron's smile faded. Draco, encountering you today is truly distasteful, he retorted defiantly. Do not be like that, Draco. Show a bit of friendliness. A voice, equally sardonic as Draco's, chimed in. A well-dressed, aristocratic blonde man stood behind Draco, brandishing a cane. Mr. Potter, what a pleasure to finally meet you. Reluctantly, Harry shook Lucius's outstretched hand. Though no harsh words were uttered, Lucius Malfoy emanated an aura that suggested he was far from benevolent. Mia, having noticed the unfolding scene, approached with a watchful gaze directed at Draco. The latter, feeling a twinge of guilt, dared not meet Mia's eyes. Truth be told, Draco had merely intended to exchange a few jibes, unaware that his father would make an appearance. Based on his father's temperament, he feared today would not end amicably. Should his father utter something that thoroughly provoked the other party, Mia would likely ensure Draco face consequences. As anticipated, Lucius rudely parted Harry's hair with his cane, exposing the lightning-shaped scar. The reverence in Lucius's gaze as he regarded the scar was palpable. Your scar has become legendary, akin to the wizard who bestowed it upon you, a legend in his own right. Such audacious words flowed from Lucius's lips with an air of nonchalance. Harry, locking eyes with Lucius, appeared unfazed. Is that so? Yet Voldemort is merely a murderer. He continued. Did you witness him groveling on the ground, drinking blood? Oh, and what of that wretched state he assumed while possessing another's head? How pitiable it must be for him. Suffering under that garlic-scented hood, under Mia's influence, Harry had developed quite a sharp tongue. Upon hearing Harry boldly utter Voldemort's name, and mockingly so, Lucius's countenance darkened. You dare speak his name? I cannot discern whether you are brave or foolish. Lucius's gaze turned icy. Hermione, unable to restrain herself, countered. It is far more foolish to cower from uttering his name. Lucius's expression soured as he regarded Hermione, and upon deducing her identity, he revealed his unabashed disdain. You must be Miss Granger, he remarked, glancing towards the Grangers who were engaged in conversation with Mr. Weasley. If I am not mistaken, your parents are muggles, correct? In our magical community, there exists a rather fitting term for someone of your background. Dad, Draco interjected hastily, interrupting his father before he could utter a word that would irreparably sever their ties. Lucius stared at Draco, bewildered. What is the matter with you? Draco faltered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Lucius then redirected his ire towards Hermione, only to find her shielded by a boy whose face was strikingly familiar. Upon seeing that visage, an unwelcome chill washed over Lucius. Mia, he said, his expression stony. Have you lost your senses? Are the Malfoy family so destitute that their patriarch must harass a mere girl? Compared to Draco, Lucius's lack of decorum left Mia feeling more unsettled. Perhaps it was the indignation of being intimidated by a child that ignited Lucius's fury. He swiftly drew his wand, concealed within his cane. You ought to learn that silence is a virtue. Without hesitation, Mia brandished her own wand. Draco, witnessing this confrontation for the first time, was at a loss for how to respond. Just as Lucius raised his wand high, a voice familiar to Mia rang out from behind. You are the head of the Malfoy family, are you not? Should your wand dare to unleash any unwarranted spell today, I will ensure you understand that instigating a war between humans and wizards is an exceedingly foolish act. Yuza, Mom and Dad? Mia instantly recognized the newcomers. How could they possibly be here? Yuza cast Mia a knowing glance, signaling for her to remain patient. Such a threat swiftly tempered Lucius's aggression. Who do you think you are to speak so brazenly? Yuza replied, his gaze piercing through Lucius. Attempting to assassinate the son of the Home Secretary. Wouldn't that count as a declaration of war? This revelation left Lucius momentarily stunned. The Home Secretary was indeed a high-ranking official, the foremost liaison between the Muggle world and their own. Regardless of his disdain for Muggles, Lucius had to afford such a person a modicum of respect to avoid provoking conflict. Yet, did he not recall the Home Secretary being somewhat senile? I regret that our meeting occurs under such unfortunate circumstances, head of the Malfoy family. I believe you owe us a reasonable explanation, Andrew interjected, his demeanor stoic as he approached. With his imposing stature, Andrew's military presence and long-standing authority made Lucius feel as though he could be struck down with a single blow. Who are you? I was unaware that the Home Secretary had been replaced, Lucius retorted, striving to mask his trepidation. I have just assumed my new position, Mr. Malfoy, and it is understandable that you are not yet familiar with me. However, I anticipate we shall have ample opportunity to know one another better. You should now have sufficient time to rationalize your earlier actions. We are advocates of peace, Andrew stated, his eyes devoid of warmth. Chapter 63, The Diary. No one had ever dared to speak to Lucius in such a manner. His face twitched with rage, yet he found himself restrained from taking any rash actions. Previously, it had indeed been rumored that the Muggle minister was preparing for a transition, though he had not anticipated it would occur so swiftly, nor that it would involve the parents of Harry Potter. Neither party was willing to concede, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. At that moment, Arthur Weasley rushed forth to stand before Lucius. Are you prepared to resort to violence here? Meanwhile, the Granger couple hurried over to shield Hermione. Lucius cast a glance at the throng encircling them, realizing that should he take action here, no matter how adept he was at manipulation, he would be unable to quell the situation. You've been quite diligent in your investigations into dark magic of late. I wonder if the Ministry will provide you with a little extra remuneration for your overtime? Lucius promptly redirected his ire towards the Weasley family. Mia clearly discerned that the book had been switched. It must be the Horcrux diary. Spending all day mingling with Muggles truly brings disgrace to wizards. Draco, we shall depart. Lucius turned to leave with Draco in tow. Suddenly, Andrew interjected. Recently, the Prime Minister has been preparing to strengthen cooperation with the wizarding world. It seems the specifics of this collaboration warrant careful consideration. Lucius paused momentarily, taken aback. Although the Malfoy family epitomized pure-blood elitism, their assets in the Muggle realm were not insignificant. Disdain for Muggles did not equate to a disdain for profit. Now, antagonizing the newly appointed minister would likely jeopardize the Malfoy family's interests in the Muggle world. Taking a deep breath, Lucius ground his teeth and addressed Andrew. Congratulations on your new position. I sincerely apologize, but I assure you, not all wizards are like them. Mr. Weasley expressed his apologies to Andrew. Of course, we truly appreciate your hospitality these past few days. Mia has certainly caused you some trouble, Andrew replied courteously. During the recent holiday, when they met at the station to pick up the children, the parents from all three families had formed quite favorable impressions of one another. As their conversation continued, Arthur and Andrew felt a sense of kinship, enjoying their exchange. However, as they had not arrived immediately, the Granger couple remained unaware of the true standing of the Shamir family. How could they possess such an imposing presence? Moreover, they spoke of the Prime Minister in new positions, while they were merely humble dentists, lacking knowledge or interest in such matters. It was not until days later, when they witnessed the inauguration ceremony of the new minister on television, that they realized the remarkably robust minister was none other than the affable Mr. Shamir. This revelation heightened Mr. Granger's concerns. Given the Shamir family's influence, he feared that young Mia might impose upon their daughter Hermione. Yet for the time being, Mr. Granger's perception of Mia had improved significantly, especially after witnessing her protect Hermione. Ultimately, had it not been for the need to purchase school uniforms for Ginny, the conversation might have continued indefinitely. What brings you here? Mia inquired curiously. You have never brought us here since we commenced our studies. Andrew expressed his dissatisfaction. Mia, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. I never said I wouldn't bring you along. It was indeed a predicament. Had it not been for the necessity of acquiring self-defense capabilities, Mia would have never wished to part from his family. Well, My purpose for coming here extends beyond simply finding you. The cabinet has resolved to enhance communication with a magical realm. This is not mere rhetoric. I have been entrusted with this matter, and I must personally conduct an investigation. Mia observed that there were individuals nearby who appear to be different from the wizards. Yet they did not resemble the Muggle parents accompanying their children. They could only be plainclothes security personnel. You need only inquire with me regarding this. The magical world is not particularly welcoming to ordinary folk, and your presence here is somewhat perilous. Fear not. We have already established contact with the Ministry of Magic here. They have arranged for personnel to assist us, so there is no cause for concern, Andrew explained to Mia. Throughout their journey, Mia consciously maintained a distance from User. Should this fellow attempt to bully him again, his esteemed reputation among friends would be utterly tarnished. With 3 families gathered together, their shopping excursion extended considerably. By evening, they had nearly explored all of Diagon Alley. During dinner at the Leaky Cauldron, Arthur continued to engage Mr. Granger and Andrew in conversation, predominantly discussing matters concerning Muggles. From Arthur, Andrew gleaned a wealth of information regarding the Ministry of Magic. As the director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Arthur found ample topics of discussion with Andrew. The official connection between the Muggle world and the Wizarding realm began with the establishment of this department aimed at preventing the misuse of Muggle artifacts. The unfolding events began to diverge from what Mia had remembered. The Muggle world commenced its interactions with the Wizarding world, leaving Mia uncertain whether this development was fortuitous or ominous. His primary concern, however, was the accuracy of his memories. This issue, previously present, had become increasingly pronounced. Dangers that were not supposed to manifest were now occurring in reality. This realization began to trouble Mia. In his recollections, the events Harry encountered grew progressively perilous. Basilisks and dragons took turns presenting threats, and Mia found himself uncertain whether they would emerge unscathed from such dangers. Would they still possess the same fortuity as recalled? He could only strive to mitigate the risks as much as possible. If he could conceal or destroy the Horcrux, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets should remain sealed. Ginny would not be lured into the chamber, and Hermione would not fall victim to petrification. Moreover, the most significant variable in this equation was the Horcrux itself. The Tom Riddle of his memories had failed. However, this was reality, and what if he succeeded? A new Voldemort could emerge. One who was at the peak of his mental acuity. If that individual managed to seize control of the basilisk using Parseltongue, it would spell disaster. Chapter 64. A Unique Return School. On the day of a new term, Mia met up with her companions at King's Cross Station. Observing as Hermione and the others passed through the barrier one by one, Mia intentionally lagged behind with Harry and Ron. She recalled that at this moment, the barrier should be sealed by the house elf Dobby. Slow down, be careful not to collide, Mia kindly reminded them. What could possibly happen? Harry and Ron confidently charged ahead. As expected, they both collided with the barrier, their luggage scattering everywhere. Mia leisurely pushed her cart over. Oh dear, it seems we can't get through the barrier. What shall we do? Mia thought to herself, shaking her head internally, for she had indeed warned them to take it slow. With her current magical abilities, she was unable to break Dobby's enchantment, if not for the house elf's innate bond of servitude. Wizards might not stand a chance against them in a pure display of magical power. Harry and Ron, bewildered, touched the barrier. The solid sensation in their hands confirmed it was merely an ordinary pillar. What are you two doing? The station guard approached with an air of impatience. Every year, we have our share of oddities. With a grumble, the guard walked away. So what do we do now? The Hogwarts Express is about to depart. Ron exclaimed, his face a picture of anxiety. Since we can't take the train. Harry's eyes suddenly lit up. You mean the flying car? Mr. Weasley had indeed driven the enchanted vehicle today, which explained their later departure than usual. But we don't know how to drive it. Ron hesitated. Is there no other way? The 3 exchanged glances, ultimately making their way to where Mr. Weasley had parked the flying car. So what should we do now? Harry and Ron looked to Mia for a suggestion. Thus, they settled down to wait patiently. In the corner, Dobby watched Harry Potter, who had failed to board the train, and smiled with satisfaction. However, he soon heard Mia's words. Yet, with that Mia Shamuel around, none of his plans ever succeeded. The trio waited for a long time. Yet Mr. and Mrs. Weasley did not arrive. Surely we haven't missed them? Ron said. Unlikely, we've been right here at the barrier. There's no way we could have missed them. Unless if we can't get through, perhaps those on the other side can't come out either. Mia speculated. Then what if Harry began, but was interrupted by Mia? Forget about driving. Maybe they simply came from another direction. Shall we wait by the car? They moved to the parking area, just in time to see Mr. and Mrs. Weasley approaching from another direction. Upon spotting the 3, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley hurried over. "Are you all right?" "We couldn't get through the barrier. We had to take a detour," Mrs. Weasley reassured them upon arrival. "Don't worry about being late. We will explain the situation to your professors. Indeed, with this car, you need not fret." Mr. Weasley, with a sense of satisfaction, patted the roof of the car. The group boarded the vehicle, their urgency dissipating entirely. If only they knew that we were commuting to school in a flying car, they would undoubtedly be envious. Ron's excitement surged, referring to his two twin brothers. Harry, too, was intrigued, while Mia remained disinterested, his vigilance directed toward their surroundings. It was then that he spotted a small figure lurking in the corner. Dobby, too, noticed that Mia seemed to be observing him. Mia shot a warning glance and brandished his wand, causing Dobby to dart aside in fright. He clutched his chest, overwhelmed by the terror of that gaze. Thus, the group set off. In the parking lot, a man was engaged in a phone conversation. "Honey, you must believe me. Give me one more chance. I swear I won't deceive you." At that moment, Mr. Weasley prepared the car for takeoff. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Hey, I see a car flying. I'm not lying, it's real." Inside the vehicle, Mia quickly urged Mr. Weasley to switch the car to invisibility mode, successfully avoiding further observation. Consequently, they arrived safely at Hogsmeade Station. Harry and Ron jumped out of the car with enthusiasm, while Mia appeared rather fatigued, having remained alert throughout the journey. Despite the presence of the skilled Weasley couple, flying high in the sky carried its own risks. A sudden ambush could spell disaster. He had yet to master any flying spells, and the efficacy of his magical transformation in preventing harm from fall remained uncertain. Fortunately, they had arrived unscathed. The Hogwarts Express had just arrived as they disembarked, and Hermione quickly approached them. Fred and George immediately protested. "It's unfair. Mum and Dad, didn't he send us to school?" Their true desire was merely to ride in the flying car. Mia recounted their predicament to Hermione, who furrowed her brow, puzzled as to how the barrier could be impassable. Noticing Hermione's contemplative expression, Mia discerned that this astute young witch had sensed something amiss. They then parted ways with Ginny and made their way to the carriage area, where Mia found himself momentarily entranced by the skeletal, horse-like creatures before the carriage. Thestrals? Chapter 65, The Race. Thestrals were indeed standing before him, yet the others seemed oblivious. Mia pondered this anomaly, for it was well known that only those who had witnessed death could see Thestrals. In his recollections, he believed he had not encountered death. How could he see a Thestral? However, the creature stood undeniably before him, leaving no room for doubt. Yet, upon recalling that he had once taken the lives of two wizards, Mia came to terms with it. So it was due to my actions of having killed. That explains it. For a moment, he had thought it was the memory of witnessing Voldemort's murders that might taint him. Indeed, Voldemort had a knack for leading children astray. A few individuals boarded the carriage, and Harry soon noticed the magnificent Thestral standing before it. "I have never encountered such a creature before," Harry remarked. "What? This is merely the creature pulling the carriage?" Hermione questioned, casting a doubtful glance at Harry, for the carriages at Hogwarts were known to move autonomously, with nothing in front. "It's right there, so large." Only after the others confirmed his sight did Harry realize that he was the sole witness to this extraordinary beast. Hermione gazed at Harry, seemingly on the verge of providing an explanation, yet was interrupted by Mia, who subtly gestured for her to remain silent. With her vast knowledge, Hermione might have understood the reason behind Harry's ability to see the Thestral. Mia, however, wished to prevent the revelation of Harry's scar in front of so many spectators, as it would serve no beneficial purpose. "You must feel quite gratified to be surrounded by so many onlookers, Potter," Draco sneered as he passed by. Harry chose to ignore the taunt. The carriage began to move leisurely. Compared to traveling by boat, riding in a self-propelling carriage brought a different kind of enjoyment. The occupants engaged in lively conversation, but Mia soon noticed that the reins attached to the Thestral had somehow come loose. The Thestral wandered off to the side, yet the carriage continued on its course. Mia immediately sensed something was amiss. Before he could alert anyone, the carriage suddenly accelerated violently, causing the occupants to lurch about. The carriage careened wildly down the road, seemingly intent on throwing them off. The group clung desperately to the railing, fearing they might be unseated. The intense jolting and the erratic direction of the vehicle rendered the passengers quite uncomfortable. Ron felt a wave of nausea. Up ahead, Draco remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding behind him. "What is a puffskein?" Draco's lackey, Goyle, inquired. "A puffskein is..." A piercing scream approached quickly as the carriage sped along, soon catching up to Draco and his companions. Amidst the violent swaying, Ron could no longer contain himself and abruptly vomited. Goyle, seated beside Crabbe, felt something warm splatter across his face. When Crabbe opened his eyes again, he glanced at Draco and, pointing at Goyle, declared, "This is what a puffskein looks like." In the carriage, to prevent Hermione from being flung out due to her lack of strength, Mia shielded her beneath his body. Yet this action proved futile, as the carriage seemed determined to veer off into the distance. Mia's thoughts swiftly turned to Dobby. That creature would go to any lengths to keep Harry away from Hogwarts. A glance at Harry revealed that he was nearly thrown out. Though Dobby's intentions were to protect Harry from peril, he was close to achieving what Voldemort had never managed to do: eliminate Harry. In a moment of desperation, Mia transformed the carriage into a large mound of cotton. The group tumbled onto the soft surface, sustaining no injuries. Moments later, they found themselves in Snape's office. As it was Snape's duty that day, he was responsible for addressing the incident. Yet, it was evident that Snape had seized this opportunity to concoct a plan against them. "Look at the mischief you have all wrought. Mr. Shamir, it is rather unwise to transform your vehicle into cotton merely to showcase your remarkable shape-shifting abilities. Your selfishness nearly cost your companion's life. TSK, TSK, TSK. That is not the case. The vehicle simply lost control." Harry retorted defiantly. "Lost control? Are you suggesting that the Night Steed went berserk and led you all astray? Perhaps you should consult your good friend Hagrid about this," came the response. Several individuals were incensed, but found it difficult to articulate their frustration. "You may investigate." The rein snapped. Mia spoke in a low tone. "Are you giving me orders?" "Of course not." "Then you ought to accept your punishment with humility." Mia nearly succumbed to an outburst of profanity. The one to bear the blame, despite his demeanor, was indeed quite despicable. "If you were students of Slytherin, I would have no qualms in dealing with you," he remarked. "But they are not." A venerable voice interjected from the entrance. Severus Snape's expression froze. Dumbledore had arrived, accompanied by Professor McGonagall. As the head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall possessed the authority to address their transgressions. Yet they have vandalized school property and violated regulations. Snape insisted, exhibiting a rather obstinate demeanor. "Indeed, some of those rules were established by myself, so I'm well aware. However, I believe we must first ascertain the facts of the matter. If, as Mr. Shamir asserts, this is true, then our primary concern should be that our students have endured an unwarranted misfortune." Dumbledore decisively laid down the law. "The tarts this evening are delightful. Doing douji." He dismissed the group. In the office, Snape regarded Dumbledore with utmost seriousness. "I believe that child poses a problem. He may very well be the offspring of the one who perished years ago," Snape declared. "Yes, I am aware. Mia is indeed his child." Upon hearing Dumbledore's nonchalant tone, Snape momentarily faltered. "You know, yes, you are well informed of all matters. Since you are aware, he should not remain here. You understand the terror of his father. I suggest—" "Severus." Dumbledore's voice was soft, yet it left no room for Snape to reject his counsel. "His father's actions bear no relation to him. I can see that certain traits of his are strikingly reminiscent of his father's. But he has companions. He has family. He is not like that man. He understands the meaning of love." Snape found the notion absurd. Love? All of this could merely be a facade. Deception was the forte of the Riddle lineage. "Severus, you are still blinded by prejudice against his father. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. You, too, were once accepted despite your past. This child, who has done no wrong, deserves the same." Snape fell silent. Once, he had been a Death Eater, and he had revealed that prophecy to Voldemort. Later, upon discovering that the child from the prophecy was likely Lily's offspring, he turned to Dumbledore, hoping to ensure her protection. It is precisely due to these past events that Dumbledore refrained from disclosing the matter of Voldemort's child to Snape. He understood that, given Snape's temperament, he might very well take drastic measures against the child. "Severus, you have seen the boy. He possesses remarkable potential. I hope you will guide him well." "Me?" Snape was nearly amused to the point of irritation. "Do you take me for nursery? In matters of dark magic, you are the most qualified to instruct him. Who dares to claim superiority before you, the greatest of wizards? There is no need for such sarcasm. Severus, the child will not disappoint you." Chapter 66, Mandrakes. With Dumbledore's intervention, they not only escaped punishment, but were awarded an additional 20 points due to Mia's proficiency in transfiguration, recognition from Dumbledore himself. Whether it was Dumbledore's deliberate patronage or not, Mia certainly felt the benefits of having someone watching over her. The first class of the semester was herbology, a significant boon for Neville. Indeed, even during class, Neville appeared to walk with more buoyancy than usual. Upon arriving at the greenhouse, Mia beheld long tables laden with similar-looking plants. "You all best refrain from touching anything. You will soon understand why." Professor Sprout, the kindest of instructors, never intimidated her students. "Now, is everyone present?" Today we shall learn about mandrakes and how to repot them. Can anyone tell me what a mandrake is? Before the question was fully articulated, Hermione eagerly raised her hand high. Very well, Miss Granger. This semester, her points must surely surpass Mia's. The mandrake, or mandrake root, has the ability to restore those who have been petrified to their original state. However, they're exceedingly dangerous. Their cries can be fatal. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students immediately erupted with excitement. But fret not. Our mandrakes are merely seedlings at this stage, and their cries are not lethal. Nonetheless, they can induce a state of unconsciousness lasting several hours. Therefore, I advise you all to don the earmuffs I have provided. Mia not only donned her earmuffs, but also cast a silencing charm on herself. What spell did you just use? Harry inquired, curious. Huh, I said. What spell did you just cast? What, like a milk-flavored roasted sweet potato? All right, go ahead and pay attention in class. Sure thing. Mr. Shammel's approach was indeed prudent. No one would relish the sound of a mandrake's cry, even if it was just a seedling. Sprout smiled and praised Mia. The others turned to gaze at her, while Mia, who could hear nothing, simply chuckled. If everyone else was laughing, then he would join in as well. All right, has everyone put on their earmuffs? Watch my actions closely. Grasp the stem firmly and pull it out with force. With a sudden exertion from Professor Sprout, the soil erupted, revealing a root that bore an uncanny resemblance to an infant. In an instant, an excruciatingly piercing sound erupted from the mouth of the baby. Even with earmuffs on, the young wizards were visibly distressed by the piercing, penetrating sound that assaulted their ears. Only Mia remained unfazed. Thud. Neville collapsed in response. Had Neville not donned his earmuffs properly? Professor Sprout inquired with concern. No, he simply fainted from fear, sneered Seamus. Once Professor Sprout completed the pot exchange, it was the students' turn to take matters into their own hands. Mia, cast a spell for me too. Although the sound was inaudible, Mia observed Harry and Ron's movements and deftly cast spells for both of them. Do you need it? Mia temporarily retracted her spell to ask Hermione. Hermione replied with poise. No, thank you. All right. Seeing Mia comply so readily and don her earmuffs again, Hermione felt that this fellow was somewhat oblivious to the chaos around them. Hermione followed suit, casting a spell on herself. As the young wizards moved their hands, the terrifying wails instantly filled the greenhouse, causing the glass to tremble as if it might shatter. Glancing at the mandrake she held, Mia grimaced at its ghastly appearance. Though she could not hear the sound, the expressions of her classmates indicated just how unpleasant the cries must be. And this was merely a seedling. Suddenly, an idea struck Mia. This creature not only had the power to counter petrification, but also possessed a lethal cry. Was it not the perfect weapon against the basilisk? Though she could communicate with the creature through parcel tongue, having been tamed by Tom Riddle long ago, it was uncertain whether it would recognize a new master. Moreover, considering its long confinement, it could be quite ravenous. If it decided to consume her before she had the chance to use her parcel tongue, it would be her demise. Thus, Mia knew she must prepare thoroughly. She needed to find a way to procure some mandrake. After class, observing her classmates' discomfort, Harry and Ron, unaffected, feigned a relaxed demeanor, reveling in their display. Mr. Potter, just the person I was looking for, Professor McGonagall said as she passed by. What? Your Captain Wood is searching for you. What wooden rice? I mean, Oliver would want you for practice. Who's being electrocuted? I don't know what trick you're playing, but I hope you can be a bit more alert. All right, I'll have more steak for dessert. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Thank you, Professor. Mia had forgotten that Harry and Ron still needed their spells lifted, as he was preoccupied with practicing magic. More encouragingly, his control over his magical abilities had reached new heights, enabling him to cast more complex spells. Now, his disarming charm flowed effortlessly. After a year of concentrated practice, his disarming spell was on par with that of upperclassmen. Additionally, he had mastered the eye disease curse, specifically to counter the basilisk's deadly gaze. Direct eye contact with an adult basilisk could spell instant death. However, he recalled the pairs of magical glasses he had discovered at the witch's place in the upside-down alley. Those artifacts would surely prove invaluable. This academic year, his ambitions extended beyond merely enhancing his own abilities. He aimed to bolster his influence among his peers as well. Among the most formidable living wizards today, Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald each commanded a multitude of followers. Even the most pacifistic Dumbledore had established the Order of the Phoenix. As for Grindelwald and Voldemort, they were nothing short of warlords. Currently, he found himself powerless against armed forces. Yet strengthening his influence among students was pivotal for laying the groundwork for future alliances. How could he amplify his sway? Mia planned to leverage Lockhart. After all, that fellow was set to initiate a dueling club this semester, which would provide a perfect platform for him to exhibit his prowess. Nothing sways people quite like sheer strength. Chapter 67. Defense Against the Dark Arts. Observing the glum expressions on Harry and Ron, Mia felt a bit perplexed. We nearly became deaf. The two lamented, their faces etched with indignation. So, what was it that led you to merely come close to deafness? Is that what you're concerned about? Ahem. Isn't it just showing concern for classmates? Harry had been penalized 5 points for failing to hear Professor McGonagall speak. We searched everywhere for you. Ultimately, we had to go to the library to ask Hermione to lift the curse. Mia felt a twinge of guilt for having forgotten the two. Isn't that fortuitous? It gave you both a chance to explore the library. We're not done with you, Harry. The midday skirmish concluded with Mia disarming Harry and Ron with a single spell. In the afternoon, they attended defense against the dark arts class. In truth, aside from flying lessons, Harry and Ron held a particular fondness for this subject. However, following last semester's quarrel and this semester's Lockhart, their anticipation had waned. Their instincts told them that Lockhart was likely a charlatan. Upon entering the classroom, they were nearly blinded by the multitude of Lockhart's oversized portraits. Is this really necessary? Mia muttered. What do you know? Hermione retorted, visibly displeased. Lockhart has won the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly for 5 consecutive years. This sounded as ludicrous as a contest for the loudest fart while pants were down. You're just jealous. Jealous? Now, it was Mia's turn to feel indignant. The two fell into a stony silence. Initially indifferent towards Lockhart, Mia now transformed into a vocal critic, deliberately voicing his disparagement of Lockhart loudly to Harry and Ron. Hermione sat alone, her hair frizzing with irritation. After a while, Lockhart emerged from his office, immediately striking an ostentatious pose, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage. Allow me to introduce your new professor for defense against the dark arts. That would be me, Gilderoy Lockhart. What a big-headed buffoon, Mia scoffed. Honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League. What, are you short on dues? 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. Yet I have never boasted about it. Is that so? Then kindly close your mouth. Thank you. Maya's relentless sarcasm caused Harry and Ron, seated beside her, to stifle their laughter to the point of agony. Mr. Shamir, were you just speaking? I beg your pardon, cough. Cough. Dear teacher, I must say you are exceptionally handsome, Maya declared, her heart untroubled as she uttered this insincere compliment. Of course, many share this sentiment. He he he. Gilderoy Lockhart displayed what he deemed to be a charming smile. Maya, sitting in the front row, felt as though she might perish. I can't take this anymore, Maya said, her expression darkening. Just hold on a little longer. Seeing Maya nearly stand up, Harry and Ron quickly reassured her. Lockhart, noticing the commotion, chimed in, Oh, Mr. Shamir, please do not become overly excited by my smile. I am grateful that you admire me, but should you be injured by it, my heart would ache for you, all right? I can't take it. I'm going to end him. As Maya's wand began to glow ominously green, Harry and Ron swiftly intervened. Don't do that, please, Ms. Maya. Don't. After finally calming herself, Maya was confronted with Lockhart pulling out a stack of test papers. In order to assess whether you have diligently studied over the holiday, I must first test you. Upon seeing the first question, Maya's expression darkened. What brand of underwear do I prefer? Without hesitation, Maya filled in Neverwear. With every subsequent question, she answered with profound malice. Not only Maya, but the boys also fidgeted upon realizing the entire test revolved around Lockhart himself. Hermione, however, wrote swiftly and was the first to submit her paper, with Maya following closely behind. Yet, glancing at Maya's devilish smile, Harry knew the contents of her paper must be as dreadful as the 3 unforgivable curses. As the paragon of decorum in their dormitory, Maya's prowess consistently earned the trust of Harry and Ron, who were deeply curious about her answers. Once all the papers were submitted, Lockhart began to review them publicly, shaking his head as he perused. TSK, 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 not a single one of you remember that my favorite color is lavender. However, it's fortunate that Miss Granger knows my lifelong dream is to eradicate the evil in the wizarding world and promote my exclusive line of hair care potions. What a good girl. Lockhart's wink left Hermione utterly entranced. Upon reaching the next paper, Lockhart's brow furrowed. Mr. Shamir, how can my favorite color be a shade of brown? TSK. What is this concrete pasta number 42 as my favorite food? My hobbies include singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. What are these things? I have won the Most Charming Smile Award for 5 years, not 2.5. Maya's test paper incited a chorus of laughter. Harry and Ron nearly wrecked their desks with mirth. Even Draco, for the first time, gave Maya a thumbs up. Observing Hermione's exasperation, Maya smugly made a face. My favorite lingerie. The white silk skirt and little leather shoes from Merlin. made Lockhart's expression suddenly change dramatically. The classroom fell into an immediate silence, as everyone eagerly anticipated whether Lockhart would become flustered. Mr. Shamir, to my astonishment, knew that I never wore undergarments. Such intimate details had never been publicly disclosed by me. I truly did not expect this revelation. Mr. Shamir, surely you must be my ardent admirer? Click. Harry, upon noticing the gun in Mia's hand, was drenched in cold sweat. Mia, I implore you, spare him a life. Harry and Ron desperately endeavored to save Lockhart's life. Hermione cast a complex gaze towards Mia. Mia, I had no idea you were the one I lost to. You are indeed the true fan. Mia's face contorted, revealing a chilling smile. The oppressive aura emanating from Mia rendered Harry and Ron too fearful to breathe. Mia's mind was solely focused on one objective: locating his rumored biological father and borrowing some Death Eaters for an urgent matter. Following this, Lockhart's impression of Mia significantly improved. Aside from Harry, Mia became his most intriguing student. Now, you must confront the most terrifying presence. As the curtain lifted to reveal a Cornish pixie in a cage, the young wizards could not help but laugh. Laugh now, for once you experience their terror, you shall find no humor in it. Mia, if it were you, how would you deal with them? Eliminate them. Chapter 68, Detention. These little creatures possessed minimal magical power, yet their agility made them nearly impossible to catch as they flitted about. Their overwhelming desire to wreak havoc led them to begin a chaotic rampage. When such mischievous beings band together, disaster ensues. The defense against the dark arts classroom was instantly in disarray. Students' books were strewn across the floor, and girls' hair was pulled in all directions. Neville found himself suspended by his ears from the chandelier. Witnessing this chaos, Lockhart momentarily lost his composure. However, he quickly remembered the spell he had prepared for this very moment. Pescapixie Pesternemy. Before this cryptic incantation could be uttered, the Cornish pixie snatched Lockhart's wand away. With the wand in its possession, the pixie wreaked even more havoc, causing large specimens hanging from the ceiling to plummet. Lockhart struggled desperately to protect his hair while battling the pixie. He even attempted to rescue his portrait from its grasp, nearly getting caught himself. In a panic, Lockhart fled to his office, closing the door while feigning calmness. These pixies are your assignment, he declared before the door slammed shut. Hermione stood in stunned silence, as if her worldview was crumbling. Frustrated by the relentless Cornish pixies, Mia raised his wand. Freeze them all. An invisible force instantly enveloped the classroom. The incessantly chattering pixies were abruptly immobilized. At last, tranquility returned to the classroom. Will your great hero Lockhart assist you in dealing with the Cornish pixies? Mia jested. Perhaps this was merely a test. Hermione's voice dwindled as she instinctively sought to defend her idol. However, she was not oblivious. She had witnessed Lockhart's panicked retreat with utmost clarity. This was a stark contrast to the valiant and fearless Lockhart she had come to know from the pages of her books. Due to Mia's successful quelling of the Cornish pixie upheaval, Lockhart had awarded her 10 points, which greatly pleased Mia. After class, Harry was seized by Oliver Wood for training. Fearing for his life under the relentless training regimen of Wood, Harry urgently requested Mia's company. With no other option, and having yet to visit Hagrid this semester, they decided to wait until Harry finished his training to go together. Thus, even Hermione set aside her library pursuits to accompany Mia and Ron to the training grounds. On their way, they encountered the Slytherin Quidditch team approaching. Flint, the Slytherin captain, strode toward them with a self-satisfied grin. Mia could not help but grimace at the sight of his prominent overbite. Stealing a glance at Hermione, she mused that perhaps the rabbit-toothed look was somewhat more appealing. Do you have the professor's authorization? Wood inquired, taking the parchment Flint produced. Upon reading it, his brow furrowed immediately. Indeed, it bore Snape's signature. We are training a new seeker, so you lot will have to wait over there, Flint declared with an air of arrogance. A new seeker? Who? Wood's curiosity was piqued, as knowing one's opponent is essential for devising effective strategies. Just then, a golden-haired figure emerged. Draco? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Draco's father has sponsored every member of our Slytherin team with the latest firebolt. The Gryffindor team gasped in shock. The previous year's Nimbus 2000 had been spectacular, but this newly released firebolt was nothing short of revolutionary. Such a luxurious broom was exorbitantly priced, yet Lucius Malfoy had generously outfitted the Slytherin players, showcasing his vast wealth. The Gryffindor players felt an overwhelming pressure. Flint, noticing their dismay, became even more arrogant. What? Is your team still using those archaic Comet Series brooms? I suppose your best broom must be your Seeker's Nimbus 2000? Hearing such derision, Hermione could no longer restrain herself and retorted. At least Gryffindor doesn't need to rely on a broom to boost its confidence. Flint turned his gaze to the bold young witch who dared to challenge him publicly. He had heard of her, a mere second-year half-blood. Moreover, he had heard Draco refer to them as his adversaries. If Malfoy's enemies were his, then they were beneath him. "Shut your mouth, you filthy mudblood." This time, even the Slytherin players gasped in disbelief. Hermione's eyes widened in shock, tears welling up as if she had been struck. Draco was drenched in cold sweat, for he had witnessed Mia drawing her wand. As a seasoned member of the upper years, Flint was no fool. The instant he sensed Mia's movement, he reacted swiftly. Without hesitation, Mia struck, disarming him with the incantation Expelliarmus. Flint's wand flew from his grasp, landing in Mia's hand the next moment. This scene made Flint feel as if he had been dealt several stinging slaps across the face. Had he truly been disarmed by a mere second-year child? The gazes of those around him ignited a flush of embarrassment upon his cheeks. "How dare you lay hands on me?" He charged forward, fists raised. Petri ficus totalis. Mia lowered her wand, and Flint fell backward onto the grass, rendered immobile like a statue. With a stern expression, Mia did not spare a glance at the fallen Flint. It seemed that the Slytherin team would have little time for practice. Thus, the training grounds would be commandeered by Gryffindor. Wood looked at Mia with gratitude, yet soon his concern for her grew. "You've injured Flint. Snape will surely not let this go unpunished. But fear not, we shall endure the consequences alongside you." Just as he spoke, Snape had already been summoned. The billowing of his robes signaled his displeasure. A glance at the motionless Flint confirmed that the boy had indeed been petrified. Snape's dark gaze swept across the room, finally resting on Mia. "Do you comprehend the repercussions of striking a fellow student?" "And I am well aware of the consequences of insulting a peer," Mia retorted defiantly. "Is it the same for the term mudblood?" She provocatively challenged Snape. The word mudblood was undoubtedly a sore spot for him. It had been the term that severed his bond with Lily. Unsurprisingly, Snape's expression darkened. Did he truly say that? The Slytherin student stammered, unable to respond, prompting Snape to bark. Indeed, he did. Snape's face turned an ominous shade. "He was not referring to you." He glared at Mia. "But he was speaking of my friend," Mia shot back defiantly. After a moment of contemplation, Snape declared, "Mia Shamir, due to your actions, you shall serve 1 night of detention, and Flint shall endure a week's confinement." Chapter 69. The chamber has been unlocked. Snape stormed off in a huff, not even casting a glance back at Flint, instructing the Slytherin team to escort him to the infirmary. Flint, upon exiting the infirmary, would still face detention. The outcome of such punishment left everyone astonished, particularly the Slytherin students. Their headmaster was known to be protective of his own. Why, then, was he acting contrary to form? The Gryffindor team developed a newfound respect for Mia, as she was the first to triumph over Snape's bias. Mia herself was perplexed as to why she was the only one receiving just 1 night of detention. Only Snape could fathom the reasoning behind this. When Snape learned that Mia had acted because someone had harmed others using the term mudblood, he found it somewhat hard to believe. The son of Voldemort despising such a term? It is worth noting that Voldemort had once harbored a fervent desire to eradicate half-blood wizards. He was a master of the mind-cloaking charm and was also well-versed in legitimacy. Although he did not directly invade Mia's thoughts, he discerned that she was not lying. Perhaps, as Dumbledore had suggested, this child was indeed different from her father. However, this did not provide him with a reason to be lenient. He merely lamented that he had lacked the audacity, like Mia, to prevent himself from uttering the word mudblood in the past. Mia was being escorted to the detention chamber by Filch, whose sinister grin irked her. Hermione hurriedly caught up with Mia, declaring, "I will speak to the professor and ensure you are not punished with detention." Observing Hermione, whose voice trembled with emotion yet was focused on caring for others, Mia couldn't help but chuckle. "It's nothing to do with you. I simply dislike the man. It was merely a matter of spending 1 night, nothing of great concern." In truth, Mia felt no anxiety at all. She welcomed the opportunity to find a quiet place to practice her magic. At that moment, Lockhart approached. Filch intended to refuse him. Yet as a professor, Lockhart presented a dilemma, and ultimately, Filch had to acquiesce. Lockhart flashed Mia a reassuring look that said, "You're safe with me." Mia immediately turned to Hermione, pleading, "Help me, please." Shortly thereafter, she found herself seated in Lockhart's office, along with Harry. As for how Harry came to be there, it was due to Lockhart stumbling upon him during his aimless wanderings. "As my most admired students, only you two can enjoy the privilege of helping me respond to fan mail," Lockhart proclaimed narcissistically. Mia rolled her eyes, wondering if this was truly a privilege worth having. Harry dared not speak, for Mia's resentment was palpable. She simply wished to complete this tedious task and escape, yet Lockhart's fan mail seemed never-ending. Did these fans truly have nothing better to do than write letters? A firm crackdown on such fandom behavior would be appreciated. The two labored through the evening. Although Lockhart had rescued Mia from detention, she found herself wishing she had remained confined. The nauseating contents of the letters from fans sent shivers down her spine. Mia felt this was more exhausting than battling Voldemort. The candlelight flickered dimly as Mia and Harry wrote fervently. Suddenly, Mia lifted her head and caught Harry doing the same. "Did you hear that?" Harry inquired, sensing some sound. Mia shook her head. "No, I was merely stretching my neck." She was not yet ready to divulge her concerns to Harry. However, what preoccupied her mind more was why the basilisk had resurfaced. The diary had ostensibly been hidden away. A voice resonated clearly in Mia's ears, beckoning, "Come to me." As a parcel mouth, she instantly recognized it as a serpent's voice. Without the diary, there should be no one under its influence, and thus, the basilisk ought not to have been unleashed. What sound? What sound? Lockhart gazed at Harry with a mixture of confusion and concern. Harry was resolutely convinced that he had heard something, a voice perhaps. The night had fallen, shrouding the ancient castle in darkness. No one could fathom what secrets lay within the time-worn walls of this fortress. Lockhart felt a surge of panic, yet he was determined not to reveal his trepidation to either Harry or Mia. "Ah, look at us. We've been here for 4 hours," he exclaimed, attempting to maintain a facade of nonchalance. But truly, it's peculiar how swiftly time flies when one is having fun. "Mia, did you not hear anything?" The unsettling voice persisted in Harry's ears, whispering of tearing and slaughter. The urgency of the sounds intensified, suggesting that the basilisk, imprisoned for decades, was desperate to escape. It was evident that the creature was now under the control of the one who had unleashed it, making even the slightest hint of Parseltongue perilous. Harry noticed a shift in the tone of the voice, realizing it emanated from the very walls. He pressed against the stone, hastening his search, his pace quickening. "Mia, Harry." They collided with Hermione and Ron, who had come to find them. "Did you hear anything?" Hermione asked, her brow furrowed, but both she and Ron shook their heads. Hermione turned to Mia, who also denied hearing anything. However, Harry remained steadfast, convinced of the presence of the voice. He urged the group to follow him in pursuit of the source, only to be met by a swarm of spiders migrating towards the window. "I detest spiders," Ron exclaimed, his face paling as he instinctively recoiled. The group continued their search under Harry's lead. When Mia spotted a damp patch on the floor, she understood they were nearing the location of the first victim. The horrifying bloodstains on the wall struck terror into the hearts of the young wizards, and there, hanging on the wall, was Filch's cat, petrified. Mia realized the cat had been turned to stone after glimpsing the basilisk's eyes reflected in the water. Yet, who would think of that in such a moment? When Filch stumbled upon the scene, he immediately directed his ire towards Mia. "It was you, wasn't it? You bear a grudge." Argus. Dumbledore's arrival interrupted the confrontation, halting Filch's accusations. He killed my cat out of revenge for my intention to detain him." Filch raged. "Me?" Mia was momentarily at a loss for words. "Argus, your cat is not dead. It is merely petrified." Upon hearing Dumbledore's assurance, Filch's expression softened slightly. The group was left behind, and Snape observed the scene with a cold gaze. Upon noticing the words on the wall, declaring the Chamber of Secrets had been opened and warning of the heiress enemy, Mia's image in Snape's mind had already transformed into that of a suspect. "Mr. Shamel, where were you during dinner today?" Snape inquired, his tone icy, though his suspicions lingered. Snape hesitated as he glanced between the writing and Mia's stature. Could she reach that height? Chapter 70, Subterfuge. Seemingly attuned to Snape's doubts about Mia, Dumbledore interjected. "I firmly believe this incident could not have been perpetrated by our students." Snape looked at Dumbledore with astonishment. Dumbledore returned his gaze with a knowing expression. In truth, he had been keeping a watchful eye on Mia, or perhaps more aptly, surveilling her. As the true power behind the wizarding world of Britain, how could he genuinely trust Mia, as he claimed? It was precisely because of his vigilant observation that he was convinced she could not be responsible for the recent events. The others were even less likely to be implicated. Although the matter was left unresolved, public speculation continued to ferment among the students. The Chamber of Secrets swiftly became the most fervent topic at Hogwarts. What intrigued Harry even more was the unsettling notion that some might suspect Mia to be the so-called heir. As early witnesses, they recalled Filch's frantic demeanor during the incident, prompting some to cast doubt upon Mia. Each time Harry heard such rumors, he would angrily confront them. Mia, however, remained unfazed. There had initially been little suspicion, and once the truth emerged, all doubts would dissipate. The pressing concern was to locate the poor soul ensnared by the diary. Signs of a disturbance were evident in their dormitory. Such occurrences left Mia in a state of uncertainty. Who would rummage through his belongings? Particularly taking only that seemingly worthless diary? He had inquired with the fat lady, who confirmed that no unfamiliar faces had visited Gryffindor Tower. Regardless of the identity of the intruder, Mia resolved to seek out Ginny first. After all, in his memories, Ginny was the student who had been under the diary's control. Though unsure if it was still her this time, he had found her. Upon first encountering Ginny, Mia began to scrutinize her expression. The fragment of Voldemort's soul residing in the Horcrux diary would drain the life force of its host. Yet, observing Ginny, who was wildly cheering for Harry, she appeared far from being drained of vitality. Suddenly, Mia realized it was time to learn the art of legilimency. At least in the future, he could directly seek out individuals by probing their thoughts. From his observations, Ginny did not seem to be the one under the diary as Dominion. Who else could it be? Just as Mia found himself at a loss, Harry and the others had begun to suspect Draco. Knowing the plot well, he was aware that Draco was not the culprit. However, as he could not reveal his knowledge, and given that the situation had spiraled beyond his expectations, Mia had no choice but to follow their lead. How can we ascertain whether Draco is truly the heir? Harry posed a critical question. It was indeed a conundrum. They could not directly inquire. Ron scratched his head in frustration. Suddenly, Hermione's eyes lit up. Then let us just ask him. Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous looks. Are you joking? I'm not joking, Hermione exclaimed, producing a book. Polyjuice Potion can allow us to transform into someone closer to Draco, enabling us to question him directly. However, the brewing of the Polyjuice Potion would take at least a month. At least for now, they are unable to inquire about Draco. Is it really that troublesome? Maya remarked. The others turned their gaze towards her. So, what insightful suggestion do you have? Hermione looked at Maya with a hint of defiance. Why not simply ask him directly? Maya shrugged her shoulders. How would one go about asking him directly? Consequently, Draco found himself cornered by Maya, his calves trembling slightly. Hey, don't be so arrogant. I'll tell my father. Draco, who was accustomed to bullying others, was experiencing this for the first time, especially being cornered by Maya Shamil. Oh, don't be so tense. We are all classmates, right? We should be friendly towards each other. Maya hadn't intended to make Draco overly anxious. Thus she endeavored to soothe him. Who wants to be friendly with you? What did you say? I said we should indeed be amicable. So what do you want to do? Draco feigned calmness. By this point, Maya had already deduced that Draco was not the one under the control of the Horcrux. Tom Riddle excelled at exploiting others' weaknesses and desires to dominate them. Given Draco's character, if there was something to satisfy his cravings, he would have been flaunting it. Nevertheless, to alleviate Harry and the other suspicions, Maya pressed on with her inquiries. Upon hearing Maya's question, Draco couldn't help but roll his eyes. I am indeed the heir. The others' gazes instantly turned fervent towards Draco. Suddenly, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. I am the heir of the Malfoy family. As for the Chamber of Secrets, I have no knowledge of that. Maya felt somewhat speechless. This boy certainly knew how to provoke. So, are you all frightened? Draco couldn't resist teasing. In fact, what you should be most concerned about is not this. The Chamber of Secrets, an elusive notion, might just be some prank by a certain individual. As for you, let me inform you. Flint is a prefect, although not of your Gryffindor house. If he wishes to deduct points from you, it would be quite easy. You would do well to apologize to him. Thud. Something fell to the ground. Draco looked at the peculiar object with a short handle lying on the floor, and his face turned pale. Though he had lived in a magical world since childhood and was not well acquainted with the Muggle world, he certainly recognized the deadliest weapon, the common firearm. What are you going to do? Draco shrank back into the corner, his voice trembling. Next time, I must buy a seamless retractable bag without holes. Those treacherous merchants. Unable to catch what Maya was mumbling, Draco was now terrified. As Maya donned a smile once more, Draco felt certain that it was the smile of a devil. Don't be nervous, it's just a little toy that fell. Ultimately, they did not uncover any useful information. However, Harry remained undeterred. That so-called heir harbors such disdain for wizards of Muggle blood. Who could surpass Malfoy in that regard? So what do you propose we do? Mia did not deter Harry's intentions. He was uncertain whom to suspect. So he thought it might be prudent to allow Harry and his companions to fumble about for a while. Perhaps they might stumble upon something fortuitous. Draco certainly had not spoken the truth. Once Hermione perfected the Polyjuice Potion, they would confront him. Chapter 71, Colin. Within the bustling school, Mia felt as though each individual could potentially be under the influence of a Horcrux. Yet, he found himself without the means to investigate this matter. How could he possibly inquire one by one who had discovered a diary capable of conversation? Moreover, He had not recently encountered anyone exhibiting peculiar behavior. The new season of the Quidditch Cup had commenced. Prior to Harry's participation, Mia cautioned him. If danger arose, it would be wise to withdraw from the match immediately. Harry, however, took this lightly. Mia understood that this match would be secretly manipulated by Dobby, and the bludgers would relentlessly target Harry. He recalled that Harry had previously sustained a broken arm. Regrettably, Harry did not take his warning seriously, and Mia had to be prepared to intervene at any moment. As the match began, Gryffindor gradually fell behind Slytherin. The Slytherin team, equipped with their firebolt brooms, seemed to be playing with an unfair advantage. Draco, in particular, taunted Harry mercilessly. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel while chasing the golden snitch. Soon, Mia noticed something amiss with the bludgers. They appeared to be out of control. Someone was surely tampering with them. Hagrid exclaimed with excitement. Hermione and Ron also sensed the anomaly. Before long, the spectators began to recognize the erratic behavior of the bludgers. Quidditch matches were notorious for their unpredictable incidents. There had even been fatalities in the past, so a mere loss of control seemed trivial. However, when a bludger shattered Wood's broom and broke Harry's arm, the audience began to perceive the bludgers as excessively violent. At that moment, Harry had caught the golden snitch, and the match was halted. Yet, the bludger continued its assault on Harry. Quickly, Mia discerned an even more troubling development. The other bludgers had also begun to target Harry. The situation became dire. "We must save Harry," Ron shouted as he grabbed his wand and rushed forward. Before the others could act, Lockhart dashed ahead, casting Immobulus. His spell struck the bludger, but at the moment of impact, it ricocheted back. Ron, seeing the approaching spell, hastily raised his hand to shield himself. With a crack, he stumbled back a few steps, and upon noticing his broken wand, he froze momentarily before nearly bursting into tears. "My wand is broken. I'm finished. My mother will surely kill me." "Immobulus," Mia intervened, and his spell radiated like a shockwave. All the affected balls fell limply to the ground. With the danger averted, they rushed to assess Harry's injuries. Fortunately, aside from a broken bone in his hand, he was otherwise well. Mia stepped forward without hesitation, dismissing the injury. "This minor wound is nothing. I frequently encounter such trivialities during my adventures. Let it rest upon me." Before anyone had the chance to intervene, Lockhart had already cast a spell. With a flash of luminescence, Harry suddenly realized that his hand no longer ached. Behold, the task was accomplished. The torment of a fracture would no longer afflict him. Lockhart triumphantly lifted Harry's hand as if it were his own masterpiece. The onlookers beheld an arm that resembled that of a rubber figure. Indeed, with the bones vanished, there was no possibility of a fracture. Consequently, Harry was taken to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Mia was fervently searching for Dobby. In her recollection, Dobby merely wished for Harry to leave Hogwarts, and even in attempts to act, he would exercise restraint. However, in the recent incident, had Harry faltered by even a moment, the uncontrollable ball could have struck his head, resulting in instant demise. This abnormality compelled Mia to direct her suspicions toward Dobby. If it were indeed Dobby's handiwork, then Mia had grounds to suspect that the Horcrux diary was presently in Dobby's possession. As a house elf of the Malfoy family, and being aware of the current Chamber of Secrets incident, it was plausible that Dobby knew of the diary's existence. These conjectures could only be substantiated upon locating Dobby. Through her memories, Mia discerned that Dobby might visit the infirmary this evening to seek out Harry. Thus, she stealthily made her way to the infirmary under the cover of night. To avoid detection, Mia donned Harry's invisibility cloak and, grasping the hand of glory, quietly awaited Dobby's arrival in a corner. However, as time elapsed, Dobby failed to appear, but Colin was brought in by the professors. The first-year student, fond of photography and perpetually snapping pictures, was still positioned with his camera in hand. He had been petrified. At this moment, Mia surmised that Dobby was indeed the one who had unleashed the basilisk. The anticipated arrival was thwarted, and concurrently, the basilisk had been set loose. Despite the absence of conclusive evidence, Mia's suspicions towards Dobby persisted. Yet, she found herself at an impasse. If it truly was Dobby, how could she possibly intervene? Setting aside the question of whether she could overpower Dobby, locating him was a considerable challenge. The situation had descended into a deadlock, just as she encountered Flint. "It's not even curfew yet. Why shouldn't I be outside? Aren't you also out here?" Mia retorted with composure. "I just emerged from the prefect's washroom. Do you know what that is?" Flint scoffed. "I heard that a muggle-born student from the first year was petrified." "Huh. Your days of bliss as half-bloods are soon to dwindle. Keep wandering. You might be next." Were it not for Flint's fervor, Mia would have thought him the genuine perpetrator of the basilisk's release. This fellow harbored more animosity towards half-bloods than Draco himself. Is that so? Then allow me to inquire. What does it feel like to be petrified? Mia countered sharply. Flint's expression soured, and with a disdainful huff, he departed. Returning to the dormitory, Mia began to contemplate her next course of action. At that moment, Tom Riddle within the Horcrux was diligently striving to regain his vitality, making it the opportune moment to act. Naturally, she was not overly concerned about whether the basilisk was dangerous. After all, even Hermione had fallen victim to it in her memories. While Hermione had merely been petrified in those recollections, this was reality. By thwarting the basilisk, she could safeguard her companions' lives as much as possible. Furthermore, the sooner the creature was stopped, the more effectively its vitality could be curtailed. Locked away for so many years, the monster was undoubtedly famished. Mia was not keen on confronting a fully invigorated basilisk. By confining the beast within the chamber, she would have the chance to explore the possibility of wresting control from Tom Riddle. Even if she could not succeed in that endeavor, she must discover a way to vanquish the creature. Chapter 72. The Dueling Club. News of the petrified students spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts. When the professors issued formal warnings of the impending danger, the students erupted in a frenzy. This indicated that the Chamber of Secrets was perhaps more than mere legend. A monster lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. Hogwarts was no longer sanctuary. The professors were tasked with managing the anxious parents while soothing the restless students. Professor Dumbledore, I believe we must take action, McGonagall urged. If we do not implement effective measures to identify the perpetrator, I cannot ensure that the irate parents will refrain from storming in. I dread the thought of witnessing another student harmed. Petrification is the mildest of outcomes. What if someone were to die? McGonagall could hardly bear to contemplate such a fate. Perhaps we should disseminate information that could be advantageous to the situation. Or perhaps we ought to have kept the news under wraps until the culprit was apprehended. Standing to the side, Snape's gaze remained as vacant as ever, a testament to his mastery of the art of mental occlusion. Students and staff have the right to know the circumstances they are facing, Dumbledore asserted. But what means does the headmaster possess to stabilize the current situation while ensuring everyone's right to information? Snape replied, his tone tinged with irritation, in my potions class. More than one student has caused an explosion due to distraction. Dumbledore inhaled deeply. He indeed harbored certain suspicions. Decades ago, when he was merely a professor, the chamber had been opened once before. Now, with its reopening, he suspected a connection between the two instances, or perhaps they were orchestrated by the same individual. After all, who else could be referred to as the heir of Slytherin? Dumbledore's thoughts turned to Mia. They indeed shared the same bloodline, and in fact, Mia's lineage bore a purer essence of Slytherin than Voldemort himself. According to his intelligence from that time, Voldemort had captured a witch of direct Slytherin descent and fathered Mia with her. After the child's birth, he had never received further information regarding that witch. This behavior can indeed be classified as a form of consanguinity, resulting in a remarkably pure-blooded descendant of Slytherin. In those days, Voldemort always carried a child with him, wherever he went, demonstrating the significance he placed on this matter. However, Dumbledore's greatest concern lay in the potential flaws that such inbreeding might bestow upon the child. After careful observation, he had indeed discerned certain peculiarities. The child, Mia, exhibited many commendable traits, yet displayed an unusually high tolerance for death. What child can remain unfazed while witnessing the decapitation of a professor in their first year? Fortunately, Dumbledore had chosen wisely. As the familial teachings of the Shamir family instilled in Mia the essence of love and the bonds of kinship. Cruelly speaking, Dumbledore hoped that Mia would ultimately bring an end to the darkness Voldemort had cast upon the wizarding world. This was particularly evident in the recent Chamber of Secrets incident, where Dumbledore believed that Mia's pure Slytherin blood might enable her to seize control of the chamber. His only reservation was the uncertainty surrounding Voldemort's current form and whereabouts within Hogwarts. The fact that Voldemort had evaded the killing curse and survived to this day suggested he possessed some means of protection. Without identifying and destroying this safeguard, Voldemort would remain a formidable adversary. Should he take matters into his own hands, Voldemort would surely retreat into hiding, complicating the situation further. Thus, Dumbledore had to concede that the current predicament facing Hogwarts was somewhat intractable. If they truly could not uncover the culprit, Professor McGonagall's grave demeanor suggested that Hogwarts might have to close its doors temporarily, much like it had decades prior. The portraits lining the office wall, particularly that of former headmaster Armando, bore somber expressions. I have a solution, exclaimed Professor Lockhart, drawing the attention of his esteemed colleagues. Relishing the gazes of the top wizards present, Lockhart basked in the moment. Snape regarded him with disdain, observing the drama he was creating. Ahem, I propose we establish a dueling club. After making his announcement, Lockhart eagerly awaited praise. The office fell into a profound silence. Even Professor Sprout, usually the most amiable, appeared utterly speechless. Is Professor Lockhart suggesting we allow our students to combat the creatures within the chamber? Snape scoffed. Yes and no. Lockhart's demeanor prompted several professors to roll their eyes discreetly. Based on my extensive experience and adventure, it is quite unwise to act impulsively. However, we must prepare our students to face danger. I find Professor Lockhart's proposal quite sound, Dumbledore remarked, prompting Snape to look at him in astonishment. Then, as if struck by a thought, he cast a meaningful glance at Lockhart. In these tense circumstances, a dueling club might indeed provide some relief for the children. Lockhart found Dumbledore's words somewhat peculiar. Then, I shall take charge of this matter, he declared enthusiastically. With newfound determination, Lockhart began to organize the event. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, students eagerly gazed at the dueling platform within the classroom, anticipation etched on their faces. Lockhart appeared in an exquisitely tailored dueling outfit, flamboyantly draped with a striking cloak. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all eagerly awaiting this moment. Do try to contain your excitement upon seeing me. The audience was filled with the delighted shrieks of young witches. This time, I have invited Professor Snape as my assistant. To familiarize you with the etiquette of dueling, Professor Snape and I shall provide a demonstration. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's elongated visage, his eyes seemingly questioning whether Lockhart was serious. Fear not, dear Professor. I assure you I shall not inflict harm upon you. With great flamboyance, Lockhart began to engage with the students below. Snape cast a languid glance at Lockhart. The duel commenced and concluded in an instant. Witnessing Lockhart sent flying by Snape's spell, Mia could not suppress her laughter. With his dignity in tatters, Lockhart swiftly sought to change the subject. I merely held back earlier. Now, let us allow the students to practice their skills. Snape, having imparted a brief lesson to Lockhart, was in high spirits. Draco, please step forward. Draco approached with an air of smugness, a grin plastered across his face. Lockhart surveyed the crowd and called out, Mia, you come forward. The smile vanished from Draco's face in an instant. Can I step down? He murmured timidly. Chapter 73, Challenger Snape. On the dueling platform, Draco gazed at Mia, who wore an enigmatic smile, feeling as though he had encountered a formidable obstacle in life. Below, Harry and Ron wore unabashed expressions of schadenfreude. Let the duel commence. Mia and Draco mimicked the dueling etiquette demonstrated by the two professors before them, wands in hand, turning simultaneously. Legs firm. Disarm. A flash of red light erupted, sending Draco flying backward. In one swift move, the duel was over. Draco retreated in embarrassment, while Snape offered him a reassuring pat on the back. Excellent. It seems my earlier demonstration provided Mia with remarkable inspiration. Now, may I invite the next challenger? Mia raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. How had this duel turned into a competition? Nevertheless, this suited him perfectly. Given Draco's swift defeat, the young witches had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The next challenger was a young witch, whom Mia recognized as Pansy, the one who perpetually trailed Draco. By her demeanor, it was evident she had come to defend Draco's honor. A surprise attack is not true skill. Let me show you what real prowess looks like. I shall not show any mercy. Who asked you to be merciful? Pansy thought to herself, calculating that despite his bravado, he would surely hold back in front of so many witnesses. However, as a stunning disarming spell sent her flying, she realized he had no intention of pulling punches. Pansy sulked away, seeking Draco to lament her defeat. One must maintain composure in front of the ladies. Yet this is a duel. Mia, quite well done. Next challenger, please. The following contenders soon stepped forward. It is Justin from Gryffindor. Evidently, the experiences of the previous two did not instill in him an awareness of the gravity of the situation. With a wide grin, he exclaimed, Unleash your weapon. This time, silence enveloped the audience. Even Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were most familiar with Mia, were left astounded, their mouths agape. They were aware of Mia's formidable magical prowess, yet they were unaware that it had escalated to such an extent. Hermione, in particular, pressed her lips tightly together. Had he truly practiced to this level? She had not anticipated that Mia had honed advanced magic to such a degree. During the previous semester's battle against Quirrell, she had not had the opportunity to witness Mia in action. Of course, the killing curse had left her deeply shaken. But since Mia had concluded that encounter with a firearm, they had not truly grasped his combat capabilities. The challenger was nowhere to be found. as no one was willing to ascend the stage only to be dispatched with a single blow. Now, everyone was aware that this top student was far from a mere bookworm. Some of the Gryffindor boys cast envious glances, with no one stepping forward. One might as well engage Mr. Shamil in a duel. Snape's voice brought an immediate hush to the classroom. Professor Snape, I believe this is rather inappropriate, someone protested. From my perspective, Mr. Shamil's abilities evidently surpass those of all the students here. To find a suitable challenger, we may need to look to the upper years. For now, allow me to test my skills. Snape strode directly to the dueling platform, his intentions clear. The power Mia had demonstrated had indeed exceeded his expectations. Truly, he was the offspring of that remarkable individual. This time, he was not there merely to reprimand Mia. He sought to ascertain the extent of Mia's enhanced abilities. Unlike Dumbledore, who, due to his understanding of Mia's father, could not fathom that Mia would simply abide by the confines of Hogwarts. Below, the trio grew anxious. To them, it appeared that Snape was deliberately setting Mia up for failure. Watching Snape approach, Mia felt a weight of seriousness. Nevertheless, tightening his grip on his wand, he anticipated the duel, eager to witness the prowess of a top-tier wizard. Having completed the formalities of the duel, the battle was about to commence. Snape flicked his wrist, sending a spell hurtling toward Mia. Mia's pupils contracted as he silently cast his own spell. Goodness, was Snape truly prepared to hold nothing back? It is worth noting that during his duel with Lockhart, Snape had enunciated his spells with precision. Mia, caught off guard, managed to deflect the spell with a vigorous flick of his wand, sending it careening away. Snape's gaze sharpened. It seemed this young man had already learned to employ spells in varied manners. He had just discerned that Mia utilized the disarming charm to deflect his magic. Meanwhile, Snape's hands remained in motion, unleashing a barrage of spells toward Mia. With haste, Mia defended himself, repelling each spell with deft precision. Under the relentless pressure of battle, Mia found her temper flaring. All petrified, the curse was effortlessly dispelled by Snape. Yet, the spectators were astonished that Mia could retaliate even amidst Snape's formidable assault. So this is how magic is wielded? Feeling the force coursing through her hands, Mia realized that continuing to withstand such an onslaught was not a viable strategy. Defeating Snape was an impossibility, but she could not afford to suffer a disgraceful defeat. Suddenly, with her eyes narrowing, Mia shouted, "Avada Kedavra!" Gasps of shock reverberated around her. Snape's pupils constricted, and he swiftly sidestepped to evade the spell. The killing curse, a magic that strikes directly at the soul, is typically insurmountable. In any circumstance, dodging is preferable to confronting directly. Drawing from his extensive experience as a Death Eater, Snape decisively chose to evade. However, he soon realized he had been deceived. The telltale green light was absent. Instead, a disarming spell was hurtling towards him. Moreover, Mia had seemingly anticipated his movements, making it appear as though he had willingly engaged with her spell. Nevertheless, Snape's seasoned expertise allowed him to deflect Mia's magic with ease. The duel, however, did not continue, as both Snape and Mia opted to cease their confrontation. Feeling the force from the disarming spell earlier, Snape's expression grew serious. It appeared that Mia was progressing at a rate beyond his expectations. Mr. Shamir's dueling skills and magical prowess are commendable. 5 points to Gryffindor. Snape's voice shattered the silence of the classroom. The onlookers finally grasped the implications of the earlier deceptive killing curse. Snape had actually awarded points to Gryffindor. The crowd erupted in excitement. They had witnessed a remarkable duel. Mia's final illusionary tactic left a profound impression on the young witches and wizards. Chapter 74, Harry's Parseltongue. As Mia stepped down from the dueling platform, the young wizards instinctively parted to create a pathway for her. The gazes of those around her had shifted significantly. While Snape may be infamous within Hogwarts, he is renowned as a master potion maker in the wizarding world, both in Britain and across the globe. Though his reputation primarily rests on his potions expertise, it is widely acknowledged that Snape possesses formidable strength. Of course, it was evident that Snape had held back. Yet, even with leniency, the series of silent incantations constituted an overwhelming display of power to the young wizards. In such circumstances, Mia's ability to counterattack was indeed formidable. Now, even some Slytherin students who previously overlooked Mia due to her Muggle heritage regarded her with a hint of admiration. An appreciation for strength is a characteristic trait of Slytherin. Despite bearing the weight of the audience's attention, Mia maintained an air of composure. Absolutely brilliant. Simply spectacular. Lockhart exerted effort to redirect the crowd's attention towards himself, realizing that it was no longer appropriate for Mia to remain on the dueling stage. Who else is willing to give it a try? Harry, you step forward. At that moment, Draco, noticing Harry's intention to take the stage, immediately sprang into action. Thus, the two longtime adversaries, who had harbored animosity since their first year, finally stood face to face in a most legitimate manner. Potter, are you afraid? Afraid of your grandmother? With a reminder from Lockhart to prepare their wands. The two took their positions, poised for attack, neither willing to yield. I will count down. 3, 2. Before he could utter one, Draco launched a surprise attack on Harry. Suspended flip. Draco's spell struck Harry, sending him flying backward. Below, Draco's two sidekicks erupted into laughter. Rising from the ground, Harry seethed with fury, grinning wildly. In his moment of triumph, Draco failed to evade a counterspell and found himself in a most embarrassing predicament. A blunder indeed. Overcome with humiliation, Draco completely forgot the setting and unleashed a dark magic learned from his family. A sinuous black serpent, hissing ominously, emerged, causing the young wizards in the audience to instinctively retreat. Allow me to handle this. Snape began to advance, only to be usurped by Lockhart. However, Lockhart's spell merely propelled the snake into the air, where it fell back down and scathed. In turn, this infuriated the serpent, revealing its venomous fangs and preparing to strike. Unfortunately, Justin became its target. Harry recalled his ability to converse with snakes and sought to communicate with the creature to avert an attack. Sensing Harry's intention, Mia quickly stepped forward, positioning herself between Justin and the serpent. Around Mia's neck, a small black snake, Tom, lazily lifted its head, observing the oblivious creature baring its fangs at Mia. Tom's slightly amber eyes glimmered with determination as he hissed at the snake. As if encountering a natural enemy, the serpent recoiled, attempting to flee. Subsequently, Mia cast a spell to immobilize it, rendering the snake utterly invisible. Such dark magic generally requires a counter curse to be undone. Yet, if one possesses sufficient magical energy and the spell is not of the lethal variety, any dark magic can be dispelled. The magic Draco had cast paled in comparison to Mia's prowess. Casting a glance at Harry, Mia thought to herself how reckless he was. Professor Yu was still approaching, and had it not been for the fear of Harry revealing his Parseltongue ability, Mia would have had no interest in intervening. As for Justin, Mia held no desire to save him, having learned through memory that he was quite foolish. After class, Mia called out to Harry, "Were you truly intending to stop that snake, just now?" Of course, it was about to attack Justin, and I wanted it to cease. Harry responded, his expression one of innocence. Cease? Harry, do you really believe that snakes can understand your words? Ron found Harry's notion amusing. Isn't it perfectly normal to speak to snakes? Harry replied, bewildered. That's far from normal. Hermione gestured for Harry to lower his voice. In the magical world, those who converse with snakes are referred to as parselmouths. The basilisk is a symbol of malevolence and dark magic. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Mia was suddenly struck with inspiration and said to Harry, "You mentioned that you often hear a voice, but we cannot hear it, correct?" While Harry was still deep in thought, Hermione quickly reacted, "Mia, are you suggesting that the source of that voice is a serpent?" Mia nodded in agreement with Hermione. The longer they delayed, the more Tom Riddle would regain his strength, and the deeper his control over the basilisk would become. He had just thought that perhaps they could use this opportunity to make the others aware of the basilisk's existence. Given their usual approach, they would undoubtedly begin investigating the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets next. Their actions would surely provoke a response from the Horcrux. Thus, Mia would have the chance to locate the Horcrux. However, since snakes cannot perform magic, how could they petrify Filchcat and Colin? The magical world is vast, and there must be species we are yet unaware of. Therefore, we must head to the library for research. Hermione stated emphatically, "Can we investigate somewhere else?" Hermione shot Ron a scornful glance. Harry and Ron were taken to the library by Hermione, but Mia chose not to follow. With Hermione present, uncovering information on the basilisk would merely be a matter of time. He intended to continue practicing magic in the room of requirement. Confronting a basilisk is no trivial matter akin to last semester's challenges. Hermione watched Mia leave, opting not to follow, though her contemplative expression betrayed her thoughts. She had long sought to determine where Mia practiced magic. If not for her understanding of Mia, she might have even believed he was indeed the heir capable of entering the Chamber of Secrets. On his way to the room of requirement, Mia encountered Hagrid. Hagrid rarely appeared in the castle, let alone carrying a chicken in his hands. "Hagrid, what is going on?" "A few of my chickens have mysteriously died recently. It could be something like a fox. I'm off to see Dumbledore to get permission to cast a spell on the coop." At that moment, Mia felt Tom stirring restlessly in his grasp. He reached in to calm Tom, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain in his hand. Staring in disbelief at the two tiny puncture wounds on his hand, he exclaimed, "Tom, Did you bite me? Chapter 75. The Mind-Sealing Spell. You need to hurry and find Snape. His potions are sure to be effective. I must say, snakes are not the most suitable pets. Hagrid remarked with concern as he examined Mia's wounds and led him to Snape. Although visiting the infirmary would have been more logical, even there, the potions would not surpass those prepared by Snape. Mia still had not ascertained what kind of creature Tom was, nor whether he was venomous. However, Hagrid seemed experienced and assured him that it should not be poisonous. Nevertheless, as a precaution, they would need to procure an antidote. Mia was utterly perplexed. How could Tom have bitten him? He had played with snakes throughout his life, and this was the first time he had ever been bitten, where he found himself alone. He would need to clarify this matter with Tom. They soon located Snape, yet it was evident that he was rather reluctant to meet Mia. What could have caused the formidable Mr. Shamil to be bitten by a snake? Thus, I advise against provoking trouble unnecessarily. After delivering Mia, Hagrid departed to seek out Dumbledore. As Snape rummaged through his potions, he inquired, "To what extent have you practiced dark magic?" Mia hesitated, remaining silent. "Do not tell me you have never dabbled in dark arts. Do you suppose I would believe such a thing?" Mia shrugged, conceding that she had practiced to some degree. "Have you taken a life?" Mia found herself at a loss for words. His questions grew increasingly incisive. This has left the professors in a state of unease. "Surely, you wouldn't dare to cast a dark spell upon a potions professor, would you?" "Not at all. Merely a trivial matter." "What?" "Ahem, I meant—" At that time, there was no other choice. Observing the sharpness in Snape's gaze, Mia continued, "Voldemort had possessed him. Chilo was utterly mad in his support for Voldemort. If I had not acted, it would have meant my own demise. Did you not feel anything upon seeing that man?" "What could I possibly feel?" Mia retorted. The atmosphere in Snape's office grew quiet, with no one daring to speak. The conversation seemed to come to an abrupt halt. Snape handed Mia a vial of potion, an effective antidote for snake venom, although it generally does not aid the mind. Thus it remains uncertain if it will be of use to you in the future. Mia accepted the potion, considering it a small benefit, and expressed her gratitude to Snape as she prepared to leave. "Wait, what is it, Professor?" "When invoking dark magic, one must possess sufficient negative thoughts. This may lead some weak-minded fools to become utterly mad due to dark magic. I have always believed that a person's morality is not intrinsically linked to dark magic. However, since I do not know if you are one of those fools, I must instruct you on how to strengthen your will." Mia looked at Snape in astonishment. "Strengthen my will?" "The mental occlusion charm." Snape's voice, though melodious and deep, always carried an air of emptiness. A proficient wizard must not be swayed by his own magic. To become an accomplished wizard, one must learn how to safeguard one's mind. Mia found herself momentarily bewildered. "You would teach me? Have I not been clear enough? Or do you believe the snake venom can affect your hearing?" Mia's heart leapt with joy, but she quickly grew cautious. Why would Snape suddenly consider teaching him the mental occlusion charm? She thought of Dumbledore. Only under Dumbledore's directive would Snape be inclined to impart such valuable knowledge. Mia wholeheartedly agreed with Snape's perspective. Dark magic is not the root of a person's malevolence. If one were to cite Voldemort as an example, it could only be said that he was inherently a vile being. Take Snape, for instance. He too is adept in dark magic, and once joined the ranks of the Death Eaters. Yet, he later managed to redeem himself, taking on the role of a professor. Despite his exceedingly unpleasant demeanor, he is undoubtedly a shrewd individual with a clear mind, in the recesses of memory. Even after the tragic demise of Dumbledore and the subsequent domination of Hogwarts by the Death Eaters, Severus Snape clandestinely thwarted their persecution of the students. He was not a virtuous man, yet he could hardly be deemed malevolent. The opportunity to learn the art of mental occlusion from him was a stroke of fortune for Mia, for his technique was impenetrable even to Voldemort himself. Snape, a man of decisive action with little patience for idle chatter, commenced the practice immediately. The method of instruction was remarkably straightforward. Snape launched a legitimacy attack on Mia's mind, compelling her to defend herself. Mia endured considerable suffering, for an assault on one's consciousness is far from pleasant. Simultaneously, she had to withstand Snape's acerbic verbal jabs. "Are you fatigued, or simply unwell? Mustering some energy would do you well. You were quite lively during your nocturnal escapades with Miss Know-It-All, were you not? What has dimmed your spirits now? The absence of your companion. TSK, how fragile you are." After this grueling session, Mia felt a throbbing headache, as if her brain were being pierced by needles. "That will suffice for today. You are to return here every Saturday and Sunday for practice," Snape declared, his expression returning to its usual impassivity. "Do not exhibit such a demeanor. I have yet to voice any complaints about my unpaid overtime on weekends." As Mia departed from the office, Snape's gaze shifted from vacant to contemplative. As a mere second-year wizard, Mia's mental resilience was indeed not remarkable. Yet, it was precisely her status as a second year that rendered her resistance astonishing, even unsettling to Snape. It was likely that a seventh-year student, subjected to such rigorous training, would succumb to unconsciousness. Yet, Mia, a second-year student, not only endured but exhibited a steadily increasing fortitude. The time she took to transition from a novice to someone capable of resistance was not a matter of mere days. However, Mia could manifest results in a single afternoon. She mused that such innate talent might only be possessed by wizards of Voldemort and Dumbledore's caliber. His apprehensions deepened, although his ire towards Mia was somewhat misplaced. Stemming from his concerns regarding Voldemort, he feared that the wizarding world might soon witness the emergence of another Dark Lord. If one Voldemort could wreak such havoc across England, he wondered if Dumbledore could withstand the onslaught of yet another. Fortunately, as Dumbledore had observed, Mia was indeed quite different from Voldemort. Chapter 76. The Polyjuice Potion. This was not due to any peculiar inclination on his part, but rather because her mental occlusion was beginning to yield results. From an initial state of utter vulnerability, she had developed a certain degree of resistance to Snape's legitimacy. According to Snape, this was merely the rudimentary level of mental occlusion. Mastering the art to a truly advanced stage would allow one to fabricate false thoughts within the mind. Should anyone attempt to probe with legitimacy, they would not encounter resistance, but rather be ensnared by the deceptive constructs of the mind. This is the very foundation upon which Snape relies to act as a spy for Voldemort. Given Voldemort's nature, should he attempt to use the Cruciatus Curse on his subordinates and encounter resistance, he would swiftly retaliate with a killing curse. Although it is merely a basic spell, Mia believes it to be sufficiently potent. The immediate priority is to prepare for facing the basilisk. Indeed, it would be even more advantageous if they could locate the Horcrux beforehand. The optimal moment to confront Voldemort's lingering soul is when it is still tethered to its Horcrux. Yet, as fate would have it, before Mia could find the Horcrux, another victim emerged, Justin. Ironically, Harry was once again the first to discover the victim. Fortunately, this time, due to Mia's intervention, Harry did not reveal his ability to speak Parseltongue, thus minimizing the rumors about his status as the heir. Why do you always seem to appear at the most inopportune times? Mia inquired, somewhat exasperated. I have no idea. I was merely walking down the corridor when I spotted Justin lying motionless on the floor, and then Filch insisted it was my doing. Harry tightened his clothes. That Filch fellow is certainly not on our side, Ron grumbled. Thank goodness it was Mia who prevented you from revealing your Parseltongue. Otherwise, all suspicion would have inevitably fallen upon you. Hermione, wrapped in her Gryffindor scarf, remarked to Harry. What can I do? As long as the Chamber of Secrets and the murderer remain undiscovered, they will suspect whomever they choose. Harry shrugged helplessly. There's no need for concern. The Polyjuice Potion is nearly ready. Hermione exclaimed suddenly with an air of mystery. Both Harry and Ron looked astonished. You managed to brew something so complex? Mia scratched her head and couldn't help but say, instead of plotting against Malfoy, it would be wiser to search the library for clues about the murderer. It was indeed frustrating. This time, just like the previous year, they were unable to find any records regarding the basilisk in the library. Mia was on the verge of discreetly guiding them towards the relevant books about the creature. He had already resolved that once they finished investigating Draco, he would find a way to hand over the books pertaining to the basilisk. After the banquet concluded, the group lingered at the long table, secretly observing Draco's two lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe, at the Slytherin table. Is he planning to consume the entire school? Ron exclaimed, perplexed. Patience. The Polyjuice Potion just requires the final touch. We need to acquire their hair, Hermione whispered. Just then, Goyle and Crabbe stood up, patting their bellies. The group sprang into action. Once you manage to get them to eat this cake laced with a sleeping draught, I must oversee the Polyjuice Potion. Hermione prepared to rise. How are we supposed to make them eat it? Ron asked, somewhat baffled. I think it's actually quite simple, Mia replied calmly. Surely they can't be that foolish? The group hurriedly pursued the duo, only to find them collapsed in a corner, fast asleep. Quickly, gather their hair, change clothes, and then hide them, Mia urged. Ron could not help but hesitate, saying, if we consume the potion brewed from their hair, I fear it may affect our intelligence. It's fine. There's not much left to impact, Harry replied. What? Ron was perplexed by Harry's sympathetic gaze. After completing their preparations, the group made their way to the washroom Hermione had mentioned, where they found her. Upon entering, they were greeted by an overpowering stench. Honestly, did it have to be in the restroom? Ron exclaimed, pinching his nose. This marked the second occasion since their first year that they had ventured into the girls' lavatory. and they were becoming quite familiar with the territory. The area had clearly been abandoned, the odor emanating from the potion. Hermione rolled her eyes. Is this truly what we are to drink? Ron felt a wave of nausea wash over him at Hermione's words. So no one comes here? Why is that? Harry's focus diverged from Ron's. It was evident that Hermione was hesitant. Of course, it's because of Moaning Myrtle. Who would enjoy the company of a ghost that is both unattractive and bothersome? A sharp female voice pierced the air. Ron and Harry recoiled in fright, and even Hermione's expression soured. Mia spotted a ghost emerging from a stall, appearing to be a student from Hogwarts. This was evidently Moaning Myrtle, the victim of the basilisk unleashed by Voldemort all those years ago. Over the decades, the Chamber of Secrets had been opened twice. Many had been petrified, yet only one had been killed, if Mia recalled correctly. It was hard to discern whether to sympathize with Myrtle or the basilisk. Upon realizing it was merely a school ghost, Harry and Ron relaxed. Though they had never encountered her, they had certainly heard tales of Moaning Myrtle's notorious reputation. Aside from Bloody Baron, she was the most feared among students. Hermione divided the potion into 4 portions and added the hair. Instantly, an unusual odor wafted through the air. Please tell me we don't have to drink this, Ron grimaced. Unless you wish to forego investigating Malfoy. Ultimately, pinching their noses, the group steeled themselves and consumed the potion. After just one sip, the horrid texture and revolting taste compelled them to rush to the stalls and vomit. Myrtle's laughter rang out like a bell. Eventually, they emerged from the lavatory. Harry and Ron had transformed into Crabbe and Goyle, while Mia took on the appearance of a Slytherin student. Only Hermione remained hidden in the stall, refusing to come out. Mia suddenly recalled that Hermione had acquired hair that seemed to belong to a cat. Upon opening the stall, she found Hermione, now in the form of a cat-headed person, weeping. Don't look at me. I must appear dreadful. Indeed, Mia thought. Chapter 77, Flint. Hermione stayed behind in the washroom to await the potion's effects to subside, while Mia and the others proceeded to Slytherin to find Draco. Midway, they encountered him. Where have you been? Draco asked, glaring at Harry and Ron, who were now in the guise of Goyle and Crabbe. Why are you still wearing glasses? You look as unattractive as Potter. Harry suddenly remembered that he had not yet removed his glasses, quickly taking them off. Lately, he had been experiencing some myopia, struggling to read clearly. Draco's eyes were filled with skepticism. So you can read? Before Harry could defend himself, Draco turned his gaze towards Mia. And who might you be? As Draco departed with Harry and Ron, Mia promptly followed. The Slytherin common room was constructed underground, its walls made of glass, revealing the bottom of the Black Lake beyond. The trio settled onto a sofa, with Mia sitting not far away, eavesdropping on their conversation. Thanks to the enchantment, it was as if their words were whispered directly into Mia's ear. After some casual chatter, Harry finally steered the conversation towards the Chamber of Secrets. Unsurprisingly, Draco explicitly stated that he was not the heir of the chamber. Observing Draco's demeanor, Harry and Ron reluctantly accepted his assertion. Just when they thought the conversation had concluded, Draco suddenly brought up Flint. Flint has been acting increasingly strange lately. Mia perked up, her ears attentive. In what manner? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, prompting Draco for more details. What do you think? He has been missing many training sessions. We hardly see him. The last time I laid eyes on him, his complexion was worse than the walls of the bathroom. Mia's eyelids flickered. This situation bore an uncanny resemblance to someone under the control of a Horcrux. Yet, Mia found herself puzzled. Wasn't it Dobby who was being controlled? However, the information she had just received compelled her to consider Flint as a significant suspect. Moreover, compared to the elusive house elf Dobby, Flint should be easier to locate. At this point, the effects of the Polyjuice potion were nearing their end, prompting Harry and Ron to hastily conclude their discussion and rush outside. The three reconvened in the Gryffindor common room. Draco insists he is not the heir. Ron declared with an open palm. Could he be lying? Harry felt a sense of frustration. This revelation had narrowed their investigative avenues. I hardly believe he possesses the ability to see through the Polyjuice potion, Ron commented. For now, their focus had to shift to the library. Knowing that Guy is a snake and can petrify has significantly reduced the scope, Mia remarked. Although Harry and Ron were somewhat reluctant, they recognized that, as Mia suggested, this was their sole investigative route, and it held promise. Mia's thoughts were solely on finding Flint without Harry and Ron's knowledge. Departing the Gryffindor common room alone, she resolved that despite Flint's recent erratic movements, he must still engage in basic hygiene. Thus, she made her way to the prefect's private washroom. On her journey, Mia remained vigilant. Although her current abilities surpassed those of a second-year student, Flint was several years her senior. Moreover, the Horcrux would undoubtedly impart some degree of magic to manipulate Flint. For safety's sake, she had to proceed with caution. Upon arriving at the washroom, Mia slowed her pace. He lingered at the entrance for some time, observing that the interior appeared devoid of life. Carefully, Mia stepped inside. To his shock, he immediately encountered Flint sprawled on the ground. A heavy weight settled in Mia's heart as he rushed forward to inspect the scene. Flint had been petrified. Mia's expression darkened. A glance at the enormous stained glass window beside the bath led him to speculate that Flint must have seen the basilisk through the window or its reflection on the water's surface. After a thorough search, he found no sign of the Horcrux nearby. Without hesitation, Mia rose and exited the washroom. Flint's body was still warm. The basilisk was likely nearby, and if it happened to appear and fix its gaze upon him, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, he had no desire to be discovered like Harry, the first witness, and subsequently subjected to suspicion. He steered clear of the crowd as he distanced himself from the washroom. Along the way, he spotted Percy seemingly heading towards the washroom. It would not be long before news of another student being petrified spread throughout the school. Harry and Ron were still present. In a hurried manner, Mia rushed to his seat and grabbed a cup of water from the table, drinking it hastily. No, the moment the water touched his lips, he couldn't help but spit it out. What was this? Mia nearly retched. Harry and Ron turned to him. This was the same cup of polyjuice potion that Hermione had consumed earlier. Mia stared at the ceiling, then retreated under the covers. He was now exceedingly reluctant to see any reflective surfaces. His face was utterly ruined, and soon he would seek Dumbledore to arrange his departure from Hogwarts. He could no longer remain there. As a side note, many years later, the legend of that great wizard transformed into a cat remained popular. Looking at the cat, Madame Pomfrey shook her head. You two again, I told you to exercise some restraint and not to indulge in such antics. Youth indeed. Mia felt a mix of embarrassment and fury. When the silence returned, he cautiously peeked out from his furry head, only to lock eyes with Hermione, who was making the same movement. They both erupted into laughter. Mia, you are so adorable. How did you become a cat with buck teeth? What did you say? I said you shut it. Their playful banter attracted Madame Pomfrey's attention. However, she had no energy to deal with the two cat heads at the moment. As Flint had just been brought in, Mia had seen Flint's pallor. He looked as if he hadn't eaten or drunk for several days. Mia was almost certain that the Horcrux was in Flint's possession, or at least it had been. How could Flint, controlled by the Horcrux, still have been utilized by Tom Riddle to open the Chamber of Secrets? Why was Flint now petrified? Where had the Horcrux vanished? The trail seemed to have gone cold. Chapter 78, The Basilisk. In the ensuing days, Madame Pomfrey forcibly confined Mia to the infirmary. In truth, he was reluctant to venture out and face others until he returned to his original form. He had certainly had his fill of Hermione's teasing during this time. From that moment on, he rarely had the inclination to gaze upon mirrors or similar objects. Fortunately, Madame Pomfrey possessed remarkable medical skills, and both he and Hermione were restored to their former selves. Once they left the infirmary, Mia immediately immersed himself back into the quest for Horcruxes, while Hermione spent her days in the library with Harry and Ron, diligently searching for clues. Within the castle, having just exited the room of requirement, Mia encountered each person he met with a desire to use the spell of legilimency to discern whether they were under the influence of a Horcrux. As he continued to search, an unsettling voice pierced through the air, sending chills down his spine. A basilisk, and the sound was alarmingly close, as if lurking just nearby. Instantly on high alert, Mia gripped his wand tightly, prepared to unleash the stunning spell at the slightest disturbance. Yet, after a prolonged period of vigilance, the sound ceased. He maintained his guard for a while longer, and when silence finally enveloped him, he allowed himself to relax. Upon doing so, he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Goodness, a basilisk! A wave of peculiar sensation coursed through Mia, leaving his heart heavy with despair. Locking eyes with the creature felt like staring into the abyss. He waited quietly for death to approach. Are you speaking parcel tongue? He thought. Hey, are you still alive? This was disastrous. He had inadvertently caused the demise of another heir. Mia furrowed his brow in impatience, wishing for silence. Couldn't they see someone was on the verge of death? Just then, he realized he was still alive. Hadn't he just locked gazes with the basilisk? As he beheld the immense serpent as head again, he instinctively averted his gaze upon encountering its yellow-brown eyes. The basilisk seemed perplexed, sensing the essence of another basilisk upon him. Mia inquired imperceptibly. The basilisk's intelligence was remarkable, particularly for one that had likely existed for ages. Conversing with it felt no different from speaking with a human. Indeed, you seem to have been marked by another basilisk. Mia detected a tone of respect in the creature's voice, yet he replied, but I have never encountered another basilisk aside from you. Moreover, who released you? Let me think. Initially, it was a small elf, then an unattractive male human, and recently, it transformed into a little girl. A little girl? It dawned on Mia that the Horcrux had once been in Dobby's possession, subsequently falling into Flint's hands and eventually into that of a girl. Which girl? What does she look like? She has 2 arms, 2 legs, and 1 head with red hair. Mia's eyes widened in realization. Ginny? The girl with red hair instantly brought Ginny to mind. Could it be that the Horcrux had made its way back to her? Yet, he was still unaware of Ginny's whereabouts. However, encountering the basilisk made matters considerably easier. You are bound to obey the commands of Parseltongue, correct? Yes. I shall remain eternally loyal to the one who can converse with me. Very well. From this moment forth, you shall obey my commands, Mia stated coldly. The serpent's tone revealed a human-like hesitation. I am truly sorry, but I cannot comply. Why? Though I can sense that your lineage is far more esteemed than that of my previous master. I cannot pledge my loyalty to one who is already bound to another serpent. The serpent spoke with utmost respect. Another serpent? Mia furrowed her brow. Indeed, you have established a blood bond with a serpent, which signifies the highest form of loyalty. Suddenly, Mia had a revelation and retrieved Tom from her embrace. Ever since he had bitten her, she had neglected him. As soon as he was out, Tom hissed incessantly. I almost forgot. Why did you bite me last time? Tom lamented his youth, feeling unable to articulate his thoughts clearly. Noticing his urgency, Mia found it hard to be truly angry. She began to compare Tom with the serpent before her. Striking resemblance. Do you two know each other? Who the hell are you? Tom suddenly wrapped himself around Mia's finger in a nervous manner. The serpent reassured him, there is no need for alarm. You have already formed a blood bond with this one, and I cannot disrupt your loyalty. Oomph. So you're a serpent, are you? Mia had sensed Tom was unusual, but she had not anticipated he was a serpent. Would he, in the future, be able to accompany her like Voldemort with his little snakes? However, glancing at the serpent's disproportionately large head compared to her own, she realized that such a dream was likely unattainable. So, your bite established our connection? Is that why I won't be harmed by you? Not quite. A serpent cannot inflict harm upon one as noble as yourself. The serpent revealed only its head, its body shrouded in the shadows of the bathroom. Are you truly incapable of offering me your allegiance? I regret to inform you that my lineage prevents me from doing so. But you just said my bloodline is more noble, right? Then, when the time comes for me to confront that individual, you shall not intervene. That presents a challenge for me. But a serpent must learn to adapt. Once I have dealt with him, you may then follow me. It is not for that reason. I understand. Although you cannot form a blood bond with me, you can still comprehend my words, correct? Whatever I say, you shall obey. If that individual were to be eliminated, you would no longer have to concern yourself with him. What difference would it make? Seeing hope. Mia continued. That Tom Riddle has poor character. He only knows how to make grand promises. Besides, he is barely alive now. What future lies in following him? I am different. I am still young, and you have said my lineage is more esteemed than his. Wouldn't it be better to follow me than him? At this moment, the serpent was swayed by Mia's words, yet it added, if that one insists on giving commands, I cannot refuse. That's simple. Just stay hidden and do not reveal yourself. Not hearing is akin to receiving no command. Agreed. Thus, a pact was formed between Mia and the serpent. As the serpent harbored its own grievances, that individual had once set it free, yet was left unfed and subsequently imprisoned, subjected to beatings and abuse. Had it not been for the constraints of his lineage, he would have fled long ago. By the way, what became of the little girl after she released you? It seems she remains in the secret chamber. Why? That individual appears poised to absorb her life force. Chapter 79, Entering the Chamber. Tom Riddle has commenced his actions. Mia had just received this chilling news from the basilisk when Professor McGonagall's voice reverberated throughout the castle. Uninformed students gathered in their respective common rooms, whispering among themselves. As a palpable sense of tension spread, in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione and her companions wore anxious expressions. Given the recent events, the students surmised that another attack might be imminent. The prefects entered almost simultaneously, beginning to tally the numbers for each year. Indeed, Mia was missing. We must go find Mia. Without hesitation, the trio of determined friends slipped out of the common room. At that moment, the statistics from each house revealed that the only ones unaccounted for were Ginny and Mia. Neville had mentioned that he had just seen Harry and his friends. As the trio rounded a corner, they overheard the professor's voices. As you can see, the air has once again left a message. The situation has escalated. A student has been taken into the chamber. Professor McGonagall's voice trembled. Who has been taken? came the low voice of Snape. According to the preceding remarks, it was a female student. Though it was not honorable, the three hiding in the corner breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it is not Mia, Ron murmured. The statistics from the houses had just revealed that the one captured was Ginny Weasley. Ron's face turned ashen, his jaw quivering as he fought back tears. Hermione and Harry felt a surge of anxiety as well. Ginny is Ron's sister. They are well acquainted. The professors continued their discussion when Professor Lockhart arrived at that moment. Just in time, Professor Lockhart, your moment to shine has arrived, Snape remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. My moment? Lockhart looked somewhat bewildered. Professor McGonagall added meaningfully. Did you not claim to be experienced enough to find the entrance to the chamber? Well then, this matter is entrusted to you, Professor Lockhart. The professors assumed a united front. Lockhart's mind raced, and he quickly replied with a smile. Of course, that's no problem. I will head to my office to prepare. The three immediately followed Lockhart. We must inform him of the information we currently possess. Ron, panting with anxiety, burst into Lockhart's office only to find him packing to flee. What followed was a shocking revelation for Hermione. It turned out her idol was merely a fraud who could only cast Obliviate. The trio had resolutely decided to rescue Ginny themselves, and they would not overlook this opportunity to utilize Lockhart as a means to that end. Three individuals emerged, brandishing wands menacingly at Lockhart, and fortuitously encountered Mia. What is happening here? Mia inquired as she observed the trio escorting Lockhart. Upon seeing Mia, Lockhart's face turned ashen. He was acutely aware of the young wizard's formidable prowess. With Mia present, his chances of escape dwindled further. Upon learning of the recent events, Mia nodded and declared, "Just in time, I have located the entrance to the chamber." The group exchanged astonished glances. I came from the washroom and happened to notice a monstrous tail disappearing within it, specifically the washroom frequented by Myrtle. Following Mia, they proceeded to the washroom. Harry stepped forward to investigate and discovered that the taps were adorned with serpentine carvings. This washroom was not exclusive to Slytherin. It must be the entrance to the chamber. Harry, why not try speaking Parseltongue? Ron suggested. Consequently, Mia heard Harry utter the command to open in the snake language. As the words fell from his lips, the cylindrical basin began to contort, revealing a dark, gaping entrance before them. The seemingly bottomless passage sent chills down Lockhart's spine. Since we have found it, he began. But before he could finish, Mia delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling into the abyss. Harry and Ron silently gave Mia a thumbs up. Hermione, too, abandoned any notion of defending Lockhart. Witnessing his disheveled state left her with a sense of resignation. The four of them descended. After a lengthy slide, they finally reached the bottom, where a multitude of bones littered the ground, sending shivers through their spines. As they ventured further, they encountered a peculiar circular iron door intricately carved with serpents, instinctively knowing that the chamber lay beyond. Harry was about to use Parseltongue once more to open the door when Mia halted him. "Wait, take this." Harry stared blankly at the handgun Mia handed him. "One for each of us," she said, distributing a firearm to Hermione and Ron as well. Mia, glancing at the small pouch at her waist, remarked, "Oh, just to be safe, there's quite a hefty one in here. Remember, don't make eye contact." "What about me?" Lockhart, familiar with Muggle firearms, reasoned that wielding such a weapon would be prudent given his magical abilities. "Well, I'm afraid we don't have enough guns for you," Mia replied, her expression one of concern. Lockhart protested. "What am I to do then? Am I to walk to my doom? Just faint," she suggested. Mia gestured for Harry to use Parseltongue to unlock the door. "Hold on, you've given us all the guns. What will you use?" Harry interjected. "Me? Oh, I'll manage just fine." Then, from her inconspicuous bag, Mia produced a large-caliber double-barreled shotgun and expertly chambered a round. "Follow me." Upon entering the chamber, the imposing statue of an elderly figure sent a chill down their spines. "Ginny." Ron immediately spotted Ginny lying ahead. At that moment, a young man emerged. Upon seeing the man, Hermione and Harry instinctively cast a glance at Mia. Did the two resemble each other a tad, too closely? Mia? Ron also expressed his confusion. Were it not for the genuine Mia being present, they might have almost believed this was a Mia aged by a potion. "You finally arrived." Bang! Without uttering a word, Mia raised a hand and fired. "What are you dawdling for? Open fire, take him down." Chapter 80, Tears of the Phoenix. Engage in idle chatter with the enemy? Don't be foolish. That's Voldemort. Although he was merely 16, the oldest among them was only 12. If he were an ordinary wizard, Mia would not feel intimidated. However, this was Voldemort, a wizard whose talents matched his own, yet was several years his senior. Both heroes and villains often fall prey to excessive dialogue. Mia would never indulge in such folly. although they did not comprehend Mia's propensity to shoot first. Her resoluteness compelled them to act. In a heartbeat, the hail of bullets left the 16-year-old Tom Riddle bewildered. Muggles are attacking? Even as a mere fragment of a soul. Voldemort was not to be underestimated. With a few flashes, he vanished without a trace. Hurry and rescue Ginny. Be careful not to harm her. Mia urged. The group quickly carried the unconscious Ginny out of the chamber. Upon seeing Ginny's pallid complexion, Ron burst into tears. Hidden nearby, Tom Riddle observed the Horcrux diary being taken away, his gaze sinister. That girl is about to be drained of her life force. Your actions will only hasten her demise. Do not heed his nonsense. It is his life force that he consumes. His reluctance to let us take Ginny is surely a trap. That makes sense. Tom Riddle in the shadows gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn little brat. Avada Kedavra! A beam of green light shot forth, causing Mia's pupils to constrict as she instantly urged everyone to scatter. How could he unleash such powerful magic already? Observing the wand belonging to Ginny in Tom Riddle's hand, Mia felt a pang of surprise. His recovery speed was astonishing. Had Mia gleaned something? You are not mistaken. Prior to this, I had already absorbed the life force of that foolish Slytherin. I must say, you are quite astute. You detected that little elf at the onset and then discovered Flint. I must acknowledge, your cleverness is indeed a gift for me. So, do you not wish to know how I came to know all this? Not at all. Mia's only response to Tom Riddle was a swift and decisive rejection, accompanied by a barrage of gunfire. Seeing Mia completely unfazed, Tom Riddle's rage threatened to shatter his teeth. Yet, he dared not truly harm Mia. He was already aware of her lineage, and her thoughts mirrored his own, both present and future. Suddenly, a red beam shot forth from an unknown source. The immense force caused the gun in Mia's hand to fly away. The hunting rifle clattered to the ground in disarray, prompting alarmed gasps from the others. Mia, be careful. Your gun is broken. Perhaps we should first escort Ginny to safety. Harry urged anxiously. No need, I can handle this. Mia replied resolutely. Ron, take Ginny away to a safe distance. Hermione, this battle is not suited for you. How can we abandon you? You can't face him alone. Hermione exclaimed while firing her weapon. Do not worry, I am determined. Even without a weapon, I will stand my ground against him. With unwavering resolve, Mia stepped forward and climbed a serpentine statue. Under the gaze of her companions, she drew forth a machine gun, skillfully loading it with ammunition. The belt slung across her shoulder. Hot. The fiery tongues of the gun danced wildly, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon Tom Riddle. The overwhelming firepower rendered him too fearful to show his face. Frustrated and cornered, Tom Riddle summoned the basilisk in Parseltongue. Where's the basilisk? He pondered, baffled, as his calls went unanswered. At that moment, a melodious bird call echoed through the chamber. A large crimson bird soared into the room. Upon entering the chamber, Fawkes was met with the chaotic scene. Goodness! Fawkes cast aside the sorting hat and fled. With a clatter, Harry noticed that, in addition to the hat, a sword had fallen. That was close. It nearly hit me. Meanwhile, in his exasperation at the failure to summon the basilisk, Tom Riddle unleashed a spell that caused a collapse. The machine gun was also destroyed. Mia, the group screamed in terror. I am fine. Mia reassured them as she emerged unscathed from the rubble, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Let us go. You've run out of bullets. And your gun is ruined. Do not panic. Mia glared menacingly at Tom Riddle in the distance. How dare you destroy my gun? She produced several palm-sized black objects. Upon seeing them, Harry's eyes widened in alarm. Watch me obliterate you. Mia magically directed the grenades toward Tom Riddle. Boom! The ground trembled violently. The basilisk, hiding in the depths, felt the commotion above and was grateful it had taken refuge far enough away to avoid the chaos. Tom Riddle was utterly bewildered. What in the world is happening? Is this really Hogwarts? Dumbledore, what are you doing? Before he could contemplate further, another grenade soared toward him, forcing him to flee in disarray. Seeing that Tom Riddle was now defenseless, Mia swiftly retrieved the Horcrux diary. A fierce flame ignited at the tip of her wand and was hurled onto the Horcrux. The fire surged as if doused with gasoline, a plume of black smoke erupting forth. In the distance, Tom Riddle screamed in agony. How dare you? After a while, the flames diminished, and he fell silent. Is he dead? Just as Mia began to relax her guard, a curse suddenly soared toward her from an unknown source. Harry, noticing this, immediately shielded Ginny beside him, the curse striking his arm. The searing pain rendered him unsteady on his feet. At this moment, Tom Riddle's figure vanished entirely, his malevolent gaze lingering in the air. His time was limited. A few individuals swiftly gathered to assess Harry's injuries. The decay on his arm was horrifying to behold. Mia observed a faint red light emanating from Harry's arm, seemingly battling the dark curse. Harry appeared somewhat exhausted. At that moment, Ginny also regained consciousness. Upon understanding the circumstances, she believed herself responsible for everything and clung to Harry's arm, weeping profusely. Suddenly, the sound of birdsong broke the silence. Fawkes descended beside Harry, shedding a few tears. Mia watched in awe as Harry's wounds healed at a visibly accelerated rate, completely mending within moments. What a remarkable creature! Mia's eyes sparkled with wonder. Fawkes, would you mind shedding a few more tears? She urged, sidling up to the phoenix. Fawkes, in a haughty manner, turned his head away. Just a few more tears. It's not too much to ask. Hermione, witnessing Mia's shamelessness, could hardly bear to look. Chapter 81. Rise of Magical Power. The news of the Chamber of Secrets discovery spread like wildfire. Reports of the basilisk within Hogwarts swept through the school like a tide. That night, Hogwarts received a deluge of letters from concerned parents. Thanks to Dumbledore's repeated reassurances, the potential for student withdrawals was averted. The basilisk did exist. However, whether it was alive or dead remained a mystery. Certain individuals with ulterior motives seized this opportunity to launch fervent attacks against Dumbledore, with Lucius Malfoy leading the charge. Lucius was determined to oust Dumbledore from the headmaster's position. Previously, Dumbledore had been temporarily suspended from his role due to the continuous harm befalling students. Now, Lucius sought to expel Dumbledore from Hogwarts altogether. Yet, he underestimated Dumbledore's influence. It was common knowledge that without the presence of this great white wizard, Voldemort would have long since dominated the wizarding world in Britain. Thus, when Dumbledore stepped forward to assure everyone that the basilisk had been located and secured, most chose to believe him. As for the basilisk's new location and the methods of its containment, only Dumbledore and Mia were privy to that information. The so-called safe place was, in fact, the Forbidden Forest, and the one controlling the basilisk was none other than Mia herself. To fortify their safety, Dumbledore forcibly severed the blood connection between the basilisk and Voldemort. It must be noted that Mia witnessed everything clearly. At the moment Dumbledore acted, the serpent, larger than a house, did not dare to move. With the connection forcibly severed, the basilisk grew increasingly weak. To pacify it, Mia promised that the entire Forbidden Forest colony of Acromantula would belong to it. As for the Acromantula's opinion on this arrangement, Mia was blissfully unaware. It is worth mentioning that Hagrid was once again implicated due to events from decades prior, as some suspected that the creature he had raised was behind the current turmoil. Thus, Hagrid remained in Azkaban for the time being. With the truth now revealed, he was released from Azkaban under Dumbledore's assurance of his innocence. In the headmaster's office, Mia was summoned. Gazing at the crimson liquid in the pot on the desk, Mia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With this, he could employ the magical enhancement technique. This was the blood of a basilisk, and this enhancement would be transformative. Dumbledore noticed Mia's expression and smiled. However, utilizing the magical enhancement technique is not without its perils. You must be mentally prepared for the risks involved, he advised. But you are here to guide me. Mia promptly flattered. Dumbledore merely smiled and said nothing. Moreover, there was Fawkes present. That day, I witnessed how effective the tears of a phoenix can be. Were it not for Fawkes, Harry could have attended the feast for Sir Nicholas Este. Fawkes, sensing Mia's focus on him, squawked in dissatisfaction. All right, we must proceed with what needs to be done, Dumbledore said with a serious tone. In the next moment, the two reappeared in the Chamber of Secrets. Aside from the Room of Requirement, this was indeed the most suitable location for a clandestine gathering. Naturally, Mia intended to claim this space for himself. Isn't it possible to apparate within the school? As headmaster, I do possess certain privileges. The headmaster is quite impressive. A seed of ambition to become the headmaster of Hogwarts was planted in Mia's heart. Without further ado, Dumbledore pointed towards a large cauldron that was bubbling vigorously. Inside was a potion brewed, according to the information recorded in Merlin's autobiography, an essential step in the magical enhancement process. Get in. Mia glanced at the boiling cauldron and then at Dumbledore, his expression seemingly asking, "Are you jesting?" Dumbledore discerned Mia's apprehension. This was a necessary part of the enhancement process. Once you enter, I will add the basilisk blood. Should I add garlic and ginger as well? Mia thought this was the greatest hurdle of his life. Would he not be cooked alive in such scalding potion? Of course, if you are unwilling, then the basilisk will simply need to be bled more times, Dumbledore replied nonchalantly. Gritting his teeth, Mia fervently reminded himself that fortune favors the bold, and cautiously extended his hand to test the temperature. Mia nearly thought he had misperceived the sensation. When he saw that his hand was indeed submerged in the bubbling potion, He confirmed that it was not hot at all. "Professor, are you teasing me? This isn't hot at all. I never claimed it was very hot, did I?" Dumbledore's eyes glimmered with mischief, inciting Mia's irritation. That wretched old man with the white beard. He would soon devour all the sweets in his office. Mia stepped into the cauldron. The temperature was just right. Mia found it even more comfortable than soaking in a hot spring. Leaning against the edge of the cauldron, he felt quite at ease. However, he certainly did not allow himself to relax completely. Though Dumbledore occasionally jested, he was never to be trifled with. When he spoke of risks, they were indeed risks. "Do you remember the incantation?" Dumbledore asked in a grave tone. "I remember," Mia nodded. Dumbledore poured the basilisk's blood into the cauldron with fervor. In an instant, the potion began to bubble violently and transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Mia felt an unsettling sensation coursing through his body, akin to ants scuttling over his skin, intensifying with each passing moment. Soon, he experienced a sharp prickling sensation that escalated into excruciating pain. The incantation, with a gentle encouragement from Dumbledore, Mia began to recite the spell, enduring the agony. Whether it was due to the spell or not, the pain intensified, and Mia felt as if he were being flayed alive and submerged in boiling water. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his voice trembled as he struggled to maintain the incantation amidst the torment. The pressure on his spirit was unprecedented. He felt like a thread stretched to its limit, being pulled taut. The ferocious potion relentlessly assaulted him. Overexerting himself, his jaw clenched, and his voice grew louder, transforming from a chant into a near scream. Ultimately, he was but a 12-year-old child. Watching Mia in his suffering, Dumbledore couldn't help but question if he had acted too hastily. Mia acutely felt the magic within him boiling in tandem with the potion. A surge of power flowed from every pore, igniting a wild expansion of his magical abilities. This sensation of burgeoning power was exceptionally vivid. Thus, Mia found himself in a paradox of pain and exhilaration. Chapter 82. The Dual Assistant. Were it not for Mia's barely audible incantation, Dumbledore might have assumed he had lost consciousness. Observing Mia's struggle to maintain the spell amidst his disoriented state of mind, Dumbledore again felt a pang of compassion. As a white wizard capable of subduing the most perilous dark wizard, Voldemort, Dumbledore had certainly employed the magical enhancement techniques from Merlin's autobiography. Furthermore, due to the close ties of the Dumbledore family with the Phoenix, he had always utilized Phoenix blood, which was of noble quality, rivaling that of unicorns. The basilisk's blood was equally potent, and Dumbledore understood the torment it entailed. He, too, had discovered the method of magical enhancement from the restricted section of the library only after becoming a professor at Hogwarts at the age of 20. By then, he had already honed his skills and possessed a considerable resistance to pain. Yet Mia, at merely 12, lacked the prowess of an adult wizard. To endure such suffering while maintaining consciousness to recite a spell showcased the remarkable strength of his will. Dumbledore was certain that if Mia could grow and develop, his achievements would undoubtedly rival or even surpass his own. As for Mia's father, Voldemort, Dumbledore couldn't help but shake his head at the thought. He had encountered the most astonishing student in Voldemort, whose untamed spirit reminded him of his own youth. However, he gradually perceived the chillingly cruel heart that lay beneath such brilliance. The subsequent events added yet another layer of regret to his life. Therefore, he was resolute in ensuring that Mia would not become the next Voldemort. The magical realm yearns for a sagacious leader rather than a tyrannical Dark Lord. At that moment, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. The time was nigh. Yet in the next instant, the potion abruptly contracted, and a surge of formidable magical energy flowed into Mia's body. Dumbledore distinctly sensed that this external magic was stimulating the growth of Mia's inherent magical power. The magic within Mia was escalating exponentially. What Dumbledore valued most was the burgeoning strength of Mia's soul. The soul serves as the foundation of magical prowess. Should the soul be deficient, magic would become uncontrollable. Hence, Mia's current level of soul growth was undeniably beneficial. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, perhaps due to Mia's relative youth. This enhancement had already surpassed the magnitude of Dumbledore's own first awakening, as he remembered it. He speculated that Voldemort's growth back then would pale in comparison to Mia's. He recalled that Tom Riddle had first experienced a surge in magical power during his 5th year, while Mia had achieved this even earlier. Henceforth, the growth Mia attained through magical enhancement would not be rivaled by Voldemort. It is worth noting that Voldemort had not had the opportunity to acquire basilisk blood after departing from Hogwarts. Moreover, just by observing Voldemort's gradually distorted visage, Dumbledore could deduce much. It was indeed ruthless of Tom Riddle, utilizing diverse bloodlines for magical enhancement is exceedingly perilous. Yet, Riddle had dared to do so, and Dumbledore surmised that he had likely done it more than once. A true madman. At this juncture, Mia also gradually awakened. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt no fatigue. The pain that had once engulfed him dissipated entirely, and his mind was astonishingly clear. The entire world seemed transformed. He experienced an unprecedented sense of control. Should he not test his abilities? Dumbledore smiled. Instinctively, Mia cast Dumbledore a fervent, combat-ready glance. Dumbledore smiled knowingly. Moments later, Mia soared into the air. Not again, not again. You're cheating, Mia exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and waving his hands dismissively. Cheating? Me? Dumbledore spread his empty hands. Indeed, Mia had just been propelled away by Dumbledore, who was wielding no wand. Do you feel better now? Dumbledore suddenly inquired. Mia fell silent. Compared to the fervor he had felt upon awakening, he now experienced a tangible reality. It seemed Dumbledore had alleviated the disorientation brought on by the rapid surge in his magical power. Recognizing that Mia comprehended his deeper intent, Dumbledore nodded with approval. In the pursuit of strength, maintaining a clear mind is paramount. After being thoroughly educated by Dumbledore, Mia finally departed the chamber. He had felt nothing during the earlier duel with Dumbledore. Now, he sought to ascertain just how much stronger he had become. At the very least, he could distinctly sense that had he encountered his former self, he would have effortlessly concluded the duel with a single disarming spell upon the dueling platform. The Room of Requirement conjured a wolf, albeit merely a simulated creature devoid of true life. Avada Kedavra! The green light struck the wolf, which let out a yelp before collapsing and dissipating into nothingness. Mia narrowed his eyes. With his current prowess, he could at least rival an ordinary adult wizard. Yet, the true extent of his capabilities would remain unknown without practical combat experience. With such strength, he had acquired a measure of self-defense within the magical realm. At the conclusion of the term, Dumbledore announced the winner of the House Cup in the Great Hall. Undoubtedly, it belonged to Gryffindor. Although Mia and his companions had violated at least a couple of hundred school rules during their escapade in the Chamber of Secrets, nearly causing significant damage to the school's property, it was all tacitly approved by the headmaster. It is believed that everyone has heard the unfortunate news. Our defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, has suffered a minor injury to his mind and must seek treatment at St. Mungo's, thus vacating his position. As for the dueling club established under Professor Lockhart, oh no, rather, the former professor's direction, I believe Professor Flitwick will manage it admirably. Dumbledore nodded toward Professor Flitwick, prompting a chorus of cheers from students. Professor Flitwick, a champion duelist, is a figure whose abilities are beyond reproach. He stood up, visibly excited, expressing gratitude for this opportunity. Simultaneously, he stated the necessity of an assistant, suggesting that Mr. Shamir will be quite suitable for the role. There's only one Shamir at Hogwarts, and all eyes turned toward Mia, with Harry and Ron looking on enviously. No one voiced dissent. Mia's duel with Snape had catapulted him to fame within Hogwarts. No one anticipated competing against such a prodigy. As for the older students, they were disinterested in contending with a second-year child. Chapter 83. The End of Term. Unquestionably, Mia had become the most renowned figure in all of Hogwarts by the end of the term. Even Harry's reputation now paled in comparison to Mia's. In his first year, he had bravely faced a troll and safeguarded the treasures of the school. In his second year, he uncovered the Chamber of Secrets and resolved the safety concerns of the entire student body. Professor Flitwick typically refrained from involving himself in student affairs, which implied that the true management of the dueling club would fall to Mia. This arrangement suited Mia perfectly. He needed to establish his renown among the students, akin to Dumbledore and Voldemort in building their own networks. The beloved dueling club provided the ideal avenue for this endeavor. Of course, with regard to forming alliances, Mia considered Dumbledore and Grindelwald as far more worthy of emulation than Voldemort. Mia had no desire to become a leader of terrorists. The use of fear as a means of control is not sustainable. In the past, Voldemort's grandeur was indeed formidable. However, after the debacle in the Godric's Hollow, those so-called Death Eaters who had sworn allegiance were suddenly eager to switch sides. Only a handful remained steadfast in their pursuit of Voldemort's whereabouts. During the subsequent climactic battle at Hogwarts, it was merely the revelation of Harry's feigned death that prompted a large number of Death Eaters to flee the scene. What use are such followers? Mia believed that the early ideology of Tom Riddle was quite fitting for him, to exploit the psychology of adulation to gather supporters. Mia had already made initial strides in this endeavor. To Mia's surprise, the most challenging group to cultivate devotion from was the Hufflepuffs. Eventually, Mia came to understand that, Unlike the other houses, Hufflepuff had always been characterized by its pacifism and love for life, seemingly lacking any particular desires. In contrast, Slytherin, despite its outward tranquility, was rife with students covertly forming various factions, which corresponded to their familial ties. As for those with Muggle backgrounds, they typically found themselves relegated to the margins. However, the astute Slytherin students were not rigid. They understood the fundamental truth that power was paramount in the magical world. Thus, when Mia exhibited extraordinary prowess in the dueling club, even the Slytherin students, who had previously looked down upon a wizard with Muggle lineage like Mia, began to extend their goodwill towards him. Mia found himself receiving unexpected friendly smiles even while walking down the corridor. As for Gryffindor, it goes without saying that the enthusiastic, brave, and adventure-loving students held great reverence for a wizard of formidable strength, particularly after Mia had undergone numerous adventures that most would only dream of in a lifetime. He became a figure of great renown within Gryffindor. Some even contended that, compared to the fabricated tales of Lockhart, Mia's experiences were far more worthy of documentation and publication. In truth, not only Mia, but also Hermione and the original trio were prominent figures flourishing within Gryffindor. Then there were the Ravenclaws, who were more inclined towards academic pursuits. And Mia happened to be the insurmountable mountain in their studies. When Mia maintained the top position in his second year, he began to encounter Ravenclaw students seeking his guidance on coursework and study methods. Furthermore, he achieved full marks across all subjects. Even Hermione, who was a close second with tightly contested scores, held him in high regard, particularly for managing to secure full marks under Snape's scrutiny. Harry and Ron expressed their desire to take Mia as their mentor on multiple occasions, but he resolutely declined, sensing their ulterior motive of simply wanting to copy his homework. The struggles of achieving full marks under Snape's watch were known only to Mia himself, and of course, to Snape as well. Had it not been for the acknowledgement of Mia's remarkable progress in occlumency, Snape would have likely sought to deduct points from him. Even the notoriously acerbic Snape couldn't help but marvel at Mia's immense talent. Within less than a school year, Mia had already mastered the art of occlumency. Though far from being a master, Mia has accomplished feats that many adult wizards have yet to achieve. If that were all, perhaps Snape would not have seen fit to reward her. In fact, aside from a mental occlusion technique, Mia has even reverse-engineered legilimency amidst Snape's repeated mental assaults. Now, she possesses the ability to glean fragments of thought through mere eye contact. Casting a glance at Ron, Mia silently diverted her gaze. "What's wrong?" Ron, perplexed by Mia's disdainful expression, was at a loss. "It's nothing. I haven't done anything," he insisted. Indeed, Mia discerned that Ron's mind was currently a blank slate. Mia had previously attempted to probe into Harry's thoughts, a venture fraught with peril. This was due to the lingering fragment of Voldemort's soul that resided within him. Fortunately, no chaos ensued. At present, Mia's legilimency could only unveil vague emotions. When she sought insight into Harry, the most palpable sensation was one of sorrow stemming from longing. Longing for whom? Apart from Harry's parents, there was no one else. It dawned on Mia that the seemingly resilient Harry harbored a persistent melancholy within. This was beyond her capacity to remedy. The deceased are irrevocably lost. However, as far as Mia was aware, Harry still had a relative he could call an uncle, Sirius Black. Although not related by blood, as James Potter's devoted friend, Black genuinely regarded Harry as his own. He even resolved to escape from Azkaban solely out of concern for Harry upon seeing the false death of Peter Pettigrew in the newspaper. The horrors awaiting him in Azkaban, namely, the Dementor's kiss, were more terrifying than death itself. It seemed that Sirius would indeed be the one to reunite with Harry this summer. After dinner, Mia intended to venture into the Forbidden Forest to observe the basilisk. However, Hermione called out to her, "Where are you going?" Their eyes met, and Hermione became momentarily entranced. Mia abruptly averted her gaze in an awkward flurry. Soon, she regained her usual composure. "Just going for a stroll. Aren't you supposed to be heading to the library to continue your research on the basilisk?" Following their separation, Mia found herself pondering the fleeting thought she had gleaned from Hermione's mind moments before. Was it merely an illusion? She suddenly shook her head, banishing the thought. Prior to addressing more pressing matters, she deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such sentimental distractions. It was but a momentary impulse. With her expression growing detached, Mia silently stepped into the dark embrace of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 84, Stalking. The deeper she ventured into the Forbidden Forest, the more profound the silence became. Yet, danger often lurked in the shadows. The forest had transformed into a cauldron of hidden perils, for a terrifying creature had recently arrived. The most agitated were undoubtedly the Acromantulas. In terms of individual strength, the acromantula may not be the most formidable in the forest. However, due to their remarkable reproductive capabilities, they have become the most populous species since their first appearance decades ago. The countless acromantulas are undoubtedly the sovereigns of the Forbidden Forest. However, their nemesis has arrived. On the very first day, the eight-eyed giant spiders have suffered considerable losses. The population of the eight-eyed giant spiders has drastically diminished, and their territory is continuously shrinking. The creatures whose living space has been relentlessly compressed due to the chaotic expansion of the eight-eyed giant spiders finally have a chance to rise. Yet, none of them feel at ease, for a true sovereign has emerged in the Forbidden Forest, navigating around the territories of formidable beings. Mia has arrived at the lair of the basilisk. These territorial divisions were learned during his time spent with Hagrid on his nocturnal patrols of the Forbidden Forest. Unbeknownst to Mia, he has inadvertently trespassed into the domain of a formidable character. From a distance, the basilisk sensed Mia's presence and hastily approached to greet him. Observing the creature whose head was larger than its body, Mia found it unexpectedly endearing. Sensing a small creature in his arms protesting with evident agitation, Mia gently patted it in a gesture of reassurance, hoping that Hagrid would forgive him. However, Mia was not particularly fond of spiders. It was fortuitous that the basilisk could eliminate these nuisances. He wished to avoid a recurrence of the chaotic scene he remembered from the climactic battle at Hogwarts, where a swarm of eight-eyed giant spiders had emerged to wreak havoc. Entrusting the basilisk with the guardianship of the Forbidden Forest was also a strategic measure to prevent certain factions within the forest from being swayed by Voldemort. With Dumbledore having forcibly severed the basilisk's connection to Voldemort, as long as Mia, with his pure bloodline, was present, Voldemort could not command the basilisk. Before Mia could exchange pleasantries with the basilisk, a sudden rush of wind pierced through the air behind him. Avada Kedavra! A thick serpent tail swiftly intercepted the green light, and a shadowy figure was sent hurtling backward with a whimper. The basilisk's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, for it could not tolerate any audacity displayed towards its heir. It seemed that the time had come for the creatures of the Forbidden Forest to recognize its presence. Mia, too, cautiously positioned himself within the protective circle of the basilisk. He discerned the creature struggling to rise. A wolf. No, it stood upright. It was a werewolf. He had been aware of the existence of werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, but this was his first encounter. A sudden realization struck him. Could this be Lupin? Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed the thought. Firstly, it was daytime. There was not even a sliver of the moon in the sky, let alone a full moon. Moreover, while Lupin was indeed a werewolf, he was a half-werewolf forced into such a transformation. Outside of the full moon, he would not recklessly wander into the Forbidden Forest in his werewolf form. Thus, he was confronting a wild werewolf. However, daring to attack him meant that it could no longer exist in the Forbidden Forest. Eliminate it, Mia commanded indifferently. The basilisk's enormous yellow eyes flashed with a cold light. In an instant, the werewolf, meeting its gaze, lost the spark of life in its eyes and collapsed to the ground. The basilisk refrained from further action. The spoils must be presented to the heir. Clearing his throat, Mia approached to inspect the werewolf's carcass. Apart from internal injuries, there were no visible wounds on its body. Merely the pelt alone could fetch an astonishing price. However, as Mia was aware, the presence of certain half-wolves made it impossible for anyone to conduct a straightforward trade in materials derived from werewolves. To convert his possessions into currency, he could only venture into Nocturne Alley. As the term came to an end, a group of friends once again boarded the Hogwarts Express to depart from the school. At the station, Hermione suddenly turned to Mia and inquired, "May I come to your home during the summer?" "As long as you wish," Mia replied with a nonchalant shrug. "I will join too," Harry expressed, eager to escape the Dursleys' house. Due to a prior visit from the Charmel family to the Dursleys, the couple was too apprehensive to confine Harry. In fact, they were rather keen to leverage Harry's presence to establish connections with the Charmel family. "Aren't you going to accompany Dobby?" Mia teased. At the end of the term, Lucius had stormed into the headmaster's office in search of recognition, which was when Harry learned that many of the previous incidents had been orchestrated by the Malfoy family's house elf, Dobby. For instance, sealing off the station's pillars. Initially, Harry assumed this was a deliberate attempt by the Malfoys to harm him. However, upon discovering the truth, he became grateful to Dobby and sought to secure his freedom. "Let us not discuss it. Ever since then, Dobby has been relentlessly following me," Harry remarked, casting a cautious glance around as he lowered his voice. "Dobby is indeed quite bothersome." "Really? Does Harry Potter truly find Dobby bothersome?" Dobby suddenly appeared, causing Harry to fluster in the Muggle world. Mia immediately cast a muggle-repelling charm, ensuring that the surrounding muggles overlooked Dobby's presence. Witnessing Mia's composed demeanor, Hermione unconsciously clenched her small fists. The gap between them seemed to widen. While she still grappled with her studies, Mia appeared to have transformed into a true wizard, capable of conjuring intricate magic with a mere flick of the wrist. Before parting ways, the group agreed to spend the summer together, though Ron was absent from the plan due to the Weasley family winning a grand prize, prompting them to embark on a family trip. Long before the agreed-upon date, Mia seized a moment of leisure to visit Diagon Alley, but his destination was Knockturn Alley. Cloaked in a voluminous robe, Mia had begun to acclimatize to the local environment. He blended in seamlessly with the other denizens, attracting no undue attention. Upon locating a shop, Mia presented the corpse of a werewolf to the proprietor. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback upon beholding the remarkably intact remains. Only upon realizing that the werewolf was indeed deceased did the proprietor manage to suppress his excitement. "Perfect, this is simply exquisite." His voice quivered as he spoke. Observing the corpse, which bore almost no signs of trauma. "You used the killing curse, didn't you?" "That is of no concern to you," Mia replied, his voice emerging deep and gravelly from beneath the hood of his robe, a mere trick of vocal alteration. After a round of haggling, Mia departed the shop with 5,000 galleons in hand. Yet, he quickened his pace, sensing that someone was tailing him. Chapter 85, The Family Feast. Beneath the cloak of darkness, Mia's pace quickened. Upon reaching a corner, she turned in, finding herself in a dead end. Indeed, she had chosen a rather precarious spot to meet her demise. A heavy voice of mockery echoed from behind, indicating ill intentions. After a moment's contemplation, Mia removed her hood. The young face beneath the black robe elicited a flicker of surprise on the short-haired man's countenance. A child? This was unfortunate. If one sought death, one must embrace it. Noticing the boy's tender age, the man relaxed his guard, becoming more talkative. Mia sensed this shift, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. She feigned fear, asking, "Why must you kill me?" A glint of coldness flashed in the man's eyes. "I witnessed you trade a werewolf's corpse," he replied, his tone growing gruff. "What does that have to do with your intent to kill me?" Mia continued, "Could it be that you are a werewolf?" The man's face registered surprise once more, acknowledging her cleverness, yet he dismissed further chatter. "Very well. Avada Kedavra." The man's expression froze at the moment the green light appeared. As the spark of life faded from his eyes, he could not fathom how a mere child could wield such a lethal curse. Observing the transforming corpse on the ground, Mia disdainfully kicked it. The shopkeeper, witnessing the return of the cloaked figure, inquired with confusion, "Our transaction is settled, right? I bear no responsibility once you leave." Upon noticing another werewolf corpse on the counter, the shopkeeper's demeanor turned vacant. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and settle up. Goods and payment must be reconciled." "Do not waste my time," Mia urged with a hoarse voice. The shopkeeper snapped back to reality and began his inspection. Just as before, the corpse bore no marks. An impeccable specimen. While he had been uncertain previously, he was now convinced that this werewolf had succumbed to the killing curse, as evidenced by the wildly dilated pupils. The shopkeeper's eyes flickered, hesitating to speak. "If you have something to say, then say it," Mia commanded in a low tone. At that moment, the shopkeeper perceived this cloaked figure as a seasoned killer of werewolves, unaware that she was merely a second-year student at Hogwarts. "Well, you'll be in your third year when school resumes," he added, not wishing to overstep. "Werewolves are quite united, if they were to learn about you." The shopkeeper's words trailed off, but Mia grasped the implication. She had already witnessed their unity, had it not been for her enhancement through magical means. She might have indeed fallen prey today. It was evident that traversing Knockturn Alley while concealing her identity was prudent. "Thank you for the warning." Perceiving the shopkeeper's veiled expression, Mia refrained from probing further. As she departed the shop, her pockets jingled with an additional 5,000 galleons. And 20 more, scavenged from the werewolf. How impoverished they truly are. Unbeknownst to her, Mia had begun to relish the thrill of acquiring wealth effortlessly. Mia has recently accumulated a modest fortune within her pocket. Without delay, she ventured to the store to procure a pristine, seamless expandable bag. She gazed at the brand-new bag with satisfaction, giving it a gentle pat. At last, she no longer feared her wand falling out. As she departed from Diagon Alley, Mia cast a fleeting glance at today's newspaper, which prominently featured a photograph of the Weasley family in Egypt. Now, the entire world was aware that the Weasley family had struck gold. Sirius, situated far away in Azkaban, would soon learn of this news. The most perilous presence appeared to be Remus Lupin, the werewolf. along with the Dementors dispatched by the Ministry of Magic in search of Sirius. Thus, it was high time to prioritize learning the Patronus Charm, an advanced spell that many adult wizards might struggle to master. Its primary function seemed to be the expulsion of these sinister creatures. In truth, this spell had been modified by Dumbledore specifically for the members of the Order of the Phoenix to convey messages. The Patronus Charm was not a rare incantation, and Mia possessed the means to practice it. The key lay in joyous memories, which could even be fabricated as long as they evoked happiness. Although the conditions for practice were set, Mia found herself in the Muggle world, rendering her incapable of casting magic. Since the start of her schooling, she had seen her family very little. This summer, she was determined to spend quality time with them. Coincidentally, Hermione and Harry would also come to visit her. Consequently, Mia stayed at home for several days. "Mia, can't you step outside for a change?" Day after day, you either tease the snake or bury your nose in a book. At this rate, you'll either turn into a serpent or a tome. Observing her mother's bemused expression, Mia felt a twinge of discontent. This was not quite how she envisioned her time with family. Had it only been a short while, and already she was being chided? Her days of feeling unwanted continued until Harry and Hermione arrived. "I assure you, your 3 letters combined don't even match the volume of my one." Upon seeing Mia, Hermione placed her hands on her hips, ready to confront her. Mia covered her ears and turned her head away. This girl was becoming more like her mother by the day. The moment Hermione appeared, Mrs. Samuel's smile was uncontainable. Even without mastering the spell of the Patronus, Mia could discern her mother's thoughts. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, just in time to catch her father raising his eyebrows at her. With years of understanding between father and son, Mia instantly grasped what he wished to convey. "Well done, my boy." Mr. Samuel glanced between the polite Hermione and his son, pride radiating from his expression. Unlike the renowned MI6, MI5 primarily focused on maintaining domestic stability. Furthermore, Yu's current responsibilities included investigating and engaging with the magical world. At the dining table, Harry and Hermione seemed somewhat reserved, especially upon noticing the photograph of the Queen with the Samuel family adorning the wall, which only added to their sense of pressure. "Do not be shy. This is a family gathering. You are both dear friends of Mia, and it is a perfect opportunity to express our gratitude for your care towards her. Madame Samuel has lost her former composure and authority as the hospital director, now appearing remarkably approachable. Noticing that Harry and Hermione have relaxed, she smiles and inquires, "Has our Mia caused any trouble at school? Is she friendly to her classmates? Is she polite to her professors? Has she damaged anything within the school?" To be fair, one must commend a mother for her perceptive inquiries. Mia shifts uncomfortably, turning her head away. To speak the truth might frighten Mia's family. To fabricate a tale would weigh heavily on their conscience. Friendly to classmates? In her first year, she slapped a classmate, and in her second, she petrified a senior. Does that qualify as friendliness? Polite to professors? Is that referring to her first year, when she incapacitated a professor, and in her second, coerced one to the Chamber of Secrets before knocking him unconscious? As for whether she has broken any school property, Harry and Hermione are uncertain if the chamber has been repaired. How could the strong-willed Madame Samuel fail to grasp the situation? Observing Harry and Hermione's reactions, combined with her son's typical behavior, she has already surmised much. Upon hearing her mother address her by her full name, Mia felt a chill run down her spine. The family dinner commenced with Mr. Samuel deftly smoothing over the atmosphere and signaling to Mia to behave. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Upon entering, Yuza beheld Mia, who was turning her head obediently like a small quail. Is this really his brother? His brother appears so docile. What trouble has this little rascal gotten into now? Yuza blurted out. Upon catching his father's gaze, Yuza quickly understood. Once everyone had gathered, the family dinner was officially underway. Sitting busy de Mia. Yuza couldn't help but scrutinize her from head to toe. Have you grown taller? Yuza queried, puzzled. Mia, who was fervently eating, paused in surprise. Really? Yuza gestured to indicate Mia's height. Yes, you've definitely gained several centimeters. Does your school serve such good food? Yuza remarked candidly. Tears of joy welled in Mia's eyes. I knew it. Drinking milk must be beneficial. Her gaze fixated on the milk on the table, and just as she reached for it, a light tap landed on her head. Finish your meal first. Unable to defy her mother, Mia resumed her efforts to eat. After the meal, Mia curiously glanced at Harry's luggage. Well, I've been so idle at home lately. Harry appeared somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, I couldn't stay there any longer. Couldn't stay? Why? Did they bully you? Mia was puzzled. It's not because of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. They've actually been quite decent to me lately, Harry replied, growing even more embarrassed. Then what is it? Because I accidentally inflated Aunt March. "Oh, I thought it was something else," Mia exclaimed, her eyes widening. It was at that moment she recalled that indeed, Harry had sent Aunt Marge soaring into the sky. At this very moment, Sirius Black has successfully escaped from Azkaban, and the anxious Ministry of Magic has chosen not to pursue any inquiries regarding Harry's unlawful use of magic, instead opting to protect him with great care. This implies that it is likely during this time that Sirius has indeed departed from the confines of Azkaban. "Has anyone from the Ministry sought you out?" Mia inquired. "Not yet, but I suspect it may happen soon," Harry responded. "Could I be expelled for using magic outside of school?" "It's possible," Hermione interjected, observing Harry's despondency. Mia reassured him, "Do not fret. Given the Ministry's nature, if they truly intended to pursue you, you have already received an owl." Mia mused internally. The matter of Sirius's escape did not significantly concern him. His primary apprehension revolved around Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, who might be exposed by Sirius's revelations. Mia recalled that Peter Pettigrew had indeed fled in the end, and this time he hoped that this individual would not evade capture. Subsequently, this rat could be deemed crucial in resurrecting Voldemort, had it not been for Peter's collusion with Barty Crouch Jr., culminating in his own sacrifice. Voldemort's revival would have proven rather challenging. The aristocrats of the magical realm, in truth, were not so keen on Voldemort's return. When Voldemort was at the height of his power, they eagerly pledged their loyalty, but their intentions were merely self-serving. Now that Voldemort had fallen, they found themselves relieved of a figure who could impose control over them at any moment. Should Voldemort rise again, it could herald a tumultuous era. Their motives were profit, not peril. After all, how could one profit amidst chaos? To prolong Voldemort's resurrection as much as possible, they would need to act against Peter Pettigrew. Killing him would not suffice, for to eliminate Voldemort, one must first bring him back to life. If he were to exist perpetually as a wandering spirit, he might elude capture indefinitely, biding his time for a resurgence. However, once Voldemort was resurrected, an opportunity to vanquish him would arise. Moreover, it was imperative that Voldemort utilize Harry's blood for his resurrection, as Harry was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. As long as Harry remained alive, Voldemort could not perish. If Voldemort were to resurrect using Harry's blood, the protective charm bestowed upon Harry by his mother would similarly reside within Voldemort. Hence, as long as Voldemort lived, Harry would remain safe. Although Mia struggled to fully grasp the complexities of such profound magic, the records indicated its truth. The arrogant Voldemort would undoubtedly choose to personally eliminate Harry. Thus, when Voldemort's magic descended upon Harry, the protective charm would ensure that the magic could only destroy the fragments of soul within Harry that did not belong to him, thereby obliterating the Horcrux. Now, Mia's task was to control Peter Pettigrew when his identity was revealed and to wait until the moment necessitated his release. This strategy would allow events to unfold in a manner more favorable to him. What he needed most at this juncture was time. As the commencement of the school year approached, Mia found herself residing once again at the Leaky Cauldron alongside Harry and Hermione. Each day, she devoted herself entirely to mastering the Patronus charm, making remarkable progress. During this period, the Ministry of Magic sought out Harry and placed him under protective custody. Harry, bewildered by the situation, was met with Mia's feigned ignorance, despite her desire for him to reunite with his godfather soon. Meanwhile, the Weasley family had concluded their travels, having nearly exhausted their winnings, which perhaps contributed to their inability to save money. The four friends finally reunited. As Mia glanced at the plump rat cradled in Ron's arms, she averted her gaze nonchalantly. Chapter 87, The Dementor. Upon their meeting, Ron could hardly contain his excitement as he recounted tales from his journey. Even during their visit to Flourish and Blots to procure their textbooks, Ron chattered incessantly. The crowded bookstore was bustling with patrons, and one particular clerk appeared exceedingly impatient. Had it not been for the fact that one book was exclusively available in that section, the group would have hesitated to disturb him. Upon noticing several students with an air of naive curiosity approaching, the clerk couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Please wait if you are here for textbooks. They will be fetched shortly." Ron, puzzled by the clerk's brusque tone, wondered aloud, "Fetched?" Has he lost his mind? Surely he has seen this term's reading list. Hermione interjected. "The book on magical creatures is the required text for this semester's Care of Magical Creatures class. I hear it's a rather animated book." Ron merely shrugged, appearing uninterested. Thus, they waited for quite some time until the clerk emerged, bearing a grimace while clutching several volumes, his body marked with bruises. "What is this?" "Take what you need and settle at the front desk." As he received the books, Ron curiously examined the tightly bound leather strap. "You'd best not touch that," Mia cautioned. "It is quite dangerous." "Is it?" Ron replied as he inadvertently slipped, causing the strap to snap open. Chaos ensued when they finally extricated Ron from the fray. He frantically waved his hands, urging them to keep their distance from the menacing tome. Such a book, capable of biting, was likely only suitable for Hagrid's approval. Mia recalled that Hagrid was set to take over as the professor for care of magical creatures this term. She genuinely believed Hagrid to be the most fitting choice, as even the so-called magical creature experts could not rival his care for animals. However, given Hagrid's disposition, he would likely prioritize the creatures over his students. This textbook served as a prime example, as it was evident he had not considered the students' readiness for such text. Carefully securing the book, Mia placed it into her undetectable extension charm bag, wary of any potential havoc it might wreak upon her newly acquired possession. Intrut, Mia Muzed. This item could prove to be a valuable tool for self-defense in critical moments. After a brief stay at the Broken Cauldron, the day of the new school term arrived. At least it would suffice to prepare for the Dementors that would inevitably invade the train compartment. Recalling from memory, there would be Dementors boarding the train en route to Hogwarts, drawn by the presence of Harry's Horcrux and the aura of fear surrounding him, intruding upon their compartment. Mia held a deep disdain for such creatures that could invade one's thoughts. Before boarding, Mr. Weasley pulled Harry aside for an extended conversation. Only as the train was about to depart did they hurriedly board the train. The compartments were filled to capacity, forcing them to squeeze into one that contained only a single occupant. This individual was shrouded in garments, seemingly asleep. Mia surmised that this must be Remus Lupin. Speaking of the infamous trio of Harry's father, Lupin was undoubtedly the most amiable among them. Alas, the kindest one happened to be a werewolf. Having recently passed a full moon, it was likely that Professor Lupin had endured considerable hardship. Confirming that the stranger was indeed fast asleep, Hermione secured the compartment door. At the mention of Sirius Black, a shared understanding washed over them. The recent news of Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban had dominated the headlines. It was monumental news. No one had ever succeeded in escaping that infamous prison. Azkaban was notorious throughout the wizarding world, once merely a dilapidated noble castle, rendered forsaken due to the inexplicable emergence of a multitude of Dementors. The Ministry of Magic had never uncovered the peculiar cause behind this phenomenon, until a certain individual proposed confining prisoners within its walls. Since then, the crime rate in the British wizarding community had seen a significant decline. For years, no one had ever escaped from there, and now, within its confines, remained a host of powerful Death Eaters loyal to Voldemort. If even they could not breach the prison's defenses, how could a mere Sirius Black have managed to do so undetected? However, beyond the method of his escape, it was his background that piqued the interest of wizards. As a close friend of Harry Potter's father, the traitor's motives for escaping were now a topic of speculation. Many surmised that Sirius Black's target was none other than the savior, Harry Potter himself. Hermione voiced her concerns, stating, "I've heard that Black has yet to be found. He could still be searching for you." Harry, however, responded nonchalantly, "Aren't the Aurors from the Ministry searching for him as well? Besides, what is there to fear while I'm at Hogwarts?" Upon uttering these words, an uneasy silence enveloped them. Even Harry's expression shifted. Hogwarts had hardly been a bastion of safety since their enrollment. It seemed that every year Voldemort's shadow loomed. Thankfully, it appeared that this year might be different, although the individuals arriving were still tied to Voldemort's legacy. Prior to boarding, Mr. Weasley had already briefed Harry on the intricate history between Sirius Black and the Potter family. At this moment, as the name Black was mentioned, a flicker of resentment appeared in Harry's eyes. Mia, noticing Harry's expression, merely shook her head in silence. The misunderstandings between Harry and Black would eventually be resolved. It was not a formidable challenge. Simultaneously, Mia observed Remus beside her. Since Hermione had called Harry's name, she had sensed that he had not truly been asleep, but rather listening intently. How could he not pay attention to the son of his old friend right before him? Suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently, followed by a sharp brake. The inertia caused the passengers to sway precariously. Hermione, her face flushed, struggled to free herself from Mia's embrace. Noticing Hermione's expression, Mia shook her head in exasperation. This situation was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. The vehicle had remained stationary for quite some time, and the occupants began to grow restless. Ron was pressed against the window, peering outside incessantly. Was there a landslide ahead? Before long, they felt a sudden drop in temperature, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Just as someone was about to inquire, the on-board announcement began to relay information about a Dementor search. Chapter 88, The Patronus Charm. Dementors? Hermione's expression turned slightly anxious. Could it be that the Ministry of Magic had allowed Dementors to board the train for inspection? Had Black already arrived at Hogwarts? No sooner had she spoken than they all noticed the surroundings becoming eerily quiet. The temperature continued to plummet, and a heavy sensation settled in their hearts. "I feel a bit unwell," Ron remarked, his complexion paling. Mia glanced at Hermione, whose face had lost color, while Harry pressed his lips tightly together, visibly distressed. Truly, they were remarkably resilient, aside from the chill. In the next moment, a colossal shadow appeared at the door. This shadow stretched to the ceiling, and its legs were obscured, resembling a tattered sack floating in midair. Mia watched in horror as the figure extended a hand, its fingers resembling charred wood. Although the hand did not touch the doorknob, it turned as if compelled by an unseen force. The Dementor swung open the compartment door, and the tension within the carriage reached a fever pitch. Mia gripped her wand tightly. Her gaze narrowed at the Dementor. She noticed Harry's expression growing increasingly grim. Even without words, she could sense his escalating fear. This was not a good sign, for Dementors thrived on human terror. Indeed, as soon as the door opened, the Dementor fixed its gaze directly upon Harry. Rones Bate, Skebs, was trembling, with only its rear invisible from his grasp. Mia felt an uncanny force emanating from the Dementor. It seemed to possess a sinister allure, terrifyingly. This force appeared to act solely upon the soul. Any power that could influence the soul was perilous. As Mia sensed a stirring within her own soul, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. At that moment, the Dementor seemed to perceive something, abruptly turning its attention toward her. Although it lacked a discernible head, Mia felt the weight of its gaze fixated upon her. Suddenly, a powerful suction emanated from the depths of the soul. Mia's mind became momentarily dazed. As a surge of negative emotions flooded her heart, an alarm bell rang within her, and the mental barrier she had erected began to function flawlessly, causing the soul-stirring sensation to vanish in an instant. The negative emotions that had plagued her disappeared without a trace. The Dementor, in an unexpectedly anthropomorphic manner, tilted its head in curiosity, baffled as to why it could no longer absorb this individual's negative feelings, like food transforming abruptly into a brick. As realization dawned upon her regarding the recent events, a chill swept over Mia. She had intended to let events unfold naturally, knowing that Lupin would intervene in due course, thus sparing her the need to reveal her abilities. However, who could have anticipated such reckless behavior from this creature? "If I do not pursue you, why do you pursue me?" she thought. Patronus charm. A brilliant white light erupted, as if the heavens themselves had been torn asunder, illuminating the Dementor with its radiance. The bewildered creature instantly felt as though it was being immersed in boiling water. A piercing scream echoed in Mia's ears, a sound so hoarse it resembled decaying wood scraping against itself. The Dementor attempted to flee, yet the emboldened Mia was not inclined to let it escape so easily. The Ministry of Magic in Hogwarts had always maintained a respectful distance from one another. Today, the audacity of the Ministry to send a Dementor to search the Hogwarts Express was alarming. Who could predict what further transgressions they might commit tomorrow? Mia exerted force, enveloping the Dementor in a protective charm, the white light forming a dome around it. The creature flailed like a bird trapped in a cage, struggling against its confines. This futile resistance only served to weaken it further. The other passengers in the compartment were blinded by the brilliance of the light, yet beneath its glow, they felt an inexplicable surge of strength, as if joyous tidings had filled their hearts. In a corner, a pair of weary eyes gradually regained their vitality, watching Mia with astonishment. Amidst the chaos, an idea struck Mia. With a swift motion, she opened her enchanted bag and, seizing the opportunity, captured the feeble Dementor within. The white light then dissipated. The passengers felt the chilling presence swiftly recede, only to witness another burst of white light emanating from an unknown source. They turned to see Lupin, half standing in the corner, wand in hand. "Ahem, all is well, all is well." Hermione stared at Mia in disbelief. Was that the Patronus charm? If memory serves, that spell is notoriously difficult to master, and certainly not something a third-year student could wield so effortlessly. The intensity of the previous light, coupled with the presence of the Dementor, raised questions. Indeed, Mia had not feigned ignorance. Hermione regarded her as if she were a creature of myth. "Do we not spend most of the summer together? Wait, were you practicing the Patronus charm at the Leaky Cauldron all along? Impossible. How could you have mastered it in such a short time? Stop speculating." "That was indeed the charm I practiced during that time," Mia replied with candor. "Sometimes, a lack of rigor and concealment can lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Candor is indeed a formidable weapon. This is not a spell one learns in the 3rd grade, Hermione remarked. What we are engaged in, which could be accomplished by a mere third grader. Mia retorted with a smile. Mia, do you know, at times I genuinely wonder if you are some formidable wizard in disguise, Ron exclaimed. I am no ancient relic. Wait, are you all in the third grade? At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards the suddenly speaking Lupin. Mia regarded him with a bemused expression, unable to believe he had not recognized Harry. Truly, this is the current generation. Lupin could not help but lament. The tone strikingly reminiscent of Madame Pomfrey made Hermione blush slightly, reminding her of something. It seems the Dementors have been driven away. Thanks to you, Lupin said to Mia, though his gaze conveyed a different meaning. Mia was certain he had witnessed her capturing the Dementor. I'll go have a word with the driver, and by the way, do have some of this. It's beneficial for regaining one's spirits. Lupin rose and handed Harry a piece of chocolate. Among them, only Harry had been attacked by the Dementor. Accepting the chocolate, once Lupin departed, Harry said with a somber expression, Did any of you hear a scream just now? Chapter 89, Flight. Scream? No one heard a scream, Harry, Hermione said, her brow furrowed with concern. Mia glanced at Hermione, pondering if the scream of the Dementor was audible solely to him. No, but I distinctly heard a woman's scream. Harry rubbed his head. The assault from the Dementor was rather unbearable. He still felt a sharp pain in his head. Hermione, anxiously glancing at Mia, received a reassuring look in return. Quickly averting her gaze, she endeavored to quell her racing heart. During the opening feast, Dumbledore had cautioned the students that there might be Dementors wandering nearby this term. Mia patted the pocket at her waist, where one was still contained. Dumbledore had assured that the Dementors would not breach the borders of Hogwarts. Yet the very next day, a Dementor had infiltrated. According to a private disclosure from Minister Fudge, Dumbledore learned that the Ministry had lost a Dementor. Each Dementor is registered with the Ministry of Magic. These creatures possess low intelligence and, driven by their insatiable appetite for fear, often act without restraint. Once they are at large, the consequences can be immeasurable. Currently, the Ministry has chosen to remain silent on this matter. Following the recent incident of Sirius Black's escape, should another Dementor go missing, it would prompt a complete overhaul of the Ministry's officials. Thus, in the face of such circumstances, even Dumbledore could not press Fudge too rigorously. The search for the missing Dementor intensified along the route of the Hogwarts Express. Consequently, the efforts to locate the Dementors surrounding Hogwarts grew increasingly vigorous. Mia surmised that the root of these events might indeed be linked to her capturing a Dementor. As he delved deeper into his studies, he discovered that mastering a Dementor could prove to be a valuable ally. Should it become exceedingly feeble, Mia would control it to absorb the negative emotions swirling in the air. This was particularly potent after small quizzes organized by professors, when the atmosphere brimmed with palpable negativity. Thus, through prolonged taming, the Dementor became obedient to Mia. Although it possessed a low intellect, it could still comprehend simple commands. The basilisk, being too large, was cumbersome to carry, and Tom was still too small to be of significant assistance. Therefore, the Dementor was a rare and formidable asset. However, as time passed, the Dementor grew increasingly weak. After all, Hogwarts was a school, not a prison, and the pervasive negativity could never compare to that of Azkaban. Observing the Dementor's deteriorating condition day by day caused Mia considerable distress. What should be done? The newly acquired ally could not simply fade away in his hands, especially considering the risks he had taken to procure amidst the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic. While he fretted, he noticed the Weasley twins lurking about, and a sudden idea struck him. That evening, George and Fred swaggered out of their dormitory, appearing anything but stealthy. Have you had enough? It's my turn to watch. George protested suddenly. Stop fussing, Fred said, shoving George aside, pointing at a piece of parchment in his hand, whispering, Filch is coming. George immediately fled in a flurry. You tricked me, he exclaimed, lunging to seize the parchment. It appeared to be a map of Hogwarts, with only their names marked around the dormitory. The Marauder's map, which displayed the real-time movements of everyone throughout Hogwarts. It was this very map that gave Fred and George the audacity to roam freely at night. After a playful scuffle, they arrived at a location adorned with 2 statues. Nothing could compare to the thrill of sneaking out in plain sight. Not a chance. With a flick of his wand, Fred animated the statues, which shifted aside to reveal a hidden passage. Just as they were about to slip inside, George suddenly halted Fred. Wait, someone else coming. It seems to be Mia. Mia? Fred chuckled. It appears we have a kindred spirit tonight. The 2 brothers stood in place, awaiting Mia's arrival. As she turned a corner, she spotted the 2 statues. Hey! The Weasley twins leaped from the shadows, attempting to startle Mia. Quiet down. Aren't you worried about being caught by Professor or Filch? Noticing that Mia didn't even blink, Fred and George exchanged disappointed glances. Are you a monster? You have no reaction at all. Mia suddenly broke into a knowing smile. I'm not a monster. I am. As Mia tantalizingly paused, Fred and George instinctively leaned in, their curiosity piqued. Fainting, gazing at the two individuals sprawled on the ground. Mia approached and retrieved the active map from their grasp. Isulamniso I arbonoidi intentions. A satisfied smile graced Mia's face as the map gradually revealed itself. It seemed that this trio of marauders possessed some skill, crafting such an intricate device. Casting a glance at the unconscious pair, Mia employed a forgetfulness charm to erase their memories of him from that evening. Subsequently, he utilized some magic to conceal the two for having taken their belongings. It would be rather unkind to allow them to be discovered by a passing professor or filch. With a sigh directed towards the heavens, Mia mused on his own benevolence. Clutching the active map, he ventured into the underground passage. The exit led to Hogsmeade, yet this was not his intended destination. His purpose for this excursion was to procure sustenance for the Dementors. What constitutes sustenance, you ask? Naturally, it is human beings. However, he could not simply snatch an innocent wizard for such a fate, for he was the noble benefactor of Hogwarts and could not commit such inhumane acts. Thus, he resolved to seek out dark wizards, those who have wrought much malevolence, as they would serve as ideal nourishment, possessing far more negative emotions than ordinary folk. Where does one find the most dark wizards? Certainly not in the nearby village of Hogsmeade. Mia set his sights on Nocturne Alley. On this moonless, blustery night, it was certain that nefarious dark wizards would be lurking about. Yet, Nocturne Alley was quite distant, and he had yet to master apparition. After a brief moment of consideration, he nodded to himself. In the next instant, he transformed into a swirling cloud of darkness, soaring into the night sky. Chapter 90, Belby. A dark line traced across the blackened night, as if someone had drawn a finger across a sheet of black velvet. Within the black mist, Mia surveyed the landscape below. The lights twinkled like scattered gold dust amidst the indistinct hustle and bustle. Thanks to his enhanced magical abilities, he was finally able to utilize the black mist flight magic he had long studied, but was previously unable to employ due to limitations in his magical power. At the moment of his ascension, Mia experienced for the first time the exhilaration akin to Harry riding on a broomstick. He amalgamated the flying magic from the broomstick with a muggle-repelling charm. Now, at the very least, muggles would be unable to detect him while in this misty form. Even in broad daylight, he could flit about the skies at will. He contemplated incorporating the disillusionment charm as well. However, it was far more complex than the muggle-repelling charm, being a requisite spell for Aurors. For the average individual, mastering it was no easy feat, and to modify it for integration with other magics was even more challenging. Previously, Mia had dedicated his time to perfecting the Patronus charm, leaving him with little opportunity to explore the disillusionment charm. As he flew and admired the scenery, he soon found himself at a loss. Where was Nocturne Alley? With such direct flight, he could not discern his direction, ultimately following the Hogwarts Express to reach London. At last, he arrived at Nocturne Alley. After calculating the time, he realized the journey had taken merely half an hour. Given the distance from Hogwarts to Nocturne Alley, this speed, while not comparable to the instantaneous nature of apparition, could still be considered quite rapid. At this moment, the Alley of Overturned Fortunes was completely shrouded in the embrace of night. The unknown, concealed within the shadows, is the most perilous. The darkness did little to obscure the inherent dangers lurking here. Mia continued to hide within the murky veil, skillfully using the night to obscure her form. Few souls wandered at this late hour, with only the occasional indistinct figures hastening past. Mia was on the hunt for her prey. You just mentioned that presence appeared here? A sudden voice nearby captured Mia's attention. I'm certain it was here just moments ago, yet now it seems to have vanished, replied one of the two men, who bore a striking resemblance to the roving dark sorcerers. However, their familiar eyes evoked memories of a certain race, werewolves. It seemed that fate had intertwined her path with werewolves recently. She had dispatched at least two already, hadn't she? Concealed in the shadows, Mia remained vigilant, eavesdropping on the men's conversation. One of them hissed through clenched teeth to dare kill a werewolf. That fellow will undoubtedly be hunted to his demise. Mia's brow furrowed slightly. Could they be seeking her? Including the one from the Forbidden Forest, she had already slain two. Mia heightened her alertness, continuing to listen intently. Those cursed sorcerers will one day taste the bitter price of their rejection of us. Do not fret, that day will come. For now, let's collect a bit of interest. I just scratched a child yesterday. The two men chuckled softly. It appeared that the relationship between werewolves and sorcerers was even more fraught than Mia had imagined. As the two reveled in their arrogance, too swift, Sharp curses of black magic severed their arms in an instant. Before they could even scream in horror, their bodies crumpled to the ground, their legs similarly obliterated. Silent and swift, the spell seemed unending, as the two men silently writhed in agony, blood pooling around them. Mia remained hidden in the mist, now accompanied by a Dementor. Go on, indulge yourself. The Dementor, long starved for such sustenance, pounced with a ferocity surpassing that of any werewolf upon receiving Mia's command. The Dementor's kiss is perhaps the cruelest form of punishment in existence. The dying experience all the world's suffering in their final moments. The terror Mia had instilled in the two men previously now rendered them utterly paralyzed with fear as the Dementor began its voracious siphoning. Soon, all life had drained from them. Mia observed the Dementor, seemingly finding joy in the mindless creature's obedience. After stripping the werewolf of its valuables, Mia set ablaze all traces of the encounter. Perhaps this could serve as a lucrative method of income? She glanced at a blood-stained parchment she had retrieved from the werewolf, upon which some words were inscribed. After perusing it, she extracted a pivotal detail, Belby. The werewolf antidote had been concocted by Damkos Belby, enabling werewolves to retain their sanity. A coveted elixir among many sorcerers forcibly transformed into werewolves. Yet, this potion was exceedingly costly and beyond the means of ordinary folk. According to the writings on the parchment, an individual known as Belby seems to have some connection to werewolves. Mia is uncertain whether this Belby refers to Damocles Belby, the creator of the Wolfbane potion. However, the surname Belby is not commonly found in the magical realm, especially when associated with werewolves, which provokes Mia's curiosity. Could it be that the werewolves are seeking vengeance against Damocles Belby? With the Wolfbane potion, the werewolves would find it increasingly difficult to appreciate the sight of those loathed by them, the wizards being forced to transform into wolves. Regrettably, the parchment is damaged, and the information it contains is scarce and obscure. Thus, Mia's knowledge remains limited. Nonetheless, this Belby has little to do with him. Whether it pertains to werewolves or not is of no consequence. Afterward, tranquility ensues, with only the occasional presence of Dementors drifting by, and nothing particularly noteworthy occurs. Whenever the Dementors approach Hogwarts too closely, the professors effortlessly drive them away. It feels rather unusual for Mia and his companions not to be embroiled in Voldemort's schemes. In this lull, Mia notices something peculiar about Hermione. Has she been appearing too frequently of late? Some classes are electives, and even the most gifted students cannot attend every course. Yet, it seems Mia encounters Hermione in every class. Even when he is absent, he hears others mention her. Habitually, Mia searches his memory and indeed uncovers the answer, the Time Turner. It appears to be something Hermione obtained by requesting it from Professor McGonagall. Observing Hermione bustling about, as if under the influence of a duplication charm, Mia refrains from commenting, presuming that Hermione is simply passionate about her studies. That is until an incident occurs during a divination class. Professor Trelawney is instructing the students on tea leaf reading, distributing cups of tea to each. When she reaches Hermione, who responds with strict adherence to the textbook, Trelawney shakes her head in dismay. What a pity! Within such a youthful vessel resides a soul so aged. Child, you are burdened by your books. Those who toil to keep pace with others possess no gift for divination. Chapter 91, The Proud Buckbeak. In divination class, Hermione angrily sweeps away, and Mia barely has time to intervene. Once this minor episode concludes, Trelawney approaches Mia's desk. Generally, Mia is skeptical of divination. However, in a magical world, some arcane matters possess relevance at certain moments. For instance, Trelawney, despite her appearance resembling that of a drunkard and lacking the demeanor of a proper professor, can indeed make some remarkably accurate predictions. It can be said that Harry's journey as the Savior began with Trelawney's prophecy regarding Voldemort and the child born at the end of July. Of course, Trelawney's unreliability is well known. Her prophecies are only accurate in rare instances. Most of the time, she is merely a charlatan. Watching Trelawney intently scrutinizing her teacup, Mia gazes on with keen interest. Moments ago, she delivered an ominous prophecy to Harry, leaving one to ponder what it might entail. As Mia observed Trelawney's brow furrowing, her interest was piqued. It was the same expression she wore while frightening those young girls earlier. However, as time ticked away, Mia began to sense something amiss. Was Trelawney lingering a bit too long? Even for theatrics, this seemed rather peculiar. Had she truly entered a prophetic trance? Just as Mia braced herself for an authentic prophecy, Trelawney began to speak. Upon noticing the clarity in her eyes, Mia felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that she had not entered a state of clairvoyance. With a clouded expression, Trelawney announced, slaughter, and the full moon shall accompany you, child. As Trelawney patted her sympathetically, Mia was left bewildered. Slaughter and the full moon? What could that possibly mean? While the notion of slaughter was manageable, after all, one could hardly count the number of lives taken. The mention of the full moon struck Mia as eerie. Harry and Ron leaned in, peering curiously into Mia's teacup. After class, the trio continued to discuss Trelawney's prophecy. Everyone knew she was a charlatan, with only a handful of young girls believing in her predictions. Ron appeared particularly disdainful. I reckon horoscopes are more accurate, he opined, to which Harry readily concurred. In the classroom, Lavender Brown gathered her two close friends and began to bombard Trelawney with questions. A casual listen revealed that they were merely inquiring about love predictions. Instantly, Ron's face flushed crimson. Who would want to hear that? They were no longer first years, and they were well aware of the true purpose behind that particularly revealing garment. Teasing Ron, they made their way to the Forbidden Forest. Only Hagrid would choose such a location for a lesson. Nevertheless, the students were eagerly anticipating this outdoor class. Each held a monster book, forming a disarrayed circle around Hagrid. Unlike his usual disheveled appearance, Hagrid donned a neatly fitted outfit of animal skins, resembling a professional hunter. Yet, Mia knew that he would never wear such attire when truly patrolling the forest. All right, everyone quiet down, he instructed. Just touch the spine of the book, and it will settle down. Mia kicked the monster book, freeing Neville from its tattered clutches. Then, Hagrid introduced Buckbeak, the majestic hippogriff. The students erupted in admiration for this proud, magical creature. Although its danger level was not particularly high according to the Ministry of Magic, after all, it lacked magical powers. Its physical strength could easily pose a substantial threat to an ordinary wizard. Students familiar with the hippogriff hesitated to approach. After Hagrid's introduction, he excitedly beckoned to the students, inquiring if anyone wished to try greeting the creature. The students exchanged uncertain glances. The creature is indeed magnificent, yet one must question the sanity of those who would dare to greet it. Just moments ago, even Hagrid approached with utmost caution, were it not for his stature. The others would surely risk losing their heads to a single swipe of its claw. Disappointment flickered across Hagrid's face as he noticed no one was willing to step forward. He exchanged glances with Mia and the others, reminding them that this was the inaugural lesson of his teaching career and they had previously agreed to cooperate. However, at that moment, they all pretended not to notice Hagrid's signaling. After all, they had not anticipated interacting with such a perilous creature. Coughing lightly, Hagrid called out, "Mia, Mia." Among the group of youngsters, Mia was the most formidable, prompting Hagrid to turn to her. "Me?" Mia pointed to herself, uncertain of her ability to engage with the creature. Yet, seeing Harry and Ron shrink back in trepidation, Mia reluctantly conceded. "I suppose I shall go." Goodness, Hermione had become increasingly elusive. The hippogriff is a notoriously dangerous creature. Hermione solemnly warned Mia. "You mustn't approach it." After a moment's contemplation, she steeled herself to speak. Noticing the concern etched on Hermione's face, Mia smiled. "If I don't go, then who will?" Hermione glanced at Harry and Ron, who immediately recoiled. "No double standards." "Don't worry," Mia reassured her, understanding the stubbornness of this little witch. Extracting herself from Hermione's grasp, Mia slowly advanced towards Buckbeak. Hagrid quietly cautioned her. "Buckbeak has a good temperament, but this breed is inherently proud. You must tread carefully and show it respect. A swipe from its claws could fell even a werewolf." Mia maintained her composure, while Hermione's expression grew increasingly anxious. As Mia approached the hippogriff, it began to exhibit signs of agitation. Sensing the creature's discomfort, she slowed her pace. Buckbeak regarded the audacious young witch with visible displeasure. Yet suddenly, it detected a familiar aura emanating from her. In the Forbidden Forest resides a terrifying entity, one that, while not prone to indiscriminate violence, is regarded as an untouchable and enigmatic presence. Every species must remember the essence of that being. To transgress against it would spell certain doom. Now, this familiar essence was unmistakably that of the entity. As Mia drew nearer, Buckbeak's legs began to tremble. Hagrid continued to anxiously advise Mia to show deference and bow first. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the onlookers turned to witness Buckbeak kneeling before Mia in a display of profound respect. Mia was momentarily taken aback, while Hagrid stood speechless. The atmosphere turned awkward. "Well, it certainly is polite." Mia attempted to diffuse the tension. Hagrid began to question the authenticity of his observations.